A pinkish tongue, plump lips, yellowed fangs, a reeking maw. Setting aside the possibility that the unknown creature before him wishes to engage in a passionate French kiss, the answer is plain to see. Liao rolled over with all his might, just dodging a bite from the black demon bear. Crack! The bear effortlessly crushed the stone ground, shook its head, and its scarlet eyes once more locked onto its prey that had abruptly come back to life. Cough, cough. Liao coughed up several pieces of blood-flecked viscera while a piercing sting shot through his chest. Looking closer, he found that a broken pale bone had pierced straight through his chest during the roll. In such a state, merely getting up was difficult, let alone escaping from that giant bear's jaws. Liao, a blue star human who had died young from cancer, revealed a resigned smile. What the hell? You transmigrated me, but this is a hellish start. Seeing the demon bear's abyssal maw lunging at him again, his survival instinct still stirred a shred of resistance. He instinctively reached out and grasped the ornate dagger at his waist, preparing for a final desperate struggle. The instant his hand closed around the hilt, a surge of heat shot from the hilt into his palm, spreading through his limbs and bones. Detected host touching a demonic energy carrier. Successfully absorbed demonic energy. Sacred Lord system activated. You have acquired exclusive skill Blaze Golem. Blaze Golem, you can consume 1000 demonic energy to transform into the Sacred Lord for 1 minute. Current demonic energy 1378. There was no time for hesitation. Liao immediately chose to transform. The instant this thought arose, his body rapidly expanded, instantly tearing apart his high-grade noble clothes. On his exposed skin, dense green scales sprouted, his entire face began to twist and deform, and his eyes emanated a scarlet glow even more terrifying than the demon bear's. The next second, a green dragon-like creature several meters tall abruptly appeared beneath the demon bear. Name: Liao Blaze Golem. Race: Ancient Demon. Level 70. Constitution 1400. Demonic Energy 378. Skill: Blazing Dragon Breath LV. Max. Remaining transformation time 59 seconds. The demon bear relentlessly bit toward Liao's neck, only to howl as several fangs shattered. The pain restored a bit of its senses, and only then did it feel that the green demon dragon beneath it was releasing an even denser surging wave of demonic energy than its own. A long-forgotten emotion named fear surfaced in its mind. But before it could flee, Liao simply turned over with a single motion, flipping it onto the ground and pressing it down. Then, extending his powerful arms, he gripped the demon bear's upper and lower jaws with dragon claws and wrenched them apart. With a wet sound of flesh ripping, the demon bear was torn into 2 halves. Defeated. Level 37 Demonized Black Bear. Obtained 300 demonic energy. Liao gasped for breath and scanned the surroundings, only to see more than a dozen ruined corpses that no longer bore any signs of life, presumably devoured by the bear. Well, if others knew I could transform into the Sacred Lord, who knows what would happen? Liao exhaled a long breath and looked at his enormous green body, feeling incredibly pleased. During his 20 years on Blue Star, he had spent most of his time bedridden. A few steps used to leave him out of breath, and never had he possessed such a strong physique. Sacred Lord, of course he knew about him. After all, as a patient, his only way to kill time was reading novels and watching anime. System: why do I only have 1 dragon breath skill? What about the 12 talisman abilities? Current talisman abilities are not unlocked, please explore on your own. So I'm just a barebones Sacred Lord now? If a barebones version is this strong, what about unlocking the I want for nothing form once I gather all 12 talismans? Judging from the original owner's attire, he must be a Western aristocrat. Even if I can't gather all the powers, as long as I activate the horse and dog pair, the Eternal Youth package, I can live a comfortable and secure life. However, he currently had none of the original owner's memories, and Liao did not know whether memory fusion would still come. He could only set these matters aside for now. It seems the transformation also comes with healing effects. He then looked at his completely naked body and casually tore a relatively clean piece of cloth from the nearest corpse, wrapping it around his waist. I don't know if there will be other dangers. I'd better hurry back to a human city. Or maybe loot the corpses for some money first. Having made his decision, he walked straight to the most intact-looking corpse. Just as he crouched down, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Liao was startled and asked tentatively, "A passing expert killed the black bear. Do you need help?" The burly man shrank his neck and stammered, "No. It's okay, thanks, young master." Seeing this reaction, Liao's face instantly darkened. He could clearly perceive the fear in the burly man's eyes. Logically, a survivor should not have such an expression, nor would he instinctively refuse help. This man might have seen his transformation process. Liao took a deep breath and drew out the dagger tucked in the burly man's belt. The burly man's pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing turned rapid. Young Master Liao too saw nothing. "I won't tell anyone. As soon as I get back, I'll quit the Adventurers Association. I won't be any threat to you. Please, please." As he said this, the man tried to crawl away from Liao, but his condition was hardly better than the body Liao had just transmigrated into. With a broken sternum, every tiny movement sent convulsions through his body, and white foam unconsciously formed at the corners of his mouth. Liao looked down at this scene, the hand gripping the dagger trembling slightly. He knew very well that the best solution at this point was to kill the man in front of him, but this was truly not something he could do easily. In the past, when reading novels, he often criticized protagonists for not being decisive enough in killing. Now that it was actually his turn, he understood how agonizing the choice could be. Liao steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and suddenly stomped on the man, pressing the dagger against his chest. With just a little more pressure, he could end a living life. The burly man coughed out a few mouthfuls of black blood. The intense pain had left him utterly unable to resist. "Please spare me. I still have a wife and children to support." Liao's breathing quickened, his eyes gradually turning crimson red, and a stream of whispers suddenly echoed in his mind, kill him, you must kill him." Liao exhaled a scorching breath and was about to drive the dagger into the man when a sharp female shout came from behind him. "Liao Enbul? What do you think you're doing? Stop it." The moment the name, Liao Enbul, entered his ears, fragments of the original owner's memories surged into Liao's mind like a tidal wave. His entire body stiffened. Before he could process the information, a heavy blow struck his head, and he instantly lost consciousness. When he sat up, rubbing the slightly swollen back of his head, he found himself in a hospital room. Liao let out a sigh of relief. It seems the secret hasn't been exposed, for now. After inheriting the original owner's memories, he had confirmed his current situation. In this Western fantasy world of swords and sorcery, demonic creatures were the enemy of all intelligent beings. Even the kindest elves would slay them without hesitation. He absolutely could not reveal his ability to transform into the Holy Lord. If that dragon body billowing with demonic chi ever appeared, the locals would give him no chance to explain. He would likely face a worldwide manhunt. A medical worker standing guard at the door heard the commotion in the ward, poked her head and exchanged a glance with Leo and then hurried away. Leo was just about to take the chance to slip away, but a squad of demon hunters in Inquisition uniforms blocked him at the door. Count Enbel, the Chief Inquisitor, will be here shortly to ask you a few questions. Please wait a moment. Leo had no choice but to lie back on the hospital bed pretending everything was normal and began organizing the memories in his mind to prepare for the interrogation that might follow. The original owner had been frail and sickly since childhood. I wonder just how weak he actually is. System, open the panel. Name, Leo Enbel. Race, human. Level 2. Constitution 0. 5. Magic 1. Demonic Chi 678. Skill, Blaze Golem. Special status, Demonic Chi Erosion, Disease, Curse, Weakness, Curse, Magic, Sealing, Curse. Estimated time of death 2 days every 1000. Demonic Chi extends life by 1 day. Leo stared at the panel in front of him, his brows tightly knitted. Any normal fully developed adult would be at least level 5, with a constitution of at least 5 points. The demonic chi erosion was understandable, but what about that pile of curses? The original owner's physical condition was far worse than he had imagined. As he was thinking, a blonde girl in demon hunter attire walked into the ward with cold eyes and recited to Leo. Leo Enbel, 18 years old, legitimate son of the Enbel family, lost his father at 11 and inherited the title of Count. Since then he has bullied the good and oppressed the innocent, stopping at no evil, forcing virtuous young women into prostitution, treating human life like grass, humiliating his mother and oppressing his younger sister. His subjects secretly call him the noble hound of the Serendel borderlands. A month ago he enrolled in St. Novalia Academy. 3 days ago he accepted a duel challenge from a classmate. A day ago he hired a silver-ranked party from the Adventurers Guild to hunt demonic creatures in the wilderness. Any objection to what I've said? Leo looked at the golden little potato standing less than 1.6 meters tall in front of him with an unreadable expression, then grinned. You're the Chief Inquisitor of the Holy Radiance Church. The girl clearly did not catch the teasing undertone in Leo's words. Her expression remained stern. I am Monica, a demon hunter from the 7th Squad of the Inquisition. I witnessed you attempting to kill an Adventurers Guild member. I am charging you with assault. Leo's mouth twitched and his expression turned stern. So you're the one who knocked me out from behind? A mere demon hunter daring to attack a count. I can have you sent to the gallows, don't doubt it. I was trying to stop you from killing him. He was hired by me. Why would I want to kill him? You accuse me? Why not let him come here himself? Monica glared with burning anger. He's in the next room unconscious with severe injuries. The doctor said he won't wake up until tomorrow. I'm giving you the chance to confess of your own accord, don't be ungrateful. Then come back tomorrow. Leo's indifferent tone made Monica's face turn red with anger. She was about to argue further when a voice full of vigor interrupted. Monica, who told you to interrogate Count Enbel on your own? Get out now. The white-haired old man dressed in a pure white uniform embroidered with gold shoved Monica out without further ado and locked the door. He looked at Leo with a smile on his face. Count Enbel, I am Chief Inquisitor Roy. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. May I have a moment of your time? Roy remained outwardly polite, but he had already taken a seat on the edge of the hospital bed, leaving Leo no chance to refuse. I've been to the scene. That demon bear was close to level 40. Even a demon hunter squad would have a hard time killing it. To be able to tear that demon bear apart with bare hands, one would need someone at the level of a paladin commander. So did you see the person who killed the bear? Leo gave an apologetic smile. To be honest, I've been weak since childhood. I fainted at the first sight of it. When I woke up, the bear was already dead. I really don't know what happened. Roy stared at Leo for a long moment, then suddenly rose to his feet. If that's the case, I'll have to wait until that adventurer wakes up and ask him instead. Please rest well, my Lord Count. If you feel unwell, we can arrange a holy nun to cast a calming spell on you. Are those holy nuns and calming spells even proper? Leo smiled politely. They'll let you know if I need anything. After watching Roy leave with the other demon hunters, Leo rested with his eyes closed for a while, then smoothly walked into the next room. The burly man lay quietly on the hospital bed, a fruit knife placed in plain sight on the bedside table. The Inquisition didn't seem to have arranged any guards. An uncontrollable murderous intent rose in Leo's heart, and he grabbed the knife. I'm a noble. Nobles in this world have great privileges. If I stab this knife into his throat, at worst I pay a fine and the problem is gone forever. Cough, cough. The burly man coughed in his sleep, instantly snapping Leo out of it. He immediately let go of the knife, his face turning grave, and walked swiftly out of the room. This was such an obvious trap, and yet he had let his murderous intent make him ignore it. Was the demonic chi affecting my mind? He can't be killed. If I make a move, I could be caught on the spot. But I have to find a way to make him keep quiet. Did he mention earlier that he has a wife and kids? Then he'll start with his family. After thinking it over, Leo turned and left the hospital. Shortly after he left, Roy and Monica's figures slowly materialized in the burly man's ward. Monica snorted coldly. Grandpa, did you see that? He's definitely harboring a guilty conscience. Why else would he fixate on a poor common adventurer? Roy slowly shook his head. After close contact with demonic chi, being bloodthirsty is perfectly normal. On the contrary, the fact that he managed to snap out of it shows that his heart is not evil. But was that really a demon bear? I didn't sense any demonic chi from it at all. Demonic chi had appeared in this world for nearly 10,000 years, and no one had ever found a way to completely eliminate or transfer it. To this day, vast areas of land remain uninhabitable due to demonic chi. Therefore, the only explanation for the demon hunters not sensing demonic chi at the scene was that it wasn't a demonic creature at all. Roy sighed. Go see what he intends to do. Grandpa needs to meet a few friends next. Monica immediately perked up. Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't let him harm a single blade of grass in the Holy Radiance Church State. Roy looked at his granddaughter, who was overflowing with a sense of justice, and could only shake his head helplessly. With a furrowed brow, he muttered to himself. The ability to fully absorb demonic chi. According to ancient records, only the 7 ancient demons could do such a thing. As Leo stepped through the entrance of the guild, the adventurers resting inside cast suspicious looks his way. Clearly, word that the Silver Squad had been wiped out had already spread. How can I help you? The receptionist at the Adventurers Guild wore a professional smile, but Leo could detect the disdain in her eyes. But correcting her attitude was not the most urgent matter. The adventurer squad I hired yesterday was tragically killed. I am deeply grieved and would like to offer their families some compensation, 10 gold coins for each one. 10 gold coins were savings a commoner could not amass in a lifetime, enough for a family of 3 to live a comfortable life. The receptionist looked at Leo in surprise, and her manner improved considerably. You may leave the money with us. I swear on the guild's honor that every last coin will be delivered safely to the families. No, I want you to give me the addresses so I can apologize in person. What? I said I intend to visit them and apologize in person. The receptionist blinked, not knowing how to answer. Even the adventurers listening in nearby were sizing up Li Ao in disbelief. If those words had come from one of their fellow adventurers, they would have mocked him for an entire year. What nonsense, an eminent noble actually planning to apologize to commoners in person. For face-obsessed nobles like these, dignity was nearly as precious as life. Even if he wanted to salvage his reputation, surely he wouldn't go this far. Seeing that Li Ao was completely serious and did not seem to be putting on an act, the receptionist immediately took a stack of documents from the drawer behind her. These are the supplementary files for the squad. Take them. Thank you. Li Ao let out a relieved breath. But before he could reach the documents, a delicate hand clamped around his wrist. Monica stepped out from beside Li Ao and pushed the files back. Don't give them to him. He might have ulterior motives. The receptionist glanced at the demon hunter uniform Monica was wearing and silently locked the documents away again. Seeing the prize slipping from his grasp, Li Ao pulled his hand back irritably and drew a deep breath. Miss Monica, are you trying to stop me from compensating the victims' families? Who knows what you're plotting? What if you're going to kill them to silence them? If I wanted to do something like that, I wouldn't have come to the guild in public to ask for their addresses. But no matter how Li Ao explained, Monica remained stubbornly planted between him and the receptionist. Compared with Li Ao, a foreign noble, the receptionist was more inclined to believe Monica, and her look at Li Ao once again turned scrutinizing. Li Ao knew he could no longer obtain what he wanted here, so he turned and left without hesitation. Monica also dropped all pretense and followed close behind him. Not long after they left the guild, a short man sidled up to Li Ao. Count Enbo, I hear you're looking for the addresses of the fallen squad members. Li Ao stopped in his tracks. You know, at the Rat's Nest we have every kind of information, as long as you can pay the price. The Rat's Nest was a renowned intelligence organization said to have influence across the entire continent. Monica's face turned grim. Even demon hunters sometimes needed the information network of the Rat's Nest, so she could not afford to offend such an organization. Money is no object. Li Ao replied with confidence. Refreshingly direct. The short man smiled, walked ahead to lead the way, and soon turned into a dark alley. Li Ao looked back. Seeing Monica still following him, he finally plucked up the courage to step inside. Yet in the span of that backward glance, the short man had completely vanished, leaving only faint rustling sounds stirring in the gloom. Suddenly a flash of bright silver sliced through the darkness. Li Ao started to retreat, only to collide with Monica, who was right behind him. What are you? Move! Li Ao had no chance to react. He only felt a petite figure hurl herself at him, and then a sharp, violent pain tore through his abdomen. Touched demonic energy carrier. Absorbed 10 points of demonic energy. Anyone who is regularly the target of assassinations knows that pulling out the blade at this moment only accelerates death from blood loss. Li Ao grabbed the attacker's arm with all his strength, trying to stop her from pulling the dagger out. Unfortunately, he was far too weak, and the dagger was inevitably yanked free before clattering to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound. Li Ao could only lean helplessly against the wall and slide down to the floor. Just as he thought he was doomed, a cool-tasting liquid flowed into his mouth. Li Ao swallowed instinctively and soon felt the pain in his abdominal wound slowly fade. This is healing holy water. Very little of it is produced even in a year. You truly got off easy. Monica put the glass bottle away with reluctance and patted Li Ao's shoulder. It's too dangerous here. Let's go. Li Ao pointed at the figure still standing motionless after attacking him. Aren't you going to arrest her? She tried to kill me. Are you trying to protect her? In the darkness the petite figure shouted hysterically, "You're the villain. I'm going to avenge my father and the uncles and aunts who died." Hearing this, Liao understood at once. "You're Hank's daughter?" Hank was the name of that burly man. Monica, seeing that she could no longer keep it hidden, could only reluctantly chant a spell illumination. A pale yellow orb of light glowed in Monica's hand and Liao squinted. The girl before him looked only 11 or 12 with a light sprinkle of freckles, and her face still held a frightened, shaken expression. The act of almost killing Liao moments ago had placed an immense psychological burden on her, otherwise she would not have been so terrified that she forgot to run away. Monica knew the little girl had committed a grave crime that no country would ever forgive, so she could only attempt to persuade him. "Count Enbel, she's just a child who doesn't know any better. Perhaps someone instigated her. I can help you find the mastermind behind all this." Liao ignored Monica. He reached out and pressed his hand on the girl's frail shoulder. "Do you know what happens to a little girl who attacks a noble in the county of Enbel?" I don't know." Now that Liao had absorbed the demonic energy, the girl no longer had that vengeful spirit. Her small hands fidgeted uneasily with the hem of her clothes. A sinister, triumphant smile spread across Liao's face. "From today onward you are my personal maid." "What maid? That's not what you told me." Monica was losing her composure. After all, she had attacked Leo not long ago and was threatened by him with the gallows. Leo had no time to explain to Monica. His eyes fixed on the bewildered girl. "Come, tell me your name." The girl glanced at Monica and replied in a low voice. "Lilia." Leo struggled to his feet and bowed deeply to Lilia. "Lilia, I'm truly sorry about your father, but please believe me, it was an accident." Monica's eyes widened a little, staring at the scene in disbelief. He actually apologized to a commoner? She herself might not have been able to do that. Lilia bit her lip and plucked up the courage to retort. "But someone told me that you bought that demon bear and had it placed there." Leo double-checked the memories in his mind and explained. "I did buy that demon bear, but it was only level 17. Your father's team knew about it in advance, and I promised them a hefty sum of hush money. I also don't know why that demon bear's power suddenly surged. Combined with the fact that you were instigated to attack me today, it's clear someone wants me dead. Your father was probably caught in the crossfire because of me." Leo remembered absorbing 10 points of demonic chi from Lilia's weapon. That couldn't be a coincidence. He would have loved to investigate secretly on his own, but his current strength simply didn't allow. With his current strength he couldn't even defeat the frail Lilia, so he had no choice but to turn to Monica and voluntarily report. "I suspect someone infused the demon bear with a large amount of demonic chi." Lilia's emotions were acting very strangely earlier. Maybe she was also affected by the demonic chi. After hearing this, Monica frowned deeply, pinched her chin in thought for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. "Quick, let's return to the hospital." Gale acceleration. As she spoke, a pale green magic circle appeared around her ankle. Without waiting for Leo and Lilia to respond, she grabbed both by the waist, leaped onto the rooftop, and flew back to the hospital at incredible speed. Meanwhile, around Hank's hospital bed, several individuals representing the most elite forces of the Holy Radiance Papal State were gathered as if in a consultation of experts. A beautiful woman in a purple mage's robe held a slender smoking pipe. Her purple lipsticked lips pursed slightly as she slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke. His body has almost fully recovered, but his soul hasn't rested properly. "Are you sure you want to wake him ahead of time?" Roy looked grave. "Elise, this concerns an ancient demon. We must get information as soon as possible. Here only you know soul magic." Elise shrugged. "Let me make this clear, soul magic is extremely delicate. If something goes wrong with him, I take no responsibility." After receiving Roy's affirmative reply, she hesitated no longer and held her smoking pipe just above Hank's forehead. Profound and obscure incantations flowed from her lips as a purple starlight array slowly took shape around Hank's head. After tens of minutes of chanting, Elise withdrew her pipe, her chest heaving rapidly. "It's done." As her voice faded, Hank's eyes snapped open. He stared at the people before him and shouted in terror. "Master Leo, don't kill me! Holy light!" An old man in papal robes extended his palm and a gentle radiance washed over Hank's body, instantly calming his emotions. Roy stepped forward and pressed down on Hank's shoulder. "Hank, Leo Ember wanted to kill you." "Why? What did you see?" Hank panted and looked around at everyone, hesitating. "Don't be afraid. I am the Grand Inquisitor. No one here is someone Leo Ember can contend with. If you saw something, you must tell us." I saw." "What?" "A dragon. A demon dragon. It tore the demon bear apart." "What is Leo's connection with the demon dragon? Can he control the demon dragon?" "No. He can't." Bang! At that critical moment, Monica shoved open the ward door. "Grand Inquisitor, I have new intelligence." "Huh?" Both Monica and Leo could tell that these people were of high status, so they dared not act rashly. But Lilia had already rushed eagerly to Hank's bedside. "Dad." "What?" "I'm so glad you're okay. Mom had to work in the laundry, so she couldn't bring me to see you. Someone gave me a weapon. I tried to assassinate Count Ember, and now I'm his personal maid." The little girl choked out everything in one breath, leaving everyone present utterly confused. Hank glanced at Leo without changing his expression, then hugged Lilia tightly. "My Lord Grand Inquisitor, I remember now. After the demon dragon tore the demon bear apart, it left immediately. Because I was badly injured and didn't want to die in agony, I begged Master Leo to give me a merciful end. Do you take us for fools? If it was voluntary, why did you just shout, 'Don't kill me'?" A bronze-skinned giant carrying a great sword on his back stepped forward furiously. His towering figure, over 2 meters tall, left Leo without the slightest thought of resistance. The giant grabbed Leo by the collar and lifted him up, then proposed to the others. "Since this involves an ancient demon, if there's suspicion, kill immediately. If we kill the right one, all is well. If we kill the wrong one, it's just one foreign noble dead. I'll handle the apologies." Roy shook his head. "Vice Dean Doran, we can't kill the innocent." Doran snorted coldly and was about to put Leo down. But the Pope slightly raised his head, his cloudy eyes scrutinizing Leo. "This concerns the survival of the continent. I believe Count Ember would be willing to sacrifice the lesser self." "You old bastard." Leo clenched his back molars. "If you've got the guts, wait a few years for me to grow stronger, then I'll make you sacrifice your precious self too." "Oh, come to think of it, Leo Ember is a student of Saint Novalia, isn't he?" Elise suddenly spoke. Doran dragged Leo in front of Elise. "What, Dean? Elise wants to protect him. I heard he's betrothed to Vera Grom. If the Vice Dean insists on killing him without evidence, I can just pretend I didn't see it." Vera Grom? Really? She could fancy this worthless noble? It was obvious that none of them had heard of this rumor, which circulated only within the academy. Elise curled her lips. It seems it was an arranged marriage before birth and their childhood sweethearts. Regardless, before the engagement is officially broken, shouldn't we show some respect to the Grom family? Don't forget the purpose of founding St. Novalia Academy. Do you really want to antagonize a family like that at this critical moment? The Grom family, renowned for their ancestors' slaughter of pure-blooded dragons, was one of the oldest lineages on the continent. Doran still held on to Leo reluctantly. "I can't just let this obviously suspicious fellow go. The Grom family would probably be glad to see this engagement called off." As he spoke, his eyes toward Leo already carried clear murderous intent. Elise raised her smoking pipe. "I have a better idea. The soul of a demonic creature is fundamentally different from that of a normal being. If we examine the shape of his soul we can tell whether he's problematic. She narrowed her eyes and smiled at Leo. Student Leo, I've never cast this kind of soul magic on a human before. There may be side effects. Are you willing? Leo glanced at Duran's dangerous gaze knowing this was his only way out and immediately nodded. I'm willing. Look into my eyes. Leo instinctively looked. In Elise's purple irises numerous complex magic circuits appeared. Before he knew it, Leo felt his soul gradually leave his body, but it was quickly restored. How is this possible? Elise stepped back in disbelief, staring at Leo as if he were a monster. The others instantly snapped into combat readiness, and without hesitation Dolan hurled a punch at Leo, only to be abruptly halted by a violet barrier. Alice hastily explained, "Don't kill him. There's nothing wrong with him." "No, there is something wrong, but not what you think." Roy frowned. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Alice took a deep breath. "I've studied this. A creature's soul becomes eroded by the taint of sin. Even your souls, I imagine, are far from immaculate. But his soul is almost unnaturally pure." Leo was hardly surprised. Compared to the decaying nobles in the original owner's memories, a law-abiding youth raised under the red flag had a heart as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Monica, standing nearby, couldn't hold back. "Sister Alice, is your magic really reliable? His reputation in Selendil is notoriously terrible." The others also looked skeptical. How could a noble from a place like Selendil's borderlands possess a pure soul? "Did you think he was an elf?" Alice rapped Monica on the head in annoyance. "I have considerable confidence in my magic. Perhaps you should confront Leo with the rumors you've gathered." Monica rubbed her forehead. Seeing that no one objected, she asked Leo, "I heard you forced your maid to sleep with you, and when she refused you killed her." Leo thought for a moment. "She snuck into my bed at night hoping to climb the ranks, so I dismissed her. She took her own life at home out of shame. Then I also heard that out of jealousy toward the Knight Captain's talent you broke his leg. He bullied the common folk under the authority of his office. I was merely enforcing the laws my father left behind. If so, why didn't you personally come forward to refute those harmful rumors?" "My uncle said that rumors cease in the presence of the wise, and that responding personally would only darken the picture. Ever since I inherited the title of Count, I've entrusted most of the domain's affairs to him." At that point nothing more needed to be said. The seasoned schemers present had already pieced together the whole story. Those rumors had clearly been deliberately spread by Leo's uncle to ruin his name. Could it be that this young man was genuinely pure-hearted by nature? One last question: why did you buy the demon bear and stage this elaborate performance? "I've been frail and sickly since childhood. To avoid revealing that weakness, I wanted a plausible excuse to decline challenges from my classmates." Alice suddenly realized. No wonder you chose to study magic despite coming from a knightly family. "So that's the reason." Lilia said softly, I can testify. His physical strength really is pitifully weak." Hank, who had been silent all along, added, "Our squad was aware of the demon bear incident. If the demon dragon hadn't suddenly appeared, Lord Leo would have died in that bear's jaws." At this point the suspicion against Leo was essentially cleared. But our problem still remains unsolved. What about the demon dragon? Did it take the demonic energy from the bear's body? The trail had gone cold, which only made Roy's frown deepen. Monica suddenly remembered her purpose and quickly said, "When the demon bear was purchased it was only level 17. That means someone used demonic energy to forcibly raise its level. Lilia might also have been influenced by demonic energy when she carried out the plan to assassinate Count Ember." Alice's eyes glinted. This method of utilizing demonic energy. It sounds oddly familiar. Dolan's body surged with blazing battle chi, his teeth grinding audibly. Remnants of the demon god cult. The demon god cult was a heretical organization devoted to resurrecting ancient demons, and centuries ago it had been jointly crushed by the nations. Yet like demonic energy itself, they flickered in and out of existence, leaving traces now and then, as if they could never be completely wiped out. Roy also seemed thoughtful. The demon god cult hasn't made any major moves in decades. It's entirely possible they've developed a means to fully absorb demonic energy. Alice nodded in agreement. That sudden demon dragon might well have been the result of their internal strife. The Pope, whose eyes were clouded, immediately said, "Count Ember, from now on please live your life normally. We will protect you from the shadows." Hearing this, Liao hastily tried to dissuade them. "Since I'm their target, if they realize you're watching me, they'll likely go into hiding again. You don't want such a hidden threat lurking in your holy city, do you?" Dolan asked in confusion. "Boy, do you understand what you're doing? The demon god cult isn't something to be trifled with. If you refuse our protection and willingly become bait, you might be killed before we even react. More than a dozen innocent lives have already been lost because of me. I must bear that responsibility. It is the Ember family precept, and it is my duty as a noble." The real reason was different, however. With the identity crisis resolved, he now needed to seek out demonic energy to extend his own lifespan. If he was constantly watched by these powerful figures, they might discover his ability to absorb demonic energy, and that would be truly fatal. But none present knew of Liao's true motive. Even the Pope, who had remained expressionless until now, was visibly moved. "Child, are you truly willing to cast yourself into danger? If I don't enter hell, who will?" Thighs. Those words. Good. What a good child. Well said. The aged Pope burst into tears and suddenly knelt by the window, praying devoutly. "O goddess of sacred radiance, do you see? The light remains, the holy radiance remains, humanity's hope has not withered." Liao had no idea why the Pope had lost his composure. Before he could even react, a burly hand clapped down on his shoulder, and the crushing weight made him cough involuntarily. Under Alice's reproachful gaze, Dolan sheepishly withdrew his hand and flashed an embarrassed smile at Liao. Leo, I'll admit I did hold some prejudice against you before. I apologize. You've got real guts, you're a good man." With that, he produced a glass bottle filled with blood. "This is Earth Dragon blood I obtained in the Beast Realm. Soak in it to improve your physique." With Dolan taking the lead, the other heavyweights also opened their coffers generously. Alice lightly waved the pipe in her hand, and a jade-green crystal pendant suddenly appeared in Liao's palm. This pendant bears a one-time defensive array capable of withstanding a 5th-tier spell. Once triggered, it'll sense it immediately. The Pope, for his part, offered 3 vials of healing holy water. Roy, having nothing suitable to give, looked somewhat flustered. Alice narrowed her eyes with a smile. "I think having absolutely no protection might also make things look suspicious. How about enrolling Monica in the academy to serve as Leo's personal bodyguard?" "What?" Monica panicked. "Didn't we talk about this before? I'm already a demon hunter. I don't want to go to school." Roy could see what Alice was up to, but he didn't think it was a bad idea. Monica had lost her parents as a child. Taking care of her himself was easy enough, but without peers her own age, a child's development could never be healthy. Besides, all his old friends had given gifts. How could he show up empty-handed? Offering his granddaughter as a bodyguard was hardly something to be laughed at. He immediately gave his approval and said to the despairing Monica, "Monica, you'll follow Dean Alice's arrangements." The oppressive aura lingering around Liao gradually lifted, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. Now all he had to do was head to the black market, buy some demonic beasts to kill and absorb their demonic energy while lying down. Yet Roy's next words plunged his heart straight back into the abyss. The underground black market of the Holy City needs to be reined in. How dare they sell demonic creatures? I will send people to keep an eye on their monster trade. Demonic chi drifted unpredictably following no discernible pattern. Even the Holy Radiance Papal State, which had established dedicated demon hunter positions, could not guarantee that a demonic creature would not suddenly leap out of some place or other. Given the current situation, Liao could not possibly participate in demon hunting operations openly and absorb demonic chi. The black market did occasionally sell low-rank demonic creatures for the amusement of certain nobles with peculiar tastes. But now that place had already been targeted by Luo Yi, and the only remaining way to kill demonic creatures in secret was completely cut off. Liao looked at the notification on the panel that said he had only 2 days of life left and silently clenched his fist. After the several bigwigs worked out a countermeasure, Monica was forcibly taken away by Alisai to handle her enrollment procedures. Having seen with his own eyes how Liao was cleared of suspicion under the astonishing soul magic investigation, Hank had long lost any intention of reporting him. But when a commoner served a noble as a personal maidservant, anything could happen. If he had 2 children, he would be very pleased that one of them had such an opportunity, but Lilia was his only daughter. Young Master Liao, Lilia is still young. As for becoming your personal maidservant, since he had failed to kill Hank, Liao was even less likely to let the bargaining chip in his hand slip away. Knowing Hank's concerns, Liao immediately cut him off. Mr. Hank, I would like to hire you as the captain of the guard at my estate, and I would also like your wife to come and work there. Exactly, a family should stay together. If he raised a death-sworn retainer, would he still have to worry about being reported? Hank knew he could not refuse, and he had no reason to refuse. After decades as an adventurer, he had only barely managed to keep the family fed and clothed. Now the family of 3 could all work for a great noble. Not only would food and clothing no longer be a worry, but they could also save up a considerable fortune for Lilia. Even if one day Liao really grew tired of Lilia and cast her aside, she would still have the capital to enjoy life. Hank immediately bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, young Master Liao. Lilia hastily copied Hank's gesture and thanked Liao as well. Watching Lilia's clumsy bow, Liao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Absorbing demonic chi did not necessarily require looking for demonic creatures, as long as he found a vessel of demonic chi that would do. Wasn't it by absorbing the demonic chi from the dagger at his waist that he had activated the system right after transmigrating? Killing a level 37 demon bear had only earned him 300 points of demonic chi, but his initial demonic chi value had been as high as 1378. Just 10 points of demonic chi had already been able to affect Lilia's mind. How could the original owner's frail body possibly have lived a normal life while carrying over 1,000 points of demonic chi? Didn't this show that the demonic chi absorbed from that dagger might have been over 1,000 points in total? Thinking of this, he quickly searched his memories for the dagger's origin. If he found a second one, he could live another day. Wela Jeluomu. A letter. A gift. Inferiority, resentment, hostility. A surge of complex, intense emotion flooded into his mind, and Liao clutched his throbbing chest. Was the dagger a gift from his fiancée? What had the letter said? Why had she sent such a powerful vessel of demonic chi? What exactly had happened between the original owner and this fiancé? Although Liao had inherited the original owner's memories, the memories of 2 lifetimes were mixed together, making his mind unavoidably chaotic. No matter how hard he tried, he simply could not recall the specific details. Never mind, I need to go home and change clothes anyway. Glancing at the large bloodstain on his abdomen, Liao said to Lilia, let's go. I'll take you back to the estate first. Lilia looked back at Hank. Only when he nodded did she timidly follow behind Liao. Soon the 2 arrived at the central district of the Holy City, where both sides of the avenue were lined with manors overflowing with noble elegance. Liao stopped before a relatively small manor and with a cold face kicked the guard who was dozing at the entrance. The guard jolted awake and hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, I dozed off. It's young Master Liao who's come back. The moment he saw Liao standing before him, the guard's expression instantly turned relaxed. I ran into danger. Why did no one come to the hospital to pick me up? Young Master Kate told everyone not to bother with you, saying it was your plan. Kate Bayer was the son of the original owner's good-for-nothing uncle, which made him the original owner's cousin. Liao smiled, pulled out the baton from the guard's waist and weighed it in his hand. Seeing that Liao did not have the slightest trace of anger on his face and was even in the mood to study the wooden stick, the guard looked at him with undisguised contempt. Young Master Kate is in the manor right now. Should I announce you and ask him to come and receive you? Liao let out a cold laugh and swung the baton across the guard's face. Smack! The sudden attack caught the guard completely off guard, and a red swollen mark instantly appeared on his face. Clutching his face, the guard furiously stepped toward Liao. You dare to hit me? The disturbance quickly drew the attention of those around them, and the nearby guards ran back into their respective manors, clearly to report to their own masters. Liao's body was weak, and the attack just now had already left him breathing a little heavily, but he knew he absolutely could not show weakness at this moment. Who do you think you are? Why shouldn't I be able to hit you? As he spoke, Liao swung the baton again, but the guard caught it with ease. Liao could not help lamenting once more how weak this body was, yet his gaze remained fierce. You dare to resist? Cowed by Liao's gaze, the guard felt as though the Liao before him had turned into a completely different person, and he blankly loosened his grip on the baton. Liao mercilessly whipped the baton across the guard's face again. It hurt so much that the guard covered his face and knelt down. Stop hitting me, my lord Count. I was wrong. I stood guard all night yesterday. I really just dozed off for a moment by accident. Your mistake is not that. Liao knew that the guard was deliberately shouting for the neighbors secretly watching the commotion to hear. With a cold smile, he shoved the baton into the guard's mouth and said in the same loud voice, I am Count Liao Bayer, and I am your master. I am returning to my own home, and you still need to ask my uninvited cousin for permission. Utterly absurd. MMPH. MMPH. The guard was in so much pain that tears streamed out. He made anxious, muffled sounds, but no longer dared to wrench the baton from his mouth on his own, so he could only mutter to himself. Ever since the rumor that young Master Liao was jealous of the capable had spread through the territory, he had always been extremely tolerant toward his subordinates. He had even accepted the Night Order's refusal to arrange anyone to accompany him to study abroad on the grounds that the safety of the territory was more important. Why had he suddenly changed his temperament today and become so brutal? Could he actually be beaten to death by him? Just then the iron gate of the manor slowly opened, and a noble young man with graceful bearing and proper features walked out. Cousin Liao, what happened here? Is a mere guard worth such humiliation at your hands? Liao looked sharply at Kate. Judging from the scent of perfume that had not yet faded on him, the fellow had probably been fooling around with a woman in the manor just moments ago. And he had even gone out of his way to dress up before coming outside. Wasn't that just to make everyone compare which of the two Bayers was more aristocratic? Liao saw through Kate's little trick at a glance. With a sinister smile, he pulled out the baton and walked over to Kate. Cousin Kate, I heard you told them not to come to the hospital to pick me up. Do you know that I almost died on the way home? Kate glanced at the blood-stained clothes on Liao. He felt that the person before him was no longer that cowardly cousin and involuntarily stepped back. Liao, your cousin just didn't want to disrupt your plan. Once again catching Kate off guard, Liao wiped the baton, now covered with the guard's saliva, on Kate's clothes. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. In an instant, fury blazed in Kate's eyes. Leo met his gaze without the slightest trace of fear. They'll say this once, get out of my sight, now. The corner of Carter's eye twitched uncontrollably, but in the end he let out a cold snort and turned to board the carriage waiting nearby. Leo let out a faint sigh of relief. Based on his fragmented memories, he was now essentially certain that the entire Ember Earldom was already under the control of his uncle Victor. This was exactly why Carter had dared to claim another's nest as his own. Leo couldn't be sure who truly wanted him dead, but the most likely suspect by far was Victor himself. Until he gained the ability to protect himself, he absolutely could not let Carter get too close. Spare me, my Lord Count. They'll never dare again. Seeing that even Carter wouldn't argue with Leo, the guard abandoned all hope and immediately knocked his head on the ground, begging for forgiveness. All the guards and attendants in the manor had followed him from the earldom, and most were probably Victor's people. Naturally, Leo had no intention of trusting them enough to keep them. His outburst just now had been a deliberate excuse to purge the entire manor. As for what his noble neighbors thought of him, a man who had only days to live, why should he care what others said? So facing the guard, who was weeping as if truly repentant, Leo had no intention of playing the part of a benevolent master. He paused only briefly, then brought his foot down on the back of the man's head. Thud! The guard's forehead struck the ground hard, blood instantly flooding his face. I have no use for a dog that can't recognize its master. You're dismissed. Remember to bring the hospital bill to me for payment. What? No, my Lord Count, you can't. If you want to throw away your life along with your job, feel free to keep barking. Almost all the servants who had followed the previous master here had signed indenture contracts. Even if Leo killed every one of them, the only consequence would be a bit of public criticism. With any luck, it might even make a fine topic for some noble lattice tea party. The guard opened his mouth, then shuffled away in a daze. Leo turned his gaze toward the manor. The attendants, who had been covertly watching, immediately lowered their heads and stood in 2 orderly rows to receive him. Leo walked through them with his head high and chest out, not sparing them a glance. Lilia trotted along behind him. He hadn't expected the child to come along and asked with some curiosity, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lilia shook her head like a rattle drum. That guard looked at you the same way the ruffians looked at me and my mama. He must be a bad person, and bad people deserve a harsh lesson. Leo couldn't help curving the corner of his mouth. You're right. Lilia looked around at the nervous attendants, then suddenly asked, Master Leo, what is a personal maid like? Leo was taken aback, realizing all the attendants around him were uniformly handsome young men. He only then remembered that after the rumors surrounding the maid's suicide, the previous master had, on Victor's advice, never again taken any female servant. These male servants had also been meticulously chosen by Victor. Could it be he meant to seduce the previous master to the other side? Fortunately, no unhealthy scenes appeared in his memories, otherwise Leo would really have considered learning a memory-wiping spell. Wait, if there are no women in the manor, where did the scent of perfume on Carter come from? Leo's heart jolted. He grabbed a footman by the collar. Did Carter bring a woman with him? You don't know. Young Master Carter had something in a sack slung over his shoulder. It looked like a person, but we didn't dare ask. Which room? Your bedroom. Damn it. Leo shoved the footman to the ground and rushed into the bedroom. The attendants exchanged uneasy glances, then quickly dispersed back to their work areas, planning to make up for all the duties they had neglected recently so as not to give anyone leverage against them. Ember Manor had barely regained its uneasy peace when the neighboring noble residences erupted in an uproar. Many noble ladies who relished gossip were already preparing tea party invitations. Have you heard? That newly arrived count from the Sarander border has barely been here a month and already has more than a dozen lives on his hands. I know. One of his guards merely narrowed his eyes and he smashed the man's tongue with a stick. My husband works in the Intelligence Bureau. His nickname out in Sarander is Mad Dog. As the saying goes, you can be misnamed but never misnicknamed. And yet a man like that was accepted into St. Novalia? Then wouldn't my child be in great danger? Yet amid the waves of suspicion and mockery, there were always those who held a different view from the crowd. In the house directly across from Ember Manor, a noble lady with long ice blue hair dressed in a thin nightgown had watched the entire scene through her window. The maid who watched beside her covered her mouth and stepped back a few paces in disbelief. "Good heavens, Your Highness, this Ember is even worse than the rumors say. He looks like a street thug from the Kaiserland capital. It's a good thing you didn't go to school. Should we avoid him from now on? Or should I start packing for a move right now? Your Highness. Your Highness. Your Highness, what's wrong?" Seeing the young lady with her arms crossed and head bowed in silence, the maid was alarmed and quickly took a vial of medicine from her pocket. She had just opened the lid when the girl stopped her. "Sophie, put the medicine away. I'm not having an attack. Don't you find his eyes unusual? It's as if a dying person were struggling desperately." "What? I want his complete file. And also pack up, prepare for enrollment." Sophie had grown up beside the girl and immediately understood her intent. "Your Highness, you mustn't approach him rashly. It could be dangerous. Isn't my body already on the edge of danger?" Sophie pouted and left the room reluctantly. Eleonora Kaiserland raised her head, revealing a pale, delicate face shadowed by weariness. She drew the curtains. The light silk nightgown slid off her shapely figure, exposing fair skin now covered with blue fissures like porcelain that could shatter at any moment. She threw herself onto the bed without a care, a gleam of excitement flashing in her half-lidded eyes. "Leo, Ember, you and I, would we be the same kind?" Leo had no idea that the princess from Kaiserland had marked him as a target. His more immediate headache was what to do with the beast-eared girl bound hand and foot on his bed. The war between the human race and the beast race had already lasted over 1,000 years. Born out of certain unspeakable forbidden acts, the half-beast race was recognized by neither humans nor beasts. Yet compared with humans' spiritual revulsion, they feared becoming food in the mouths of beasts even more. That was why most half-beasts still chose to wander through human territory. St. Novalia Academy was the newest magic and martial academy established by the Holy Radiance Papal State, founded on the ideal of equal exchange and learning among all races. Those with enough talent could even attend for free. The beast girl lying on the bed with grayish-white wolf ears wore the uniform of St. Novalia Academy. Just as Leo neared the bedside, the wolf girl's ears suddenly twitched and she woke from her daze. Struggling and twisting, she realized she was tied up and glared at Leo with immense fury. Because her mouth was stuffed with cloth, she could only bare her teeth at Leo furiously and let out a low, threatening growl from her throat, obviously taking him for the culprit who had bound her and brought her here. Half-beasts generally had extremely sturdy physiques. Some races were even born at level 10 or higher. Even with the wolf girl bound, Leo did not dare approach the hissing beast girl carelessly. Taking a few steps back, he began to explain, "This is my home, but I'm not the one who tied you up. Do you understand? MMPH. I came back in time, so he shouldn't have had a chance to do anything to you. Got it? MMPH. Next, I'm going to take the cloth out of your mouth and then we'll talk. How about that?" The wolf girl stared at Leo for a few seconds, then nodded heavily. Only then did Leo slowly edge closer, quickly remove the cloth from her mouth, and immediately retreat. Chui. The wolf girl made no aggressive move, she just kept spitting onto the bed. Looking at the expensive bedding stained with saliva, Leo twitched the corner of his mouth. "Do you remember who captured you?" The wolf girl wrinkled her delicate nose and looked extremely angry. "Carter Ember. He asked to meet me, saying he wanted to apologize on behalf of the Ember family, and even gave me a bottle of perfume as a gift. I only took a light sniff and then I fainted. That family deserves to die without descendants. I curse every one of them to live a short life. Don't let me get the chance or I'll bite his throat off." The border earldom of Sarander bordered the beast realm, and conflicts between the two sides were frequent. The residents there, often harassed by beasts, held extremely hostile attitudes toward half-beasts. Some lords even encouraged the sale and purchase of half-beast slaves. Victor Ember had indeed issued a decree to hunt half-beasts throughout the earldom. Seeing her curses growing uglier, Leo quickly interrupted. This is the holy city. If you kill him, the tribunal will come after you. Then I'll die together with him just to show everyone that we half-beasts are not to be walked on. And what about your people? How much pressure would the half-beasts who entered the academy with you have to bear? The nobles might even take this chance to join forces and drive them all out of the school. The wolf girl's expression froze. Even though she felt wronged, she also thought Leo's words made sense. You're right. I can't ruin things for everyone. They came here to learn real skills so they can go back and protect our clan. But if I just swallow this humiliation, what if he keeps hurting my companions? You can report him to the tribunal and tell them he planned to kidnap and assault you. There's a good chance it won't accomplish much, but at least it'll put him on the tribunal's radar. Maybe he'll lie low for a while. The wolf girl nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Leo with complete sincerity. You're the first human to help me think of a way out. I want to be friends with you. My name is Wen Sha. What about you? I'm Leo. Leo Ember. Even though Leo had been on guard, he still hadn't expected the wolf girl's physique to be so powerful that bound in a caterpillar form she could still twist her body and pounce on him. Wen Sha pressed Leo, who couldn't dodge in time, under her body and went straight for his neck. Those two sharp fangs made cold sweat run down Leo's spine, and he hurriedly raised an arm to block. Wen Sha immediately bit down on Leo's forearm and showed no sign of releasing her bite. If he did nothing, Leo was sure she could bite a solid chunk of flesh off his arm. Calm down. Let me finish. You're in league with Carter. You just want me to give up my revenge and let him live. Why are you hunting us? I'm only an earl in name. The hunting decree wasn't issued by me. Go on, if you've got the guts, bite me to death right now. Then see whether my uncle's inheritance of the title makes the hunts even more brutal. Having run into several attacks in a single day, Leo inevitably grew irritable. A surge of fierceness rose from his heart, and he stared straight into Wen Sha's eyes without flinching. Wen Sha, who had meant to fight to the death, suddenly shuddered. She felt an oppressive aura of a higher life form emanating from Leo and unconsciously let go of his arm. Leo gasped for air. Only with Lilia's help did he manage to shift Wen Sha off him, then he quickly rolled up his sleeve to inspect the wound. Because Wen Sha's attack had not been life-threatening, the protective necklace Alice had given him was not triggered. But looking at the wound on his arm, Leo still couldn't help worrying about dangers like rabies, so he could only endure the pain and take a small sip of healing holy water. Wen Sha gradually calmed down, but deep suspicion still lingered in her eyes. If you want revenge, I have a better proposal. Want to hear it? When Wen Sha made no reply, Leo went on anyway. Today, in order to save you, I burned bridges with Carter. He might try to get back at me. I want to hire you as my personal bodyguard and protector. What's more, with a little luck you might get a chance at revenge. Hiring a half-beast schoolmate had been his plan from the very first moment he saw Wen Sha. Their status was sensitive and their relationship with humans was poor. Since they had come here mainly to study, the odds of them being bought and turned into assassins were extremely low. Wen Sha was a rare person worth winning over. After all, he had in some sense saved her, and she still seemed reasonably capable of normal communication. Once Wen Sha could serve as an example, he could slowly find ways to win over the remaining half-beasts. A mocking smile crossed Wen Sha's face. Hire me? Are you out of your mind? You want me to serve the Ember family that issued the hunting decree? Let me repeat myself, the decree was not issued by the Ember family. It was Victor Ember as an individual. He is your enemy and also my enemy. An enemy of my enemy is a friend. If you are willing to help me, and if I truly take back the earldom one day, I can even set aside an autonomous region for half-beasts. Wen Sha's expression shifted. After thinking for several minutes, she gritted her teeth and asked, "I don't understand this enemy-friend stuff. First tell me, what is an autonomous region? You didn't even understand what I said and still you thought about it for that long. It means a piece of land granted to you for lawful living. Use it however you like and I'll be responsible for protecting you." Wenxia's ears instantly perked up and her tail wagged unconsciously. Land? For us? Really? There's actually such a great thing? A life of drifting from place to place was the fate of nearly all half-beasts. A piece of land where they could live permanently was something they would never even dare to dream of. So even though she had been tricked not long ago, Wenxia could not help but feel tempted the moment she heard this condition. Whether he could actually fulfill that promise was not something Liu needed to worry about now. All he had to do was dangle a tempting fantasy in front of her. But the premise is that I take back control of the Ember Earldom. You untie me first. I'll go back and think about it. You won't take the chance to bite me again, will you? I may not be very clever, but I'm not stupid. What hidden scheming could a beast girl who said such a thing have? Liu stopped hesitating and casually picked up a small knife from the bedside table. Touched a demonic energy carrier, absorbed 300 points of demonic energy. 300? Just a little more and I could have gained another day of lifespan. Joy surged through Liu as he quickly caught Wenxia's ropes and began to recall where the knife in his hand had come from. Seeing that Liu did not intend to stop her, Wenxia pushed open the window beside her and was about to jump out. At that moment Lilia, who had not spoken all along, suddenly shouted, "Wait, you can't leave." Wenxia immediately looked at Liu with caution, assuming a battle-ready stance with flattened ears. "No. She won't let you go, so why are you baring your teeth at me?" Liu had no choice but to pause his recollection. "Lilia, is there something you need?" Lilia glanced at Liao's arm, which had already begun to scab over. She attacked young Master Liu. According to the rules of the Enbayer family, she must stay as a maid. What? What kind of rule is that? Truly a despicable noble. Wenxia wore an incredulous expression, leaping onto the windowsill ready to flee at any moment. Seeing the hard-earned trust instantly crumble, Liu quickly coughed a few times and said to Lilia, "That special treatment reserved only for children. Wenxia is already an adult. If I wanted to hold her attack against her, I would simply file a complaint at the tribunal." On hearing this, Wenxia merely snorted coldly and jumped out the window. Liu helplessly closed the window. "Lilia, guard the door. No one is allowed in without my command." "Yes." Lilia acknowledged the order and quickly walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. Liu picked up the slender knife engraved with red patterns again, chaotic images flashing through his mind, his expression turning extremely grim. This small knife filled with demonic energy, just like that dagger, had actually come from his so-called fiancée Weila Jiuomo. However, the knife had been a gift from her during their childhood, while the dagger had arrived only recently. Along with the dagger there should have been a letter. Where could it be? Liu thought for a moment, then his gaze suddenly fixed on the trash bin in the corner. Leaning in, he indeed found a crumpled piece of letter paper inside. After carefully unfolding it, the contents of the letter made Liu's brows knit even tighter. "Liu Enbayer, as your fiancé, I feel ashamed of you. Though we have not met these years, I know exactly every foolish thing you have done in your domain. I know you went to great lengths to come to Shin Academy in order to salvage our doomed marriage. I had also planned to find time to have a proper talk with you. But you should not have loudly publicized our childish engagement within the Academy, nor should you have accepted Prince Wylian's challenge. Now whether you cower and avoid the fight or lose in the arena, you will cause the Jiuomo family to lose face before the nobles of all nations on the continent, and it will further affect my future marriage prospects. If there remains but a shred of dignity in your vicious dog's heart, use the included magic dagger to end yourself. It will allow you to die without pain." If you insist on shaming me to the point of having nowhere to hide, the Jelluomo family would not mind personally sending you off. Wayla Jelluomo. After reading the letter, Liao felt that his previously fragmented memories had finally begun to connect and the missing parts automatically filled in. The border of Celandir was jointly governed by dozens of lords, among which the Jelluomo family held the largest ducal domain. The original owner's father Liang and the current patriarch of the Jelluomo family Jielua shared a deep friendship, and thus they arranged a betrothal between their two unborn children of opposite sexes. The two mothers gave birth on the same day, dying in childbirth. The physicians exhausted every effort to save the babies. Liao was frail and sickly while Wayla was exceptionally gifted. When they were 10, Wayla had stayed at the Enbayer family estate, getting along well with Liao and even gave him the small knife she treasured. When Liao was 11, his father Liang told him that he had found a way to solve his physical defects and needed to go on a long journey. If he failed to return, then Liao should stay as far away from the Jelluomo family as possible. And indeed, Liang never returned alive. As a result, Liao was devastated and regarded the Jelluomo family as the murderers of his father. He had actually long sensed the schemes and ambitions of his uncle Waikijuo, but he simply did not want to bother letting things be. Coming to Shin Academy for enrollment was not for the marriage at all. He felt he had little time left, so he had come specifically to assassinate Wayla. Publicizing the engagement and accepting the challenge were merely to create an opportunity for Wayla to meet him, setting up a chance for assassination. However, he had not expected Wayla to be even more ruthless, willing to take his life just to save her own face. He had to find a reasonable way to avoid the duel, but was accidentally struck dead by a demonic bear, which gave Liao the chance to transmigrate his soul into this body. After sorting through the messy fragments of the original owner's memories, Liao suddenly felt much clearer-headed. The original owner had been prepared for a desperate one-for-one exchange, but Liao himself still wanted to struggle and live a good second life. In that case, all the clues to the demonic energy carrier currently reside with that so-called fiancé of mine, don't they? Regardless of whether it's the Jelluomo family that wants to kill me, the urgent priority is to get some demonic energy. How about I go grovel before that bad woman kowtow and apologize and beg for some reward? Liao didn't hesitate at this decision at all. He immediately had his manservant Heat Water bathed, changed into the school uniform, and spent quite a while grooming in front of the mirror, intending to leave a good impression on the rich woman. However, with his sickly and emaciated look, he could hardly be called handsome. He had originally planned to try the earth dragon blood sent by Duoluan, but was afraid it would overstrengthen him and kill him, so he gave up. After temporarily settling Lilia, he headed straight to the Shin Yuawalia Academy. The Shin Academy had clear divisions between magic and martial arts. Relying on his memory, Liao slipped into a huge training ground in the martial arts department. It was afternoon at the time, and many students were training combat skills and breathing techniques in the grounds. Almost no one paid attention to the visitor Liao. Liao looked first towards several empty zones that appeared among the large crowd and quickly spotted Wayla Jelluomo practicing sword swings alone. Her fiery red hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and she wore the uniformly issued ivory white training top from the academy. Her scarlet eyes held a slightly eerie glint, and her pale pink lips were pursed gently. As the iron sword in her hand swung down, a faint stream of air could be seen rhythmically exhaled from her mouth. Her tall, slender neck was beaded with fine sweat. Her swiftly swinging fair arms did not form sharply defined muscles, retaining the unique softness of femininity. Her well-proportioned bosom seemed naturally perfect, tracing an irresistibly alluring curve. Even Liao, who had so little time left, couldn't help silently rating her as perfect in his heart, double full marks for looks and figure. No, I can't fall for her as her plaything, Liao. She's a bad woman. Liao quickly shook his head. As if sensing the gaze of someone with ulterior motives, she suddenly turned her head to look at Liao, revealing a ferocious scar slanting across the right side of her neck. Startled, Liao hadn't expected that this bad woman had nearly lost her head. What a pity, her score dropped 5 points. Wayla seemed to recognize Liao and turned her head to the other side. A good-looking maid walked quickly over. After the two exchanged a few words, the maid Hyla walked over to Liao with a frown and pulled him into a corner. "What are you doing here?" Liao immediately straightened his expression and said, "I wish to have a chat with Miss Wayla." "Didn't I already tell you? The young lady has nothing to talk about with you. Now that you're here in one piece, what excuse will you use tomorrow to dodge the challenge? Are you seriously planning to go on stage and embarrass yourself? Please don't be so selfish, think about my young lady too. Unlike you, she can't enjoy her rights without a care in the world. She's already exhausted from training alone every day, she really has no time to play your childish games." This sharp tongue nearly overwhelmed even Liao, and he almost turned around to retreat. But the countdown of his life was still running, so Liao had to steel his face and continue, then pass her a message. "If she won't see me, I'll send the letter she wrote to the tea table of the noble lady living next door." Despicable and shameless. Hyla's expression changed and she anxiously stamped her foot. "Then come with me?" Liao asked in confusion. "Aren't you going back to consult your young lady first?" "I grew up by the young lad's side, I can decide a trivial matter like this." "Hurry up." Soon Liao was led to a changing room. Wayla followed closely behind, took a towel from the rack and gently wiped the sweat from her face. Hyla stood behind Wayla, glaring viciously at Liao. Facing those eyes of Wayla's that betrayed not a trace of emotion, Liao couldn't help feeling a chill of dread. He had just prepared himself mentally when Wayla spoke first, her voice a little hoarse. "The dagger. Are you planning to use it?" What did she mean? Was she confirming whether he would obediently kill himself? Her tone was as mild as if she were asking what to eat for dinner. Liao laughed in exasperation. "Miss Wayla, do you really expect me to do exactly what you said in your letter?" Liao deliberately stressed the word letter to see how Wayla would react. Wayla's movements indeed paused, but her face remained cold. "You cannot beat him. The consequences would be severe." "Then do I deserve to be the sacrificial lamb of your Jelluomu family? If you think so little of me, why not simply take the initiative to break off the engagement? It's only a verbal agreement anyway." Wayla's brows furrowed slightly and her lips parted, but before she could say anything, Hyla had already shielded her behind her. "What right do you have to accuse my young lady? Are you bullying her because she can't argue? Then I'll argue with you. If it weren't for this engagement, your uncle would have murdered you long ago. You should thank the young lady for being alive today. So the Jelluomu family has known about my situation all along but chose to stand by. I suppose you're just hoping to use the engagement as a pretext for some scheme. You bastard." Hyla suddenly became agitated. She lunged at Liao and grabbed his collar with both hands. "Your father did that sort of thing to my young lady, and you even..." Wayla reached out her left hand just in time to cover Hyla's mouth, then pressed her right hand over Hyla's, gently shaking her head. Liao was stunned, but not because of the information hidden in Hyla's half-finished sentence. It was the system pop-ups filling his screen. Touching high purity fire, demonic chi carrier, demonic chi 1111. In just that brief moment, his demonic chi value had suddenly increased by dozens of points. Hyla snorted coldly and let go of Liao's collar, and Wayla withdrew her hand as well. The instant Wayla's fingers left Liao's skin, the system pop-ups suddenly vanished. Liao certainly wasn't willing to give up such a hard-earned power bank. Instinctively he reached out and grabbed Wayla's wrist. Touching high purity fire, demonic chi carrier, demonic chi 2222. Oh no! Realizing what he had done, Liao's expression changed drastically. This was the wicked woman who told people to kill themselves at the slightest displeasure. Who knew what the original Boda's father had done to her? Would she fly into a rage and execute him on the spot? "What are you doing?" Hyla hurriedly tried to pull Liao's hand away, but Wayla stopped her. Her face still showed no obvious expression, she simply looked at Liao seriously. Something. Liao saw that Weila didn't seem angered and his brain began to race. I have to find a topic that can keep a conversation going without seeming unnatural. Come on, stupid brain, think. If there's nothing else, I need to practice swordsmanship. Sensing Weila pulling her arm back, Liao could no longer care about anything else. He closed his eyes and shouted, I love you. I've been hopelessly in love with you since the very first time I saw you as a child. In all these years I've never once forgotten you. I braved the risk of being ambushed and killed on the way and went through every possible effort to come here just to see whether I still had feelings for you. From the moment I saw you again, I knew that my heart had already fallen for you completely. You are like a flower on a lofty peak. I am but an ordinary man. I know I do not deserve you and am not going to use the engagement or public opinion to pressure you. I simply wanted to express my feelings before you go far away from me. As he spoke, Liao held Weila's hand with both hands and knelt on one knee. Touching high purity fire, demonic chi carrier, demonic chi 4444. Bad WOM. Weila Jeluomo I Liao and Bayer am hopelessly in love with you. Even if tomorrow is the end of the world, I hope my heart is still beating for you in its final moment. In aristocratic circles that prized etiquette and decorum, Liao's straightforward modern confession was no less shocking than asking the lady to take a 9th rank forbidden curse point blank. Hyla's brain was clearly overloaded. Her face was dazed and her mouth hung open. Weila recovered first and said calmly, then you should use the dagger. Damn it. What was that supposed to mean? For me, kill yourself with the dagger. After all that I said, how ruthless. Demonic chi absorption complete. Total 3000 points. The bad woman was actually worth 10 demon bears. Liao let go at just the right time, a suitably bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I know that recklessly accepting the challenge caused you trouble, but that was also my way of proving my feelings. I won't use the dagger. Tomorrow I will win the duel openly and honorably. Weila gazed at the hand that Liao had been holding and said softly, then you do your best. Does this mean she won't send anyone to cause me trouble before tomorrow's duel? Liao's mouth curved upward, but he quickly suppressed the smile. With a dejected air, he walked to the door of the changing room. Gripping the doorknob, he turned his head with a look of lingering reluctance, only to find that Weila hadn't even turned around to look at him. He twitched the corner of his mouth awkwardly, pushed the door open and walked out, facing hundreds of meaningful gazes heeded. Apparently the changing room was not well soundproofed. His passionate confession just now had probably reached the ears of these Martial Academy students word for word. Several burly men came up and patted Liao on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, your reputation may be terrible, but your courage is commendable. I admire you. Brother, are you really engaged to Miss Weila? Brother, that was so romantic. Can I use the sweet talk you just said to confess to my crush? There were a few lines I didn't quite catch, you see. Liao hurriedly put on a polite smile and was about to flee this troubled place when a harsh voice came over. Just as expected of a shameless noble mongrel. Even when expressing your feelings, you can only howl like a lowly commoner. A blonde, blue-eyed student came over and looked at Liao with undisguised contempt. He was Prince Wei, the one who had sent the duel challenge to Liao from the Latima kingdom. Though it was called a kingdom, its territory was in fact even smaller than the Anbayer earldom. The moment those words left his mouth, many commoner students present shot hostile looks, but they only gritted their teeth and kept silent. The divide in status was impossible to erase. Even the Holy Academy, whose ideal was equality, only emphasized equality of the right to learn, not equality of human dignity. They had long grown used to enduring in silence. Well, yet you could never make up love words like those. Even if tomorrow is the end of the world, my heart still beats for you. God, if I were a woman, I would agree no matter what. The chubby young man who had just wanted to confess to his crush looked at Liao with an infatuated expression. Hualien did not argue with the chubby guy, instead he looked coldly at Liao. Tomorrow's duel, you'd better not flee at the last moment. Liao glanced at the 3988 points of demonic chi on the status panel and let out a sinister smile. Then you'd better prepare to be bitten by the mongrel classmate Hualien. After dropping his harsh words, Liao hurried into the branch library of the Demon Academy. Nearly 4,000 points of demonic aura sounded impressive, but in actual terms it was only 4 days of life, not even a week. If he wanted to live longer, he had to find a way to uncover the secrets of Weila and even the entire Jiaomu family. Moreover, he genuinely needed his engagement to Weila as protection to keep his good-for-nothing uncle from harboring ulterior motives. To avoid being dumped from the engagement too quickly, he could no longer drift along like the original owner had. He had to make some achievements in the academy. So tomorrow's duel was not something he could escape, he had to win. After that, as long as he didn't rush to force the marriage and instead let the Jiaomu family see the value of his growth, they would likely keep the verbal engagement and choose to wait and see for a few more years. And in those few years he had enough confidence to build up the overt strength needed to oppose Waiqizuo. Once Waiqizuo was dealt with, he could cancel the engagement, cast off the burden, and stay in the earldom to enjoy a rotten yet dull aristocratic life. Liao clenched his fist excitedly and asked the librarian at the front desk, "Hello, I want to learn offensive magic. Which section should I go to?" The pink-haired, well-endowed librarian who had been buried in her book let out an excited cry and shoved the volume in her hand quickly into the desk drawer below. The shriek caused many students who were studying hard to turn and look. Once they saw Liao's face, they all wore expressions of terror. "Hey, isn't that the mad dog? I heard he was injured while on an expedition to hunt monsters. Why is he back so early?" He was the only one from the expedition team to come back alive. Everyone suspects he killed them. Your news is too outdated. My mother specifically told me via a message crystal that as soon as he came home he killed more than a dozen guards and also captured several down and out young ladies for his amusement, telling me to stay far away from him. By the holy radiance, has he now set his sights on Miss Luxia? Poor commoner librarian. Didn't you say she was your dream girl? Then go and save her. What? That's a murderous mad dog? I'm just an apprentice mage, I haven't even learned a single spell. No matter, even a battle-damaged version, I still love her. Listening to those undisguised whispers, Liao couldn't help rubbing his brow. Should he think of a way to restore his image? Luxia, are you all right? Was he trying to hurt you? A student wearing a staff armband walked over, staring at Liao with a face full of vigilance. To show compassion for students lacking funds, the Holy Academy had established many work-study positions. A library assistant and security patrol officer were among them. No, he didn't hurt me. I was just so focused on reading that I got startled. It's my fault. Luxia quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Luxia, don't be afraid. Just accuse him, I'm not afraid of trouble. The male student stood in front of Liao with righteous indignation, as if he had truly seen Liao do something disgraceful. Nothing really happened. Lolly, go patrol somewhere else. Hearing Luxia say that, Lolly could only give up his plan to make trouble for Liao and left from Liao's side with reluctance. As he passed close to Liao, he said in a low voice, Luxia is a woman I've set my heart on. You'd better not have any ideas about her. With that, he ruthlessly bumped Liao's shoulder and strode out of the library. Liao staggered to steady himself, rubbed his shoulder, and couldn't understand why a commoner would dare to provoke a noble. Luxia had also seen Lolly's sneaky move and bowed to Liao in helpless apology. I apologize on his behalf. He grew up with me and he was only too worried about me. Liao quickly interrupted, just tell me where offensive magic is. I'm in a hurry. Alright. There's no one around now, so I'll take you there. Luxia, apparently feeling guilty over Lolly's rudeness, took the initiative to come out from behind the counter and lead the way. Liao, of course, was happy to accept and followed along. Judging from Liao's uniform that he was a first-year freshman, Luxia asked enthusiastically, "Junior, what element of offensive magic would you like to learn?" Let's just take a look at the fireball technique." Luxia stopped short. "Fireball? That's a tier 3 intermediate spell. Are you already a level 30 mage? Is level 30 absolutely required?" Luxia quickly judged that Liao rarely attended class and had probably come to the library to make up for missing lessons, so she kindly reminded him, "Not necessarily. But even if you're talented enough to learn it early, your body can't withstand such a massive output of mana. You'd better start from the basics." The original owner had indeed often skipped classes after enrolling. Liao had no relevant basic knowledge at all, so he could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Then which basic magic should I learn? Luxia extended a pale pink finger and wagged it in front of Liao. "Not magic, basic knowledge." As she spoke, she patted the bookshelf in front of her. "Start with an overview of magic theory. In the first year only the final exam includes practical magic, the other tests are basically all theory." "Fine, which one is the overview?" Luxia blinked her big eyes and tilted her head. "This entire shelf is. For basic magic you only need to finish the first 9 volumes. Do I have to finish them all before I can learn magic?" "Not necessarily, but learning the theory can make the magic circuits you build more stable." Seeing the depressed look on Liao's face, Luxia grinned. "I had the same idea when I first started learning, but there are no shortcuts in magic. If you don't have talent, you can only rely on hard work. Come with me." Luxia stepped forward, pulled out a thick book several centimeters thick, and handed it to Liao. "This is a very suitable book for beginners to understand magic, and it even contains annotations left by a certain grand mage. It'll be at the front desk. Come to me if you have any questions." Luxia patted Liao's shoulder meaningfully, her steps brisk. Liao casually weighed the book in his hand, twitched the corner of his mouth, and still actively sought out the offensive magic section. Tomorrow was the duel. Hualien was also a first-year freshman, but he had chosen body cultivation and might well be level 10 already. As for Liao, he was nothing but a combat weakling who couldn't even defeat Lilia. Was this the time to study theory? He couldn't possibly recite scriptures at his opponent until the man dropped dead, could he? Luxia is right. If you haven't mastered the theory, no matter how strong your comprehension is, you shouldn't casually attempt offensive magic. Just as Liao reached for the fireball technique, a childish voice sounded. He hurriedly looked toward its source. In the corner on a throne built from piled-up offensive magic books sat a white-haired lowly draped in a mage robe, slouched lazily. A wide sorcerer's hat covered her head, leaving only an extremely loosely and carelessly braided pigtail exposed. Her left leg, clad in a white stocking, swayed gently while the stocking on her right leg had slipped to her ankle. Liao shrugged and once again touched the magic book. That voice appeared at his ear again. "Are you planning to kill yourself?" How did she know about him and Weila? Liao's eyes widened and he stepped back, locking eyes with the lowly, who had at some unknown moment curled up like a kitten on a floating blanket at his side. The little girl narrowed her eyes, heavy dark circles beneath them. "The mana in your body can't even power a simple light spell. Forcing yourself to learn fireball would be no different from suicide." So that was what she meant. Liao exhaled in relief. "I know. They'll use mana crystals instead of mana." That was the only combat method Liao could think of for now. His physique couldn't be improved in a short time, so the only way was through magic. He planned to take a powerful offensive spellbook, return home, transform into the Holy Lord, and see whether he could learn it successfully. After all, the Holy Lord was an extremely powerful demon warlock. Surely 1 minute was more than enough to learn a simple spell, wasn't it? But merely learning it was useless. He also needed to successfully cast it in Liao's body, which required expensive mana crystals. Mana crystals were consumables that could rapidly replenish a mage's mana, a one-time luxury that ordinary people could not afford. But Liao was currently quite well off, so it wasn't a problem for him at all. Mana crystals can indeed solve the problem of insufficient mana, but how will you deal with the side effects of large amounts of aggressive mana impacting your body? If your body cannot adapt, it will burst. As she spoke, the little girl unconsciously curled into a ball, her eyes staring straight at Liao. Liao had never heard of such a hidden danger before, but he had no time to consider it now. Thank you for the warning, but this is the only way I can save myself at the moment. Liao didn't want to waste any more time. For the third time he reached toward the fireball spellbook. No. The little girl extended her palm, which turned into a blur and struck the back of Liao's hand viciously. Hiss! Liao withdrew his hand in pain. Several claw marks appeared on the back of it. When was the last time you trimmed your nails? None of your business. Luxia was soon attracted by the commotion and asked quickly, what happened here? Junior, your hand. Senior Yifulin, did you do this? You don't get your limited edition candy today? The little girl looked as if struck by lightning. No. I didn't. I wasn't. Liao narrowed his eyes and leaned close to Yifulin's ear. If you let me take the fireball book, you'll say I hurt myself. Yifulin showed a moment of struggle on her face, but still stretched out her hand to stop Liao. No way. Wait, what exactly gives you the right to stop me? Is this book yours? Senior Luxia, I want to borrow fireball. Before Liao could finish, Luxia pulled him aside. Junior, these spell books with leaf emblems are actually Senior Yifulin's inherited treasures. The dean begged her to lend them to the academy. Liao was stunned. A casual glance revealed that nearly 90% of the offensive spellbooks bore the same leaf emblem. Humph! Yifulin raised her chin proudly. Helplessly, Liao randomly pulled out an offensive spellbook without a leaf emblem. Third tier dark magic abyssal tentacles. Seeing that Yifulin did not intend to stop him further, Liao finally relaxed. Senior, counting the one you recommended, that's exactly 2 books. Please process my borrowing procedure for me. First years could only borrow 2 books at once. Otherwise he would have borrowed more and put every minute after transforming into the Holy Lord to the fullest use. A minute might not seem like much, but converted into his own lifespan it was an entire day. Damn Walian, wasting this young master's 1,000 points of demonic chi. Luxia glanced at Yifulin, who had already floated back to her throne to sleep, and hurried over to the front desk to handle Liao's procedures. Liao and Bayer. You're that wicked. And Bayer. Luxia looked in shock from the student card to Liao's face. Yes, him, that vicious dog. The original owner had indeed done many bad things in the academy, so Liao admitted it readily and pulled his student card back from Luxia's hand. Goodbye, senior. He waved a hand and left in a hurry. Luxia stared blankly at his back, then suddenly shook her head with a smile. Indeed, one can't trust rumors easily. Isn't this a rather polite junior? She tidied the counter again, confirmed that no one needed service for the moment, and quickly took a few deep breaths. After scanning left and right, she slowly slid out from under the desk a suggestive novel, The Daily Life of the Knight and the Princess After He Slew the Dragon. The pink curtain fell. The princess turned over and actually mounted me, making no attempt to hide her graceful figure. Now who is the knight? She had just read a passage with reddened cheeks when a warm breath hit the edge of her ear. Is that some secret royal horse-riding game? Ah! Luxia finally reacted and slammed the novel shut at a speed no slower than a warrior swinging a sword. SS Senior, how do you walk without making a sound? Yifulin looked at her oddly. I floated over. Why are you so jumpy? Good thing I activated a soundproofing spell in advance. Seeing that she hadn't affected the other classmates, Luxia patted her chest lightly, sending an enticing ripple. No, senior. That is. Ah, don't ask. Maybe you should take a look yourself. I'm not interested. But you seem to know that ungrateful guy? Who? Oh right. His name is Lee Aon Bayer, a first-year new student with a not-so-good reputation. It seems like there's a duel tomorrow, so he wanted to learn an attacking spell at the last minute, right? Got it. Senior, weren't you worried he'd get hurt by learning recklessly? Then why aren't you stopping him now? That book was adapted by the dean and mixed with some soul magic. Its difficulty is comparable to 6th tier spells. He won't be able to learn it. Yifulin yawned and was about to float back to the book piles as if nothing had happened, but the blanket beneath her was firmly seized by Luxia. Senior, did you steal the candy from my pocket? Liao returned to the estate and again arranged for Lilia to guard outside the room. He then lay prostrate on the floor naked and placed the 2 spell books in appropriate positions. The ceiling was only 4 meters high. If he transformed while standing upright, the Holy Lord's height would likely crash through the ceiling. After reconfirming the setup, Liao took a deep breath. Lihua Golem activate. In less than a second, a huge azure demon dragon appeared abruptly in the room, its body curled up. Not daring to delay, Liao carefully flipped through the basic theory book recommended by Luxia with his claws. The passages that had felt obscure and difficult in Liao's form were now as plain as everyday speech. Truly, the Holy Lord's magical aptitude was definitely world-class. Just casually flipping through a portion, Liao already felt he could understand most of the knowledge in the book. With enough time remaining, he quickly cast aside basic theory and focused on the 3rd-tier dark magic spell, which was only a dozen or so pages long. In less than 30 seconds, Liao successfully understood the construction of Abyssal Tentacles magic circuit. Skill Abyssal Tentacles 5th tier dark acquired. The system actually judged it as a 5th tier spell. After transforming back into human form, Liao hastily recalled the knowledge in his mind only to find that he still understood the content learned in the Holy Lord's form with complete thoroughness. Isn't this just straight up a top student's experience card? Name Leo Ember. Race human. Level 2. Constitution 0. 5. Magic power 1. Demonic Chi 2988. Skills Blaze Fire Golem Abyssal Tentacle 5th rank Dark. Special status Demonic Chi Erosion Disease Curse Weakness Curse Anti-Magic Curse. Estimated time of death 2 days. Every 1000 Demonic Chi extends life by 1 day. Looking at the dark magic already fixed in his skill bar, Leo had a flash of inspiration. If the Demonic Chi value could trigger Blazefire Golem, then could it also trigger Abyssal Tentacle? At that thought, he focused his mind. Convert 50 points of Demonic Chi into Origin Magic Power and cast Abyssal Tentacle. It only takes 50 Demonic Chi to unleash a 5th rank spell. And with no incantation, Leo could no longer suppress the grin tugging at his lips. He glanced at the darkening sky and changed back into his school uniform. Lilia, get ready. We're going out. Lilia followed Leo into the ornate carriage, sitting stiffly nervous as could be. Leo was glad for the silence. He rested his head gently to one side and through the gap in the curtains quietly watched exotic people and sights drift past his eyes. After a while, seemingly to ease the awkwardness, Lilia began speaking to Leo on her own initiative. Master Leo, are we going to pick up my mother now? No, let's find a restaurant and eat first. Stop the carriage. This one will do. The coachman, not daring to show the slightest negligence after hearing Leo's command, brought the carriage to a steady stop outside the gilded banquet hall, terrified of becoming the next one made an example of. The gilded banquet hall's lavish entrance made it clear at a glance that this was an aristocratic restaurant. After getting out, Leo deliberately took Lilia's hand. Otherwise dressed as she was in commoner's clothes, she might well have been mistaken for a thief trying to sneak into the restaurant. What he hadn't expected was that he himself would be stopped. What rotten luck! I'd barely finished eating when I ran into some disgusting wretch. I almost threw up. William walked out of the restaurant with a sneer, cast a sidelong glance at Lilia, whose hand Leo was holding, and mocked. "Yo, a date? She's not bad looking, but that outfit reeks of poverty. A low-born commoner, right? You'd actually stoop that low? Come to think of it, with your filthy reputation, I doubt even a merchant's daughter would be willing to walk beside you." Lilia didn't understand what William meant, but she vaguely realized she had embarrassed Leo and hurriedly tried to scramble back into the carriage to hide. Leo held her hand firmly, ignored William, and instead looked at the female restaurant manager standing at the door, seeing William off. "What? Is that man your master at the Gilded Banquet Hall?" The heavily made-up female manager didn't recognize Leo. Seeing him in his Holy Academy uniform and holding a commoner girl's hand, she assumed he was just some merchant's son who, after getting into the Holy Academy, had let his head swell and wanted to see the world. She stepped forward with a look of disdain. "Sir, the Gilded Banquet Hall only receives nobles with titles. Please show me your certificate of nobility." This was public humiliation. The subtext was, "A noble? You don't look like one to me. Let me see your certificate." William laughed and moved closer to the female manager, his right hand unobtrusively pinching the plump flesh behind her, clearly pleased with her assist. Someone like him, even if he did produce a certificate of nobility, I'd have to suspect it was forged. The female manager coyly gave William a little shove. "Prince William is absolutely right. Well, arrange the proper training immediately so no fake noble can ever slip in." Just as they were flirting, as if no one else were around, a hearty voice rang out. "Count Ember? You came to my restaurant to eat and didn't even tell me. Come on, why are you standing at the door? Get in here." The chubby boy he had met at noon in the training room appeared at the restaurant entrance, beaming with delight, and shoved the female manager aside. "I just finished eating, but that won't stop me from a second meal. Hurry in, this one's on me." "Count." The female manager's face, flushed only a moment ago, instantly lost all color. Maybe he's just some count from a backwater place. She had been speaking up for Prince William. Surely he would protect her, wouldn't he? Leo curled his lip. "No need. Your manager here wants me to show proof of my title, and I didn't bring that thing with me." Only then did the chubby boy notice the female manager and William beside him. A knowing look crossed his face. He waved his hand, and a straight-backed old man stepped out from behind him. "Fire this tactless woman. And as for that William, he is never to set foot in the Gilded Banquet Hall again. As you command, your Highness Randy." Hearing that name, Leo raised his eyebrows. So this chubby boy was actually Randy Saint, the fourth prince of the Holy Radiance Theocracy. "No. Your Highness. Your Highness, please spare me this once. Prince William, please save me. I can't afford to lose this job." As soon as Randy spoke, the female manager looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She immediately dropped to her knees and begged William for help. The commotion had already drawn a crowd of onlookers. William could only steel himself and argue. "Prince Randy, is this how you treat a foreign prince who has traveled from afar to study here?" Randy didn't even bother to look at him, walking straight over to Leo. "Count Ember, there are too many eyes and ears here. Please come inside. I still have something about the confession at noon I'd like to ask you." Leo had originally planned to find some random tavern to fill his stomach. But the fourth prince of the Holy Radiance Theocracy had already lowered himself to invite him 3 times. To refuse again would be truly ungrateful. He could only nod and lead Lilia inside. Randy glanced at Lilia but said nothing, still warmly showing Leo the way. The female manager tried to lunge at Randy's legs as he passed, but the old manager, who had been on guard, seized her from behind and covered her mouth. The old manager looked at William. "Prince William, will you be taking her away?" Hope rekindled in the female manager's eyes as she cast a pleading gaze at William. William had already lost face in front of Leo. How could he care whether the female manager lived or died? He turned and left in fury. Inside the VIP room, Randy seated Lilia at a separate table and had a set of dishes served just for her. Leo knew Randy was unwilling to sit at the same table as a commoner, but he didn't stop it. After all, this way Lilia would be more at ease. The little girl was wolfing down delicious food she had never even heard of before, so moved that she was nearly in tears. Leo, however, swept his eyes over the various dishes on the table, took one bite and silently sighed in his heart. The food-making techniques in this world were far from refined. Most dishes were simply cooked through and sprinkled with a bit of salt, with the main selling point being the ingredients' natural flavor. Even with top-grade ingredients and beautiful presentation, it always felt slightly lacking to Leo, who had experienced the diverse cuisines of Dragon Country. Seeing that Leo wasn't eating much, Randy thought he was already full. He eagerly put down his knife and fork and asked with earnest anticipation, "Count Ember, the lines you said during your confession today, did you really come up with them yourself?" "That's right, Master." Randy earnestly took Leo's hand. "I think you're right. Even if I know it can never be between me and her, I should still bravely declare my feelings. Inspired by you, I, Randy Saint, have decided to send the first love letter of my life. Please, you must help me." Having eaten at Randy's table, Leo could hardly refuse such a simple request, so he could only nod. "Fine, bring it out and let me take a look." Randy broke into a bright smile and handed Leo the quill pen and pink letter paper he had prepared long ago. Where are the words?" "What words?" "The words on the love letter, of course." "I haven't written them yet." Leo leaned back dramatically. "You want me to write the entire love letter to your dream girl? Is that not okay? Whose confession is this, yours or mine?" Lan Di pressed his palms together. "Please, my Lord Count, I am desperate to confess my love. Could you simply pretend that you are writing to Wela Jayuomo? The words written on that paper would not be a confession but a provocation." Liao had no choice but to take the quill. "To whom?" "Yelenola Kaisalan." The quill in Liao's hand came to a halt. He turned to Lan Di in disbelief. "She is a member of the imperial family of the Kaisalan Empire, the mightiest power in the northern frontier. Haven't the relations between the Holy Kingdom and the Kaisalan Empire been rather strained in recent years?" "Indeed. Although the Kaisalan Empire exalts martial might, it has an exceptional fondness for poetry as well. If my confession succeeds, who knows, it may become a celebrated tale that fosters peace between our two nations, and it might even be sung by bards across the whole continent." Lan Di could not help but sink into delightful fantasies. Liao, somewhat troubled, kept twirling the quill in his hand, feeling he should not wade into this murky water. "Please, I'll owe you a favor." That was the very line he had been waiting for. A love letter in exchange for the favor of the Holy Kingdom's prince, well worth it. Liao instantly sprang into action, dashing off a few lines on the letter paper with effortless grace, completing it in less than 3 minutes. Seeing only a few sparse sentences, Lan Di thought Liao was brushing him off. He cast an aggrieved glance at the paper, but before he could complain, he froze on the spot. "In northern lands there dwells a beauty peerless and standing alone. One glance from her topples a city, another glance topples a nation. I wish to be bound to you in heart, and our love shall live long without decline. In heaven let us be birds flying wing to wing, on earth let us be twining branches. Heaven and earth may one day end, but this love will linger on without end." The patchwork poem that Liao had casually crafted stunned Lan Di beyond speech. He clutched the letter and read it again and again before finally letting out a long, slow breath. He sniffled, then stepped forward and embraced Liao tightly. I understand it all too well. You are the very voice of my heart. We're the same, you and I. For so many years we could only bury our feelings deep inside. That's why you can write such profound words of love. From now on you are my brother, Lan Di's brother." Clearly Lan Di had taken all those words as what Liao wanted to say to Wela. Liao did not explain further, he merely warned, Prince Lan Di. Don't call me prince, call me brother. Brother Lan Di, we've agreed, the letter was written by you. Don't ever give me away. I'm just a border count and I can't afford the accusation of destroying the friendship between our two nations. Don't worry. How could I ever betray a brother? Lan Di rose excitedly. Brother Liao, I'll go back first to make a clean copy. Eat slowly, and if this isn't enough, order more. From now on your meals here are all on me. Though Lilia could not grasp the meaning of the verses, she still looked at Liao with worshipful eyes. Young Master Liao can compose poetry, how remarkable. Liao stroked her head. Are you full? Waiter, pack this up. A waitress walked in awkwardly. Sir, we don't have a packing service. Before she could finish, the old manager who had already taken care of the female manager showed up and pulled her aside. He bowed respectfully to Liao. Forgive me, Count. She's still new. Well, get a takeaway box ready for you right away. After the food, beautifully packaged in fine boxes, was loaded onto the carriage, Liao followed Lilia's directions and arrived at the slums on the periphery of the holy city. At this time the laundry in the slums had not yet closed for the day. Dozens of women in aprons sat on low stools concentrating on scrubbing the clothes in their basins. Luo, see, here are some more clothes. Work overtime and wash them clean. The laundry owner was a repulsively lecherous old man. He threw the clothes into the basin with deliberate force, and dirty water splashed onto the front of Luo's clothes. He leered at her figure, then turned to leave. Wait, Boss Dali. My husband is in the hospital and my daughter is still at home. I have to get back early. Luo rose hurriedly. Only then did Dali turn around, unhurriedly licked his lips and sized up Luo without the slightest restraint. Uncomfortable, Luo kept her head down. May I? Luo, you know the times are troubled now and money is getting harder and harder to come by. If everyone asked for leave whenever they liked, wouldn't I end up losing money hand over fist? I can make up for it next time. Dali suddenly seized Luo's hand. Don't you understand my heart yet? Which woman here hasn't slept with me? What are you playing so coy about? Luo struggled free and shrank back against the wall. I won't betray my husband. Hank might already be crippled. You need to earn his medical bills and support your daughter. Think about your own situation. This isn't betrayal, it's just swallowing a little humiliation for your family. Besides, they'll make you feel good. Dali's words pierced Luo's heart like steel needles. Indeed, if she lost this job, what would her family eat? Seeing Luo beginning to hesitate, Dali smiled, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. That's right. Let's do it right here, nobody will ever say a word. If you endure this once, you'll keep your job. Come on, let's finish early and then you'll have time to take your daughter to see her father. Luo watched Dali closing in on her, then gave her head a violent shake. No. I won't do it. With that she lowered her head and tried to leave, but Dali swept his arm around her waist. All patience was gone from Dali's face. With a face full of ferocity he slammed Luo against the wall. Damn it! You shameless bitch, what are you being so high and mighty for? You've been flaunting yourself every day trying to seduce me. I was planning to take my time with you, but now you want to run. Let me tell you, I'm going to have you no matter what. No. Help. Luo quickly looked toward the women washing clothes, but none of them made the slightest move to help. Several women who had long envied Luo's beauty even rose on their own initiative and helped pin Luo's hands and feet. Hey Luo, with your looks, why are you still acting so pure? If you'd started selling yourself earlier, you wouldn't be suffering like this. Right, Luo? You told me not to degrade myself, but now I'm curious to hear how lewd your moans will be. If I were you, I would have ditched my husband long ago and devoted myself to serving Boss Dali. Dudley grinned maliciously and pressed Luo-si beneath him. Ha ha ha, see that? Help! I'm the richest man around here. They all have to listen to me. No one dares to meddle in my affairs. You say you're the richest? I wouldn't be so sure. Who? His trousers half down, Dudley suddenly heard a young voice from behind and whipped his head around. Liao smirked and waved his hand. The burly coachman immediately understood, strode forward and kicked Dudley and his flunkies flying. Mom! Lilia, her eyes red, threw herself into Luo's arms. Lilia! Why are you here? Young Master Liao brought me. Don't be afraid, Mom. Young Master Liao will chase away all the bad people. Dudley struggled laboriously to his feet. He looked at the school uniform on Liao, then recalled how Lilia had addressed him, and a guess about Liao's identity formed in his mind. A proud, noble young master would never wear a cheap school uniform outside the academy gates. This brat must be the son of a merchant who had managed to get into the Holy Academy. The sky was darkening and the magic-guided street lamps in the courtyard had already lit up automatically. Young man, don't be too arrogant. My son also studies at the Holy Academy and has connections with many noble lords. You'd better weigh your own strength. Even though Dudley had already concluded in his heart that Liao was most likely not a noble, he still did not rashly turn hostile out of caution. Liao still intended to hurry to buy some mana crystals, unwilling to waste more time. After confirming that Luo-si was not injured, he immediately prepared to leave with them. This scene, however, was mistaken by Dudley as a sign of Liao's guilt, and he immediately felt relieved. He scrambled past Liao and blocked the courtyard gate. Your people hurt me and you think you can just walk away like that? This time, without Liao needing to remind him, the coachman stepped forward on his own to stand in front of Dudley, staring down at him with sinister eyes. The food in a great noble's household was exceptionally good. Even without special training, the coachman had already reached level 13, and his body was a full size larger than Dudley's. Dudley felt a bit intimidated by his gaze and hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs. You bunch of useless good-for-nothings! Why haven't you come to help me yet? Just as the words fell, a tall figure draped in black robes leaped in from outside the wall. His build was twice that of the coachman, and he was carrying something soft in his hand. Watch out, young master! Seeing the imposing posture of the opponent, the coachman decisively returned to Liao's side to prevent any mishap. Liao looked at Dudley in surprise, never expecting that a small laundry shop owner could afford to keep such a monstrous build. But Dudley also did not recognize him. Who are you? Where are my two nephews? The man in black hurled the objects in his hand in front of everyone. Thud! Thud! After the dull sounds, the two corpses with their necks violently snapped were exposed under the streetlight. Ah! Dudley shrieked, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Liao's gaze was likewise drawn to the corpses. Yet in the instant his gaze shifted, a fist larger than his head abruptly appeared before his face. Boom! Liao had no time to react before his entire head was violently smashed into the ground by the man in black. Fortunately, the necklace AI Lizzie had given him shattered in an instant, transforming into a purple film that covered his whole body. Otherwise, that punch, which had cracked the ground open, would have been enough to smash his skull. The man in black raised his fist again, ready to deliver a second blow, when he suddenly shuddered and swiftly leaped away. Several thick, sticky, revolting tentacles emerged from nowhere. They lashed out and retracted at extreme speed, catching up to the man in black before he even landed, and wrapped around his limbs. The man in black let out a furious roar and snapped the tentacles apart. However, the moment the tentacles that had touched his limbs broke, they transformed into black slime that clung like maggots to bone. Not only could it not be torn off, but it also frantically eroded his soul. Ew! As if suffering extreme agony, the man in black began to convulse and roll on the ground, howling. Within a few seconds he fell completely still. How unlucky! Liao pushed aside the rubble and pulled his head out of the dirt. Having just released a rank 5 dark magic without hesitation, he realized that 50 points of demon chi was merely the entry fee. To keep the tentacles in existence, he had to continuously output mana. Within just a few seconds he had actually spent over 100 points of demon chi. That was more than 2 hours of lifespan. Slaying level 31 demonized Minotaur absorbed 500 points of demon chi. Ox Talisman activation progress 0. 1. You have acquired the innate skill Juntian Great Strength. Juntian Great Strength greatly increases constitution and strength for a short time. The degree of enhancement depends on the Ox Talisman's activation progress. Your body has received a corresponding degree of nourishment. Due to the presence of the weakness curse, your nourishment effect is greatly diminished. Ox Talisman. Liao's eyes lit up. He had originally planned to kill a few horses to see if he could unlock the horse talisman, but he never expected that the clue to unlocking the ox talisman would appear right in front of him. Did he have to slay the beast races corresponding to the zodiac signs to gradually unlock the talismans? Or did they have to be demonized beast races? System open the panel. Name Liao and Bayer. Race human. Level 7. Constitution 7. Mana 1. Demon Chi 3356. Skills Blaze Golem Abyssal Tentacle Rank 5 Dark Juntian Great Strength is 0. 1. Special Status Demon Chi Erosion Disease Curse Weakness Curse Magic Seal Curse. Estimated time of death 2 days. Every 1000 Demon Chi extends life by 1 day. Liao couldn't help clenching his fists, feeling that the future was full of hope. At least if he ignored that pile of curses, he now had a normal human body. From the Minotaur's attack to its death took only a few seconds. Everything happened so fast that none of the bystanders could react to what had occurred. The coachman was the closest. He could clearly see the terrifying strength of the man in black and the bizarre magic of Liao. He swallowed in shock. Could it be that young Master Liao had been hiding his talents all along? Fortunately, when others bullied the young master, he had only watched and never overstepped his bounds. At worst, he had slacked off when feeding the horses. He shouldn't be called to account for that, right? What happened here? A group of patrolling guards hurried over upon hearing the Minotaur's scream. The leading guard captain lifted the man in black's robe and his expression instantly turned serious. It's actually a beast race member. Tell me what's going on. It's him. Dali glared, pointing at Liao. That beast race member's target was him. He must be colluding with the beast race. Arrest him now. The guard captain sized up Liao and immediately ordered the guards behind him. Bind him and take him away. Wait, there must be some misunderstanding. This young master came here to bring my daughter over. Luosi quickly stood up to speak for Liao but was roughly shoved aside by the guards. Liao frowned. I haven't even started to defend myself, so why are you treating me as a suspect? If you're talking about targets, the Minotaur also killed Dali's nephews. Why don't you say he's involved? Hearing this, Dali sneered. He's my son-in-law. If we're not arresting you, who would we arrest? I told you long ago, weigh your own strength. As he spoke, he climbed up from the ground and handed the money pouch at his waist to the guard captain. He probably doesn't have any background. Once you get him inside, just beat him to death. The captain took it without hesitation and hung it on his own waist, then immediately began urging the other guards. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and tie him up. Captain, he is a student of the Holy Academy. According to the holy law, he has privileges in the holy city. You can't. Slap. The captain mercilessly slapped the guard who had talked back. Is this your first day on the job? When I tell you to tie him up, you tie him up. How dare you try to use the holy law to pressure me? I'm the captain. My word is the holy law. Oh. One would think you were the chief judge. Damn it! Who the hell is being sarcastic at me? The captain turned around and came face to face with an extremely grim face. His knees went weak and he knelt straight down. "Allah Lord Luoyi." The captain of the guard could not for the life of him understand why the great Grand Inquisitor would suddenly appear in the commoner district of the Holy City. He explained in a flustered manner, "My lord, we were on patrol when we suddenly heard an unusual roar and we rushed over without a moment's delay. That zealous citizen reported that this student had some unknown transaction with that beast man. I was so furious that I wanted to bring him to justice, so I misspoke." Luoyi turned his gaze to Dali. "Is that how it was?" Dali did not know Luoyi, but he could tell this man outranked the captain of the guard. He nodded eagerly. "Exactly. My lord, all the employees here saw it. If you don't believe me, ask them." He cast a meaningful glance at the dazed women and they immediately understood and chimed in assent. Luosi said hurriedly, "My lord, it's not like that." But the moment she opened her mouth, the other women objected fiercely. "My lord, don't listen to her. She's sleeping with that boy." "That's right. She even handed her daughter over to that fellow. Who knows, maybe mother and daughter served him together, shameless." These women knew exactly whose side it was in their interest to take. All sorts of filthy insults began to rain down on Luosi and Liao. Luosi had never been good with words. In no time she was choked into silence and trembled with rage. Seeing Luoyi walk over to Liao with a cold-faced Dali and the captain exchanged knowing smiles. But the next second the smiles on their faces vanished without a trace, replaced by looks of utter shock. Luoyi gently patted Liao on the shoulder, his face full of concern. "Count and Bayer, forgive my lateness. Are you hurt? This student in a school uniform is a count. And he even receives such special treatment from the Grand Inquisitor. Just what great noble of what country is he? Please just call me Liao, Lord Luoyi. Fortunately Lady Ai Lizzie gave me a necklace, otherwise I dread to think what might have happened." Luoyi frowned and examined the Minotaur's corpse, then looked at Liao in puzzlement. "As far as I remember, Ai Lizzie's necklace has no attack magic, does it? Then how did it die?" Liao let out a soft breath and explained, "I used a magic crystal to successfully cast a Tier 3 dark magic. Since one's total bodily mana could be detected by specialized magic, Liao could only claim that he had used a crystal to cast it. After all, a one-time use magic crystal annihilates upon depletion, so no proof was required." "What? Tier 3 dark magic? You mean to say you killed this Minotaur?" Luoyi looked Liao up and down in disbelief. "It doesn't even have obvious wounds. What kind of Tier 3 dark magic could achieve such an effect?" "I don't know either. I borrowed it from the library, something called Abyssal Tentacles." "Abyssal Tentacles? Are you sure?" Before Luoyi could say anything, Ai Lizzie's figure descended from the sky. A complex star-shaped magic circle appeared in her right eye. She stared at the Minotaur's corpse for a moment, then turned and grabbed Liao's arms, her face bright with delight. "It really is a soul attack. You actually mastered the dark magic I modified? Quick! Quick! Cast one at me." So it had been modified? No wonder the system judged it as Tier 5. However, Headmistress Ai Lizzie, what you just said is very dangerous. Liao quickly pulled free from her hands. "Lady Ai Lizzie, I have no more magic crystals. Here. They'll give you as many as you want." Ai Lizzie's expression was fervent. Slipping her slender fingers into the plump cleavage before her, she rummaged for a moment, then pressed a multicolored square crystal still warm from her body into Liao's hand. "This is a reusable magic crystal. It's yours. Quick, hit me with one, I can't wait." Liao looked at Ai Lizzie with a strange expression, feeling that her words were somehow off. He gripped the square crystal in his hand and concentrated. "Convert 50 points of demonic energy into primal mana and cast Abyssal Tentacles. Consume external mana source to cast Abyssal Tentacles. The instant Liao confirmed the second option, a massive surge of energy erupted from the crystal in his palm, rushing along his arm and flooding into his body. At the same time, several pitch-black slimy tentacles burst out from Liao's shadow, writhing as they lunged at AI Lizzie. Buzz, the purple barrier successfully blocked the tentacles. An abnormal flush rose on AI Lizzie's face, and her gaze at Liao was nearly languid. This is indeed my revised abyssal tentacles, cast without an incantation at that. Even Luo Yi, who cultivated battle aura, understood the value of incantationless magic. It could only be achieved if the caster had an extremely profound understanding of a particular spell. If it were someone like AI Lizzie, an 8th rank archmage who had lived for who knew how many years, that would be one thing. But Liao was not even 20 years old. And according to the previous background check, he might have only just come into contact with magic. Starting off with incantationless casting, that could only mean his talent for learning this magic had reached the pinnacle. Was the Holy Nation about to nurture yet another 8th rank archmage? Has the goddess of holy radiance manifested? While Luo Yi and AI Lizzie were lost in their own thoughts, Liao felt that his situation was growing extremely precarious. Although a large part of the mana that entered his body was used to maintain the existence of the abyssal tentacles, the remaining amount was still not something his body could easily bear. The excess mana rampaged through his body as if intending to use brute force to smash through the flesh and blood prison that trapped it. Yet when he had cast the spell earlier using primal mana transformed from demonic energy, Liao had suffered no harm. So this is the difference between primal mana and external mana. Liao fell to one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood, cutting off the magic immediately. This frightened Luo Yi and AI Lizzie, and both rushed over to him. AI Lizzie saw at a glance what was wrong with Liao. She placed her palm on his chest and guided the violent mana inside his body into her own. At that moment, the bronze-skinned burly Duoluan carrying a great sword on his back arrived belatedly. After one glance at the minotaur on the ground, he spat at its head. It was indeed a trick to lure us away. Are you all right, Liao, my boy? Liao slowly rose and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. What does lure the tiger away from the mountain mean? Luo Yi explained, I had someone follow the fellow who called himself Rat Nest and lured you into the alley. In a desolate cave outside the city, he found the emblem of the demon god cult. To be safe, we all went there to investigate, but the people there had already evacuated. On the way back, Headmistress AI Lizzie sensed that your protective necklace had been triggered. She guessed that someone had deliberately lured us away to assassinate you, so we rushed back at once. As if reminded, AI Lizzie immediately pulled the necklace from her own neck and put it on Liao, smiling. This is a tier 6 protective necklace. Bear with it for now, you'll figure out a way to get you a better one in the next few days. Thank you, Lady AI Lizzie. Don't call me lady, it sounds too distant. Call me headmistress. Duoluan scratched his head, looking from Liao to AI Lizzie in confusion. What's wrong with AI Lizzie? Has the old tree suddenly burst into spring bloom? This minotaur bears clear signs of demonic corruption, yet I sense no residual demonic chi. What do you all think? Doran kicked the minotaur's corpse as he spoke. Roy furrowed his brow. So it seems the hand of the demon god is behind this. Leo, are you certain no other anomalies appeared after you slew the minotaur? With too many witnesses present, Leo couldn't lie even if he wanted to, so he could only admit honestly, that's right, I had just killed it before you arrived. Roy's expression grew complicated, his frown deepening. Could it be a method of remotely recovering demonic chi? That would be troublesome indeed. Seeing that they harbored no suspicion toward him, Leo breathed a sigh of relief. The system's absorption of demonic chi was completely beyond his control, otherwise he would have found a way to leave some demonic chi within the corpse. Alice drew the tobacco pipe from her waist, took a light puff, yet her eyes kept drifting toward Leo. We can't remain passive and wait for them to strike. We don't know their intentions or capabilities, and that makes things far too dangerous for Leo. Doran and Roy nodded in agreement. Leo, do you have any suspects? Leo naturally couldn't expose the Grom family as he still needed Vera as a breakthrough to harvest demonic chi. Better to redirect the suspicion toward Victor. If those powerful figures could dig up something, he wouldn't have to waste effort playing games with Victor. He pretended to ponder for a moment, then said with absolute conviction, my cousin Carter Ember. The three didn't doubt him and immediately nodded. Well, keep an eye on him. Don't leave the core district of the Holy City for the time being. Roy cast a gloomy gaze at the captain of the guard and Derek, both of whom had fallen into a daze. These wretches have willingly abandoned the embrace of the Holy Radiance. They're nothing but maggots awaiting judgment. How do you intend to deal with them? Though the two didn't know exactly who Alice and Doran were, watching them converse with Roy made it clear they were powerhouses of the same caliber. Such mighty figures were taking turns showing concern for Leo, and the female archmage's gaze at him even carried a hint of ambiguity. If you had this kind of backing, why didn't you say so earlier? The captain and Derek felt as though all color had drained from the world, afraid to make the slightest move. Roy's words drew everyone's attention back to them. The captain hastily kowtowed to Leo. Count. Please, I was momentarily blinded by family ties and did wrong. Spare my life, my lord. Seeing the captain shifting the blame onto him, Derek's eyes bulged. He too imitated the captain, weeping and pleading with Leo, my lord. He used his status to keep extorting money from me. When I couldn't pay, he forced me to squeeze it out of the workers. I had no choice, my lord. What are you talking about? You're a miserly old lecher yourself, and you dare blame me. As if you've done fewer dirty deeds. Leo glanced at them sideways, then said to Roy, my lord, the Holy State has its own laws. Once their crimes are fully investigated, let the law judge them. It had been a long time since Roy had met a noble who showed such respect for the holy laws. Slightly moved, he said to the guard who had been slapped by the captain, you are now the captain of the guard. Take the others and escort these two criminals to prison. The guard was overjoyed. Thank you, Grand Inquisitor. After another wave of commotion, Leo finally settled back into the carriage. Rose sat across from Leo with Lilia looking extremely uneasy, as if the seat beneath her were not a soft beast fur cushion but a bed of needles. Lilia curled up in Rose's arms. Mommy, don't be afraid. Young Master Leo said our whole family will work for him, and I'm already his personal maid. Rose froze, glanced up at Leo, then at Lilia, clearly misunderstanding something. Leo had no mind to explain at the moment, his expression deeply dejected. Vera Grom had just refueled him today, so why had she arranged an attack of this intensity at night? If he hadn't learned the fifth circle spell in advance, he might well have fallen to that minotaur. Could her earlier behavior have been a delaying tactic to lull him into complacency? Or was the real murderer truly not her? More importantly, he had performed magic without incantation right in front of Alice, and she had seemed so thrilled, so why hadn't the apprentice-taking plot unfolded? With such a master as his patron, not to mention the Grom family, at least he wouldn't have to worry about Victor anymore. Could it be that the powerful figure cared about pride and was waiting for him to make the first move? Should he go buy some apprentice gifts? At that thought he quickly shook his head. Whether or not Vera had arranged the assassination, at least she hadn't openly refused his contact. His remaining lifespan was still insufficient. His top priority remained extracting more demonic chi from Vera. Having a powerhouse like Alice watching over him after becoming her disciple would do more harm than good. Better not to provoke that entanglement. The carriage raced on under the moonlight and soon reached the hospital, where Rose and Hank enjoyed the most lavish meal of their lives. Leo sat by the window, arms crossed, quietly watching the scene. Lilia held the food box with both hands while Rose carefully cut the food into small pieces with knife and fork, gently feeding them to Hank. Back on Blue Star, he had been an orphan lying on a hospital bed every day, relying on the inheritance from his deceased parents to stave off his illness, able to depend only on himself. Unexpectedly, even after transmigrating, he still had no chance to enjoy family warmth. Not only did he have to guard against his own uncle and fiancé, but even the original Boda's mother and sister were probably wishing him dead by now. Ah well, he had always lived this way. Having a second chance at life was already something to be grateful for. He suddenly let out a self-deprecating snicker, but the sound made Hank and his wife shudder and cast timid glances at Leo. Feeling out of place, Leo was silently pondering an excuse to leave the ward when Hank unexpectedly sent Rose and Lilia out first. Leo was taken aback, then rose and walked to the bedside looking down at Hank. "What's the meaning of this?" Hank's Adam's apple bobbed. "Why, young Master Leo, there's something I must tell you." "Speak." "After we accepted your commission, one of your relatives seemed to come looking for my captain. I happened to be relieving myself in the alley and overheard their conversation. He wanted you to die under the demon bear's claws, and if that failed, the captain would do it himself. The captain agreed and even said you nobles truly are ruthless, not even sparing your own king. Afterward the demon bear appeared and the captain deliberately pushed you toward it, making you the first to be attacked." "A relative? Besides that hypocritical cousin, who else among the original Bodas relatives in the Holy City could it be?" So he had accidentally named the real culprit. Just as Leo was lost in thought, Hank struggled onto his knees and prostrated himself. "Young Master Leo, I really didn't mean to hide it. The captain is a level 29 warrior and I still have to depend on him for my livelihood." Leo crouched down and patted his shoulder. "You should know why I brought your family into the manor. Forget everything that happened before. From now on just rest easy as my guard." "Thank you, young master." Hank wiped away tears of gratitude. You don't have to force yourself to stay in the hospital. Go back and rest. I'll report to the manor once my wounds heal. You know I can't fully trust you yet. If I leave, I'll have to take Lilia with me. Wouldn't you rather have her by your side?" "What do you mean?" "I'll make do at the hospital. Tonight you just enjoy being with your family. You truly are a kind and gracious noble young master." Hank had never heard of a noble going this far for commoners. He looked up at Leo in astonishment, his hands clenching unconsciously. The young Master Leo before him was absolutely someone worth serving loyally. So what if he had a secret about turning into a monster? Wasn't it used only for self-defense? That female archmage even said my young master's soul is pure. How could I still doubt him? Hank had already begun defending Leo in his heart. Feeling uneasy under Hank's fervent gaze, Leo twitched the corners of his mouth, called the mother and daughter back in from outside, then lay down on the adjacent hospital bed. Listening to the relaxed laughing chatter of Hank's family, Leo couldn't voice his bitterness. Was it that he didn't want to return to the manor? No, he didn't dare. In the pitch-black darkness, who knew whether an even more terrifying attack was coming? Night deepened. The room had only 2 hospital beds. Rose and Hank squeezed together while Hank deliberately pushed Lilia over to Leo's side. Rose saw that her husband had already made the decision. She only cast a worried glance at Lilia but said nothing. The little girl was a bit nervous about sleeping next to a stranger at first, but she had been through too much in one day and was already exhausted. Soon she clung tightly to Leo's arm and fell into a deep sleep. Leo didn't take advantage of the situation. He just listened to their breathing and with his head tilted watched the wind rustling the leaves all night. By the time the sun rose, he had very dark circles under his eyes. "Young Master Leo, I'm sorry. Was my snuggling last night not right?" In the carriage, Lilia apologized to the yawning Leo with a face full of guilt. The corner of Leo's mouth twitched. He said helplessly, "You snuggled very well. It's my own sleep quality that's poor." Hearing Leo's words, Lilia finally let out a relieved breath. The carriage slowly stopped outside the manor. The new guard, showing good perception, stepped forward and opened the iron gate. Leo took Lilia's hand and stepped down from the carriage. He was just about to hurry in for a wash and then rush to the Holy Academy when a voice full of malice came from not far away. Several noble ladies out for an early walk were staring at Lilia with extremely contemptuous expressions. I was wondering why the air smells so foul today. Turns out a low-class person has polluted this place. Count Ember, no matter how bad your reputation is, you should still be mindful of your noble status. How can you hold hands with a little commoner in public? And you even shared a carriage with her. What a disgrace to us nobles. She isn't the mistress you've taken in, is she? That wouldn't do any good for your already precarious reputation. My beautiful fairy sister was originally quite interested in you, but to think you. Alas. If you break her legs right now and throw her out of the manor, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. How about that? Seeing Lilia already shrink her neck in fear, Leo frowned and was about to curse when a clear, pleasant female voice cut in first. Mrs. Weir, since you care so much about the noble image, that dress you're wearing from 3 years ago must be for nostalgia's sake, right? A girl with ice blue hair walked over gracefully, a half-open lace folding fan of ivory bone in her hand, gently covering her lower face. Her 2 lively blue eyes swept mercilessly over the noble ladies, carrying a contemptuous smile. Her pure white lace dress was embroidered with golden threads and dotted with pale ice flowers. Set against her snow-white translucent skin, she seemed like a noble goddess surveying the mortal world. Mrs. Weir flushed at being mentioned and was about to defend herself, but the girl had already shifted her aim to the other ladies. Mrs. Shelton, you care so much about reputation. Surely the bard who lives 3 streets away shares an innocent relationship with you. And Mrs. Warren, the sister you mentioned, is she the young lady who is already pregnant but cannot find a husband? With just a few words, the girl left the noble ladies red-faced and scurrying away in a fluster. Leo looked at the girl in surprise. Thank you, miss, for speaking up so boldly. The girl's eyes sized up Leo without the least scruple. Just a verbal thank you? Leo was taken aback and grew wary. Aren't you also just helping with words? The girl let out a giggle. Count Ember truly has a sense of humor. Surely you don't expect a delicate lady like me to use violence as you do? Since you know who I am, you shouldn't have spoken up for me. Be careful, those gossipy noble ladies ruin your reputation at tea parties and you end up unable to marry. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly. Count, you are truly rude. How can you casually discuss matters of marriage in front of a lady? Leo pulled out his mechanical watch and saw that he was already almost late for school. He could only sigh. Miss, just tell me what you're after directly. How rude of me. I merely wanted to get to know the mad dog neighbor across from my house. You see, moving house because of baseless rumors is quite troublesome. Leo looked at the manor opposite and saw a maid with a hostile expression staring fixedly at him. If he made the slightest wrong move, she would probably sprint over to protect her mistress. Her name is Sophie, my personal maid. Please forgive her rudeness. Leo withdrew his gaze. What exactly do you want? The girl's brows curved like crescents. I want to try becoming friends with Count Ember. How about we start by exchanging names? Leo really couldn't figure out what this girl was up to, so he could only play along and bow. I'm Leo Ember. May I ask your name, miss? Snap. The girl immediately closed her fan. A smile too elusive to read hung on her almost flawless face. Eleonora Kaiselin. What the? Lady? Leo straightened up stiffly. Why would the Princess of Kaiselin want to befriend me of her own accord? Could the love letter incident have already been exposed? Randy, you damned bastard, how can you act so fast? Eleonora keenly noticed Leo's abnormality and asked doubtfully. Count Ember seems to have heard of me already. Leo wasn't sure whether she was testing him, so he could only force a smile. I was simply stunned by Her Highness' beauty. Eleonora blinked. She clearly didn't believe Leo's excuse, but she didn't call him out on it. Instead, she teased. So the Count needn't worry about me being unable to marry. Why not just call me Eleonora? I wouldn't dare. Leo smiled awkwardly. How could he dare chat with her any longer? Your Highness, I still need to get ready for class. Let's talk another time. With that he hastily scooped up Lilia and dashed into the manor. Eleonora raised an eyebrow slightly, her lips curving into a smirk. Then see you at the Holy Academy, Leo. St. Novalia Academy, the Magic Division's teaching area. Class 1B, the large lecture hall. Determined to make a good impression starting today, Leo rushed to the classroom as fast as he could before the lesson began. As he appeared at the doorway gasping for breath, most of his classmates wore undisguised looks of disgust. The lecture hall was lined with long rows of desks, and the front seats were already taken. Leo steadied his breathing and without changing his expression walked toward a window seat at the back of the room. The moment he sat down, the students around him rose as one and moved to seats farther away, their contempt written all over their faces. Leo shrugged helplessly and glanced at the female classmate beside him who, trapped by his blocking the aisle, could only press herself against the wall. She kept her head down, her two palms clasped together and rubbing against each other uneasily, plainly trying to ease her embarrassment. All Leo could do was sigh inwardly. His image restoration campaign still had a long way to go. He was not one to derive pleasure from others' discomfort, so he rose at once, gently tapped the girl's arm and took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to swap seats?" "Yes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sat so far forward." "I'll move to the back right away." Before Leo could finish his sentence, the girl grabbed her bag, bowed repeatedly, and scurried to a seat in the very back next to the trash can. "What does that mean?" "She'd rather sit with a trash can than beside me." Before Leo could even react, several angry voices rang out across the classroom. "Leo, you've gone too far. Even if you are a noble, you have no right to interfere with us commoners' right to study at the Saint Academy. Wasn't Camilla already sitting in the back of her own accord? Isn't that enough? Why did you have to drive her over to the trash can? Does bullying her really make you that happy?" With someone taking the lead, the rest of the commoner students in the class rose to their feet and hurled accusations at Leo. Several noble students who relished stirring up trouble retorted with mockery, "I think Count Ember did the right thing. It's already merciful enough that you lot are allowed to take classes in the same room as us. Why can't you show a bit of self-awareness?" "Exactly. Although Count Ember's character is indeed somewhat vile, that doesn't mean the likes of you half-starved commoners can sit side by side with us. Just scurry back to the last row and stay there." The leading commoner girl slammed her hand on the desk, strode over to Camilla and tried to drag her away. Camilla's eyesight was never good to begin with. Sitting here, she can't even see the writing on the blackboard? Camilla kept her head low, pulled her hand free from the girl's grasp and shook her head desperately. "Be Bella, I'm fine. I can learn here too." Bella gave Camilla a look that said she was beyond saving, then marched right up to Leo. "The seats in this classroom have always been first come first served. You get out of here and give the seat back to Camilla." Leo was about to speak when an upright figure rose from the first row and walked over. "Leo, if I may speak frankly, Bella is right. The Saint Academy's creed is equality in the right to learn. You have no authority to make any student give up their opportunity to study." The young man had a meticulously combed red pompadour and stared into Leo's eyes without a trace of fear, wearing a look of righteous conviction. Wow, as expected of someone from the Grom family, willing to stand up for the commoners. After all, they're a knightly house. The sense of justice carved into their bones is not something a certain mad dog can compare to. He's really handsome, isn't he? In our class only he dares to rein in that lunatic Count. Sure. Keep your voice down. If the mad dog hears you, you're done for." As Martin's footsteps drew closer, Bella blushed and lowered her head. Leo looked at the man thoughtfully, finally recalling how things had come to pass. Martin Grom, Vera's distant cousin, a hypocrite skilled at concealing his true face, had not done well in the last theory exam. He had leveraged a promise to arrange a meeting with Vera, goading the original Leo into suppressing the high-achieving commoners in class while he himself played the role of the righteous savior. This way he could improve his own class standing and become the hero who vanquished the class mad dog, reaping both fame and profit. As the top scorer on the last test, Camilla naturally drew Martin's special attention. He often set the original Leo upon her, subjecting her to verbal and psychological bullying. Judging by her current state, she had probably developed PTSD. A pang of guilt struck Leo as he stole a glance at Camilla, who still kept her head bowed. He scratched his head in dismay, unsure where to even begin cleaning up the mess his predecessor had left behind. Martin was clearly dissatisfied with Leo's performance. After all, according to the script they had rehearsed, Leo was supposed to hurl a few harsh words and then storm off in a huff. So Martin quickly dropped a hint: Leo, before word of this reaches the teachers, perhaps it would be better for you to leave the classroom of your own accord and reflect on your behavior. Seeing the smug look on Martin's face, a surge of violence rose in Leo's heart. Without a word he threw a punch straight at Martin's face. Seeing the smug look on Martin's face, a surge of violence rose in Leo's heart. Without a word he threw a punch straight at Martin's face. Master Martin, are you all right? Bella's eyes reddened instantly as she rushed over to help him up. Martin clutched his face and glared at Leo with fury. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Would you like me to share your acting skills with everyone? Leo threw Martin a sideways glance, then rose and walked over to Camilla. He did not rush to apologize. Instead, he curled his knuckles and tentatively tapped the desk. Stand up. Camilla, who moments ago had refused to leave her seat no matter how Bella pulled at her, trembled all over and slowly stood, head still bowed. Follow me. Watching Camilla shuffle after him without asking a single question, Leo could only sigh helplessly to himself. Under the gaze of dozens of classmates, Leo led Camilla to Martin's seat. Sit. Camilla froze for a moment. From behind the curtain of her fallen hair, her eyes flicked up to Leo for an instant before quickly dropping again. Obediently, she sat down in the seat. A few students who were quick-witted slapped their thighs. I get it now. Martin spoke up for her, so the mad dog deliberately had her take Martin's seat just to stir up conflict between the two of them. Damn, that's vicious. How else do you think he got the name Mad Dog? Martin's gaze darkened as he watched Leo return to the back row. Grinding his teeth, he forced a smile. Leo, I know you've been under a lot of pressure because of this afternoon's duel. After all, admitting in front of the entire school that you're a worthless piece of trash, even for a mad dog who doesn't care about face, that's hard to swallow, isn't it? But please don't keep taking your anger out on the other students. If you need anything, I'm more than willing to listen and share the burden of your pain with you. At these words, realization dawned on the faces of everyone in the classroom. That's right. This afternoon the mad dog is dueling William from the Marshall Division, and the loser has to kneel publicly and admit he's trash. No wonder he's lashing out. If it were me, I'd bite too. Does he even know any magic? He's dueling someone from the Marshall Division. He barely even attends class. What magic could he possibly know? Hey, maybe he's just naturally gifted at magic? That's because you don't know the full story. The Ember family's swordsmanship is ranked right alongside the Grom family's. Then why doesn't he go to the Marshall Division to train his battle chi? Who knows? Maybe he thinks he can become a magic swordsman. Why bother guessing what goes on in a mad dog's head? I can't wait to see his face beaten into a pig's head. The thought alone gets me excited. The whispers carried clearly to Leo's ears, and he could feel a wave of indignation and humiliation surging up from within his heart. Leo touched a hand gently to his chest, his gaze icy as he watched Martin being helped to sit down by Bella, a cold sneer curling at his lips. Don't worry, don't worry. They'll bite back for you one by one. Old Professor Warren entered in his faculty robes, and the clamor in the classroom fell silent at once. He took his time walking to the lectern, swept his gaze across the room, and his eyes lingered on Leo for a noticeable moment. Some students, if they truly lack the talent for magic, would be better off leaving the learning resources to those who actually need them. Though no name was mentioned, everyone knew Warren was taking a jab at Leo, and they snickered with delight. Exactly. In my class, students should be a little more lively. Warren nodded with satisfaction, his smile benevolent. Was this man really using him as a prop to enliven the classroom? The corner of Leo's eye twitched. And some teachers, if they take a hefty tuition yet do nothing but chat with students, would be better off handing their positions to teachers with actual ability. You? Warren's eyes bulged. He was clearly livid. After a few deep breaths, he stepped back onto the lectern with a new smile, as if he had never heard Leo's provocation. Everyone, before this morning's class begins, I would like to introduce a new classmate. We've been in school for a month now. How can there be a new classmate? Who knows? A transfer student with connections, probably. Just wait and see. Warren felt he had built up enough suspense. This time he looked toward the classroom door with a beaming smile. Prin, new classmate, come in and introduce yourself, won't you? At those words, everyone's gaze turned toward the door. Eleonora walked slowly and gracefully onto the podium. The plain Magic Academy uniform could not suppress her noble bearing. Her ice blue hair rose and fell gently with her steps, carrying a faint elusive fragrance. She looked at the class and gave a warm smile. Hello everyone. I'm Eleonora Kesselin. We'll be classmates from now on, so please take care of me. When she finished, she deliberately gave a quick wink in Leo's direction, her pale lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Everyone in the room, male or female, was briefly entranced by that flawless smile. Only Leo looked as if he had seen a ghost. It has to be a coincidence, right? That woman couldn't have tracked me down at school just because I ghost wrote a love letter, could she? Wait, her surname is Kesselin? Isn't that the most powerful nation in the Northern Territories? Even Kesselin's princess is attending Saint Academy. Does that mean Kesselin is extending goodwill to Saint Nation? Who cares about all that? Get on good terms with her and your future will be limitless. Holy crap, she just seemed to wink at me. Bro, get out of my future girlfriend's seat. After the introduction, choosing a seat for Eleonora became Warren's headache. The front rows were already full. He couldn't very well put Kesselin's princess in the very back, could he? What if it caused a social incident? His gaze swept the room and suddenly found Camilla, who had shrunk into the first row. He certainly knew this outstanding commoner. She usually had the good sense to sit in the back rows, so why was she so lacking in tact today? Did she really think good grades entitled her to sit with the nobles? He cleared his throat and tapped on Camilla's desk. Miss Camilla, how about lending your seat to our new classmate for today? It sounded like a question, but his tone carried no trace of negotiation. Camilla hugged herself and did not get up. She merely turned her head quietly. Eleonora noticed Camilla's movement and followed her gaze toward Leo with keen interest. Seeing that Camilla had no intention of giving up her seat, Warren gave a cold snort and rapped hard on the desk. Camilla, you and Eleonora are classmates. Don't be so selfish. Maybe he should just go up and punch that old bastard. Leo had just clenched his fist when Martin's voice rang out. Professor Warren, why not let Eleonora sit here? Bella, originally sitting to Martin's right, blushed and moved to the wall. Martin squeezed over with her, leaving a fairly spacious spot on the left. Warren took a look and decided it wasn't too far back, so he turned to Eleonora. What do you think of that spot? At once many noble students looked eager to make their move. If Eleonora was dissatisfied with that spot, they would immediately kick their deskmates out. Eleonora covered her mouth and laughed softly. I can already feel everyone's enthusiasm. Since you've all been so kind to me, how could I presume on your favor and put you to more trouble? At those words, a bad premonition rose in Leo's heart. Sure enough, Eleonora walked straight over to Leo with clear purpose and sat down beside him with graceful poise. Startled, Warren thought she didn't know Leo's reputation. He was about to warn her when Eleonora cut him off. "Professor Warren, don't delay everyone's study time because of me. I would feel guilty." So this is the Empire's princess. Elegant, too elegant. To avoid making things difficult for everyone, she willingly sits in the back row. That's so kind of her. Her Highness probably hasn't heard how that mad dog acts. Should we warn her? Idiot, we're in the best position right now. What if we scare Eleonora into another class? I'm not attending class today. I'll keep my eyes on the mad dog and make sure he never gets the chance to offend Her Highness. Damn it, why isn't it me who gets to be the princess's desk mate? I want to catch a whiff of Her Highness's delicate perfume too. People's joys and sorrows never truly connect. Compared with the other students' jealousy and envy, Leo only felt that he was in grave danger now. What exactly was Eleonora's purpose in approaching him? Did she know about the love letter or not? Feeling the hostile stares shooting at him from every direction, Leo silently shrank toward the wall, deeply understanding Camilla's feelings. Eleonora appeared to be watching the podium intently, but she was using her peripheral vision to observe Leo's every move, and she was deeply puzzled. Hadn't they only met today? She had been elegant, well-mannered, and had even deliberately put on light makeup, so what was wrong? Didn't he see that everyone else was dying to sit beside her? Why was he avoiding her like someone with a guilty conscience? Warren noticed Eleonora listening to his lecture with rapt attention, and pride swelled in his heart. Even Kesselin's princess listened so attentively. Which teacher would still dare say my teaching isn't up to par? Perhaps I'll soon be appreciated by Her Highness and poached by the Kesselin royal family as a court mage. From now on, who would dare look down on me? He shot a sinister glance at Leo, but recalling Leo's status, he shifted his gaze to Camilla. It was one thing if Leo was an earl, but a commoner like her dared to challenge his dignity. What if the Princess of Kesselin got the wrong idea about his teaching ability? With that thought, he chanted an incantation. A gentle breeze rose inside the classroom, scattering the stack of papers on the lectern, and a single sheet drifted down before every student. Many people gasped in admiration at this precise display of spellcasting. Warren looked unconcerned, as if he had just done something entirely ordinary, though his voice carried a hint of breathlessness. There are still 2 hours left in class. This is a Tier 2 spell I've been developing recently, Flame Attachment. It's still an incomplete magic circle. Now use the theoretical knowledge you've learned to try to complete it. Tier 2. An original spell at that? We haven't even learned Tier 1, how could we possibly complete it? Looks like another 2 hours of grinding. You all do your best. I'm going to sleep first. Warren ignored the students' complaints and slowly walked over to Camilla. Miss Camilla, as the top scorer on the last test, please go to the blackboard and demonstrate the solution steps for everyone. Camilla froze for a moment, then docilely picked up the test paper, lowered her head, and walked to the platform to ponder it intently. Warren smiled at the other students in the classroom. Everyone, I know rank 2 magic is far too difficult for you, but as future mages you must not fear magic of a rank higher than your own. After all, Dean Alice, though only a rank 8 mage, can cast a rank 9 forbidden spell under certain conditions. Well then, I won't ask you to truly complete the whole thing. Whoever completes the most will receive a full coursework score in this course. A perfect coursework score? Magic theory was a core first-year course notoriously difficult, and the students' grades were generally dismal. A perfect coursework score was a rare opportunity for those chasing the rankings. More importantly, it was a chance to seize the spotlight in front of the princess. Everyone perked up at once, scratching their heads and staring at the test in deep thought. To pass the time, Eleonora began scribbling on her scratch paper as well, trying to deduce the broken magic circuits. Seeing that everyone was caught up in the intense study atmosphere, Leo had no choice but to pretend to copy the designs onto his scratch paper. He hadn't expected to understand those magic formations which looked like celestial scripture, but as he drew, a strange sensation rose from his heart. Pieces of magic knowledge burst into his mind one after another. Every incomplete section of the formation conjured up the corresponding way to connect it. Although he no longer possessed the sacred lords bearing the knowledge and insights he had previously learned already felt like his own. Not only were those fundamentals deeply rooted in his mind, they also seemed to awaken the sacred lord's original magic knowledge, and the two intermingled. Leo glanced at his classmates who were racking their brains, curled the corner of his mouth, and picked up his quill to write swiftly. The nib scratched across the test paper without pause, and the unbroken rustling soon caught Eleonora's attention. With that rhythm of writing, could that guy be drawing little figures on the paper because he knows he can't come up with anything? Eleonora stole a sideways glance at Leo and parted her lips slightly in surprise. He even dares to draw little figures right on the original problem. Is he provoking the teacher? Wait, no, he's solving the problem. Eleonora looked carefully at the part of the formation Leo had already completed and was quickly drawn in by his novel solution, her body unconsciously shifting toward him. Leo, deep in a flow state, did not notice Eleonora's behavior. He only felt that he was gradually coming to understand everything. An hour and a half later he set down his quill as if a great weight had been lifted. He was just about to stretch when from the corner of his eye he noticed a figure that had somehow appeared a few centimeters away. His eyes widened and he jerked his head around, coming face to face with a beautiful countenance like a snow elf's. Their faces were already so close that they would touch if either moved carelessly. You? Sure. Eleonora lowered her head with a focused expression and raised a slender index finger to press against her pale pink lips, dimpling the soft flesh. Her warm breath lightly brushed against Leo's face, a fresh fragrance lingering around him. Even Leo, who thought his days were numbered and had long lost all worldly desires, could not help blushing. Eleonora paused as if finally realizing what was happening. She calmly distanced herself from Leo and said in a faint voice, looking as composed as ever, "You hide your abilities well, don't you, Leo? This circuit design looks quite different from the usual path direction. Will it really work?" Leo came back to his senses from the bizarre scene and cleared his throat. "I just doodled randomly. I don't know either." Eleonora wanted to say more, but Warren, who had finished several rounds of black tea in the office, had already walked back into the classroom. "Time is almost up. It doesn't matter if you couldn't solve it. Put down your pens, everyone. Let's first look at how much Camilla has completed." The students who had long wished to be released immediately dropped their quills and looked up only to find that Camilla had already completed part of the formation on the platform. As expected of the top scorer from the last test, they immediately sat up straight, eagerly waiting for Warren's explanation. Warren adjusted his clothes and strolled over to Camilla. Camilla hurriedly bowed deeply to Warren, put down the chalk, and was about to return to her seat when Warren's stern voice stopped her. "Camilla, what's the rush to get back? You have a serious problem. Listening from the platform is much closer than from your seat." Sorry, teacher." Having been punished by standing for an hour and a half, Camilla had no choice but to return to the platform, her legs trembling slightly as she walked. Seeing that Camilla was obedient enough, Warren nodded with satisfaction and began examining the half-finished magic circle on the blackboard. More than 10 minutes later, Warren let out a frustrated breath. Camilla had actually applied all the knowledge he had taught this month perfectly to the drawing of the formation. For a first-year student, that was already exceptionally good, enough to place in the top 10. If not for her commoner status, she would definitely have been able to enter Class A. But then, who told you to dare provoke me? Warren looked at Camilla with a cold expression, picked up red chalk and slashed a huge cross over the precise formation she had painstakingly drawn. "What exactly are you learning? Did you think superficial efforts could cheat your way to a full coursework score? Why did you make so many basic mistakes? Take this small formation here for example. I clearly said that fire-type formations have explosive power and need at least 3 nodes to stabilize. Why did you draw only 2? Don't think this mistake is small. It's enough to make the formation collapse and kill a spellcaster. Camilla was visibly taken aback. She was about to explain that she hadn't forgotten, but she found the small formation had already been ruined by Warren's red cross, leaving no way to prove herself. A murmur immediately rose below the platform. I was wondering how she drew faster than me. Turns out she was just bluffing. If I ignored those key nodes, I could finish it right away. Probably trying to muddle through and get a perfect coursework score. No way, isn't she first in our class? How could she make such a basic mistake? Who knows how she got first place last time? She probably played some tricks too. A commoner is a commoner, always scheming and cutting corners without a shred of noble character. Listening to the slander from below, Camilla only bowed her head lower. I am sorry, teacher. You'll remember next time. Warren gave a cold snort. I know your living environment is different from the other students, but magic is a rigorous and sacred discipline. Don't let me catch you bringing the petty tricks of scraping by at the bottom into my classroom. 3. Understand? Let this be the last time. Go back. Thank you, teacher. As if granted amnesty, Camilla hurriedly trotted back toward her seat, only to discover that the noble deskmate beside her had placed his foot on her chair. The noble withdrew his leg right in front of Camilla and quickly apologized with a cheeky grin. Sorry, keeping my legs tucked in was uncomfortable, so I used your spot. I won't wipe it for you. After all, you people normally like to roll around in the mud, don't you? Camilla said nothing. She simply took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped her seat. Hey, move aside. I need to get out. Eleonora, head lowered and focused on the feasibility of the formation, paid no attention to Leo and replied offhandedly, wait and think. Before she could finish, Leo's hand had already pressed onto her shoulder. Is he trying to make a pass at me in public? How dare he? Eleonora turned around in surprise, only to see a pair of pitch-black eyes that were cold to the extreme. I said let me out. That look of murderous intent, the willingness to tear someone limb from limb at any cost, Eleonora had seen it in only one person's eyes before. The War Emperor of the Kizaran Empire, Caesar Kizaran. The moment her gaze met Leo's, Eleonora felt as if she had been transported back to the day she was suddenly ordered to the Holy Nation without warning. Caesar had also placed his hand on her shoulder, his eyes devoid of any reluctance, his tone as casual as if he were planning an afternoon outing. Eleonora, I've decided to send you to the Holy Academy. After all, you're the only one of no use to me. At that memory, Eleonora felt fear creeping through her limbs, her body turning weak as she murmured softly to Leo, Dad. Huh? That unexpected address snapped Leo, already influenced by demonic energy, back to his senses. He studied Eleonora, who was clearly in a daze with utter bewilderment. He quickly let go of his hand and prepared to leap over the desk to engage in a satisfying bout of bare-knuckle combat with the noble who had bullied Camilla. But just as he rose, an icy hand seized his wrist and forcibly pulled him back into his seat, contacting a high-purity lightning demonic energy carrier, demonic energy 1111. Leo froze. He hadn't realized that a second power bank had been dangling in front of him all this while. So aside from killing monsters, he could only absorb demonic energy through skin contact. And the larger the contact area, the faster the absorption. Seeing that Leo no longer made any move to leave, Eleonora bit her lip lightly and asked with some hesitation, why, you didn't hear anything, did you? Opportunities for intimate contact with Her Highness were rare, so Leo had to find a way to stall for more time. I don't know what Your Highness means. Did you say something just now? Though Leo denied it in words, he deliberately displayed an uneasy expression. Eleonora tightened her grip on Leo's hand and whispered, you definitely heard something. Name your price. As long as you don't tell anyone, I'll agree to anything. Your Highness, why does your line sound so classic? Could it be that I've transmigrated into some kind of sleazy villain story? Your Highness, you wouldn't want. Leo barely restrained the urge to utter that dangerous phrase, then coughed lightly. If you're worried, just give me a casual hush fee of 1,000,000 gold coins. Leo didn't actually care about the hush money, he had simply blurted out an astronomical figure. As long as he could keep the back and forth with Eleonora going, he could absorb more demonic energy. Sure enough, the moment Eleonora heard Leo's price of 1,000,000 gold coins, her brows knitted tightly. Could you make it a little less? Why don't your Highness name a figure? Eleonora lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then slowly extended one finger. Leo nodded thoughtfully. 1,000,000 gold coins. Don't you think that's a bit too much of a price cut, your Highness? Eleonora clenched her silvery teeth. Not 1,000,000. It's 100. 100. That's even less than what I paid as compensation to the adventurer team. Most students in this class could pull that amount out of their pockets, right? Then why did she look so agonized over it? Seeing Leo fall silent once again, Eleonora quickly explained, 2 may be an imperial princess, but my daily expenses are huge and I can't save much. I really can't give you that much. How about this? Starting next month I'll give you 200 gold from my monthly allowance. Though 200 gold a month was already a fortune for an ordinary person, coming from the lips of an imperial princess, it somehow sounded rather pathetic. Seeing Eleonora on the verge of tears, Leo felt a pang of pity. Forget it. Your Highness is far from home and has expenses everywhere. I won't take your gold after all. Eleonora's eyes lit up as she excitedly withdrew her hand. Really? Then what do you want? Seeing the demonic energy absorption interrupted, Leo instinctively grabbed Eleonora's hand. Contacting a high-purity lightning demonic energy carrier, demonic energy 2222. Before Eleonora could even rejoice, Leo's action sent her heart plummeting back to the depths. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Leo immediately let go. This was just an accident, believe me. Eleonora clearly did not believe him. She withdrew her hand with an icy gaze. What you actually want is my body. No. Humph. At such a steep price, Eleonora, whose thoughts had been clouded by memories, finally regained her composure. Damn it. She had instinctively treated the man before her like someone as formidable as her father, even revealing such a humble side of herself. Given his notorious reputation as a rabid dog, there was no need for her to negotiate with him at all. If he dared to speak a word, he would only be taken for a scoundrel slandering the princess. Besides, with her status as the Empire's princess, he should be the one worrying about being silenced. Having untangled the logic, Eleonora took a deep breath, restored her elegant ladylike demeanor, and chuckled softly. If Count Ember desires me, I can write a letter tonight and ask His Majesty my father for his thoughts on your behalf, my lord. Actually, I myself hold some fondness for the Count. Perhaps you should prepare the betrothal gifts in advance. But let me warn you, the betrothal gift for me must be something that can shake the entire world. She wasn't even calling him Leo anymore. It seemed she was truly furious. And rightly so. If he were a princess with a notorious noble harboring filthy thoughts about him, he would wish that person gone too. Leo forced a wry smile. I'm sorry, your highness. Whether you believe it or not, that really wasn't intentional just now. The gold coins were just me teasing you. I won't say a word about any of this. Is that so? It seems the Count has quite a sense of humor. Eleonora wore an impeccable smile, looking as though she had completely moved past the incident. Leo didn't respond. Instead, he looked ahead. Warren was enthusiastically explaining another student's answer while Camilla had already returned to her seat, diligently taking notes. Having missed the perfect moment to act, charging over to throw a punch now would just feel wrong. Leo could only set aside the anger burning in his heart. Demonic energy 5360. Although he had angered the princess, seeing the sudden surge of over 2,000 demonic energy on the panel brought Leo some comfort. He decided to reward himself and double his lifespan. Spent 1000 demonic energy to increase lifespan by 1 day, current lifespan 2 days. Leo, wouldn't you like to show your answer to the teacher? Who knows, you might actually earn some participation points. She had switched back to calling him Leo. Had she calmed down? As expected of the Empire's princess so magnanimous. Leo promptly replied, the circuit on it was my own idea. It might have flaws. If that old man gets a hold of something to hold against me, wouldn't I just be asking for a scolding? He might even find an excuse to dock my participation points. So I plan to head to the library and have a senior student take a look first. Is that so? Eleonora gazed at Leo with a faint smile, the corners of her mouth slowly curling upward. No, she hadn't calmed down at all. Leo's expression shifted, but before he could react, the magic array blueprint in front of him had already been snatched away by Eleonora at lightning speed. Teacher Warren, may I come up and present my work? Eleonora did not give Leo a chance to snatch back the blueprint. Before Warren even agreed, she had already risen and walked to the podium. Warren, of course, had no reason to reprimand her for such a minor breach of decorum. Moreover, Eleonora's active participation in his class was proof that his lectures had won the prince's heart, wasn't it? He immediately broke into a genial smile. Since Miss Eleonora is willing to come up and share her ideas, I'll temporarily yield the podium to her. Without standing on ceremony, Eleonora picked up a piece of chalk and swiftly drew the enlarged magic array that Leo had completed on the blackboard. Everyone on the path of magic, I am but an apprentice. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to offer your guidance. If anyone can offer a sufficiently sharp insight, I would be happy to have lunch with them and discuss the specific improvements in detail. An opportunity to have lunch with Her Highness the Princess. The listless students in the classroom instantly straightened up as if injected with adrenaline, wishing they could stick their eyes to the blackboard to spot flaws in the magic array. Yet most of them were destined by their own skill level to find nothing wrong. Leo could only watch helplessly like a henpecked husband as Eleonora did as she pleased. In the end, he sighed in resignation. Forget it. If this can placate that holy terror, it'll take whatever scolding comes. Warren had not expected Eleonora to directly produce a complete array diagram. He studied it with great interest. Not bad. The fundamental nodes are filled in almost perfectly. Good. Here you didn't use the continent's standard solution. Though it's a bit more complicated, this shows you have your own ideas, a truly rare and commendable thing. But this line here is clearly redundant. How can this circuit go in this direction? And it actually works. It can even resonate with that redundant circuit. As he continued to look, Warren's interest quickly vanished without a trace, replaced by a face full of confusion and shock. This magic array. Its structure is stable and its circuits unobstructed. How does it seem already complete? This can't possibly be something a first-year student can do. He cast a suspicious glance at Eleonora, his mind racing. Could it be that this princess wanted to show off in front of her classmates and secretly had someone complete the circuits for her? But her expression seemed more like she genuinely hoped for guidance. Warren coughed a few times to draw everyone's attention. The magic array provided by Miss Eleonora uses a great many circuit designs that do not conform to the continent's common practices. You can't spot all the issues just by looking. He walked up to the podium and continued, for a mage to cast magic there are two relatively common methods. One is traditional incantation, manipulating magic power to construct circuits from thin air. The other is to inscribe fixed magic circuits with special materials, then inject external magic power to cast a predetermined spell. The chalk in our academy is actually a good magic conducting material. With that, he extended his finger and pressed it at the starting point of the magic array. A stream of magic power surged from his fingertip, was immediately attracted by the chalk array, and began to flow along the circuits of its own accord. As more and more magic power was infused, the magic array on the blackboard gradually emitted a faint glow. Just as everyone expected the magic to take effect, the array extinguished in an instant. Warren revealed an expression of, "I knew it." It seems the array really was drawn by Eleonora after her own deliberation, likely trying to see if it would succeed. "What a diligent and clever girl." He nodded at Eleonora with appreciation. Fellow students, although the array didn't operate successfully, it clearly responded to magic power. As a first-year student, Miss Eleonora has achieved this much. Her talent and the hard work behind it are beyond our estimation. I've decided that Eleonora wins the award of full marks for class participation. Let's applaud her. Thunderous applause filled the room. Since the error-ridden scene she had imagined didn't appear, Eleonora didn't intend to claim Leo's credit. As the applause died down, she was just about to clarify that Leo had created the array when a faint voice suddenly sounded from below the stage. I think I know where the magic array went wrong." Warren immediately scolded Camilla. "Camilla, no matter how jealous you are, you cannot affect the fact that Eleonora deserves the reward." I didn't. You made a mistake, but you won't even admit it. Apologize now." I'm sorry." Leo finally got the chance to explode. The words, "old bastard," were about to leave his mouth when Eleonora interrupted him. "Miss Camilla, come here. I really want to know where the problem is. Please be sure to say it." Leo's throatful of curses was stuck in his throat. Unable to catch his breath, he choked and coughed repeatedly. The others only thought Leo was seeking attention, and no one gave him another glance. They all stared curiously at Camilla as she walked toward the magic array. Camilla kept her head down, extended a finger and pointed at an inconspicuous spot in the magic array. "There should be 3 nodes here, not 2. Just now the magic power of the array started to waver from here." With that point, everyone who had been listening attentively basically remembered. Isn't this the very place Instructor Warren had just criticized her for? No wonder she could see it. After saying this, Camilla bowed to Warren and returned to her seat timidly. At that moment a student exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, isn't that the original magic array that Instructor Warren gave us? So does that mean Instructor Warren drew it wrong himself? How does he have the face to criticize others?" Ha ha ha. Eleonora hesitated briefly, then immediately filled in the missing node. Seeing Warren's face turn ashen with no intention to help, Eleonora had no choice but to follow suit and inject magic power into the array. A low hum, the instant magic power was injected, a blue flame burst into being at Eleonora's fingertip. Startled, Eleonora quickly drew her finger back, but the blue flame didn't disappear. Instead it blazed ever more fiercely, soon engulfing her entire palm. The classroom instantly broke into commotion. Someone save her. You go. Didn't you say you'd be Her Highness dog? But dogs can't put out fire. Listening to the increasingly absurd remarks from below, even Eleonora couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She extended the hand wreathed in blue flame and smiled. "Everyone, no need to panic. This flame doesn't seem to hurt me. Miss Camilla, may I borrow a piece of scratch paper?" Camilla hastily handed her a brand new piece of scratch paper. Eleonora took it with her left hand and brought it slowly toward the blue flame. Even from several centimeters away the paper began to burn, revealing how intense the heat was. As the magic power was depleted, the blue flame on Eleonora's palm finally went out. The classroom instantly resounded with loud cheers congratulating Eleonora on completing an original Tier 2 magic circuit. Eleonora was about to reveal the true owner of the magic array when Warren, who had been stunned for a long time, suddenly snapped back to consciousness. Overcome with emotion, he said to Eleonora in a low voice, "Genius. Your Highness Eleonora, you're a genius. The standard circuit drawing methods of the continent have been basically fixed for thousands of years. The new drawing style you've researched will cause a sensation in the entire magic world." That's right, the entire magic world. Whether they're mages of any rank, they will study your drawing principles. Whether it's magic of any tier, it must be recalculated with your ideas. You will lead an era. Eleonora, who had intended to confess the truth, quietly shut her mouth. A sensation in the magic world? Led an era? Does that mean I can finally stand before my father? But this honor should belong to Leo. Maybe I should buy it from him while he still doesn't know the significance of this circuit. But can she afford the price he would ask? What if he demanded to exchange it for her body? Would she agree? Eleonora returned to her seat with a restless heart, not daring to face Leo's eyes. Why hadn't he publicly pointed out that she had copied his assignment? Was it because he knew no one would believe him? Or was he planning to use this as leverage to get something out of her? Eleonora frantically speculated about Leo's intentions, unaware that he cared little for the empty glory of shining in class. Rather, he was more worried that being too dazzling at such a time would draw Alice's attention. This was also why he had finished drawing the magic formation yet did not want to present it publicly. Moreover, he had just found his second demonic energy power bank. His top priority now was to think of a reason to have another skin-to-skin contact with Eleonora. At the podium, Warren was enthusiastically explaining the nodes of the formation without mentioning anything related to the drawing method. Eleonora let out a breath, turned to Leo and said seriously, "Count Ember, I want to discuss a transaction with you." Why had she gone back to that form of address? Although that formation didn't make me look foolish, didn't you also get to show off in front of everyone? So hard to please? Leo said helplessly, "I swear I truly won't breathe a word of it to anyone." Only then did Eleonora recall her earlier loss of composure, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. "It's not about that. I want to buy the drawing method for this formation from you. Just name your price." After saying that, she nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. Hearing this, Leo understood immediately. After all, she had won the honor under false pretenses. She was probably afraid that the truth would leak out and damage her reputation, right? But in reality, he was the one even more worried that she would reveal the truth. He immediately made a friendly gesture to Eleonora, 100 gold coins. "They'll write the drawing method down for you in a little while." 100 gold. Can't bear to part with it? Daniel, just give it to you. Seeing how indifferent Leo looked, Eleonora guessed that he had no idea what this formation truly meant. Maybe she should just trick him into signing a confidentiality agreement first. At worst, she could compensate him later. She gnawed her lip in hesitation, but ultimately decided to take the initiative to tell Leo. "Professor Warren said that this new drawing method is an achievement that could cause a sensation in the magic world. Every bard will compose poems for you, countless noble ladies will vie to throw themselves into your arms, and your name will resound across the continent in a very short time. You really don't want it?" That was too terrifying. Just imagine how many pairs of eyes would be fixed on him. Leo shuddered halfway through hearing this, his eyes widening as he instantly sat up straight. It was true that he wanted to overturn his bad reputation, but not in such a high-profile way. Seeing the change in Leo's expression, Eleonora could only smile bitterly in her heart. Eleonora, why did you tell him all this? You really are as weak and useless as father said. Whatever harsh terms he proposes next, you have only yourself to blame. Besides, would anyone really be willing to trade away such a chance for great renown? Just as Eleonora's mind was in turmoil, Leo's pleading voice sounded softly beside her. "Princess, I beg you, please don't tell anyone my name." Eleonora could hardly believe her ears. "What did you say?" "I said this formation was drawn by you. It has nothing to do with me. Didn't you say before that you wanted something that could shake the world? Here you go, it's yours. When did I ever?" Eleonora was startled, then suddenly remembered the jest she had made while sarcastically mocking Leo. "But let me make this clear in advance, the betrothal gift for me must at least be something that can shake the whole world." Back then, Leo knew Eleonora was unlikely to say anything pleasant, so he had basically let it go in one ear and out the other, and had no memory that this request was related to betrothal gifts. But Eleonora remembered it clearly. She stared at Leo for quite a while before asking solemnly, "Count Ember, are you serious?" Was she angry again? Why? Did the imperial princess refuse to accept handouts? To express his sincerity, Leo met the pale blue eyes beside him with great seriousness. Princess, I am truly serious. Everything related to this formation I am willing to give to you entirely. Eleonora abruptly turned her head away, avoiding the gaze that seemed to her even hotter than the blue flame formation, and her voice came out somewhat distorted. I understand, but I must first ask my father. He is busy with state affairs, so I may not be able to confirm the date of his reply. Leo, seeing signs that she was inclined to agree, finally sighed in relief. It's fine. I can wait as long as it takes. In any case, the formation is yours. Are you sure? My father. You might end up getting nothing at all. Leo shrugged. I never expected anything in return anyway. Whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes me happy? Eleonora gave Leo a surprised glance, then quickly lowered her head, her pupils trembling slightly. What does he mean by that? As long as I'm happy, he doesn't care what grievances he suffers. But this is only our first day meeting. Why does he like me so much? Could it be that Sarander has some scheme against the Empire? Damn it, my heart is beating so fast. Is this a flare-up? But why doesn't my whole body sting like before? Eleonora tried to calm the heart that was suddenly thundering in her chest, letting reason once again seize control of her mind. She took a deep breath, and glancing out of the corner of her eye, noticed that Leo seemed to be faintly looking at her hand from time to time. Could it be that he actually just purely liked her body? Eleonora said tentatively, I don't want to owe you such a great favor. You should make a request. Since I truly do need this formation, it's all right if the request is a little excessive. Leo, who had been fretting over not finding a reason to absorb the remaining demonic energy and dared not delay, quickly seized the chance. Really? It's fine if it's a little excessive. Of course. Then I want to see the princess' hand. What? Before Eleonora could react, Leo had already extended his right hand palm upward in front of her. May I, princess? Eleonora hesitated for a moment, then sat up straight to pretend she was listening to the lesson, while her left hand gently rested on Leo's palm. If the two of them had not been sitting in the back row with desks blocking the view, this scene would probably have shattered the dough hearts of quite a few students in the classroom. Her cool palm was as gentle as jade, small and delicate in his hand. Through her pale fingertips a faint trace of pink showed beneath the nails, like plum blossoms on a snowy day. But Leo had no mind to admire this scene that betrayed a maiden's feelings. He waited and waited, yet no system window appeared to prompt him to absorb demonic energy. That's impossible. Last time the demonic energy clearly hadn't been fully absorbed, so why was there no reaction now? Had he overlooked some detail? Are you done looking yet? Only when Eleonora's faintly trembling voice came over did Leo hastily retract his arm. Sorry, I was momentarily lost in thought. Don't forget to write down the drawing method for me. Eleonora left those words in a low voice, then clutched her own hand and walked away quickly. Only then did Leo realize class was over. He stood up and stretched. You look like you slept quite well, Count. They'll personally come to cheer you on in this afternoon's duel. I hope you won't be so nervous that you can't eat. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, I won't help you contact my cousin anymore. Martin had somehow already walked to Leo's side, his face full of schadenfreude. Leo gave him an indifferent glance, then rolled up his sleeves. Martin warily backed away a few steps, glanced at Bella waiting for him at the door, and hurried off. After driving Martin off, Leo finally looked at Camilla, who was sitting alone in the front row. Because of the original owner's hostility, almost no other student was willing to stay with Camilla. Even the commoner students avoided her as much as possible for fear of getting burned. Leo had initially thought that Bella, who had spoken up for her, must have had a fairly good relationship with Camilla. But now it seemed that Bella might simply be trying to attract Ma Ding's attention. Leo sat quietly in the back row, watching the other students leave the classroom one by one. As if convinced that she was finally alone in the classroom, Camilla slowly rose to her feet, took a deep breath, and let it out heavily. Slap! 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 She raised both hands and slapped her own cheeks hard. Come on, Camilla. Hang in there, Camilla. You can definitely graduate and life ahead will surely be wonderful. With that, she sat back down, took a palm-sized flatbread from the Academy-issued handbag, opened the notebook on the desk to the first page, and studied with concentration while struggling to gnaw on the hard flatbread. What a tragedy! Liao let out a long sigh, rose, and walked over. Perhaps because she was too focused, Camilla did not notice his presence. Only when Liao placed his hand on her shoulder did she jolt violently, choking on the flatbread crumbs in her mouth and coughing hard. Liao could only pat her back clumsily. When Camilla finally caught her breath, she saw that Liao's pant legs were already covered in dirt. Scared out of her wits, she didn't even have time to grab a handkerchief and bent down to wipe his pants directly with her sleeve. Liao swiftly grabbed the back of her collar and lifted her up. Camilla's upper face was hidden behind long bangs, and through the gaps in her hair Liao could only catch a glimpse of her pinkish pupils. Sorry. No need to apologize. Pack your things and come with me. Without any hesitation, Camilla shoved everything on the desk into her bag and followed Liao with her head lowered. Mad Dog Liao walked into the Holy Academy's cafeteria with a commoner girl. This bizarre pair immediately drew the attention of most people. Liao, as if no one else were around, seated Camilla and personally fetched several steaks from the counter, placing them in front of her. Who is that girl? How dare she make the Mad Dog wait on her? Well, she's a commoner in our class. She was just being bullied in class too. He's probably up to some dirty trick again. Could the Mad Dog have taken a liking to her? The Mad Dog's woman? Interesting. I'd pay 1 gold coin for her information. Hearing the phrase, the Mad Dog's woman, come from all around, Liao furrowed his brow slightly. He was living on borrowed time, now liable to die at any moment from his lifespan issue or an assassin's blade. If Camilla were branded with the label of the Mad Dog's woman, she might suffer even worse harm after his death. At that thought, he rose and delivered a heavy kick to a table and chair. Bang! The tremendous noise instantly silenced the muttering around them, and countless pairs of curious eyes turned toward them. Camilla tried to rise, but Liao pressed her firmly down in her seat. Did you not hear me when I told you to eat it all up? If I can't hear you cheering for me during the duel, you'll be eating my fist. Camilla dared not delay a moment. She grabbed her knife and fork and stuffed food into her mouth. Damn, so he was just press ganging people to cheer for him. Free premium steak, that commoner is way too lucky. Lucky? Do you think the Mad Dog will take his anger out on her if he loses the duel? You want a fist too? What if he wins? Ha ha ha, you're hilarious. Everyone's attention was successfully drawn by Liao's desperate struggle, and almost no one brought up Camilla anymore. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Liao sat back down. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a short rest, several uninvited guests approached. This is too disgraceful, Liao. Your behavior has brought nothing but shame to our Bayer family. Carter, wearing the second-year uniform, approached Liao with the look of someone disciplining an arrogant junior. Liao caught sight of Lolly behind Carter at once and finally understood why he had dared to provoke him in the library. So he was Carter's lackey, no wonder. Liao looked at Carter coldly. What exactly do you want to say? Carter glanced at Camilla, leaned close to Liao and said in a low voice. I heard you reported a laundry owner named Deli last night. He's the father of one of my subordinates. Sign this document to withdraw the report and you'll leave immediately. Truly, enemies are bound to cross paths. Liao smiled, took the document from Carter's hand, didn't even glance at it, crumpled it into a ball and tossed it at Lolly. You. Before Carter could lose his temper, another voice came over. A disrespectful fellow with not a shred of noble bearing. How hard it must be for Senior Carter to have a brother like you. William approached with a smile, shook hands with Carter, then said to Liao, "If you loudly admit right here that you're trash, the duel can be cancelled. What do you say?" Carter hastily urged, "Just accept it, Liao. At least you won't have to embarrass yourself in front of Miss Wayla, right?" Liao sneered. "Are you all so sure you'll lose?" The moment the words fell, the people around burst into laughter. William suddenly tossed something to Liao. Liao caught it and looked. It was a small sphere shimmering with colorful light, and a number 7 slowly appeared on it. "You're actually level 7 already? That does surprise me." William, wearing a mocking smile, took the sphere from Liao's hand, and the number on it changed to 13. "I'm already a rank 1 warrior. You should be well aware of the gap between us. I'm trying to help you now. So do you accept my proposal from just now?" "You're only level 13, that surprises me too." Liao leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. He sensed something suspicious about William's sudden offer. "Are you so eager to cancel the duel because you're afraid of losing to me?" The smile on William's face vanished. "I can't wait to see you begging for mercy on the duel arena. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." William's face darkened. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a hearty laugh echoed through the great hall. "Ha ha ha. That's right. A young man should have such spirit. It reminds me of myself back then." A red-haired middle-aged man in noble attire walked over slowly, his eyes filled with admiration as they rested on Liao and William. Before Liao could identify the man, Carter had already rushed forward excitedly, his back unconsciously bending a little. "Duke Jeluomo, welcome. We are most honored by your presence." "Duke Jeluomo." At this title everyone lowered their heads and no longer dared to look at the middle-aged man casually. On the continent today, this title could refer to only one person, Jelua Jeluomo, the rank 9 dragon-slaying sword saint and current patriarch of the Jeluomo family. No need to be so formal. "I'm visiting the Holy Academy today as a father." Jelua looked at Liao and William with a genial smile. "Since you two are so eager to fight, why don't I serve as the referee? Let's find a place and start the duel right now." The thunderbolt of news, the dragon-slaying sword saint himself would officiate the duel, sent the entire Holy Academy into an uproar. Coupled with the rumors of Liao and Wei La's engagement and Jia Luo's stated intention of coming here as a father, a rumor swiftly spread through the crowd. The cursed hound and Wei La did indeed share a verbal engagement. The sword saint was presiding over the duel precisely to see with his own eyes whether the intended partner was worthy. In other words, this duel would no longer be a contest between romantic rivals, but in a sense the sword saint's selection of a son-in-law. By now the dueling arena of the Martial Academy was packed to overflowing. Even some instructors couldn't resist curiosity and came to watch. At the judges' table, Wei La sat in calm stillness beside Jia Luo, her expression still utterly unreadable. On the dueling field, Liao and Wei Lian had both changed into light training tunics and stood facing each other. Wei Lian had never imagined this duel would draw such a crowd. The hand gripping his blunt iron sword trembled non-stop. As if trying to ease the tension inside him, he suddenly shouted at Liao, who was a dozen meters away. "How about we raise the stakes? If you lose, give me the chance to sign that marriage contract with Miss Wei La." Liao ignored him. His gaze swept through the spectator stands, estimating that at least half of every living soul in the Holy Academy had gathered here. This was the perfect opportunity to reverse his reputation. Should he give a quaking shudder of his mighty frame, unveil a 5th-tier spell, and refine Wei Lian into nothing on the spot, winning without a battle? Liao stole a glance at Jia Luo and quickly discarded that idea. Although he did intend to demonstrate his growth to House Jeluomo, a 5th-tier spell was still far too ostentatious. Showing it to Ai Nizi had been a last resort. If he also drew the attention of the sword saint, his prospective father-in-law, the risk of exposing his secret would be too great. Besides vanquishing Wei Lian in an instant could only display his magical talent, his personal reputation would not be substantially repaired. Hey! Are you even listening to me? Or have you been scared speechless? The better approach was to first create a scene of a man who knew he was outmatched yet refused to retreat, then deliver a moving heartfelt speech and feign a sudden surge of hidden power, while all along relying on Juntian Giant Force to secure the victory. If Juntian Giant Force wasn't enough to win, he could always use magic later. Having made up his mind, Liao turned to Jia Luo. Your Grace, I am ready. Liao's utter disregard enraged Wei Lian, who tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Your Grace, I am ready as well. Clap. Jia Luo brought his palms together with a soft motion, yet a thunderous sound filled the entire arena, silencing the spectators. Then let the duel begin. The instant the words left his mouth, Wei Lian gripped his sword with both hands, stamped out with his right foot, closed in on Liao, and delivered a sweeping, overpowering heavy slash. Liao didn't dodge, he raised his sword to block. Naive. Have you truly studied swordsmanship? Wei Lian laughed coldly, and the trajectory of his iron blade abruptly changed, slashing without deviation toward Liao's waist. Before Liao's mind could react, his body had already acted, turning his wrist and bracing the sword before him. Clang! Wei Lian showed no restraint whatsoever, and the tremendous impact sent Liao flying backward. If the iron sword hadn't shielded his ribs, that one strike would have been enough to crack bone. Oh! You can actually react. Didn't Kate say you couldn't even lift a sword? Wei Lian's face turned wary, and he stopped attacking recklessly. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Maybe I'm possessed by a ghost. Liao rubbed the numb web between his thumb and forefinger, using the moment to digest the swordsmanship knowledge flooding into his mind. The Boda's original owner had actually kept practicing his family swordsmanship until a few years ago, when he grew too weak to lift a sword and finally gave up. That strike from Wei Lian had just triggered this Boda's muscle memory. Stop your tricks. Wei Lian reset his stance and charged at Liao. Liao showed no trace of fear, raised his sword to meet the attack, and successfully dismantled most of Wei Lian's offense. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Liao was superior in swordsmanship. But their physical constitutions were simply not on the same level. Wei Lian seized the moment when Liao paused for breath and kicked him flying. Concede, you can't win. Liao rolled across the ground to absorb the force, climbed to his feet, and charged at Wei Lian again without a word. You're asking for it. Wei Lian snorted coldly, found Liao's opening again, and sent him flying with a single blow. Liao got up once more and attacked Wei Lian. Again, and yet again. After who knows how many exchanges, Liao's arms were covered in bruises and his hand trembled conspicuously as he gripped his sword. In the spectator stands, many people could no longer bear to watch. Facing Liao charging at him once again, Wei Lian finally lost patience. He used a downward chop to lure Liao into guarding, then drove his left fist mercilessly into Liao's face. Bam! Liao took that left hook full and collapsed onto his back and seemed to lose consciousness. Finally, it's over. Wei Lian let out a long breath, turned toward the judges' table, and was on the verge of raising his sword to signal victory when bursts of exclamation erupted from the stands. A sliver of ominous foreboding rose in his heart, and he quickly whipped his head around. There was Liao using his iron sword as support, trembling as he dragged himself to his feet once more, his dark eyes fixed on Wei Lian with a hollow, eerie stare. He spat out a mouthful of thick blood, wiped away the stain at the corner of his lips, and swung his sword with fearless desperation. Forget it, with the sword saint here he shouldn't die. Wei Lian gritted his teeth, met him heat, and flicked the iron sword out of Liao's grip with an upward strike, then twisted around and viciously kicked Liao's sternum. Don't get up again. Crack. A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed out. Liao was sent flying again and crashed heavily onto the ground. Cough. Cough. He coughed up several mouthfuls of bloody froth, turned over with difficulty, struggled up on his hands and knees, crawled to the fallen iron sword, and took hold of the hilt once more. Seeing such a miserable scene, even the audience couldn't help but be moved. Seriously? Does he have to go this far? He clearly can't win. Why does he still stand up? Does he enjoy being hit? Why do I suddenly feel a bit sorry for him? He may be called the cursed hound, but deep down he still has dignity. Wei Lian screamed on the verge of breaking down. You mad dog! Would you throw your life away for a duel? I no longer ask you to honor the bet, just surrender. Sensing that the atmosphere had been built up enough, Liao said angrily. Do you still think I've persisted until now for your ridiculous bet? What? What exactly do you mean? Liao sneered, dragging the iron sword feebly in his right hand as he limped toward Wei Lian. From the first moment I laid eyes on Wei La as a child, I fell hopelessly in love with her. I was thankful for that verbal engagement because it gave me a reason to draw closer to her. But I never wanted to use it to fetter her freedom. I know my name is sullied, and I know I don't deserve a jewel of heaven like Wei La. That engagement was bound to be annulled sooner or later. But what do you mean by giving the engagement to you if I lost? Are you joking? What the hell are you playing at? The inviolable treasure in my eyes, is it merely a commodity to be transferred at will in yours? Shock filled Wei Lian's face. He darted a quick glance at Jia Luo and stammered. "You didn't mean it that." Liao gave him no chance to explain and swiftly rushed forward. "I abhor my own weakness, but I will never allow you to insult Wei La like this. Even if it costs me my life, I'll make you pay." Activating external mana source, unleashing Juntian Giant Force 0. 1. Your physical constitution and strength have been vastly enhanced. Magical energy from the crystal poured into Leo's body, flowing along specific channels within him. Though no physical transformation occurred, he could clearly feel that the heavy iron sword in his hand had become as light as a feather. Gripping the sword one-handed, he twisted his waist, and the blunt iron blade instantly turned into a blinding flash of sword light that slashed toward William. William had not expected the dying Leo to unleash such a swift killing strike. Fortunately, he had been on guard. The moment Leo moved, William had already predicted the point of impact and raised his sword in time to block Leo's iron blade. Yet what followed was even harder for him to understand. The force behind Leo's strike was several times greater than before he had been injured. The terrifying pressure bore down, dislocating William's wrist and sending his weapon skidding from his hand. Leo did not let the opportunity slip. His left hand joined the hilt, forcefully reversing the iron sword's trajectory. Then with an almost instinctive motion, he drove the blade in an arc toward William's neck. Skill acquired: Decapitation LV1. Decapitation LV1, damage 2 when attacking a target's neck. This was one of the Ember family's inherited sword arts. The original owner of the body had never managed to learn it because of his frail physique, yet Leo had stumbled into using it. But the timing could not have been worse. After that first strike, Leo had come to understand his present strength, and the sword aimed at William's neck had been delivered with calculated force. Now with the sudden added power of decapitation, even an unsharpened blade was enough to break William's neck and kill him instantly. By the time Leo realized what was happening, it was too late to pull back. All he could do was watch the iron sword crash into William. In the nick of time, a searing gust of wind swept in, and Jiro's figure appeared beside them, catching the lightning-fast sword light in his hand. William's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees, a vivid red line marking his neck. He understood clearly that if Jiro had not intervened, the force of Leo's sword would have made this a death blow. I concede. Jiro immediately raised Leo's right arm and declared, "I announce the winner, Leo Ember." Touching a high-purity fire demonic energy carrier, demonic energy 4444. No cheers, no applause. The entire spectator area fell into an eerie silence as everyone struggled to process a result that should have been impossible. The mongrel actually won. That utterly disreputable mongrel, born into a knightly family yet never even touching a sword in ordinary times, thinking only of food, drink and pleasure, had won. And he was only level 7, still studying magic theory at the Magic Academy, suddenly spouting about protection and love as he overturned a doomed battle and defeated a level 13 warrior from the Martial Academy. Just as everyone began to doubt whether they were dreaming, a gentle soft voice rang out, "Leo. Classmate. Fight. DDO your best." Camilla's voice was perfectly audible in the dead silence. Leo cringed so hard his toes curled. "I did say you had to cheer loud enough for me to hear, but the match is already over. Why are you cheering now?" With Camilla leading the way in cheering, quite a few noble students whose reputations were equally terrible immediately began to shout, "Count Leo is amazing. You're my idol. Who said we spoiled nobles are doomed to be good for nothings? A level 7 defeating a level 13, killing a foe above his rank. Can any of you do that? Martial Academy, come out and say something. Let's see who still dares to call us Magic Academy students a bunch of bookworms." Some of the girls were now looking at Leo with a strange shimmer in their eyes. To break past his limits in order to protect the one he loves, what a deeply devoted man. Those odd rumors must be nothing but deliberate slander, right? I'll find a chance to talk to him tomorrow and test the waters for you. Don't be impulsive, he has a verbal engagement. Snatch him away from the young lady of the Grom family. That only makes it more exciting. Seeing that the crowd had finally reacted, Jiro let go of Leo's hand. "You really have impressed me, boy of the Ember family. I never thought you held such deep feelings for Vera." Leo glanced at the demonic energy value on his panel, which had soared to 7400, and broke into a completely sincere smile. "I didn't think much of it. I only felt that I ought to protect Miss Vera." As he spoke, Leo did not forget to cast a look of self-conscious awe mixed with a hint of admiration in Vera's direction, but Vera had already vanished from sight. The carefully crafted expression on Leo's face instantly stiffened. Jiro noticed where Leo's eyes had gone and suddenly asked, "Where do you think Vera is right now?" Leo found the question strange, but with a sword saint before him he had no choice but to answer earnestly. "She's probably already practicing at the training ground. With her talent already so extraordinary, she still works this hard, it's humbling." Before he could finish the flattery, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Jiro's thick hand seized Leo firmly. "I'll take you to see." In a flash the two of them vanished from the spot. This scene set the spectators' imaginations running wild. Believing that the Sword Saint was going to personally test Leo, a fresh buzz of discussion broke out. Leo felt only that the scene before him changed at dizzying speed until at last they arrived in a familiar changing room. Vera was huddled in a corner of the room, one hand clasped around her knee and her right hand pressed tightly over the scar on her neck, her whole body trembling. The cramped space echoed with the girl's rapid, fear-shaken breathing. Jiro sat down on a bench nearby and patted the seat beside him. "Sit. Let's have a proper talk." Leo swallowed, then plucked up his courage and sat down. Jiro's voice was ice cold. "Do you know what your father did?" Leo glanced at Vera again and said quietly, "I didn't know before, but I can guess now. You're smarter than your father." Jiro sneered. "Lion Ember was my closest friend. Someone seduced him into believing that killing Vera would allow you to have a normal body. That day he used my trust in him and took 11-year-old Vera away alone. When I sensed something was wrong and found them in a basement, Vera was already collapsed in a pool of blood clutching her neck. How helpless she must have felt. And your father, perhaps unable to endure the guilt of what he had done to Vera, chose to take his own life on the spot. Ha! He died far too easily. I spent most of House Grom's wealth to save Vera's life, but I could not heal her mind. Whenever she goes through or sees a scene like the one just now, she walls herself off from everything, just as she is doing now. It lasts at least several hours. Leo did not know what to say, so he could only bow his head and remain silent. Jiro reached out and grabbed the back of Leo's neck. When I learned that you insisted on coming to the Holy Academy, I couldn't help wondering whether you had heard something from somewhere and intended to harm Vera. Vera is a kind child. Although you only spent a very short time together, she stubbornly believes you are her friend, so I had to ask Hela to keep the two of you apart as much as possible. But what I absolutely never expected was that not only would you shamelessly keep forcing your way and you would even dare to confess to Vera. An almost tangible murderous intent shrouded him openly. Leo felt that his neck could be wrenched loose by Jiro at any moment. Just as Leo was about to reveal his sacred power and fight Jiro with everything he had, Jiro withdrew his hand again. How does it feel to linger on the brink of death? What Vela experienced was far more terrifying than that. Leo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled wryly. I had no idea my father did such a thing, but I am willing to atone for it. Sword Saint, if you would simply tell me what you want me to do, I will not hesitate. In Vela's current state, no matter how extraordinary her talent, she cannot inherit the headship of the Grom family. The old vultures in the clan have already begun scheming to marry her off for political gain. That William is merely one of the many flies they have summoned. Could it be that you want me to serve as Vela's shield? Shield? With only that special martial art of yours that amplifies your strength. It is not nearly enough. As expected before a 9th rank powerhouse, the use of Jun Tion's colossal might could not be concealed. Fortunately, the amplification was not particularly great, leading him to mistake it for just a special martial art. Listen carefully. I will handle the old vultures in the clan, and I will arrange a more suitable candidate to serve as the shield. What you must do is cure Vela's psychological affliction. If Vela has not recovered by the time she graduates from the Holy Academy, or if I discover that you still harbor unrealistic feelings toward her, I will personally send you to meet your father. So his life was safe for now. Leo breathed a sigh of relief and looked up to study Jiro's expression. No problem, but there is one thing I wish to confirm with you. Speak. These past few days I have been attacked 3 times, and nearly every one involved demonic beasts. Did you arrange those? At the mention of demonic beasts, Jiro's expression froze briefly, then he smiled ambiguously. Compared with dying at the hands of demonic beasts, I would much rather you die by my own hands. With that he rose and called out, Hela, take good care of Vela. Hela gently pushed open the door of the changing room and bowed respectfully to Jiro. As you command, Patriarch. Patriarch, my ass. Jiro seemed utterly contemptuous of the title. With a cold snort he clasped his hands behind his back and strode away. After watching him leave, Hela closed the door again, lowered her head, and let out a long breath. Clearly even she had been under considerable pressure in the presence of the legendary Sword Saint. Leo stared at her back and suddenly asked, Do you know what Vela wrote in that letter she gave me? Hela whirled around at once, her brows shooting up. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to threaten us with the letter? The Patriarch hasn't gone far yet. Of course not. Now that the Sword Saint has assigned me to treat Vela, it's necessary for me to understand certain things. Seeing how serious Leo looked and recalling his passionate confession earlier, Hela finally relented. Of course I know. The young lady wrote it with great care for a long time. Just in case, I kept a copy. May I see it? Hela hesitated, then pulled a neatly folded letter from her bosom. Don't you have one of your own? Why do you want mine? Leo didn't answer. He quickly unfolded the paper. Long time no see, how have you been? Crossed out, Leo. Long time no see, I still remember you. Hela says that the Mushroom Academy and the Martial Academy have different schedules, so we never had a proper chance to meet. What a pity. I heard you're going to duel William over the engagement. I know your body isn't strong, so you can't beat him. Crossed out. You will definitely win. I'm giving you the Grom family's betrothal dagger. Show it to my father and he will teach you powerful martial arts. The letter, riddled with corrections and misspellings like an elementary school essay, carried the purest heart of a kind girl. Leo couldn't help but smile while inwardly cursing the original owner of this body. Hela thought Leo was mocking Vella's literacy and angrily snatched the letter back. The young lady usually only practices swordsmanship and rarely meets outsiders. Writing this well is already amazing. She helped you so much and you still have the nerve to laugh. You're utterly heartless. Leo immediately wiped the smile from his face and said solemnly, the letter was switched. The one I received was a death threat. What? I personally handed it to your doorman. Wasn't your doorman one of your own people? Leo shrugged. You know my situation. Almost everyone in that manor was placed there by my dear Uncle Victor. Then he forged the letter to drive a wedge between you and the young lady. Probably. Leo frowned deeply, feeling a sense of dissonance. If Victor had refrained from killing the original owner only because of his fear of the engagement, then after forging the letter he should have waited quietly for the original owner and Vela to turn against each other, not immediately arranged an assassination. If the 3 assassination attempts had suffered weren't arranged by Victor's side and Jiro had also indirectly denied it. Could there be a third party who wanted the original owner dead? Was Carter acting on his own? Or were the old vultures of the Grom family involved? Damn it. Enemies on every side. Surviving is truly hard. Leo sighed inwardly, then rose and walked toward Vela. Hela hastily blocked his path. What are you trying to do? To treat her I need to observe her up close, don't I? Hela reluctantly stepped aside, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on Leo, afraid he might do something improper. Curled up into herself, Vela showed no reaction to Leo's approach. Just as Jiro had said, she seemed to have severed herself from the entire world. Just as Leo was wondering where to begin, a system window suddenly appeared. Absorbing diffused high-purity fire demonic chi. Demonic chi 1-1. What's going on? I'm not even touching Vela's skin. Could it be that once demonic chi overflows to a certain degree, physical contact is no longer required? So her current state wasn't just a psychological issue but also related to demonic chi. With that thought, Leo immediately leaned his back against the wall, slowly sat down beside Vela and casually pressed the back of his hand against her arm. Contact with high-purity fire demonic chi carrier. Demonic chi 10-10-10. Sure enough, the contact area that normally provided only 1 point of demonic chi now yielded a full 10 points with every pulse. Hela immediately noticed Leo's subtle movement. You had better explain what you're doing or I might misunderstand and think you're taking advantage of the young lady. Leo kept his expression perfectly calm. Vela has clearly sealed off her senses right now. In doing this, so she knows someone is by her side, someone who will face the fear with her. Hela looked skeptical, but when she saw that Vela's breathing really was beginning to steady, she grudgingly allowed Leo to continue. Demonic chi absorption complete. Current demonic chi 12800. The next second after the system notification, Vela suddenly raised her head and looked forward, her crimson eyes tinged with confusion. Hela. Why am I here? Leo. Did you win? I told you. I never lose. Hearing his voice, Vela turned her head in a daze and realized that Leo was sitting right beside her, pressed close. Remembering the words he had spoken in the arena, a flush of crimson quickly spread to the tips of her ears. Thinking of Jiaoyuo's warning, Liao hastily rose and put some distance between himself and Weila. Weila, the Sword Saint, spoke to me about my father. On behalf of the entire Enbayer family, I apologize to you. Weila shook her head hurriedly. It's not your fault. What a reasonable, good-hearted woman. The Sword Saint asked me to try to ease your affliction, so I may come looking for you often from now on. Is that all right? Of course. You may any time. Milady. Hyla quickly leaned close to Weila's ear and whispered, a proper lady cannot be so free with herself even with her promised husband. At the word betrothed, Layla stole a glance at Liao, then buried her flushed face in her knees. Seeing that Layla had temporarily lost the ability to speak, Hyla had to address Liao herself. If you wish to meet with my lady, you cannot burst in recklessly like last time. You must inform me in advance, and I will arrange a time for you to see her. No problem. Liao naturally had no objections. A bit more formality was fine. The good friends relationship between him and Layla had to be controlled with the right measure. If he got too close, it could easily arouse Jiao's suspicion and cost him his life, but if he remained too distant, it would not be as easy to absorb the demonic qi naturally. Moreover, should the treatment fail, he still counted on Layla to help hold Jiao back for the sake of their years of friendship. It's getting late and I should return to the Magic Academy for class. If she has another episode, Hyla can come and fetch me at any time. With that, Liao turned and left. Landy pounced on Liao the moment he stepped out of the training ground, hooking an arm around his neck with an excited grin. Nice one, brother. The second I saw neither Layla nor you at the dueling arena, I guessed you two were sneaking off here for a tryst. Ha ha ha, so how'd it go? Did your smooth talk make our martial academy's goddess swoon? The verbal betrothal is about to become the real thing, isn't it? Do you know what everyone calls you now? The love-struck hound. I was just about to slip a love letter into Yelanola's bag myself. I reckon that's all but a sure thing. Our achievement of crossing academies to win our respective goddesses is bound to leave a resplendent page in the history of the Holy Academy. Wait, Yelanola hadn't received a love letter this morning? Then why had she deliberately approached him? Had she noticed something? Liao frowned in confusion and explained, Brother Landy, the Sword Saint is very dissatisfied with my reputation and Layla has no such intentions. That engagement is likely dead in the water. Ah, this. Brother Og, has the dragon-slaying Sword Saint gone blind? He truly has no eye at all. Landa's eyes instantly filled with sympathy and compassion for Liao. Never mind, brother. Once Yelanola and I grow closer, I'll put in a good word for you and ask her to introduce a pretty friend to you. Well, remain the twin stars of the Holy Academy. For a brother, he would even curse the Sword Saint. This guy could be trusted. Somewhat moved, Liao raised a hand and placed it on Landa's shoulder. Brother Yelanola is in my class. Let's go together, they'll help boost your courage. What a stroke of luck. Great with you there. I'm ditching that cowardly method of secretly slipping her the letter. Oh. Then what method are you going to use? You'll see in a moment. The two strolled into the large Class B lecture hall with arms around each other's shoulders, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Quite a few recognized Landy as the fourth prince of the Holy Kingdom and began speculating about his relationship with Liao. As a majestic bloodline born beneath the holy radiance, the entire royal family of the Holy Kingdom usually presented themselves on the continent with a persona of benevolence and kindness. If Landy, Sheng and Liao and Bayer were friends, did that mean the notorious hound wasn't as wicked as the rumors claimed? Just as the students of Class B were lost in thought, Landy did something that took everyone by surprise. He walked straight to the back row, took out a beautifully prepared sheet of letter paper, and looking at the utterly puzzled Yelanola, recited with deep feeling, In the Northern Kingdom there is a beauty peerless, standing alone in the world. Though heaven and earth may pass away, this love will endure without end. Yelanola, fair princess of Kaisalan, inspired by the courage of my classmate Liao, I have specially composed this poem to declare my feelings to you. Please accept my heart. As soon as he finished reciting, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide. What school of poetry is this? Why is it so beautiful, so stirring? One glance topples a city, a second glance topples a kingdom. Heavens, if I had said that when I confessed back then, maybe she wouldn't have called me a pervert. Wing-towing birds, entwined branches. What kind of profound feeling could have given rise to such imagery? Even Liao was stunned beyond words. This lunatic. Fine, confess in public if you want, but why drag my name into it? Moments ago I was strolling arm in arm with you like we were brothers for life. I just wanted to use your royal family's public image to improve my own reputation. Now doesn't it look like I was the one urging you to confess?" He immediately looked at Yelenola, pinning his hopes on the possibility that the princess really did have a good impression of Landy. On her unflappable face a rare flash of awkwardness appeared, but it smoothed over in an instant. She rose gracefully, a textbook perfect smile on her face, and carefully put away the love letter. "It is my honor to be admired by Prince Landy. I like this poem very much. I have long heard that you are a kind prince. I will give this incomparably sincere affection serious consideration. Then I will await your answer." Landy beamed with elation. As he charged out of the classroom, he even took the trouble to shoot Liao a surreptitious thumbs up. Helpless before Landy, who was still smug after being politely friend-zoned, Liao could only cover his face in pain. He walked over to Mating, who had gone back to his seat in the first row. "Scram back to the seat you had this morning. Don't push your luck. 3, 2. The moment Mating saw Liao start the countdown, he could only rise with resentment and walk toward the bashful, blushing Bela. Next, Liao looked over at the minor noble beside him, whose face was full of schadenfreude. That morning the noble had deliberately trampled dirt onto Camilla's seat, but Liao had missed his chance and had not been able to make a move. "You can share a desk with the trash can. Huh? Get lost." That minor noble had witnessed Liao's performance at the dueling arena. For people like him who couldn't even use magic, yet Liao beat them as easily as a father cuffs his own son. He scurried to the back of the classroom but did not actually sit with the trash can. Liao paid no attention to this petty dodge. Under Yelenola's suspicious gaze, he took the minor noble's seat. He rapped on the seat beside him, causing everyone around to jerk their necks back in fright. "Camilla, you cheered very well during my duel. This seat, Mating's seat, is my reward to you. Come sit here." Liao deliberately assumed a lofty, condescending air and spoke as though dispensing charity to Camilla, who had returned to the back row. Camilla could only lower her head and sit stiffly beside Liao. Whispers immediately rippled through the classroom. "The vicious hound may be devoted, but deep down he is still a nobleman with a flair for dark amusement, unwilling to let that commoner go. How do you figure? It seems to me the vicious hound is rewarding Camilla. Bro, if you had to sit beside the vicious hound and stay alert the whole time for him to pull something, would you still have any mind for studying?" "I see. Still, it's just as well. It saves those commoners from getting too full of themselves." Although Count Liao's temper is somewhat lacking, there's no disputing his ability. He's genuinely won honor for our Magic Academy. I'm even thinking of learning swordsmanship from him. Exactly. Those Martial Academy fellows are forever mocking our Magic Academy as a pack of weaklings. Learning a little swordplay for self-defense isn't bad either. Hearing words of praise for Liao begin to spread around him, Martin said grudgingly, "In the end, our Magic Academy values magical talent. No matter how superb one's swordsmanship, it is only glory for a moment. Don't put the cart before the horse, everyone. If you want to stand out in the Magic Academy, you should ask classmate Eleonora for more guidance." Anyone could tell that Martin was subtly mocking Liao while unobtrusively flattering Eleonora. Some people who loved a good spectacle were eagerly waiting for Liao to react when a sweet-faced, doll-like female teacher suddenly walked in from the door. She was Class B's homeroom teacher, Jonah. Classmate Martin is right. The field of magical research has many branches. Whether it is the mainstream theoretical school or the supporting alchemy school, formation school, and so on, each requires enormous effort just to glimpse a fraction of its mysteries. For most students, I would not advise spending your time on swordsmanship, which is equally demanding. To help you find the academic direction that interests you sooner, Dean Alice has made a temporary decision. Your midterm examination will be changed into a practical internship for exploring the schools. You may freely seek out senior students willing to let you experience the research of their respective schools. They will be in charge of grading you. Of course, you may also ask the academy to assign a supervisor. Still, I imagine most of you would rather study with familiar senior students, wouldn't you? There really are that many schools. Liao was taken aback, and just as he was about to ask about the details, a student raised a hand first. Teacher, what are all these schools for? The moment the words were spoken, the temperature in the entire classroom suddenly dropped by several degrees. Jonah's smile remained, but a chilling gloom crept into her eyes that made people afraid to meet her gaze. This classmate, it seems you weren't paying attention in the last class, were you? Teacher is very angry now. Come to my office after class and I'll give you a proper remedial lesson. Liao glanced at the questioner, whose face had instantly turned ashen. Knowing that the remedial lesson was probably not going to be simple, he could not help shivering. He quickly reached over and took the notebook in front of Camilla, flipping back a few pages. Sure enough, there was the introduction to the schools. It was certainly convenient to have a top student as a deskmate. Liao let out an appreciative sigh and read it carefully. He soon understood the differences among the schools. The theoretical school focused on creating new magic, improving magic, and quick spellcasting. The magic circuit studied that morning belonged to the theoretical school. The alchemy school made various potions and arcane devices to assist in combat. The formation school, as its name suggested, studied the construction of large-scale magic formations. What interested Liao the most was the alchemy school. According to Camilla's notes, alchemy research often required going back and forth into the wilderness to collect magical beast organs, natural herbs, or minerals. Although it had been by killing a bull-headed beast man that he had activated the Ox Talisman, according to the prevailing view of this world, the beast clans were essentially magical beasts with somewhat higher intelligence. In other words, he could take this opportunity to go out and kill magical beasts under a plausible excuse, testing whether he could activate the other talismans. Liao made his decision. When he looked up, he saw Jonah already standing at the podium, her gaze fixed on him without the least pretense. Classmates, becoming a mage is not as simple as you imagine. You must spend long hours sitting in arduous meditation to strengthen your spiritual power so that your body can contain more mana. You must study some incomprehensible magic circuit day and night, ensuring that you can release it flawlessly. You might even fail to understand certain magical concepts, and although you are full of mana, you may spend your entire life unable to cast high-level magic. Therefore, if any student lacks the determination to fight through to the end and wants to cut losses in time, I will help them transfer to the Martial Academy. Was that aimed at me? Liao lowered his head, deciding that next time he would return to his royal territory in the back row by the window. After the class ended, Liao was about to get up and leave when Camilla tugged at his sleeve. He looked down and saw that she had already taken a wooden box out of her bag. This is the leftover steak. I had it packed up as you told me. I haven't touched it. Liao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly asked. I noticed you usually don't live in the dormitory. Is your home in the Holy City? Yes. I bestow it upon your family to eat. Liao could not help patting Camilla's head, then leaped over the desk and hurried toward the library. After making it to the library entrance, he let out a breath as if he had been saved. But before he could start rejoicing, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded behind him and a streak of ice blue appeared at his side. Eleonora, who had abandoned all pretense of ladylike grace and run desperately to catch up with Liao, was not looking very pleased. Standing beside him, she was slightly out of breath. Lord Count, why are you avoiding me? Avoiding you? Not at all. I just suddenly wanted to try sitting in the front row. Rest assured, Your Highness, I'll give you the drawing concept tomorrow. If there's nothing else, I'll head in and study now. Eleonora looked resentfully at the utterly innocent Liao, grinding her teeth with hatred. Damn it. I rushed a message about the betrothal gift to father, and it turns out he really has a marriage contract. I should have investigated more carefully. If this reaches father's ears, what will he think of me? Her ice blue brows rose slightly. Lord Count, you were truly glorious in the duel. Vera and I have met once and I am truly happy for her to have found a guardian knight like you. Was she taking Vera's side in indignation? Liao immediately clarified. Your Highness, as this concerns the reputation of House Grom, I still owe you an explanation. The Sword Saint does not approve of that verbal marriage contract. Eleonora was startled, quickly realizing she had allowed her composure to slip. She swiftly rearranged her expression back to its usual elegance, covering her lips with a snow-white hand at just the right angle. Oh my, this really is. Who are you putting on that pitying expression for? Your eyes are already squeezed shut from smiling. Liao rolled his eyes inwardly but kept his outward expression respectful. Your Highness really is charming to have won the fourth prince of the Holy Kingdom's heart and made him compose such wonderful verses overnight. After today, who in the entire Holy City will not know of your Highness's beauty enough to topple cities and kingdoms? To have once shared a desk with you is a blessing 3 lifetimes in the making. Eleonora narrowed her eyes and abruptly interrupted Liao's smooth talk. Classmate Liao, how did you know the fourth prince composed that poem overnight? Ha ha ha, of course I guessed. Doesn't it sound more intriguing that way? Liao gave an awkward smile, edging toward the library entrance. Your Highness, are you planning to enter with me? Of course I don't mind, but other students might get the wrong idea. Eleonora also noticed that quite a few people were secretly casting glances their way, so she could only offer a faint smile. Just call me Eleonora Liao. See you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow, see you tomorrow. Liao, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders, hurried into the library. Eleonora took the pink love letter out of her bag. I had intended to pretend that confession had never happened, but now I might as well go pay my respects to the Empress of the Holy Empire. She seemed to think of something, the corners of her mouth curling up involuntarily as she walked briskly toward the Imperial Palace. Congratulations on winning the duel, Junior. Was that girl outside your girlfriend? Luxia closed the novel under the desk without changing her expression, teasing Liao as he pushed the door open. Stop joking, Senior Luxia. That was the princess of the Kaisalan Empire. She was just asking me for directions. Liao turned his head to confirm that Eleonora had no intention of following him in, then went on, Senior, do you know about the changes to the midterm exam? Of course. I heard it was a last-minute change by Dean Alisai. Then could you introduce me to some senior students from the alchemy school? Luxia blinked in surprise. Huh? You're actually more interested in alchemy? I thought you'd choose the theoretical school and take the magic swordsman route just like Junior Wela. Swordsmanship is just a hobby. I prefer the study of alchemical creation. Luxia's eyes brightened, a look of understanding dawning on her face. That's right. A powerful magic swordsman like Junior Wela will definitely need a skilled alchemy mage to support her in the future. Then, unable to help herself, she murmured under her breath, the vicious hound noble sheathes his fangs for love, willingly retreating behind the scenes. Are we heading for a strong woman, weak man storyline? I really want to know what happens next. Liao waved his hand in front of Luxia. Senior? What did you say? Luxia snapped back to herself. No, too mean, I'm majoring in alchemy myself. You can have me as your supervisor, Junior. What a coincidence. Liao stopped dwelling on Luxia's muttered words and said delightedly, then I'll have to trouble you, Senior. Not at all. I was also worried about being assigned someone difficult to get along with. Luxia gave an embarrassed smile. I'll prepare the relevant forms tomorrow. Drop by whenever you're free, Junior, and we'll fill them out together before handing them to our respective homeroom teachers. No problem. Liao agreed without hesitation, then took out the Abyssal Tentacle Grimoire from his bag. Senior, here's the book I'm returning. Also, I'd like to see if there are any books on world history, preferably the ones related to the famous noble families across the continent. Luxia picked up the grimoire and rose, walking toward the offensive magic section while asking with curiosity, "I thought you'd borrow alchemy-related books. Why are you looking for family histories?" Naturally, he wanted to figure out what made the Jelluomo and Kaiselan families so special, thereby locating other magic energy power banks. But of course he couldn't say that, so Liao could only explain just a small personal hobby. Luxia had only asked casually with no intention of digging deeper. After placing the abyssal tentacle back in its spot, she brought Liao before Yifulin. Yifulin was still in her usual languid posture, her head covered by an enormous magic hat sprawled face up on her throne. Sensing someone approaching, she pushed the magic hat up with an index finger peering at the two through the gap and spoke lazily. "This genius mage must have comprehended swordsmanship from the abyssal tentacle spellbook, which is how you won the duel, right? You really hold a grudge." Liao's mouth twitched and he took the initiative to apologize. "I was too arrogant. I closed that Tier 3 magic book in less than a minute after opening it. I should have listened to your advice and started with the most basic level." As long as you know." Yifulin's mood clearly brightened. "You didn't come to me just to apologize, did you?" Only then did Luxia speak. "Junior Liao would like to borrow some world history books. Sorry to disturb you, could you get up for a moment? Aren't those books read only by old fogies with nothing better to do?" Yifulin floated up together with the blanket beneath her. With a gentle flick of her index finger, the spellbooks that made up her throne scattered into the air. After a huge book more than 10 centimeters thick drifted from the very bottom to Liao, Yifulin immediately lay back down. Liao reached out and caught it, eagerly flipping open a page, only to find that he could not recognize a single word on it. Luxia explained books of this kind on world history are usually written only by the immortal elven race, so they are mostly in ancient Elvish. "Is there a dictionary?" Hearing his request, Luxia hesitated for a moment before turning away. Soon she returned, struggling under a dictionary several times thicker than the world history tome. Elvish is extremely complex and has undergone many changes over the course of history. Its script is highly abstract. The same character can have more than 100 different meanings depending on the context. Generally speaking, no normal human can decipher it. Refusing to believe it, Liao flipped open the dictionary and, cross-referencing it, translated the first sentence in the history book into "Spaghetti must be mixed with no 42 concrete." Then he sighed. "Senior, is there any other way?" Luxia glanced at Yifulin. If Senior Yifulin is willing, she might be able to translate it quickly. "I'm not doing something that boring." A muffled refusal came from beneath the magic hat. Seeing this, Luxia could only give Liao a helpless smile. "Why don't you start by familiarizing yourself with the alchemy textbook, Junior? I won't need it for a while. You can take it home and look through it, it even has my notes in it." "All right." Liao had no choice but to temporarily drop his search for other magic energy and follow Luxia back to the front desk. After receiving the textbook, which carried a strong scent of ink, he was about to leave when he noticed that Yifulin had at some unknown moment already drifted silently behind Luxia. She made a shushing gesture to Liao, then murmured a soft incantation over Luxia's pocket as if casting some sort of spell. Suddenly her small mouth gave a little pout. "Luxia, where are today's candies? I couldn't find them." Startled, Luxia's body jolted and she answered with annoyance, "Senior, how many times have I told you not to suddenly appear behind me? The candy shop you like wasn't open at noon today." Yifulin drifted gloomily back to her throne. Liao's eyes flickered and he sidled up to Luxia again. "Senior, where exactly is that candy shop you mentioned?" Luxia guessed that he intended to bribe Yifulin and said with a smile, "It's shop no. 13 on the outer commercial street, but..." "But what?" "It's a small shop run by a half-beast." "You don't discriminate against half-beasts, do you, Junior?" "Of course not." Liao smiled and quickly walked out of the library. A half-beast opening a shop in the Holy City would surely have connections with the other half-beasts in the academy, a perfect chance to sound them out. Liao had just walked out of the school gate when the coachman who had been waiting for quite a while drove the carriage up to his side. Liao nodded in satisfaction and was about to board when a hand suddenly slapped him hard on the shoulder. Hiss! The motion pulled at his injuries and Liao couldn't hold back a pained cry. Sorry. Chu just wanted to say hello. Having changed into the Holy Academy uniform, Monica seemed far less cold than when she hunted demons. Her golden hair sparkled with youthful vitality in the sunset. Looking at the golden-haired little potato who was more than a head shorter than himself, Liao couldn't muster any anger. Have you finished your enrollment? Yes. I'm going to be in the same class as you tomorrow. Sister Alice told me to guard you closely from today on. Closely? So you're going to live at the manor too? Probably. Wasn't it a little too dangerous to have a demon hunter living in the house? Who knew if he would often have to rely on his Saint Lord form to study in the future? After thinking for a moment, Liao asked, are demon hunters more sensitive to demonic energy than ordinary people? Of course. We're professionally trained. Monica raised her chin proudly. Liao frowned slightly, deciding that when he went to bed he would think carefully about how to transform into an ancient demon right under a demon hunter's nose without being discovered. He stepped into the carriage in one stride and Monica hurriedly scrambled in after him. To shop No. 13 on Outer Street. As you command, young master. The carriage swayed and rumbled down the main road while Liao and Monica sat inside staring at each other. After a dozen or so minutes, Liao finally couldn't hold it in. Why do you keep staring at me? Monica answered matter-of-factly. You're my mission target now. When I hunt demons, this is how I wait for the target to show an opening. Right now you're my protection target, not my kill target. You should be paying more attention to our surroundings. Fine. Monica reluctantly turned her head toward the window, but from time to time she still stole a sidelong glance at Liao. Liao covered his face. What exactly are you trying to do? I may be your mission target, but I'm also your classmate. If you have something to say, just say it, okay? Having been seen through by Liao, Monica scratched her head sheepishly. Well, Grandpa said I need to learn to get along normally with my classmates in order to stay healthy in body and mind, but I don't know where to start. Haven't you ever had friends before? Do the senior demon hunters count? I mean friends your own age. No. My parents died at the hands of monsters when I was very young. Ever since then I've followed Grandpa around hunting demons and passing judgment on criminals. Well then, let's start with learning how to chat. Okay. Monica nodded excitedly, then stared at Liao without blinking. It was plain to see that she truly wanted to learn how to interact with people normally. Liao's mouth twitched and a sudden wave of guilt rose in his chest. Compared with the stern expression of a sin-judging avenger she had worn when they first met, Monica now seemed more like an innocent girl longing for friends. And he was nothing more than a despicable cur trying to pry information out of her by teaching her how to chat. But there was no helping it, he only wanted to survive. After a brief moment of self-reproach, Liao still asked, how strong are you? A level 23 magic warrior. I can currently cast up to 3 entire spells, though my hand-to-hand combat is a bit weaker. The class names in this world were numerous, but overall the difference lay in whether one cultivated mana or battle aura. Mages cultivated their mental power to increase their mana reserves, using it as the fuel to cast spells. Warriors, by contrast, used the battle aura nurtured within their bodies to strengthen their physiques and unleash martial techniques. The so-called magic warriors or magic swordsmen had mastered a special method that allowed them to convert battle aura and mana into each other, gaining a more versatile set of combat options. But this path would clearly slow down the pace of advancement. He hadn't expected the little potato before him to already be a Toon-Tire magic warrior at such a young age. If the instructors at the Martial Academy knew, they would probably rush to beg her to transfer. Impressive. Liao praised her sincerely, then continued asking. I lost a valuable dagger in a place where a demonic bear roamed. Have you seen it? Since that dagger was the Grom family's betrothal token, he absolutely had to find a way to get it back and return it to Vera before Jiro noticed. Monica couldn't keep the corners of her mouth from curling up because of the compliment. At the time, I only brought you and Hank to the hospital. I wasn't the one in charge of dealing with the scene. But don't worry. The dagger must have been sent to the evidence room. Want me to take you to look for it later? Thanks. You're welcome. Monica blinked expectantly as if waiting for Liao to bring up the next topic. Not knowing what else to talk about, Liao handed the conversation over to Monica. You've been hunting demons since you were little. You must have had plenty of thrilling experiences, right? Why don't you tell me some? As soon as he said that, Monica looked as if a core program had been triggered, and she immediately began recounting her past adventures with great vividness. Since he had opened the floodgates himself, Liao could only listen attentively, offering a reply from time to time and providing plenty of emotional support. If I have to talk about the most troublesome one, it was a demonized rabbit-head humanoid I encountered at the Beastfolk border. It was only 3 tire, yet its speed reached the level of a 5-tire warrior. Could that be the power of the rabbit talisman? Liao perked up at once. And then, are there many of those rabbit-head humanoids? Do you remember where you encountered them? There should be a tribe of them, right? We're only responsible for dealing with monsters, so we can't attack normal beastfolk as we please. As for the exact location, I still vaguely remember it. Great, yet another talisman had a lead and a speed-boosting rabbit at that? Liao excitedly grabbed Monica's hand. If I get the chance, I definitely want to visit that place you mentioned. It sounds so interesting. Really? Monica was absolutely delighted. She didn't mind Liao's sudden forwardness and even took his hand of her own accord. Tuvi brought this up at Her Majesty the Queen's tea party before, but they all seemed unwilling to listen. Do you really find it interesting? Kid, those older noble ladies' tea parties only have a taste for smutty below-the-belt gossip, so of course they aren't interested in you. Having failed to absorb any demonic energy from Monica, Liao withdrew his arm without changing his expression. They may not like fighting and killing, but I find it very interesting. From now on, if you ever come across any monsters with special abilities, be sure to share them with me. Monica's eyes sparkled as she sat up straight in excitement. No problem. Just as she was about to continue talking, the carriage gradually came to a stop. Young Master Shop No. 13 isn't open. Liao lifted a corner of the curtain. The small shop before him, bearing the sign, Norman's Candy Shop, had its doors and windows shut tight. The coachman, quick-witted as ever, stepped forward and knocked on the door. After confirming that no one answered, he jogged back to the carriage. Young Master, shall we return to the manor now? Liao was about to agree when Monica suddenly spoke up. There are people talking inside. How do you know? A second tier spell, the sacred listening art. Monica smiled and extended her left palm, which was inscribed with a golden magic circuit. Want to give it a try? Liao hesitated for a moment, then cupped Monica's delicate hand in one hand, tilted his head bent down, and pressed his ear against it. The candy shop was dimly lit with 3 figures seated around a round table. A wolf girl, her face full of worry, anxiously asked the person opposite her, Mr. Makosi, is there really no latest news? Makosi was a young man with narrow slitted eyes, dressed in fine clothes. He gently shook his head. I heard it from itinerant merchants passing through the wilderness border. A few half-beast cubs have appeared on the list for the next auction at the frontier town. Although I've already arranged people to investigate as quickly as possible, time is definitely insufficient. You must make your plans as soon as possible. The so-called wilderness border was a lawless zone beyond the control of any nation. Outlaws with nowhere to go and all kinds of opportunists had gathered there, gradually forming a frontier town. Wensha, sitting nearby, tapped her leg impatiently. "Sis, what are you worried about? Our half-beast friends at the academy are all willing to help. If we set out now, we can definitely rescue the children." Miss Leisha's caution is correct. The auction is protected by the lord of the frontier town, a 7th-rank swordsman. And with those formidable villains around, if you're discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wensha slammed her fist on the table in anger, grinding her teeth. "Then what? Are we supposed to stand by and watch the children be bought and sold as slaves?" Makosi tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "There's only one way to safely take those children away: buy them openly. By the usual market price, you'd need at least 2,000 gold. Leisha's hands twisted awkwardly under the table. She pursed her lips and lowered her head. "But where would we ever get that many gold coins? Even this shop was lent to us by you." Wensha also looked at Makosi with embarrassment. "Makosi, why not lend us 2,000 gold? Once I graduate from the Holy Academy, I'll definitely pay it back quickly." Makosi turned his head away in distress. "I would love to help you, but 2,000 gold is no small sum. Although my father is the head of the Norman Merchant Guild, he cannot spend such a huge amount of liquid capital without any good reason. It would do great harm to the guild." Wensha braced her hands on the table and shot to her feet, her chair scraping harshly against the floor. "Then you'll go and find a way to raise the money." Leisha quickly grabbed Wensha's arm, her expression serious. "Wensha, this is the Holy City and you're a student of the Holy Academy. You are not allowed to go stealing or robbing again." "Sis, I wasn't planning to do anything bad. I met a noble a few days ago. He should be, well, quite rich. If I agree to his terms, maybe he'll help." Makosi frowned and asked before Leisha could. "What terms?" Being a half-beast yet having to protect a noble who hunted half-beasts, Wensha truly didn't know how to say it. She stammered for a long while, but in the end nothing came out. But this reaction was enough to cause misunderstandings between the other two. Leisha stood up and embraced Wensha, tightly stroking her head with deep concern. "Wensha, your sister is here. You just need to study quietly at the Holy Academy. Don't do anything that would hurt yourself, all right? Miss Wensha, those nobles have always considered themselves superior and are best at disguise. Whatever promise they make, it's very likely just a chance to toy with you. You must be careful." Wensha sighed. "But this is the only solution I can think of. If you two don't agree, then we'll go with the original plan, organize people and take the children by force." Seeing both of them look lost and at a loss, Makosi hesitated. "Actually, there is one more way." The two sisters' eyes lit up. "What way?" Makosi glanced at Leisha. "My father has always been pressing me to marry. If Miss Leisha is willing to pretend to be engaged to me, I can manage to scrape together 2,000 gold as a betrothal gift." What? Leisha's eyes flew open wide and crimson instantly flooded her pretty face. She stammered, "Mr. Makosi, we have always been grateful for your help, but would your family allow you to marry a half-beast wife?" Her concern was reasonable. There had always been a story circulating on the continent. A gifted legitimate son of a noble family insisted on marrying a beautiful half-beast and was directly stricken from the family register. The title eventually passed to an illegitimate son. The poor legitimate son had given up everything for the half-beast, only to be discarded like a worn-out shoe because he was of no further use. Unable to bear the shock, he went mad. Though no one knew whether the story was true, its wide circulation fully revealed how deep the continent's prejudice against half-beasts ran. An ordinary commoner marrying a half-beast might not cause much of a problem, but noble or high-ranking merchant families would absolutely never allow their descendants to be stained with the blood of the beast race. There were even extremists who believed that a single touch was enough to defile their bodies. Makosi smiled indifferently. It is indeed a bit of trouble, but they still need me to help manage the guild, so it shouldn't be a problem. They'll buy some time. After a few years, once Wen Sha and the others pay the money back, we'll annul the engagement. Li Sha was deeply moved. Ever since she had unexpectedly met Makosi a year ago, he had been helping her and her group of half-beasts. Now he was even willing to make such a sacrifice. Even if they annulled the engagement later, it would absolutely damage his reputation. Although she was extremely reluctant to bring such trouble upon Makosi at this moment, for the sake of saving the children, there seemed to be no other choice. Just as she was about to give her answer, a violent knock suddenly exploded from outside the door. They had intended to keep pretending no one was inside, but the person outside acted as if they would smash the door down if it weren't opened. Li Sha had no choice but to respond loudly, "We're not open today. Please come back another time." "No, no, no. Please sell me some." "A little kitten didn't get to have your candy today," and angrily said she'd become a ruthless reading machine. She's already about to die from exhaustion in a pile of books. Hearing the voice outside, Wen Sha's ears twitched rapidly. She rushed over and opened the door. "It's really you? Wen Sha, what a coincidence. So this shop is yours? If someone's here, why won't you open the door? Are you not interested in money?" As he spoke, Li Ao had already walked into the shop on his own. Monica followed closely behind, curiosity all over her face. Li Sha had never heard Wen Sha mention having any human friends at the academy, so she stood up and stepped forward. "Wen Sha, who are these two?" Following the voice, Li Ao saw a wolf girl wearing a pink pastry apron with features very similar to Wen Sha's, but far more mature, looking at him with confusion. "Oh sis, he's the noble I mentioned, named Li Ao." Wen Sha did not dare to say his surname after that, afraid it would startle Li Sha. Li Ao bowed with a standard courteous gesture. "This is Monica beside me, also a student of the Holy Academy." Li Sha quickly returned the bow. "I'm really sorry, something came up earlier so we couldn't open." "Couldn't open? Have you run into some trouble?" "Wen Sha and I are friends. I'd be more than happy to offer some help." Li Sha was about to refuse, but Wen Sha said with a serious face, "We need money. If you can give me 2,000 gold in advance, then I'll agree to what you mentioned before." Li Sha certainly didn't want Wen Sha to sell herself. She hurriedly pulled her behind her and said to Li Ao, "Didn't you say you needed to buy candy? How much do you want? I'll pack it up for you right now." "Sorry, I've already packed it myself." Li Ao smiled, holding up 3 fingers. "Is 2,000 gold enough? It won't affect your loyalty to me, will it? They'll give you 3,000 gold continuing until graduation. How about that?" Windsor's eyes lit up as she peered out from behind Lisa. 3,000 gold coins. Are you really willing to give me that much?" "Of course, but there is one condition attached." "Tell me." "You must do your utmost to help me persuade your other companions." "I can try, but I can't guarantee they'll agree." "It's a deal." Unaware of the truth, Lisa looked at Windsor in disbelief, finding her strangely unfamiliar. So this nobleman not only coveted Windsor but also had designs on the other companions. Was Windsor truly prepared to sell herself and even willing to help persuade the others to join? Damn it, had her naive little sister been corrupted this quickly? Should she never have brought them out of the village in the first place? No, at the very least she had to protect her only sister. She glanced back at Windsor, then awkwardly straightened her body and clumsily showed off her figure, gazing at Leo with resolute eyes. "How about I take my sister's place?" Windsor quickly interjected, "Sis, you can't. Your physical condition isn't strong enough. Let me handle it." Just how twisted was this damn nobleman to even have requirements about physical fitness? Did her foolish sister really have no idea how dangerous this was? Lisa took a deep breath. "It's fine. Your sister can grit her teeth and get through it. You're the hope of the village, you can't afford any harm. But, no buts. Leo finally couldn't help asking, Miss, being a bodyguard isn't something you can just grit your teeth through. Do you really have enough strength to protect me? Lisa was taken aback. Bodyguard? What bodyguard? You mean you spent 3,000 gold coins to hire Windsor as your bodyguard? Leo then realized Lisa might have misunderstood him and explained helplessly, that's right. The 3,000 gold coins are in advance on her salary. Lisa blushed and lowered her head awkwardly. Oh, so it's a bodyguard job. Windsor, with such a high salary, you must never slack off. I know. Seeing that Lisa had suddenly changed her mind, Windsor didn't think much of it and agreed with a smile. At that moment, Marcus, who had been sitting quietly nearby, finally rose and hurried over to Leo, smiling warmly. I was wondering why this generous, noble young master looked so familiar. So you're His Excellency Count Ember. At the mention of Ember, Lisa's body stiffened noticeably. Leo narrowed his eyes. You know me. Of course. Part of the gold mines from the Ember domain are transported to the Holy City by our Norman Merchant Guild. Over the years, though I've never seen you in person, your reputation has thundered in my ears. Reputation? More like notoriety, she thought. Leo smiled and probed. To have secured such an important business, your relationship with my Uncle Victor must be quite close. He's skilled at managing his territory, but he's always held prejudice against half-beasts and insisted on issuing a kill order within his domain. I'm still young and have to rely on his favor to get by. I truly can't persuade him otherwise. If you get the chance, you should have a good talk with him on my behalf. Marcus smiled and not waver. The Ember family has more than one merchant guild working with it. I'm merely a representative of the Norman Guild. How could someone like me presume to speak with such a great figure? Besides, for family matters of this sort, it's only proper for the Count himself to speak in person for it to carry any sincerity. Seeing that Marcus' answer was watertight, Leo stopped probing his relationship with Victor and turned to the Wolf Girl sisters, who were frantically exchanging glances. Give me a bit of every kind of candy you have here. Right away, please. Wait a moment. Lisa quickly wrapped up a large bag in oil paper. That'll be 3 gold and 2 silver coins in total. Leo hadn't expected a bag of candy to fetch such an exorbitant price. Even though the amount was nothing to him now, he still blurted out, that expensive? Marcus explained, you jest, my lord. The ingredients for these candies are extremely precious. The most valuable is the 4th-tier Queen Bee Nectar, which is excellent for beauty and skincare. The noble ladies and misses of the Holy City have all praised it endlessly after tasting it. I guarantee it's worth every coin. So the Windsor sisters were just hired help selling goods. The candies were made by Marcus, and he certainly knew how to market them. Leo waved the bag of candy in his hand and looked at Windsor. I have other matters tonight. Come to my manor tomorrow to collect the money. As he finished speaking and had just walked to the shop entrance with Monica, a man with slender limbs, a thin gaunt frame, clutching a pile of draft papers, brushed past him and dashed frantically into the shop. Marcus, when exactly are you taking me away from the Holy City? It's too late, it's too late. I can feel him getting closer and closer to me. He's definitely going to kill me. The man grabbed Marcus' arm the moment he entered, his expression frantic. Marcus clearly hadn't expected the man to come looking for him, and his face turned somewhat grim. Didn't I tell you the merchant caravan would set out for the border town in a few days? Just focus on studying your magic circle diagrams. No one here is going to kill you. Then hurry it up. If I'm caught, you'll definitely be tortured to death. I told you nobody wants to kill you. Go back to the guild's compound. Marcus spent a good while pacifying him before the man's emotions finally settled and he shuffled out in fear. My apologies, everyone. He's a mage supported by our guild. He usually enjoys studying bizarre ancient diagrams, which has affected his mind somewhat. Marcus smiled apologetically at the crowd. Cases of mages driving themselves mad from studying diagrams were hardly rare, so the others nodded without much surprise. As the man passed by him, Leo curiously glanced at the contents of the draft papers in his hand. They were densely covered with strange writing, but what shocked Leo even more was a half-finished drawing of a demon. A curled mustache, long white beard, narrow slit-like eyes, and a ghastly face with fangs. That was unmistakably a crude sketch of Terra, the supreme commander of the Shadow Kingdom, in demonic form. Why would that pattern appear on the man's draft papers? Was it a coincidence? Or did he actually possess the complete manual of spells personally written by the demon himself? Even without the complete manual of spells, if he could obtain Terra's emblem, he might be able to summon the shadow troops in this world. If that succeeded, he would command countless subordinates who excelled at both combat and reconnaissance, feared no death, and were absolutely loyal. Leo's heart raced with excitement. He reached out swiftly and placed his hand on the man's shoulder, intending to have a chat with him. But before he could even speak, the man suddenly let out a strange startled cry, wrenched himself free from Leo's grip, and fled into the distance in a panic. Marcus stepped forward and blocked the doorway. "My lord, he's probably not in a state to communicate normally right now. I'd better go see him off myself. Is there something you'd like to ask? I can relay it for you." "No, I was merely a little curious about ancient magic circles." Leo withdrew his hand. "Since the mage isn't available, let's forget it." Marcus bowed apologetically to Leo and quickly left. No sooner had Monica stepped onto the carriage than she eagerly said to Leo, "That man's strange cry just now sounded a bit familiar to me." "A strange cry?" It sounded a lot like the cry of some animal that Grandpa and I often heard in the Beastwild Forest." "Animal?" Leo immediately became alert. He thought hard about that man's movements and voice, but no clue came to mind. "Let's go find my dagger first." Monica nodded. "All right, let's go to the tribunal." At the center of the holy city stood the magnificent Cathedral of Holy Radiance. Inside the cathedral compound rose a bell tower several dozen meters high. Directly north of the tower was the Imperial Palace, and to its west stood the tribunal in its ancient austere style. The carriage came to a steady stop and Monica was the first to jump down. The guards at the tribunal's entrance clearly recognized Monica and let the two into the hall without any obstruction. The hall was extremely spacious, yet the path from the entrance to the front desk was clear, while both sides were packed with tables and chairs. The demon hunters resting on either side merely looked up, nodded to Monica, and then lowered their heads to their own affairs. Monica explained in a low voice, "They've all just come back from field assignments, waiting here for the staff to finish checking their mission reports." Leo noticed their travel-worn appearance and asked curiously, "I've heard that the demon hunter's business scope extends across the entire continent. Is that true?" Monica nodded proudly. "Of course. We even go to the Beast Realm, not to mention other countries. This is the decree of the Goddess of Holy Radiance, to let holy light illuminate every piece of land on the continent." "Then how do you get tips about demon appearances? Are you ever out of work?" "There are many ways to get information, for example buying intelligence from the people at the Rat's Nest or receiving victim pleas at the district churches. Since demonic energy is hard to cleanse, we also regularly send people to inspect places where demons were previously killed. We usually can't stay idle." "So that means there are still quite a lot of demons. It seems that if I lack sufficient demonic energy later, joining the demon hunters would be a good path." In the corner a group of demon hunters looked over. One of them, a woman with an eye patch, raised her hand and called out with a smile, "Little Monica over here." Monica's eyes lit up, but she did not forget that she was the one accompanying Leo now, so she looked up and asked, "That's Captain Lexi of Squad 7 where I used to be. Can we go over for a little while?" "Of course." After receiving Leo's consent, Monica trotted over to Lexi's side. Lexi curiously walked a circle around Monica, then gave her a thumbs up. "Very pretty. The Holy Academy uniform suits you well, little Monica." The other demon hunters of Squad 7 broke into relieved smiles. "We've always said Monica should go to school. Following us, she'd be covered in dust all day and wouldn't even have any friends. Look, she's found a boyfriend on the very first day. Monica hurriedly waved her hands and explained, no. He's my mission target. I went to the academy to carry out a mission. When the mission is over, I'm still coming back. Mission target. Lexi propped her chin on the back of her hand with interest, carefully looked Liao up and down, then licked her lips. He's a little thin, but there's a sort of roguish charm in his face. I've never tried a man of this type before. Junior, life is short. How about one wild night with your senior tonight? Monica hastily blocked Liao. Captain. What are you saying? Just kidding. Little Monica, why are you so anxious? Lexi gave a nonchalant smile and continued, turning to Liao. Want to consider it? Monica gritted her teeth. You said it was just a joke, why are you still asking? Rather than answering Lexi, Liao asked, Captain Lexi, were you also a Holy Academy student? Not just me, many of the demon hunters here are graduates of the Holy Academy. Liao became interested at once. So after graduating from the Holy Academy, are you guaranteed a position and placed directly into a demon hunter job? At these words, everyone who had been chatting and laughing fell into a strangely uneasy silence. Lexi smiled at the corner of her mouth. If that's how you see it, there's no real problem. But mind you, being a demon hunter is not a good position. After all, it was a profession that allowed one to obtain demonic energy, so Liao did not dare take it lightly. He pulled out a wooden chair and sat down beside her, respectfully looking as though he were all ears. Seeing Liao's keen interest, Lexi had no choice but to continue. When you advance to 4th grade, the Holy Academy will issue your comprehensive evaluation report. Generally, those with outstanding grades are already scouted by various factions before they graduate, because the Holy Academy's evaluation is highly authoritative. For those of us with average grades who still want to fight for a chance, we can choose to leave our evaluation reports in the Holy Nation and let professionals assign us positions. See those fellows over there who earn a handsome salary yet sit at their desks drinking tea all? Lexi pointed to the staff members inside the hall who were wearing enforcer uniforms and strolling leisurely. To be honest, I originally wanted to become a Holy City enforcer myself, but my grades weren't good enough. I could only be redirected to Demon Hunter. Now I'm out in the field every day and am in mortal danger at all times. Apart from a fairly substantial death benefit, there is nothing commendable about this job. I'm just waiting to accumulate enough merits and find some way to transfer to being an enforcer. Bottom line, demon hunters are the ones expected to do dirty hard work. Don't get any wrong ideas and rush to join us. The other demon hunters nodded in heartfelt agreement and could not help glancing at the nearby enforcers. The faces they made were more or less sullen. Enforcers and demon hunters alike belonged to the tribunal. Their daily work was to handle all kinds of emergencies within the Holy City and to protect it together with the Holy Nation's guards. But this is the Holy City. Usually they only catch thieves and bandits. Even if a real major crisis occurred, would His Holiness the 9th rank Pope be nothing but a display piece? Our abilities are clearly about the same, so why can they live comfortably for a lifetime while we have to risk our lives and grind for seniority? Sensing that the atmosphere around him had turned low, Liao felt somewhat uneasy. After all, he had raised the topic, so he should do something to make up for it, right? Liao thought for a moment and quickly said, but I think you are all great. The instant his words fell, not only did Lex's group raise their heads, but the other demon hunters around them also involuntarily pricked up their ears. Demonic energy ravages the land and the people have no way to survive. The enforcers seated comfortably in the Holy City cannot judge demons with paper and pen. It is the demon hunters who wield their swords to annihilate evil. In my eyes, and in the eyes of all the lives you have saved from the jaws of demons, you will never be the ones doing dirty, thankless work. Liao clenched his fists and stood up, saying loudly with excitement, every footprint you leave on the continent and every living being you save interpret the meaning of your lives and your noble character. You are the lantern bearers in the eternal night, burning your own lives to bring the world the guidance of holy radiance. You are the wings spread by the goddess of holy radiance over the world, the most faithful practitioners of the loving oracle she speaks. A body covered in wind and frost in exchange for peace among mortals. Behind you is the lamplight of 10,000 homes, an undying glory that belongs to you alone. All the demon hunters in the hall unconsciously stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the impassioned Liao, and a feeling of unprecedented relief surged through their hearts. Never before? No one had ever said such a thing to them. Could he be a bard who majored in mind magic? Why, after listening, did they feel as if their whole bodies were filled with strength? They now wanted to find a demon and fight it to their heart's content. They did not understand what chicken soup for the soul meant if they only felt that the grievances they had borne for so long had finally been understood and recognized. At this moment in their eyes, Liao was like a succubus. Lex's lips moved for a long moment before she stared at Liao and murmured, "Are you sure you won't consider one wild night with your senior? I'll pay you." Hey, Captain Lexi, nearly 30 years old and still pining after a junior from the academy. A female monster hunter smiled as she walked up beside Leo, winking flirtatiously and flicking her hair back. Why not let someone younger and prettier handle this? Don't be impatient, little brother. I have a sister who just graduated this year. Little brother, my daughter will be your junior in a few years. Bullshit. Isn't your daughter still a fucking baby? Didn't your sister already graduate 4 years ago? You shameless bastards, stop scaring my precious junior. Come on, junior, into your senior's strong arms. Seeing more and more people crowding around him and even some taking the opportunity to start groping him, Leo sensed trouble immediately. Just as he was wondering how to escape, a sharp whistle pierced through the hall. Then a man in an enforcer captain's uniform bellowed, "What's the meaning of this? Are you all insane? Making all this noise in the middle of the night? If you still want to claim today's mission rewards, then shut up and wait." The monster hunters sneered disdainfully at the man, then reluctantly shuffled back to their seats. Junior, room 304 at the Monster Hunter Inn. "I'll leave the door open for you tonight." The young female hunter blew Leo a gentle kiss, then turned and coldly said to the hunters around her, "If I find out any of you showed up instead, I'll tear off your third legs." Several hunters who had been tempted shuddered and abandoned their unrealistic thoughts. After the crowd dispersed, the enforcer captain spotted Leo and Monica in their school uniforms and hurried over. "Miss Monica, does Lord Roy have some instructions?" Monica shook her head. "Captain Evan, it's about the wild demon bear case from a few days ago. Count Ember said he lost a very valuable dagger at the scene and would like to look for it in the evidence room." Evan made a gesture of invitation. "Then please follow me, Count. According to regulations, Miss Monica cannot enter with you." Leo and Monica exchanged a glance, then followed Evan down the stairs into the underground. Hearing faint cries coming from beneath their feet, Leo raised an eyebrow curiously. Evan slowed his pace to walk alongside Leo. "The second basement level is where convicted criminals are held pending trial. It can get a bit noisy. Please forgive us, Count." "No matter. Captain Evan, is there something you wish to say to me? Since the Count has noticed, I won't beat around the bush." Evan pushed open the door to the evidence room and led Leo slowly through the many shelves. "I overheard what the Count said earlier, and I deeply agree. On behalf of the Enforcer Division, I would like to express our sincere gratitude." Leo was puzzled. Why thank me? What I just praised were the monster hunters. If anything, I was stepping on the enforcers. Evan gave a nonchalant smile. In recent years, demonic beasts have appeared more and more frequently, and the monster hunters have suffered heavy losses. On top of that, they constantly spread negativity and gloom, so the hunter positions are struggling even to recruit people. Lord Roy has even planned to use enforcers to make up for the shortage of monster hunters. Every enforcer is terrified at the prospect, and the efficiency of our work has dropped drastically. With those words from the Count just now, I believe the monster hunters will throw themselves into their work for some time to come, and the people who revere the holy radiance will also actively consider joining that glorious rank. Leo curled his lips in disdain. But that kind of morale boost will only last so long. Why not try improving the daily treatment of the monster hunters? That would be more practical. Evan turned to look at Leo, sidestepping his suggestion. I plan to establish a dedicated enforcer department with the Count as its head, responsible for the mental well-being of the monster hunters. I can assure you the compensation will be satisfactory. What do you think? Leo sneered. So you'd rather spend a fortune on a noble who can only talk than improve the treatment of the monster hunters? Evan frowned slightly. Most monster hunters will outright retire once they've saved up enough money or accumulated enough merits. If we raise their benefits, it will only accelerate the decline in their numbers. By then, the demonic beasts that aren't dealt with in time will only harm more people on the continent. What harm to the people? At the end of the day, you're just afraid the High Inquisitor will force those useless enforcers to fill the monster hunter shortage, aren't you? Enforcers serve their own unique purpose. Evan's face darkened as he picked up the evidence list beside him and glanced at it, then pointed to a wooden crate. Since the Count isn't interested, just take your belongings and leave. Leo shrugged and opened the wooden crate. All he saw inside were his clothes torn apart when he transformed into the Holy Lord. There was no dagger. Although he wanted to ask if he could take the torn fabric scraps, a noble asking for his own ragged clothes would only draw even more attention, so he gave up. I don't see my dagger. Can you help me find the person who cleaned up the scene? No dagger. Evan strode forward, checked the evidence list again, and his expression turned grim. He hurried out of the evidence room. Leo followed him down to the prison on the second basement level and was surprised to find Carter and Rayleigh there as well. Carter was chatting with an enforcer captain while several enforcers were covering two corpses with white cloths, preparing to move them out. When the enforcer captain saw Evan, his expression immediately turned respectful. Brother, why are you here? Evan ignored him and walked straight to a young enforcer tidying the corpses, kicking him flying. Bang! The enforcer slammed into the iron railing and coughed up a mouthful of blood. See, Captain Evan, WWH, why are you? Evan grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up with one hand. Did you steal a dagger from the evidence room? The enforcer trembled in fear, stealing a glance at the captain chatting with Carter, and rasped, "You didn't." Evan's arms suddenly tightened. Clang! The young enforcer's back slammed into the iron bars again, and he spat out blood-flecked foam. I'll ask you one last time. Where is the dagger? It's in the evidence box over there. I haven't had the chance to take it away yet. Evan casually tossed the young enforcer to the ground, then looked at Leo with an awkward expression. He had just said enforcers had their own role to play, and the next second this happened. Count, please excuse me. He will face proper punishment. Let me take you to find the dagger. Leo glanced at Carter and Rayleigh, whose expressions were equally grim, and smiled as he pointed to the two white-draped corpses beside them. Aren't your interrogation methods a bit too harsh? 2 dead in one go? Evan was taken aback, then explained, we don't use such torture. They probably killed themselves because they didn't want to face trial in front of everyone. Leo nodded. But how can you be sure they aren't faking death? Only then did Evan carefully study the faces of the people around him and instantly understood. His face dark, he glanced at the enforcer captain, walked over to one of the corpses and stomped hard on its hand. Ah! The corpse, Deli screamed in agony, clutching his badly deformed hand and rolling on the ground. Eek, make sure you observe carefully next time. Even for a corpse you must finish the job before sending them out of the prison. Eek lowered his head. Got it, brother. Evan let out a cold snort, unwilling to remain there and embarrass himself further, and strode away. Leo patted Carter on the shoulder. What a shame. You almost succeeded. After Leo left, Deke glanced at Carter, whose face was twisted with rage, and asked, "Who was that?" "Leo Ember, my dear cousin. He's the victim in the Demon Bear case." Eek smiled and walked over to the young enforcer, who still hadn't managed to get off the ground. "You did well not selling me out. By the way, didn't you say earlier that there was something suspicious about those torn nobles' clothes?" After successfully retrieving the dagger from Evan, Liao let out a long sigh of relief. If Jiro ever found out that he had nearly lost the Grom family's betrothal dagger, he might very well have been chopped into mincemeat on the spot. When he emerged from the stairwell, Lexi had Monica cornered in a nook, whispering to her. Monica's little face was flushed crimson. The instant she caught sight of Liao, Monica shot to her feet as if caught in the act of something shameful and asked urgently, "Did you get it?" Liao nodded and bade farewell to the demon hunters. "Let's go." "Farewell, everyone." The hunters present responded warmly, and the members of Team 7 rose one after another to see the two of them out the door. Monica could hardly wait to climb into the carriage. Liao was about to follow her in when Lexi hooked an arm around his neck and dragged him aside. Feeling the softness pressing against the side of his face, Liao said hastily, "See, Captain Lexi. I really wasn't considering. Oh, I was only joking earlier." Lexi smiled sweetly and bent closer, lowering her voice. "Monica told me that while she's protecting you, you two are going to live together." "That's right. But don't worry, they'll give her a proper room so her reputation won't be affected." "Reputation is no big deal. Monica's grandfather is the Grand Inquisitor, and no one would dare to wag their tongue." "Then what are you getting at?" Lexi glanced back at the carriage. "We've always regarded Monica as a little sister of our own, and we really don't want her to keep being a demon hunter. This profession is far too dangerous. I don't know how long your protection mission will last, but why not consider making her your girlfriend and letting her stay at the Holy Academy to protect you for a few years? She already had some good feelings toward you, and with us urging from the sidelines, she'll definitely give it a try with you. But date a demon hunter with monstrous talent. Then how could I happily transform into the Holy Lord and use its monstrous magical aptitude to become an academic prodigy?" Liao quickly said, "Captain Lexi, feelings can't be forced. Pushing the issue will only put Monica in an awkward position." Lexi was taken aback for a moment, then her smile grew even brighter. Any normal person who learned about Monica's grandfather would jump at the chance to build a connection with her. Let alone a mere border count, even a duke would feel his heart stir. And yet Liao was still thinking about Monica's feelings, which proved that he was gentle, considerate, and knew how to cherish a girl. "I'm growing more and more satisfied with you. Since you want to let things take their natural course, we won't interfere too much. Just find a way to keep Monica occupied, don't let her come back. But there is one very important thing I must warn you about." Seeing how serious her expression was, Liao immediately pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Lexi lowered her voice mysteriously. "Monica may be small in stature, but she's not small where it counts. At night she likes to act spoiled and has to hug something to fall asleep. Plus her whole body is soft and cuddly, it feels wonderful to hold her. Her favorite food is bananas, her favorite color is gold, her birthday is December 21st, and the time of the month is." Oh my god, this was a complete Monica appreciation guide. Liao felt that hearing any more might get him silenced by Roy. He struggled free from Lexi's hold. "Captain Lexi, it's getting late. I need to go home and do my homework." With that he dashed into the carriage. "Hurry back to the manor." The carriage flew off down the main road, leaving Lexi behind, still wanting more. The other demon hunters crowded around with grins. "Captain, the Ember Territory has a gold mine. He's rich, titled, and caring. I think this guy is a pretty good fit." Lexi turned around in surprise. "How do you know about the gold mine?" One of the hunters gave a sly chuckle and handed Lexi a request for aid. "I saw it in the hall a few days ago." On the border of Serendil in the county of Ember, a high-ranked demonic creature is suspected to be lurking inside the gold mine. A Tier 4 Demon Hunter squad is needed to assist the local Adventurers Guild in its investigation. Though we're a Tier 6 squad, the gold mine made me take special note of it. Captain, shall we go? Let's go. With Count Ember having spoken up for us like that, we absolutely should go lend a hand. Lexi raised the request with a smile and said teasingly, "My wings of the radiant goddess, for the 10,000 lights behind us, let us fulfill her divine decree of boundless love." Oh! The night had grown deep and the mage lamps by the roadside hummed softly. A few moths knocked tirelessly against the glass covers, making crisp pattering sounds. The carriage stopped steadily in front of the manor. Lilia and Rose, who had been waiting by the door, quickly opened the gate. Liao stepped down with a helpless look and turned back to urge, "You can't possibly sleep in the carriage, can you?" Only then did Monica hop down from the carriage, keeping her head low and staring at the ground. Under the glow of the mage lamps, her face looked like a translucent ruby. Liao now suspected that Lexi had done it on purpose. She couldn't possibly be unaware that Monica knew sacred listening, could she? After all, he hadn't exchanged a word with Monica since getting into the carriage, but wasn't that exactly the proof that she had been eavesdropping the entire time? At this point, Liao had no choice but to pretend he hadn't noticed anything. He asked in a puzzled tone, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you that sleepy?" "All right, I'm just a little tired." Seizing the excuse Liao had offered, Monica nodded again and again. But then she thought of the little bedtime secret Lexi had revealed and her face flushed crimson once more. Thin wisps of white steam rose from the top of her head. "Come on. You'll have someone prepare a room for you right away." Liao quickly led Monica, already dizzy with shyness, into the manor. What he didn't realize was that all of this had been seen from the second-floor window of the manor across the street, by Eleonora. Humph. I never would have thought our love-struck mad dog Count was also an expert philanderer. Eleonora yanked the curtains shut in displeasure and with practiced ease slipped out of the smooth silk nightgown, revealing her fair, exquisite figure without the slightest hint of embarrassment. She spread her arms and fell back onto the soft mattress, eyes closed, her lovely form sinking deep into it. After waiting a long while without hearing her maid respond, she opened her eyes in annoyance. "Sophie, did you hear what I said?" What?" Sophie, who had been silently reading the letter in her hands with a dreamy infatuation, hurried to the bedside respectfully. "Your Highness, what do you require?" Eleonora sat up from the bed and shot her a sour look. "What I require is that you tear up that piece of paper you've been staring at for hours, right now." "Oh, Your Highness." Sophie immediately grabbed Eleonora's arm. "That poem is simply too beautiful. It's better than what many celebrated bards in the imperial capital have written. I couldn't help getting lost in it for a moment. Besides, that poem might as well have been tailor-made for you, Your Highness. The moment I read it, I can picture the prince's face, a beauty toppling cities and kingdoms, and I simply can't stop." Eleonora's lips curved slightly upward. "It just uses a novel form to catch people's eyes. There's nothing particularly remarkable about it." Sophie winked playfully. "Fine, then you'll tear it up right away." "You wouldn't dare." Eleonora gave Sophie a light tap on the forehead, snatched the letter from her hand and read it herself. If Liao were here, he would surely recognize that the paper in her hand was not Randy's love letter but his own handwriting. Sophie pressed a hand to her forehead, a smile tugging at her lips. "Your Highness, did that mad dog really write this? How about we go confront him face-to-face tomorrow?" "That wouldn't be any fun. How dare he fool me? Tomorrow I'll have a good time toying with him." The crisp morning air was refreshing, giving Liao with his heavy dark circles a slight boost of energy. Seeing Liao yawning non-stop, Monica asked with concern, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "You don't have to mind what the captain said." "Too mean. I don't know what the captain told you yesterday, but you don't need to take it to heart." For Monica, who had practically confessed without being asked, Leo could only continue playing dumb. The night before, back in his room, he had spent several more hours helping Eleonora write out the design outline for the flame enchantment array. He had originally wanted to assume the guise of the Holy Lord and study the alchemy notes Lucia had given him, but considering the risk of being discovered by Monica, who was staying in the room next door, he had no choice but to give up. Even so, he had slept less than 3 hours. It's nothing. I've always been a poor sleeper. Hearing Liao's explanation, Monica finally nodded in relief. The two had just left the manor accompanied by Lilia and Rose when Liao saw Eleonora standing beside the carriage with an inexplicable smile. Liao, my carriage has run into some trouble. Would you be kind enough to give me a ride? Liao instinctively resisted. Your Highness, sharing a carriage with me could harm your reputation. Eleonora discreetly took in Monica's golden hair and golden eyes, then smiled. Haven't I said you should just call me Eleonora? Besides, I'm already aware that most of the rumors about Liao are untrue. Seeing Monica's puzzled gaze, Liao had no choice but to introduce them first. Monica, this is Princess Eleonora of the Kaiserland Empire. Eleonora, this is Monica. Eleonora took the initiative to greet Monica with a perfect royal court salute. It is a pleasure to meet you, Monica. Hello, Eleonora. Classmate. Seeing Monica return the salute with the same gesture, Eleonora instantly confirmed in her mind that Monica was a member of the Holy Kingdom's royal family. Could it be that Randy, in gratitude for Liao's help, had introduced one of his relatives to him for a marriage alliance? Her gaze lingered briefly on Lilia, who was still dressed in commoner clothes, before she turned to Liao with a smile. Liao, if you don't want to be late, we'd better hurry along, shouldn't we? Seeing that she was dead set on riding with him, Liao could only nod in agreement. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious enough that they wouldn't have to endure the awkwardness of being squeezed together. Sensing Eleonora's gaze darting back and forth between him and Monica, Liao took the design outline from his bag and handed it to her to ease the awkward atmosphere. Liao's intention had been to give her something to occupy herself, but to his surprise, Eleonora slipped it into her handbag without even a glance, then reached into the bag and produced the love letter Randy had written her. Monica, are you interested in poetry? Poetry. Curious, Monica took the love letter from Eleonora's hand and her eyes lit up in no time. Good heavens, what beautiful lines, what a novel form. Which bard of the Kaiserland Empire composed this work? Eleonora laughed lightly behind her hand. No, it's a love poem from the 4th Prince of the Holy Kingdom. A love poem? Monica covered her face in surprise and read it once more carefully. It's so beautifully written, it captures your Highness' beauty to perfection. Then she looked at Eleonora with curiosity. In that case, your Highness, will you agree to my royal brother Randy? Royal brother? A smile glimmered in Eleonora's eyes. Matters of affection between royal houses still require the consent of both imperial fathers. Still, it would be hard for any lady to refuse a love letter so deeply heartfelt, wouldn't it? It's just what? Eleonora's gaze wandered over Liao seemingly by chance. It's just that the 4th Prince has never shown such talent in ordinary life. I suspect he had it ghostwritten. Monica pinched her chin and frowned in earnest thought for a moment. Indeed, given Brother Randy's personality, if he had such a talent, he would have. After 3 days apart, a man should be seen in a new light. Liao wiped the cold sweat from his brow and rushed to interrupt Monica. How can you prove he wasn't struck by love at first sight for Eleonora, and in a single awakening wrote these words from his heart? Eleonora raised an eyebrow. Words from the heart. Exactly. When a person meets something he adores with all his being, he becomes consumed, entranced, and oblivious to the entire world. As I see it, this love poem is earnest in wording and charged with deep emotion. Even if you do not wish to accept it, you should not casually doubt Prince Randy's sincerity. Eleonora was in an excellent mood and nodded with satisfaction, returning the love letter to her handbag. Liao is right. Just as Leo thought Eleonora was finally ready to let the matter rest, she turned her head to Monica. Then Monica, do you think Leo could write a love poem like this? A slight blush crept over Monica's cheeks. Remembering Leo's declaration in the tribunal hall last night, she nodded earnestly. I'm sure Leo could write an even more amazing love poem. Leo, I never imagined you had such a hidden skill. Leo silently tightened his grip on his handbag and jumped straight down from the carriage. Ladies, it truly wouldn't look good if anyone saw me getting off with you. Monica, the area around the academy is perfectly safe. Go ahead to the classroom with Eleonora. I still need to make a detour to the library. Because he had gotten off the carriage too early by the time Leo arrived at the classroom with the application form Lucia had filled out, he was still a few minutes late. Just when everyone expected Jonah, known for her severity, to fly into a rage, she was uncharacteristically gentle instead. Leo, is that the application form for the midterm practical assessment in your hand? Even Leo was taken aback, suspecting she was setting a trap for him. Yes, Instructor Jonah. I apologize for being late. I took a detour to find a senior student to fill out the form. It's fine. Hand me the form and go find a seat first. Leo warily handed the application to Jonah. Before he could turn around, he heard Jonah cry out in shock, Lucia. What? What? The School of Alchemy? You didn't choose the School of Theory, you chose the School of Alchemy. Why was she so agitated? Had Eleonora told her the truth about yesterday's array design? Leo glanced at Eleonora, who looked entirely innocent, and only then asked, Hi, I am simply more interested in the School of Alchemy. Is there a problem? You? Everyone wait for a moment. Jonah pointed at Leo with bitter disappointment, then rushed out of the classroom. The dean's office. Alice lay sideways on the sofa without a trace of dignity, playing with the pipe in her hand. Her loose mage robes failed to cover her figure, revealing a generous expanse of soft skin. Bang! Jonah kicked open the office door. Alice, something has happened. Alice cast her an annoyed glance and took a deep drag from her pipe. Why all the panic? The dragon-slaying sword saint is still in the holy city. What could possibly happen here? That genius student you mentioned yesterday, his midterm practical assessment is for the School of Alchemy? Cough. Cough, 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 cough. What? The sudden cough made Alice choke and brought tears to her eyes. What was this about the holy son of her theory school being lured away by the School of Alchemy? Then what point was there in the midterm assessment I had tailored especially for him? Alice snatched the application form from Jonah's hand and scratched her head in frustration. Seriously? A kid who can cast mid-tier magic without chanting wants to join the alchemy school. What do we do now? Send the form back. Alice tossed the form aside and slumped back onto the sofa. In her original plan, Leo was supposed to choose the theory school and gradually make a name for himself under her arrangement. That way she could naturally funnel resources his way and secretly groom him. But the boy had somehow snapped a wrong wire in his head and chosen to abandon his talent for the alchemy school. No, that would be too deliberate. You know, the people at the White Tower are always watching me. My precious disciple has already drawn the attention of the demon god cult for some reason. If I also catch the White Tower's notice, I won't be able to protect him. Jonah rolled her eyes. Your precious disciple is about to apprentice himself to a member of the alchemy school. Alice wagged her index finger with confidence. I just thought it through. The kid must simply be curious and wants to dabble in alchemy. Once he realizes his true talent, isn't there hell come back to my arms in the end? Let's hope so. Jonah hurried back to the classroom and finished the morning lectures as if nothing had happened. After class, many students stared in confusion at Leo, who was sitting in the same row as Monica and Eleonora, gnashing their teeth. Damn it, why is the new girl Monica also flocking to that mad dog? If you had even half of Leo's devotion, would you still be worrying about such treatment? Several noblemisses shot back without hesitation. A great nobleman risking himself so desperately for his betrothed dealt a fatal blow to these young ladies who had only ever experienced love through novels. They only hated that their family backgrounds weren't prominent enough to openly approach Leo under the pressure of the dragon-slaying sword saint. But many had already asked their families to inquire about Leo's engagement through Jello. Once the engagement was confirmed as broken, their families would make contact with Leo immediately. Hearing the voices defending him around him, Leo nodded with satisfaction. His image reversal plan was already paying off. Eleonora tilted her head slightly, looking past Monica at Leo curled up in the corner. Leo, you truly are favored by the young ladies. Might I have the honor of inviting you to lunch? How about letting us out first, Eleonora? Eleonora narrowed her eyes, maintaining her charming smile, and did not move a muscle, as if she would not leave unless Leo agreed. Leo sighed helplessly. Fine then, let's eat at the cafeteria together. Is that all right? Only then did Eleonora rise satisfied. As he passed Camilla, Leo had a sudden idea. Camilla, didn't she help you point out the problem in your magic circle yesterday? Don't you still owe her a meal? Eleonora nodded with a smile. Thank you for the reminder, Leo. Camilla, would you join me for lunch? Camilla looked up, and only after Leo nodded did she begin to gather her things. At that moment, Lucia appeared at the classroom door holding a lunchbox. Leo, I've come to pick you up. Leo looked as if he had just remembered something, then turned to Eleonora with a face full of apology. I was so focused on class that I forgot I was supposed to meet an instructor from the alchemy school at noon. What bad luck, truly bad luck. Eleonora took a deep breath, the corner of her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Indeed. What bad luck. Seeing Monica about to follow, Leo quickly stopped her. Monica, it wouldn't be polite to bring other people along to meet an instructor. The academy is safe enough. Go have lunch with Eleonora and the others, and you'll see you this afternoon. Monica nodded obediently. All right then. Eleonora watched Leo leave with dissatisfaction, then her eyes flickered and fixed on Camilla. Camilla, let's have a good chat later, shall we? Leo followed closely behind Lucia. He kept a relaxed expression at first, but soon stopped nervously. Lucia turned and looked at him, puzzled. What's wrong, Junior? Lucia, we're about to enter the academy's back mountain. Are you sure that instructor's workshop is in the mountains? Lucia smiled sheepishly. He actually, our instructor has a rather peculiar personality, so she set up her workshop on the peak of the back mountain. As she spoke, she pointed toward the mountaintop where a dirt yellow rooftop could be faintly made out. What do you mean, peculiar personality? You'll know when you meet her. But don't worry, Miss Samantha's knowledge is absolutely beyond question. In other words, beyond her knowledge, everything else was a big question. Just as Leo was about to press for details, a passing upperclassman approached with a mocking grin. Isn't this Lucia? Bringing lunch to your cowardly rat of a mentor again? Lucia immediately glared at the student. Fuline, take back what you just said. Fuline sneered and ignored Lucia, turning instead to Leo. Junior, if you're following Lucia up the mountain, you can't be thinking of interning under her mentor, are you? Is there a problem? A big one, I'd say. Fuline let out a scornful laugh. Junior, the instructor up there caused an explosion while conducting her own original alchemy experiment. Ever since then, she's been so scared that she doesn't even dare to do experiments anymore. When students do experiments, she doesn't supervise at all, she hides as far away as possible. She's just a waste of space, who'll be dismissed sooner or later. She can't possibly lead you into the world of alchemy. She even often makes you use your holidays to go out of town to buy alchemy materials for her. And who knows, maybe you'll have to scour the whole world for the materials you need yourself. She wouldn't supervise my experiments. And she often had a good excuse to run errands around the world. No wonder Lucia still had so much free time as a librarian. This was simply my dream mentor. Leo glanced at Lucia, who had lowered her head and remained silent, then said with an excited tone, "Lucia, let's hurry up the mountain to meet my dear mentor whom I have never laid eyes on." Lucia, who had expected Leo to be scared off, looked up in shock. What did you say?" "I said I want to meet Miss Samantha as soon as possible." "Oh. Then let's go now." Her earlier gloom instantly vanished and Lucia stepped eagerly up the mountain. Leo was about to follow when Fuling blocked his way. "Junior, if you really want to learn alchemy, how about I introduce you to my mentor? He's a certified 6th rank alchemist." "Not interested. Thanks." Leo quickly slipped around him and caught up with Lucia. Fuling watched their retreating backs, his face turning livid as he clenched his fists. Leo followed Lucia up the mountain for half an hour and finally saw a ramshackle wooden cabin at the summit. As he approached the door, a pungent odor rushed into his nose and made him sneeze. Behind the crack of the broken wooden door, a bloodshot black eye instantly appeared. That voice. "You're not Lucia. Who are you? Don't come any closer or I'll scream." Lucia hurriedly pressed her face to the crack. "Professor Samantha, didn't I tell you last night? This is Leo, a first-year student. He's here to apply for the midterm internship field study." A long sigh came from behind the door. "So you're not from the assessment department? Come on in." Lucia carefully pushed open the rickety wooden door and light immediately poured into the dim room. Jars and bottles were scattered across the moldy table. The greasy floor was covered with pungent puddles and dust, and multicolored mushrooms grew wild on the moss-covered walls. It was a sight that would shake anyone's soul to its core, and it proclaimed at every moment that its owner was an absolute heavyweight. Leo began to hesitate about whether he should withdraw his right foot, which had already stepped into the room. Lucia shot an apologetic smile at Leo, who stood frozen at the doorway, and brought out 3 fairly clean stools. "Have a seat, Leo." Out of politeness, Leo suppressed the urge to flee and slowly sat down beside Lucia. Samantha, draped in a thin black alchemy robe, eagerly took the lunchbox from Lucia, casually sat down beside the two and swallowed a big mouthful of food before saying with puffed cheeks, "Lucia, I read the alchemy experiment report you gave me last night. The failure was probably caused by the quality of the materials. I've written down the specific improvement suggestions. They're on the table, take a look." "Professor Samantha, didn't I tell you not to stay up late over something like this? I couldn't fall asleep anyway." "You. Never mind. Let's talk about Junior Leo first, shall we?" Oh. Samantha struggled to swallow the food in her mouth, staring at Leo with dark circles. "Even worse than his Leo, you've seen my circumstances. The Academy will basically no longer approve any experimental funding for me. Are you really sure you want to intern here? It's fine if you want to back out now." Despite her incredibly slovenly appearance, she was unexpectedly considerate. Leo thought for a moment and asked, "I've heard that interning under you means going out often to find materials." Samantha nodded honestly. "One reason is that I don't have enough funding, so I have to search the wild. Another is that some precious materials only appear at auctions. Speaking of which, Lucia, among the materials for your improved experiment, there's an ice crystal dragon scale. I heard it's going to appear at this auction in Border City. I'll arrange a caravan from the Norman Merchant Guild for you. Leave with them tonight and buy some things for me along the way." The Norman Merchant Guild. Border City. An auction? He had been worrying about not having a suitable excuse to approach that suspicious person suspected of bearing the mark of Terra. Wasn't this a pillow arriving just as he was getting sleepy? Leo immediately perked up. "Professor Samantha, can I go in Senior Lucia's place?" Lucia quickly tried to dissuade him. "Junior Leo, a round trip to Border City will cost you your entire weekend." Leo smiled carelessly. "It's fine. I just want to experience the joy of going out to buy supplies. If I'm going to choose the School of Alchemy in the future, I'll have to go through these things sooner or later, right?" Samantha seized the chance to finish the last bite. "Sure. I'll let the guild know. Just wait at the Norman Merchant Guild's depot before 7 o'clock tonight. And the internship? Samantha fished a procedure sheet from her clothes and handed it to Leo. If you can use this experiment as a reference to produce a potion with healing properties, your internship will be officially settled. Leo glanced over it briefly. They were all materials he had never heard of, but he didn't think much of it, simply regarding it as a small test. After watching Leo walk away, Lucia turned to Samantha. Professor Samantha, isn't the healing potion asking too much of him? I never expected him to actually make it. As long as he's a little patient and completes a few key steps, it can gain healing properties. Besides what? Samantha gave Lucia a meaningful look. This is the perfect chance to test whether this Leo came to intern with me because he's interested in alchemy or because he's interested in my only apprentice. Professor, what nonsense are you talking about? After coming down the mountain, Leo went straight to the Martial Academy's training ground. It was lunch break, so the training ground was nearly deserted. Leo spotted Vera swinging her sword at a glance. The girl was utterly focused. The heavy iron sword in her hand traced fiery red trails of light with every movement of her body, and her carelessly tied ponytail bounced restlessly, stirring the young man's heart. If not for Jiro's tall figure suddenly appearing beside him, Leo felt he could have watched for an entire day. Hella told me that you brought Vera back to consciousness ahead of schedule yesterday? Pure luck, pure luck. So what's your treatment plan next? Leo thought for a moment and replied, desensitization training. Desensi. What? Seeing Jiro's bewildered expression, Leo quickly explained, I imagine, Sword Saint, that when you learned of Vera's condition you must have protected her so well that it was almost never triggered, right? Of course. Before she entered the Holy Academy she had never traveled far, she had never even attended a single noble gathering. No wonder she cherished her friendship with the original Leo. Those childhood days playing with the original Leo were probably the only times she had a friend by her side. Leo continued his persuasion, and that's exactly the problem. If Vera never dares to face what terrifies her, she will always be ruled by fear. Jiro frowned. What are you trying to say? Leo mustered his courage and said tentatively, I want to trigger her condition at regular intervals, letting her gradually grow accustomed to fear until she conquers it. That is desensitization training. Jiro was silent for a long while, then suddenly called out, Vera, stop training and head to the changing room. Vera immediately stopped mid-motion and turned her head in confusion. When she saw Leo, her eyes clearly lit up. She smiled and waved at Leo, then walked into the changing room with Hella. Jiro's voice was low. Vera trusts you a great deal. I hope you won't get any strange ideas. Leo took a deep breath and met Jiro's eyes without flinching. Sword Saint, please believe me. When it comes to helping Vera heal, I am every bit as serious as you. Of course, he was equally serious about reaping demonic energy on the side. Inside the changing room, Hella and Jello stood by the door like two sentinels, one on each side. Vera stood nervously before Leo, who held a wooden sword. Leo extended his left hand toward her. Vera, I am going to slowly bring the wooden sword toward your neck. Based on how afraid you feel, you can grip my hand with the corresponding amount of force. Okay. Vera nodded, placing her right hand gently over Leo's palm. Contact with a high-purity fire demonic energy carrier, demonic energy 11. No objection came from Jello behind him, and Leo felt relieved. If the Sword Saint could tolerate Vera having this level of contact with him, then he could absorb demonic energy without worry in the future. He tested the wooden sword, holding it about 20 centimeters away from Vera's neck. Seeing that Vera showed no particular reaction, he slowly began closing the distance with the wooden sword. When it was 10 centimeters away, Vera's expression tightened noticeably. A faint red mist began to gather in her eyes, her breathing became rapid and shallow, and her trembling hand clutched Leo's. Contact with a high-purity fire demonic energy carrier, demonic energy 55. So that was it. Whenever her phobia flared up, it activated the demonic energy within her body. Leo continued his movement. The moment the wooden sword was about to touch her skin, Vera's eyes trembled violently. The next second she flung Leo's arm away and quickly shrank into the corner. Crack! An odd sound came from his left elbow and Leo sucked in a sharp breath of pain. Affected by the weakening curse, the bone density in your left arm has decreased. Crack! Jello moved swiftly and snapped Leo's dislocated joint back into place, his expression strange. Your body is way too fragile, isn't it? Leo rotated his arm joint and didn't argue. If I may ask, what level is Vera now? She should be level 38. Head of the house, she was tested yesterday, already level 13. Truly a prodigy, even higher level than that demon bear. Jello looked at Vera regretfully in the corner. Enough idle talk. Let me see how you plan to help Vera regain consciousness early. Leo could only pull out the same explanation Head used on Hela, let her know that someone is facing it together with her. With that he sat down against the wall right next to Vera. Contact with a high-purity fire demonic energy carrier, demonic energy 8. Jello still didn't believe it, but he waited patiently for the result. Not long after, the hazy red gleam over Vera's eyes quickly dissipated and she lifted her head once more. Jello hurried over and helped her up, asking about her physical condition. Leo meanwhile frowned and studied the system panel. Demonic energy absorption complete. Current demonic energy 13,874. This time the amount of demonic energy absorbed was noticeably less than previous times, which made him uneasy. Was the total amount of demonic energy available inside Vera decreasing? For Vera that might be good news. But it meant the day would come when he would again have no demonic energy to sustain his life. Although Eleonora also counted as a power bank, there was no proper reason to make physical contact with her the way he could with Vera. It seemed he needed to quickly find out why these people had demonic energy in their bodies, otherwise he'd be living off his savings until they ran dry. At that thought he also rose to his feet. Let's leave the treatment here for today. They'll come back in a few days. Having witnessed the visible effectiveness of Leo's treatment, Jello's attitude warmed considerably. Lately many people have been asking me about the engagement between you and Vera, including your dear uncle. They'll find the right time to tell them that without obtaining the Grom family heirloom dagger, the engagement isn't officially sealed. Leo understood the implication at once. Although Jello hadn't acknowledged him as his son-in-law, he hadn't denied the existence of the verbal engagement either. As long as Jello didn't declare the engagement void, Victor wouldn't dare make an open move against him. But how could Jello have known that Vera had already secretly given the dagger to Leo days ago? It now lay quietly in Leo's bag. If Jello hadn't happened to be standing guard here, Leo had originally planned to return it to Vera today. He cast a subtle glance at the figure beside him. Vera looked like a little girl who had done something wrong behind her parents' backs, head lowered, lips lightly pressed together, staring intently at the tips of her toes. If one didn't look carefully, it was hard to spot her ears, already flushed crimson, hidden among her fiery red hair. Jello soon noticed Vera's odd manner. Vera, are you feeling unwell? No. Class, now. Vera replied rigidly and quickly walked out of the changing room. Jello then looked at Leo. You should go prepare for class too. After leaving the training ground, Leo headed straight for the library. At the front desk was a senior student Head never seen before, so Leo walked alone toward the throne and found the white-haired lowly curled up there. A barely noticeable crack opened at the top of the huge magic hat and Evelyn's languid voice drifted out. Why is it you again? Come back this afternoon if you need something. Don't disturb my nap. Without wasting words, Leo took out the bag of candy Head bought at great expense. The sweet aroma quickly spread through the air, and in the blink of an eye a fair little hand had somehow slipped out from the gap. Leo promptly picked up a piece of candy and placed it in her palm. After getting what she wanted, the arm quickly withdrew into the magic hat. Soon the crisp sound of candy being crunched came from inside the hat. Crunch crunch, Senior Evelyn, I'd like to ask you to help me translate world history. The crunching paused for a moment, then resumed, and the arm came out again. This time Leo gently placed the entire bag of candy into Evelyn's hand. Feeling a weight she had never held before, Evelyn threw off the magic hat covering her. Her delicate face beneath the tousled hair was written with disbelief. She looked at the candy bag, then at Leo, and couldn't help swallowing. Really, just translating world history? You're not asking to learn forbidden magic that sacrifices lifespan to raise one's aptitude. In your eyes, was this bag of candy already enough for something like that? Yes, just translating world history. Seeing that Leo's expression didn't seem fake, Evelyn finally hugged the candy bag close to her chest, then grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her mouth. Crunch crunch crunch, at the same time the heavy world history book floated unsteadily in the air and began flipping through its pages on its own. Evelyn flipped through several pages with a serious expression, then licked the corner of her mouth. Long ago this land was ruled by pure-blooded dragons. The arrogant dragons looked down upon all living beings of the continent and mercilessly enslaved the other races for endless ages. Led by the elves, the enslaved peoples united and raised the banner of revolt against the dragons. Unfortunately, dragons were born with mighty bodies and immense magical power, making this seem destined to be a war with no hope of victory. But one day during battle, the spatial Dragon King unleashed a devastating forbidden spell that tore open a passage to the demon world. The leaking demonic energy began invading the entire continent, and living beings corrupted by it became mindless monsters. At the same time, the 7 ancient demons, each governing heaven, thunder, earth, mountain, wind, water, and moon, descended upon the world. No fire demon? Could it be that because of the system the Holy Lord did not appear? Leo hurriedly asked, "Are you sure there are 7? Of course, my translation cannot be wrong." Yifulin took the opportunity to pop another candy into her mouth. Under the cataclysm that threatened to annihilate the world, the dragon race forged a cooperation agreement with the other races. After triumphing over the 7 ancient demons, the treacherous dragon race broke the agreement and launched another continental war. But the wise ancestors of the races had long prepared. They utilized the arcane tones discovered in the demon palace to acquire power rivaling that of the dragons. Since then, the pure-blooded dragons became completely extinct, passing into history. Liao's eyes lit up, feeling that he was about to grasp the truth. Did these wise ancestors leave behind inheritances? Which families? Does the Jelluomo family or the Kaiselan family count? The era is too distant if these things are impossible to verify. However, the Jelluomo family is possible. After all, they are a family whose dragon-slaying feat can be traced back. Senior sister, can you help me research possible families? I am very interested in these heroes. Yifulin hesitated, stuffing a handful of candy into her mouth. Crunch crunch, that kind of thing is troublesome. Do you know how many books you would have to flip through? It takes time and effort and might turn up nothing. I don't want to. After saying that, Yifulin stretched lazily like a kitten, then waved her hand to cover herself with her magic hat again. Besides, I have been translating for you all afternoon. I'm so tired I am about to fall asleep. You should hurry home as well. Leo then realized that it had already quietly passed 5 in the afternoon. Listening to the crisp crunching sounds coming from under the magic hat, he wondered whether to remind Yifulin that such unbridled candy eating could easily lead to a toothache. But he quickly dismissed the thought. What a joke! How could a being like that, hidden in the library like a reclusive sweeper monk, follow like an ordinary child? Well, although he still hadn't found definite information, at least he had a lead on other power banks. Smiling, he walked out of the library gate and ran straight into the hurried Luxia. Junior Leo, you are indeed in the library. Monica and Eleanor said you skipped class and asked around about you. Luxia smiled and stepped aside, revealing 2 figures behind her. Yelenola teased with a grin, I thought Leo was deliberately skipping class because he didn't want to walk me home. So he was actually studying in the library? Monica also said you might be in danger. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have stormed the Holy Academy. Monica stared at Liao with a furious expression, remaining silent. Sorry. I was so absorbed in studying that I lost track of time. Liao quickly apologized to Monica and pulled her aside, lowering his voice. Tonight I'm going to the border city with a merchant caravan to buy something. There's no time to waste, let's go now. Monica's anger instantly vanished and her voice turned anxious. You plan to leave the holy city. The border city requires crossing a wilderness. I can't protect you. It's too dangerous. Monica's anger instantly vanished and her voice turned anxious. You plan to leave the holy city. The border city requires crossing a wilderness. Monica knew she couldn't dissuade him, so she nodded. Then don't leave my sight again. No problem. Yelenola saw the two whispering aside and a wave of inexplicable displeasure rose in her heart. Well, aren't you ready to go home? Why was she angry again? Could she be starving? Liao dared not delay and hastily agreed, yes. Well, go right now. At the Numan Merchant Association's Outosity camp, more than a dozen freight carriages stood ready with bright magic lanterns hanging from their fronts. Liao placed several large chests of gold coins in front of Makosi. Mr. Makosi, the total here is 4251 gold coins. Aside from the 3000 hire fee prepared for Wensha, the rest is all my current property. You must take good care of it. Nearby, Wensha excitedly grasped Lisha's hand. Lisha looked at Liao with gratitude. Thank you, Earl. Makosi also bowed to Liao. Earl, your noble character truly impresses me. On behalf of those young Halforks trapped in prison, I extend my sincerest gratitude to you. Liao smiled. You're welcome. You must have received Teacher Samantia's notice, right? Of course. I have prepared a carriage specially for you alone. It may not compare to your residence, but it is guaranteed to be safe and comfortable. Makosi gestured to a carriage at the front of the convoy. Liao nodded. By the way, the journey is rather boring. Why don't you arrange for the mage I met yesterday to join me? I'd like to have a chat with him. Makosi wore an embarrassed smile. Well, that mage is in a poor mental state and is currently resting in a dedicated carriage. He really can't accompany you for entertainment. Perhaps I can arrange another fourth-tier mage for you. Makosi was obviously unwilling to let anyone contact that strange man, so Liao didn't want to be too pushy. As long as he confirmed that the man was in the convoy, opportunities would come. Liao waved his hand. Forget it. I'd better get a good night's rest. Please feel free to call on me if you need anything. After boarding the carriage with Monica, Liao hurriedly said, Monica, can you use the holy listening art to find which carriage that strange man we saw earlier is in? I can try. Monica nodded, but before long she shook her head. No, it's too noisy. I can't hear clearly. But there's something abnormal about the last carriage. What abnormality? Even Makosi's own carriage has no special arrangements, but the last carriage is equipped with several soundproofing formations. Liao nodded thoughtfully. At the sound of a horn, the caravan set off. The carriage rattled on until the early morning, when it suddenly slowed to a halt. Before long, Makosi knocked on the carriage door. Earl, it is dangerous to cross the mountain forest now. We plan to stop here for a while and hurry on once the sun rises. By then there may be no time to prepare breakfast, so I've prepared some soup in advance. Let's have a little something to stave off hunger. Liao opened the door and saw many people already gathered around the iron pot drinking meat soup. He then took 2 bowls brimming with meat from Makosi. Thank you. Enjoy your meal, Earl. He'll continue distributing food to the others. After closing the carriage door, Liao handed 1 bowl to Monica and took a small sip himself. Under the influence of the weakness curse, the effect of the sleeping potion on you will be enhanced. So this curse combined with the system prompt could have such a wondrous use. Could that guy Makosi be planning to knock everyone out? Those squinty-eyed fellows really are vicious. Liao was about to warn Monica when he turned and saw that she had already drained the meat soup completely. When she noticed Liao looking her way, her face flushed slightly. Didn't eat dinner because I was looking for you and now I'm a little hungry. Liao thought for a moment, then handed her his own meat soup. Here, have it. I'm not hungry. More than 10 minutes later, Monica, who had gulped down 2 large bowls of the sleeping potion, lost consciousness without warning and fell straight from her seat. Prepared in advance, Liao steadied her body in time, carefully laid her flat on the padded floor and pretended to be affected as well, lying down beside her. The occasional chatter outside the carriage suddenly faded, leaving only the restless chirping of insects in the forest. Before long, a sudden knock sounded at the carriage door. Liao did not answer. Instead, he slowed his breathing as much as he could. After a brief silence, the carriage door was indeed pushed open gently. It was that strange man. He let out a greedy slurp at the sight of Monica and was just about to reach out when Marcus' urging suddenly sounded from behind. Madman, take that and Bayer and leave this place. Don't do anything unnecessary. Haven't all the women we've sent you over the years been enough? The man let out a strange cry of dissatisfaction, turned around, lifted Liao onto his shoulder and jumped off the carriage. Marcus closed the carriage door. Follow the marks all the way. Once you find the contact, don't linger. Go straight through the pass of the Kaisalan Empire back to the Beast Realm. Understand? Got it. The man let out a sharp grating sound and, carrying Liao, rushed into the dense forest, weaving through the trees at extreme speed. Several dozen minutes later, he arrived before a cave on a cliff wall and dumped Liao heavily onto the ground. Liao opened his eyes at the right moment, looking bewildered, and glanced around. Where is this? Who are you? What do you want? The man gave a shrill laugh, ignored Liao, and shouted into the cave, brothers of the Minotaur tribe, I've obtained something the Beast King would be interested in. Hurry and take me back to the Beast Realm. Thump thump. Dense, heavy footsteps echoed from within the cave as dozens of towering minotaurs over 2 meters tall emerged from the shadows. The leading minotaur glanced at Liao. What is this human noble doing here? Is he food for us? He's far too little. The man rubbed his hands and smiled obsequiously. This is the target the demon god cult was assigned to assassinate before. They told me to bring him to you so you can deal with him personally. What? The lead Minotaur captain flared his nostrils and blasted out an airstream, glaring at Liao with enormous eyes. So you are the murderer who killed my younger brother? I'll crush you to death slowly. Liao, trembling, looked at the man. You traitor of humanity, colluding with the beast race to harm your own kind. Kind. The man laughed wantonly, took off his hood, and countless hairs suddenly burst out of his gaunt face. Soon a baboon face appeared before Liao. Gahaha, who is of the same kind as you? This is the innate ability I awakened. Stupid humans are so fun to toy with, gahaha. Innate ability? Could it be the power of the monkey talisman? A gleam of excitement flashed in Liao's eyes. You disguise yourself as a human. Are you trying to steal the mighty magic of our human race? But don't your beast race generally have no magical aptitude? Gahaha, are you talking about this? The baboon smiled wickedly and pulled out a stack of papers stamped with complete Tala marks from his chest. This is not human magic, it is a demon's grimoire, a gift the ancient demons gave to all living beings on this continent. Even beast races with no magical aptitude can learn it. Our beast race will soon rise from the wilderness. The Minotaur captain shoved the baboon aside in displeasure. Stop the nonsense. After I've tortured him to death, I'll send you back to see the Beast King. As he spoke, he swiftly extended his huge green-black palm and grabbed for Liao's head. Little thing, I'll make you feel your skull being crushed bit by bit to console my brother's spirit in heaven. Having confirmed the presence of the Tala mark, Liao looked relaxed. Your brother died to soul magic. I'm afraid he wouldn't have a soul left to drift out. How dare you? Die. The Minotaur captain's eyes became bloodshot. He abandoned the idea of torturing Liao slowly and only wanted to see this tiny human's brains splatter. He instantly triggered his innate ability. His already immensely thick arms swelled several times over and his palm easily wrapped around Liao's entire body. "Brother, your big brother avenges you." His eyes sharpened and he squeezed fiercely. However, the sticky sensation he expected never came. Instead, he felt as if he were gripping a piece of impossibly hard steel. Not only that, but the steel was expanding at incredible speed, and even with all his strength he could not suppress the swelling momentum. The next second a ferocious cyan demonic dragon broke free from his grasp and rapidly grew to several meters tall. Namely Ao Lihua Demon Golem. Race Ancient Demon. Level 75. Constitution 2000. Demon Chi 12,874. Skills: Blazing Dragon Breath of Max Abyssal Tentacles 5th Rank Darkness Juntian Giant Strength E0. 1 Decapitation LV1. Remaining transformation time 59 seconds. Every 1000 Demon Chi prolongs by 1 minute. Liao shifted his gaze from the panel and looked down at the dwarves before him. "Little thing, do you actually intend to use my own power to kill me? How is this possible? Could you also be a spy of the beast race?" Without any explanation, Liao first tossed a strange package into the distance, then threw a punch straight at the Minotaur captain's head. Juntian Giant Strength is 0. 1. With Liao's current overwhelming terrifying physical stats, he needed no punching technique. Sheer brute force was enough to move so fast that the Minotaur captain had no time to react. Bang! The fists that shot through the air shattered the Minotaur captain's skull without any resistance, splattering tissue across the faces of the stunned Minotaurs. Killed. Level 54 Minotaur Ox Talisman Activation Progress 0. 9. Liao's eyes lit up. He planted his feet, gathered power in his throat, and scorching flames rapidly formed in his mouth. Before the remaining Minotaurs could react, Liao spat the dragon breath from his mouth directly at them. Blazing Dragon Breath LVMAX. The fan-shaped dragon breath, carrying thousands of degrees of heat, directly covered the remaining dozen or so Minotaurs. They carbonized and died before they could even utter a scream. However, the system only popped up a single notification. Killed. Level 41 Minotaur Ox Talisman Activation Progress 1. 1. Liao thought of the innate ability the baboon had mentioned and guessed that only killing beast race members who had awakened the corresponding ability could activate the talisman's progress. Still, as long as he didn't have to search the entire world for corrupted beast race members, it was good news. He snatched the stack of draft papers from the baboon, who had long since been scared into losing control of his bladder. He had intended to rely on the Holy Lord's mental strength to memorize everything directly, but discovered the characters inside were arranged in complete chaos, utterly impossible to translate. "Baboon, are you sure this is a proper demon grimoire?" The baboon collapsed to the ground, frightened by Liao's sudden interrogation. I was afraid the Beast King would silence me after getting the grimoire, so I shuffled the order. Dragon Lord, give me a moment, you'll put it back in order right now. Where is the original grimoire? It's in Marcus' hands. You can go die now. Liao smashed the baboon's skull with a single punch. Killed. Level 56 In Baboon Monkey Talisman Activation Progress 57. You acquired innate skill Myriad Transformations E57. Myriad Transformations consumes a certain amount of demon chi to alter body structure. Consumption depends on the monkey talisman's activation progress. You have been nourished by the monkey talisman. Your boda's flexibility and agility have been greatly enhanced. The monkey talisman's progress had actually activated more than half directly. Since there was still plenty of demon chi, he decided to strike at Marcus next and seize the authentic grimoire. Just as he finished planning in his heart, Liao suddenly felt a chill down his back. He spun around sharply and saw a figure with fiery red hair standing in midair. He doesn't even bother to conceal his demonic aura. As expected of a beast man with dragon blood, truly proud. Jiro's figure slowly descended just over 10 meters away from Leo, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Soon his gaze locked onto the headless corpse of the baboon. It seems the belongings of my Grom family are now in your hands. No wonder Jiro had suddenly appeared in the holy city, not to see Vera but to chase after that baboon. The Grom family truly had ties to the demonic tome left by the ancient demons. Leo raised the draft papers in his hand and tossed them to Jiro without hesitation. If you want them, I'll just give them back. A flurry of sword light flashed and the papers were sliced into fine shreds before they even hit the ground. What I'm talking about is the original that the baboon stole. Leo had every intention of keeping the complete manual of spells for himself, so of course he wouldn't tell Jiro that Marcus had the original. Then I wouldn't know. What I took from it was only this. Jiro drew his long sword without hesitation, his gaze sharp as a blade. It seems this battle is unavoidable. Very well, my sword hasn't tasted dragon blood in a long time. Judging by your appearance, your bloodline should be quite pure, shouldn't it? Not bad. Leo intended to stall for time with a bit more verbal sparring, hoping to come up with a solution. But before he could finish, Jiro's figure had already appeared before him in an instant. The air was torn apart with a howling screech as a blindingly fast slash traced a blurred arc aimed precisely at Leo's neck. Blink decapitation. Leo's heart tightened. His body leaned back at the last instant, narrowly dodging the strike. Seeing his attack fail, Jiro twisted midair and drove a fierce kick toward Leo's chest. Kick LV. Max. Boom. The gap in combat experience was too vast. Leo had no time to dodge and took the kick, Heaton hurtling backward before slamming into the cliff wall behind him. Rocks tumbled down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiro used the opening to create distance, warily watching the figure in the haze without pressing the attack. Cough cough. Leo coughed a few times and only managed to ease the tightness in his chest after several seconds. As expected of a 9th rank sword saint, just one casual kick dealt this much damage. There was no way he could keep fighting him. Having made up his mind, Leo raised his head amidst the dust and unleashed a wide swath of flames before him. Blazing dragon breath. Scorching heat surged forward, suffocating even before the flames drew near. Even Jiro's eyes widened. He dared not take the attack Heaton and retreated dozens of meters to dodge. Leo didn't bother waiting to see if the move worked either and bellowed toward the figure within the blaze. Space teleport? It could cast teleportation magic? Could it be a descendant of the spatial Dragon King? Jiro immediately raised his sword. Surging battle chi erupted from his body and converged upon the blade. After a brief charge, he slashed down fiercely toward the sea of fire. Boom! The towering sword light split the sea of flames, leaving a deep gash in the cliff wall, but behind the fire Leo's figure was already long gone. Jiro scanned his surroundings cautiously, then sheathed his sword with a resigned air. He glanced down at his right leg, which was trembling slightly from the backlash after kicking Leo's chest, his expression turning grave. With that demon dragon's terrifying physical constitution, its bloodline has likely reverted to an ancestral state. Now that it has also obtained part of the demonic tome, the Beastman race is about to gain another Supreme Beast King. Jiro let out a sigh and turned to leave. A few minutes later, his figure suddenly descended from the sky once more. Only after confirming that the demon dragon's aura was truly gone did he dart off toward the holy city. Not long after he departed, a tiny green insect jumped down from the leaf of a nearby tree. The next moment the insect warped and twisted, transforming into a green demon dragon. Leo felt the demonic chi surging within him and let out a long breath. Prompted by Jiro's words, he had used the monkey talisman to reshape his body into a vessel capable of containing demonic chi, thereby solving the flaw of Shendu's form, leaking demonic aura uncontrollably. Otherwise, even if he transformed into an insect, his demonic chi would have given him away. Taking advantage of the remaining time in this transformation, Leo quickly retrieved the bundle he had tossed far away at the start. It was a matching set of clothes he had hidden on himself early on, anticipating that he might need to transform into Shindu. As for the torn shreds of his original outfit destroyed by his dragon breath at the very beginning, they were nothing but ash. He opened the bundle and pulled out the alchemy notes Lucia had given him and Samantha's healing potion assignment, then leaned against a tree and skimmed through them at lightning speed. In less than a minute, Leo successfully grasped the cumbersome alchemy knowledge. He closed the book, shifted back to human form, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who would have thought that the evil demon dragon who just fought a sword saint to a standstill is also a straight-A student desperately seizing every second to study. System: open the status panel. Name: Leo Ember. Race: human. Level 17. Constitution 30. Mana 1. Demonic Chi 3103. Skills: Ember, Flame Golem, Abyssal Tentacles, 5th Order, Shadow, Colossal, Heavenly Might 1. 1 Metamorphosis, 57 Decapitation, LV1. Special status: Demonic Chi, Erosion, Disease, Curse, Weakness, Curse, Magic Seal, Curse. Estimated time of death: 2 days. Every 1000 Demonic Chi extends life by 1 day. His level had risen this much. Before Leo could even feel happy, he noticed the Demonic Chi value. Seeing his hard-earned 5-digit Demonic Chi shrink so drastically once again, Leo could only lament his ill fortune. He changed into fresh clothes, quickly thought for a moment, then rolled on the ground and smeared charcoal ash over his face. Only then did he leisurely head back toward the merchant caravan's camp. Inside the camp, the members who had shaken off the effects of the sedative sat up and looked at one another in bewilderment, completely unable to process what had happened. Bang! Monica kicked open the carriage door and staggered down, nearly stumbling several times before steadying herself. She leaned against the carriage, holding her head as she frowned and surveyed her surroundings. Marcus, who had been speaking with the just-awakened Windsor sisters nearby, quickly handed Monica a bowl of clean water. "Miss Monica, drink this, it will help you feel better." Monica took it in a daze. "What happened? Why does my head hurt so much?" Marcus looked as though he wanted to say something but held back, then finally let out a resigned sigh. "Do you remember that mentally unstable mage? He must have drugged our stew while we weren't paying attention. And all the gold coins have been stolen." Monica nodded blankly, then turned to peer into the carriage. Her eyes widened slightly. "And Leo? Have any of you seen Leo?" Marcus froze for a moment. "Wasn't the Count staying by your side the entire time?" "He's missing." Monica shoved past Marcus and stumbled toward the crowd, her gaze sweeping across every face as a sense of dread began to grow in her heart. "Leo? Leo, are you out there? Answer me." Windsor, leaning against the carriage, was pale and spoke with a weak voice. "Count Ember is missing." "Don't panic, my sister and I have keen noses. We'll help you look for him." Marcus hurriedly tried to dissuade them. "No, the deep forest is far too dangerous at night, and there are many magical beasts nearby. Most of the others still haven't recovered their strength. Let's wait a little longer. Then you'll go look by myself." Seeing Monica unsteady on her feet, Windsor struggled to rise and support her, gritting her teeth. "I'll go with you." Marcus firmly blocked the two. "No. The Count has already run into trouble. I must be responsible for everyone who remains, and I won't stand by and watch you do something reckless." "What gives you the right to decide that Leo has run into trouble?" Monica shoved Marcus away in fury, but after only a few steps her legs gave out and she dropped to one knee before the edge of the woods. Her eyes reddened slightly and she slammed her fist into the ground in frustration. If Leo hadn't been affected by the sedative and had accidentally discovered the mage's scheme, wouldn't that mean she had practically handed him to death herself? Damn it! I'm such an idiot. Why did I have to eat 2 bowls? Leo suddenly emerged from the shadows of the forest, crouched down and looked at the stunned Monica with a teasing grin. Eating well is a good thing, it means you're blessed. Monica sniffled, threw herself forward and hugged Liao tightly. Thank goodness, I thought I had gotten you killed. Seeing Liao return unscathed, Marcus' expression shifted slightly, then he put on a concerned look. Count, could you tell us in detail what happened? Liao patted Monica's back and helped her to her feet. No problem. I was sleeping soundly when suddenly I felt a jolt. When I opened my eyes, that mentally unstable mage was carrying me into a cave. The cave was packed with powerful bull-headed beast men who swore they'd crush me to death to avenge their younger brother. At the critical moment, they suddenly dropped me and ran out of the cave, and then came the sound of fierce fighting. I even vaguely heard something about a dragon-slaying sword saint. Marcus' expression turned slightly grave. Could it be that that stupid baboon had carelessly exposed its trail and been intercepted by the sword saint? I stayed huddled in the deepest part of the cave, and only when everything outside had gone completely quiet did I run back. It must be the Holy Radiance Goddess protecting me. Praise the goddess. As he spoke, Liao made a devout praying gesture, then slyly assessed Marcus' expression. Mr. Marcus, you don't look too happy. Could it be that you didn't want me to come back alive? Marcus quickly waved his hands with a wry smile. How could that be? Count, I would be overjoyed to see you safe. It's just what? It seems that the entire caravan's money has been stolen by that mage. Now he's nowhere to be found, and I'm afraid we won't be able to recover it. Lisa pulled Winsa forward 2 steps and looked at Liao seriously. Count, those 3,000 gold coins appeared here because of us. We should bear the loss. Winsa quickly added, I will still serve as your guard as promised. These Beast Girl sisters have quite good characters. Liao silently nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Marcus and asked, that bit of gold is nothing, but I can't come up with that much right now. How are we going to rescue those half-beast children next? Marcus let out a troubled sigh, glanced at the goods on the carriage, and said through gritted teeth, once we reach the border city, you'll start selling off the supplies on the carriage at low prices. Scraping together 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins shouldn't be a problem. Then you can take it directly to save people. Lisa knew she had to accept this plan, but she still asked worriedly, but how will you explain to the Merchant Guild shareholders? Marcus pressed his lips together and lowered his head helplessly. He'll just use the same excuse as the engagement with you. Though I'll require you to put on a show sometimes, at least my father will help share some of the pressure. Liao's eyes flickered. Marcus seems very eager to form an emotional bond with Lisa, but judging by his attitude, he doesn't actually intend to marry her. Is there some special purpose? Then think. Lisa was about to agree when Liao suddenly clapped his hands. Hey! Look at my memory. Winsa, the wolf tribe has a keen sense of smell, right? Winsa nodded in confusion. I actually spilled a little perfume on the gold coins and wooden boxes by accident. The scent might not be obvious to humans, but could you try tracking it? Liao produced a bottle of perfume under Marcus' gloomy gaze. Winsa's eyes lit up and she hastily took it and sniffed gently. The scent is quite pungent to me, so it should be no problem. As she spoke, she quickly crouched low, bringing her nose close to the ground and twitching it gently. It's very close. It's right there. Winsa excitedly ran on all fours like an agile wild wolf, diving into the nearby woods. By the time Liao and the others caught up, Winsa was digging a pit in the ground with a corner of the wooden box of gold coins already exposed. Liao looked at Marcus thoughtfully. It seems that mage didn't know levitation magic, so he couldn't take these gold coins alone. Perhaps he planned to come back for them after we left. The corners of Marcus' raised lips twitched slightly. Yes, a blessing in disguise. It's getting late. Let's all rest for now, and once we've recovered, we'll set off to avoid any more surprises. Liao nodded and led Monica back into the carriage. Having consumed 2 doses of sleeping potion, Monica was in poor shape, and after such a roller coaster of emotions, she soon closed her eyes and drifted off into a daze. After confirming she was in a deep sleep, Liao drew out a gleaming dagger. Using demonic energy, he activated myriad transformations. 57. Reflected in the dagger, Liao's face slowly twisted and at last took on the form of that shadow baboon. Ahem. 3, 2, 1. Under Liao's constant tuning, even his voice became exactly the same. With his preparations complete, he quickly threw on a black robe prepared in advance and slipped into the forest. Marcus was counting the goods with his men when he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the dense forest, and his expression dramatically changed. Using the excuse of going to the restroom, he entered the forest and soon met the shadow baboon impersonated by Liao. What exactly happened? Jia Luo found me. Fortunately, a passing Dragon Clan powerhouse held him off and I barely escaped. Dragon Clan. Then why didn't you take the chance to go back to the Beast Realm? Instead you came to me? Are you trying to get me killed? Liao said gloomily. The copy I had was destroyed in the fight. I need the original to make another copy. You fool. You couldn't kill that noble, and now you couldn't even protect something so important. Give me the original. Once I copy it, I'll kill that noble and leave. Marcus irritably raked his hair and took out several ancient-looking pages that seemed torn from somewhere from a hidden inner layer of his clothes. Don't make any extra trouble. Let him live a while longer. I only have this small part with me now. We don't yet know what magic it is. Copy it and get back to the Beast Realm quickly. Seeing the clear Tala mark on the pages, Liao suppressed the corners of his mouth and calmly took them. You touched the Fire Magic Codex fragment, absorbing 10000 points of demonic energy. You gained the corresponding magical knowledge. You have learned the skill Shadow Summoning LV1. Shadow Summoning LV1 call upon the darkness deep within, consume a certain amount of demonic energy to open the gate of the Shadow Kingdom and summon ordinary ninja soldiers from the Shadow Kingdom to serve you. The moment the page touched Liao's finger, a wisp of flame rose from it, instantly burning it into specks of starlight ash that drifted away in the wind. Fire Magic Codex. Could it be that what he held was not a spell encyclopedia but the Holy Master's magic book? It gives both demonic energy and skills. How could such a good thing happen? And by the looks of it, there are other fragments waiting for him to refine. Liao stared fixedly at Marcus, licking his lips with excitement. Marcus clearly hadn't expected this to happen either. He looked at Liao in astonishment. Seeing the other man staring at him with ill intent, his narrow eyes widened slightly. What do you think you're doing? Before Liao could answer, he turned and ran without hesitation. The very moment before he rushed out of the forest, several hands with cyan skin suddenly stretched out from the shadows on the ground and grabbed his ankles. Thud! Marcus fell to the ground, and before he could even cry out in pain, his mouth was tightly covered. Then a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life unfolded. Pairs of crimson-red eyes flared open as dozens of upright black-clad figures emerged from the darkness. Not far away, unhurried footsteps sounded. The black-clad men knelt on one knee in reverence toward a certain direction, as if welcoming the arrival of their king. Liao had originally worried that directly summoning shadow soldiers might taint his mind through the Tala mark, but it seemed that now that they had been converted into a system skill, he was completely immune to such influence. He glanced at the panel, which showed a uniform line of ninja soldiers all around level 20, then attempted to inject demonic energy into one of them to raise his level. Shadow Kingdom Ninja Soldier Normal. Race Shadow Clan. Level 30 max. Constitution 60. Magic 0. Abilities: Basic Combat Arts, Low-Level Ninjutsu. Remaining existence time 1 day. 10 demonic energy points can extend it by 1 day. It seems that ordinary shadow soldiers had their limits. Liao nodded thoughtfully, then checked his total demonic energy and found that barely less than 100 points had been consumed. In other words, with under 100 points of demonic energy, he could obtain dozens of loyal bodyguards for a whole day. Who needed anything more? Marcus was pinned to the ground by several soldiers struggling to say something. Ignoring him, Liao walked over to a kneeling ninja soldier at random and said, "You. Kill yourself." Crack. Without the slightest hesitation, the ninja soldier raised his hand and shattered his own neck, his form instantly dissolving into black smoke. Marcus' narrow eyes snapped wide open, gaining a new layer of awe and fear toward Liao before him. Who on earth is he? Is he trying to intimidate me with such a display? Are these black-clad men all lunatics? They kill themselves just because he says so. Wait, I think I've heard of such an ability before. Could it be? Would you like to spend 1 point of demonic energy to recall the soldier who has returned to the Shadow Kingdom? No. After completing his rough experiment, Liao finally turned to look at Marcus, who was trembling all over. If you dare to scream, I'll kill you. Understand? Marcus nodded desperately. The soldiers pressing on him looked at Liao, and only after receiving his signal did they remove the hands that had been covering Marcus' mouth. The ability to create death-sworn puppets with such godly skill, could you be the new godfather of the demon god cult from the eastern division of the Luolin Kingdom? Liao paused for a moment, then crouched down and said with a teasing smile, "Have you heard my story?" Marcus instantly let out a sigh of relief, and only after taking several deep breaths said, "My lord, let's talk things over, we're on the same side. I'm the battalion captain of the Holy Kingdom Division." Liao went along with it. "Of course I know who you are. Do you have any last words?" Marcus looked flustered and spoke urgently. "Don't, my lord. Although we serve different divisions and fight our own battles, tell me whatever you want, I'll cooperate with all my might." "Oh," he said. "I want the remaining volumes of the Codex of Fire." Fire Codex. What's that? So you yourselves don't even know what those magical pages are? Liao curled his lips. "They're the pages you just handed to me?" Marcus suddenly realized the truth and spoke without reservation. "Oh. WWE call it the Demon Grimoire. Its pages are scattered across the world, and most of the Fire Codex has always been hidden in the treasure vault of House Grong. We cooperated with the Gloom Baboon of the Beastkin, a creature skilled in disguise. That is the very body you are currently using. It infiltrated House Grom for decades before it finally had the chance to tear off a portion and bring it out. What I had on me was actually a portion secretly kept back for my own study. The remaining pages have already been handed over to the godfathers of each district." Liao frowned deeply. "Where are these godfathers now? What level of strength?" "You don't know. I'm only a battalion captain. I normally never get to contact people of that caliber. But I've heard that these godfathers are able to trade a few moves with the dragon-slaying sword saint. That complicates things." Liao lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then cast a cold glance at Marcus. "I'm curious, why did you want to kill Leo Ember?" "You don't know? Then why were you approaching that wolf beastkin?" "The higher-ups ordered me to locate the beastkin village where they live." "Why?" "I don't know. Since you know nothing and can't provide me the remaining codices, you're of no further use." At that moment, the ninja soldier on top of Marcus appropriately squeezed his neck with a cold palm. The icy touch instantly made Marcus' hairs stand on end, and he hurriedly said, I have other leads." "Speak." Marcus swallowed nervously. "The city lord of Border City might have the Fire Codex. My purpose in going there this time was to confirm whether the rumor is true." Liao waved his hand, and the ninja soldiers responsible for restraining Marcus immediately scattered. Marcus scrambled to his feet, still shaken, and kept his head lower, not daring to look Liao in the eye. "Ememi lord, may I leave now?" Liao smiled. A ninja soldier swiftly walked up to Marcus, then dissolved into a puddle of pitch-black liquid that merged into the shadow beneath his feet. Marcus stared at the red eyes within his own shadow and asked in terror, "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" I want you to find a way to gather information on the other godfathers. As for it, it will live in your shadow for the time being, watching your every move. If you make a major discovery, contact me through it. But the moment you leak my secret, it will kill you without delay. With an automatic deduction of 10 demonic energy points each day, Liao figured that he could afford it. Marcus knew he was already a fish on the chopping board and dared not raise the slightest objection. Imitating the other ninja soldiers, he knelt down on one knee. I will serve you to the death. Liao patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Just as the thought of leaving this place and returning to the carriage arose in his mind, several shadow soldiers had already spontaneously surrounded him. They raised their arms, and their batwing-like black robes concealed Liao's figure as they swiftly carried him down into the shadows. At the same time, the remaining shadow soldiers also dove into the shadows, vanishing without a sound from where they stood, as if they had never appeared. What kind of magic is this? As expected of a godfather from a place hailed as the origin of magic, your methods are truly uncanny. Marcus raised his still trembling arm, took a few deep breaths, and then his eyes suddenly became resolute. Although his life was now in someone else's hands, this could very well be a stroke of fortune for him as well. If these godfathers truly started fighting over the so-called Fire Codex, casualties would be inevitable. As long as he seized the right moment, he might just reap plenty of benefits and perhaps even become a godfather himself. Inside the carriage, Liao's figure gradually emerged from the shadow in the corner, then collapsed to the ground as if exhausted. Consuming magic power to counteract the Shadow Kingdom's erosion of the body. Current demonic energy 12700. He watched the dark cyan color gradually fade from the skin of his arm, and the shock on his face gradually turned into ecstasy. Opening the kingdom's passage twice had cost nearly 200 points of demonic energy, and counteracting the erosion had cost nearly 100 points. In other words, for a mere 300 points he could perform a teleportation spanning nearly a kilometer within a few seconds. And as long as he could withstand the Shadow Kingdom's erosion, in theory he could reach any place on the continent at tremendous speed. Isn't this just incantation-free teleportation magic? Liao clenched his fists in excitement, failing to notice that a pair of arms had already reached out from behind him. A soft arm wrapped around his head and pulled it downward. Before Leo could react, he felt his face suddenly pressed against something, as if buried in a warm space carrying the faint scent of sunflowers. Captain, let's sleep a little longer. Monica held Leo tightly in her arms, her brows slightly furrowed and her lips moving as she muttered in protest. In the shadows of the carriage's inner walls, several pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up. Leo quickly raised his palm and drove back the shadow soldiers that had already emerged halfway from the darkness. If Monica saw these ninja soldiers, it would be hard to assign them to acts of murder and arson in the future. Fortunately, this body had just been upgraded by the monkey talisman, so even without the ninja soldiers' help he could barely contend with Monica's strength. But the moment he freed his head, Monica immediately coiled around his entire body like an octopus, using both arms and legs. Helpless Leo had to keep trying to regain his freedom without waking her up. It was destined to be a prolonged struggle. Having recovered her spirits, Windsor intended to fulfill her duty as a guard, so she took the initiative to bring Lisa to keep watch near Leo's carriage in case that maid should return. The carriage swayed gently, the sounds so subtle that ordinary people would barely notice them, yet crystal clear to the Windsor sisters. Such strange noises immediately caught the two women's attention and gave rise to a certain misunderstanding. Lisa quickly pressed her ears flat against her head, thinking that perhaps too much firewood had been added to the campfire, or else her face wouldn't be burning so hot. Windsor, whose knowledge of certain physiological matters was only skin-deep, perked up her ears high. The rustle of clothes, limbs colliding, faint gasps, struggling. After a brief moment of thought, Windsor quickly made a judgment. Count Ember is in danger. She sprang nimbly from the ground and dashed straight toward the carriage. No. Lisa tried to warn her the moment she realized Windsor's intention, but it was too late. Windsor kicked open the carriage door with one foot. Monica woke with a start and immediately saw Leo half embraced in her arms. Amid someone's piercing shriek, the caravan set off. Around noon, Leo, lying on the cargo, finally arrived at his destination. It was a black city with 3 large characters carved above the gate, Border City. The main road was wide and caravans from all directions began to gather before the city gate, queuing in an orderly fashion to pass through. Leo was somewhat surprised. I thought Border City, known as the lawless land, would be chaotic, but it looks no different from an ordinary city. Marcus beside him replied, actually that's all just a show put on by the city lord. The people inside are those who couldn't make it in any country and came here. Count, you'd better be careful. Leo nodded, jumped down from the cargo, walked to the carriage Marcus had prepared for him and knocked softly. Monica, we're about to enter the city. Aren't you coming out? Monica's flustered, incoherent voice came from inside the carriage. I know. I am feeling unwell. I need to rest a little longer. All right then. I'll go buy some alchemy materials after entering the city and call you when I attend the auction this afternoon. What? You're leaving the caravan? I'll go with you. Worried that Leo might get into more trouble, Monica hurriedly scrambled out of the carriage, hanging her head and not daring to face Leo. Windsor drooped her ears and her tail wagged uneasily behind her. Count, Miss Monica too didn't mean to. The surrounding attendants cast ambiguous glances their way. What do you think that half-beast woman actually ran into last night? I heard one hell of a scream. What else could it be? That Countess Ember. Have you forgotten the rumors we heard when we visited the Ember Fief last time? Ah, that noble hound. Money is great. Even with such a bad reputation, he can have a pretty young lady from the Holy Kingdom as company. Hey, who said the nobles of the Holy Kingdom are reserved? Looks pretty open-minded to me. Even daring to do it in a caravan carriage. Seeing Monica remain silent under the gossip, Leo had no choice but to explain loudly on her behalf. It's nothing. Last night I was really afraid that Mage would come back for me, so I forced Monica to stay by my side under the guise of a protection mission. But I'm a restless sleeper. I move around a lot. It can't be helped if people misunderstand. However, compared to my precious life, I believe Miss Monica wouldn't care about such cheap superficial things as a damaged reputation, right? Monica looked up in surprise. It was her own fault that Windsor had misunderstood, and she had even kicked him out of the carriage. Why would he take the blame upon himself? She watched as the people around them cast scornful looks at Leo and suddenly understood his intention. Was he planning to sacrifice his own reputation to protect her? Monica looked at Leo's face, pressed her right fist lightly against her chest, and felt her heart pounding even more violently than last night. Leo cast her an exasperated look. Why didn't the girl respond? This was the moment to curse me fiercely and play the victim. But judging from others' expressions, they already saw him as a beast, so her silence was fine. Leo nodded in satisfaction. This was reputation, good or bad, each had its uses. The caravan entered the Norman Merchant Guild's fixed compound in the city, and Leo left the task of guarding the gold coins to the Windsor sisters. As for himself, he took Monica to change into inconspicuous commoner clothes and went around buying the alchemy materials Samantha had instructed. The packages in his hands grew more numerous. Just as Leo was about to return to the compound to drop them off, a small short figure suddenly appeared in a dark alley beside him. Psst psst, handsome sir, I've been watching you for a while. Want to make a deal? Leo and Monica exchanged a glance, feeling that this scene was unsettlingly familiar. Looking at the figure, who was a head shorter than Monica, Leo couldn't help but smile. What kind of deal do you want to make? The figure glanced around, then beckoned to them. If you want a spatial magic tool, follow me. A spatial magic tool? It was an extremely rare storage item in this world, usually only possessed by high-level mages proficient in space magic. Leo immediately hurried after him while Monica quickened her pace and walked ahead of Leo this time. After walking several dozen meters, the short figure waited for them behind a corner, holding a magic lamp in hand. First let me ask, how much gold can you produce right now? Monica touched the money pouch at her chest and replied, I've got about 50 gold on me. Only 50 gold? Not enough, not enough, at least 500 gold. Such an item was priceless and rarely traded, even 500,000 gold would be reasonable. The fact that the man before them only asked for 500 gold made Leo suspicious. 500 gold is fine, but shouldn't you show me the goods first? The figure raised the lamp higher with his left hand and held up a ring with a sapphire blue glow in front of the light, thin arcane circuits flickering across its surface from time to time. I see you bought so many alchemy materials, so you must have a discerning eye. This is the spatial magic tool. Where did this come from? Is this your first time in Border City? The figure warily withdrew the ring. A real man doesn't ask where another comes from, nor does a magic tool ask where it's been. I'll wait here for 20 minutes. Bring 500 gold and we'll exchange cash for goods. No problem. Leo turned without hesitation and headed back to the merchant compound to count out the gold coins. Monica, seeing this, also took out her money pouch and began to count the amount inside. But the moment she opened the pouch, her face instantly turned pale. Leo! Monica cried out, turning her money pouch upside down. Clatter, clatter. Several heavy iron weights thudded to the floor, but the gold coins inside were nowhere to be seen. Sorry. Monica bit her lip and lowered her head in self-reproach. Leo quickly said, It's all right. It must have been stolen by that ring seller. I'm partly to blame too. I'm going after her. Monica stormed out of the door, but remembering she still had to protect Leo, she turned back after only a few steps. Seeing her stifled, aggrieved expression, Leo shook his head with amusement. Go back to your room and change. We're going to the auction. A small figure wove deftly through the alleyways, eventually slipping into an old building and darting up to a second-floor bedroom. She took off her black cloak, revealing slightly curly auburn hair. Her wheat-colored face beamed with excitement, two little fangs glinting. She shut the window, plunging the room into dimness lit only by the lantern behind her. The ring in her hand glinted faintly, and dozens of gold coins stamped with holy winged feathers materialized on the wooden bed beside her. Ha ha, filthy rich, definitely some noble up to no good. I'm just serving justice. The girl giggled as she moved toward the bed, her dark shadow cast over the pile of gold by the lantern. Just as she reached out to touch the coins, two crimson eyes suddenly grew out of the gold. What the? The girl shuddered and stumbled back, only to bump into a wall with a strange texture. Before she could turn to look, a ninja soldier crouched behind her and locked her arms tight from the back. Damn it! Who are you people? Are you the city lord's men? I've been saving up hard. You can take those coins on the bed in advance. The girl struggled with all her might, but against the level 30 ninja soldier it was useless. Leo stepped out slowly from behind her and retrieved the ring. How much do you owe the city lord? Isn't selling this ring enough? By now Leo had altered his appearance and voice, and the girl did not recognize him. She asked timidly, Why you? Are you not one of the city lord's men? If I accidentally stole something of yours, I apologize. All the coins are yours, just spare my life. Leo pocketed the coins into the ring and sat on the bed. What's your name? Ruby. How did you steal things without making a sound? 2. Have a skill. Within a certain distance I can swap items in a spatial artifact with an object of equal mass at a fixed location. No wonder Monica hadn't noticed anything wrong. What is your relationship with the city lord of Border Town? Ruby gritted her teeth. Harris kidnapped my family and demanded a ransom. 2. Had no choice. I didn't mean to steal from you. You're lying. How do you KN? Ruby stopped mid-sentence as she caught the look on Leo's face. Realizing she had been tricked into revealing herself, she lowered her head in shame and anger. Kill me or torture me, do whatever you want. Actually, Harris and I are enemies. Maybe we can work together. Ruby looked up at Leo's words. She was about to say something when the wooden door beside them suddenly burst apart. A bald dwarf with a thick reddish-brown beard and an immensely muscular frame charged in. His gaze swept the room, then he raised a massive iron hammer and swung it straight at Leo's face. Die! Bang! Several ninja soldiers swiftly stepped in front of Leo only to be smashed into black smoke by the crushing blow. The hammer's wind grazed Leo's face and his heart tightened as his pupils shrank. This kind of power, at least a 6th-tier dwarf warrior. And the dwarven race was famous for their ferocity in battle. If he wasn't careful he might die right here. Go! Without hesitation he gave the order. A ninja soldier slammed a smoke bomb to the ground while the others instantly carried Leo into the shadows. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Ruby's coughing, the burly dwarf pulled her into the corner and stared warily at his surroundings. Only after the smoke cleared and he found no trace of the other ninja soldiers did he let out a small breath. Ruby, who exactly did you go and provoke this time? A freak like that? I've never even heard of such methods. Ruby was coughing so hard tears streamed down her face. I don't know either. I've never seen anything like it. And he took the 50 gold ID just gotten today? The burly man let out an annoyed snort. It was all stolen anyway. Good riddance. Ruby lifted her leg and kicked him hard. Uncle Torin, the nobles who come to Border Town buy things for no good reason, him doing the people a service. Torin scratched the spot she kicked without any reaction. Don't do this anymore. Once that mage lady comes to pick up her goods and pay, you'll be able to pay off a big chunk of the debt. Ruby froze, then pursed her lips awkwardly. Uncle Torin. That custom spatial artifact might have been taken too. What did you say? Under Marcus' lead, Leo and the others, heavily wrapped from head to toe, made it smoothly into the auction. First item, a 3rd-tier disposable protective necklace. Starting bid 50 gold. Second item, a 3rd-tier fireball magic scroll. Starting bid 100 gold. Third item. Under the hostess' seductive presentation, the auction gradually neared its end. Lisa looked at Marcus uneasily. How much longer until the children come up? Marcus shook his head in confusion and waved over a waitress. Weren't there supposed to be half-beast cubs? Why haven't they appeared yet? Before the waitress could answer, a masked obese man behind Lisa chuckled. You haven't heard? I hear the city lord intends to offer those cubs as a gift to an honored guest from the kingdom of Lorraine. They're no longer up for auction. What? Then what do we do? The Windsor sisters immediately clutched each other's hands in anxiety, at a loss. Leo looked at Marcus, who was feigning shock, and asked, Is there any way I can see the city lord? After the auction, Harris usually invites the top 3 spenders to dinner. We've probably already missed our chance. Understood. Leo nodded and looked toward the hostess on stage. Final item, a frost crystal dragon scale from the far north of the Beastlands. A fine material for both collecting and medicinal use. Starting bid 500 gold. As soon as he finished, a female bidder raised her paddle. 550 gold. Leo quickly raised his. 1,000 gold. After a brief silence in the hall, the female bidder spoke again. 1,000, and, before she could finish, Leo raised his paddle. 1,500 gold. 1,600, 2,000 gold. How is this thing worth 2,000 gold? Are you deliberately targeting me on purpose? Do you dare to tell this young lady your name? The female bidder's chest heaved rapidly. She was clearly furious. Miss, in a fair auction the highest bidder wins. I'm simply rich, and is there anything wrong with paying for love? I don't care about the price. I'm just showing my attitude. 3,000 gold. Leo shrugged and raised his paddle again. The frost crystal dragon scale was exactly the material Lucia needed. He had to obtain it. Besides, this was the final item. Without spending at least 3,000 gold, there was no way to make the top 3 on the spending list. Paying a premium was unavoidable. The hostess on stage had stars sparkling in her eyes. Bravo! Now that is paying for love. The woman worthy of such devotion from you must be the happiest in the world. How enviable, I meant I like the frost crystal dragon scale. How did that get tied to some woman? Utterly baffling. Leo was full of question marks. And in a place he couldn't see, Windsor had already turned red from the hostess' words. Leo spent all that money just for me, didn't he? Is he dropping a hint at me now? No, this is basically a straight-up confession. Come to think of it, it's also weird that he insisted on hiring me as his guard. Does he actually? Monica pressed her lips together and glanced at Leo, her heart suddenly sour. Leo and his companions were led by the young woman into the VIP room. Along with their auction items, they also received a gilded invitation. Sir, the city lord's banquet will begin soon. You may bring one companion. Considering that the wolf girl's sense of smell might prove useful, Leo rose to his feet, invitation in hand. When shall you come with me? Monica, I'll trouble you to deliver the alchemical materials I bought back to our lodgings and get some proper rest. This struck Monica, who had naturally been following behind Leo like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly incredulous. I was the one who came first. Leo did not notice Monica's distress. He and Winshaw put on disguises, donned half-face masks, and entered the most luxurious fortress in the entire border city. Inside the banquet hall, which spanned several thousand square meters, translucent glowing crystals hung overhead. Intricate patterns were carved into the pillars, and the long table was laden with nearly 100 steaming dishes. A few other banquet guests were already seated at the long table. Harris was a lean middle-aged man, his fingers adorned with gemstone rings as large as pigeon eggs. He clapped his hands at Leo and said, "Welcome, our love-struck spendthrift. You remind me of my younger days. Might the lady by your side be the heroine of this romantic tale?" Leo sat down with Winshaw in a composed manner and smoothly picked up the conversation. "I have long heard of your name, City Lord. To attend this banquet with my beloved and behold your esteemed countenance is truly an honor across 3 lifetimes." As he spoke, he kicked Winshaw under the table. She had gone rigid at the word, beloved. Winshaw quickly stammered in follow-up. 3 lifetimes of honor. Although Harris was a 7th-rank swordsman and the city lord, the people under him were mostly bandits and outlaws. On ordinary days, who would ever say such things to him? He thoroughly enjoyed such sophisticated flattery and burst into hearty laughter. "My friends, before we dine, I would like to introduce another distinguished guest, Lady Eloise of the White Tower." A woman walked out from the inner hall draped in a white and gold alchemist's robe with a beautiful face and long curly blue hair. On her chest hung a purple-gold circular badge engraved with a white spire that pierced the sky and surrounded by 6 diamond-shaped crystals. This identified her as a 6th-rank alchemist certified by the White Tower. The White Tower was a major organization renowned across the continent, located in the Llewellyn Kingdom. It was said that all magical knowledge on the continent was gathered there, making it a destination that nearly every mage dreamed of joining. With a haughty expression, Eloise swept her gaze over everyone present, then looked impatiently at Harris. "You insisted that I brew potions on the spot just so these monkeys who know nothing of alchemy's mysteries can watch a show? If that is the case, I refuse this collaboration." Harris hurriedly stood up to explain. "Lady Eloise, your asking price is far too high for me. I wanted to discuss with these gentlemen pooling our funds to purchase your work together." With that, he turned to address the people at the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, Lady Eloise is an alchemist from the White Tower. Opportunities to buy healing potions from a figure like her are truly rare." The group had initially been annoyed at being called monkeys by Eloise, but the words, healing potion, instantly sparked their interest. Leo lightly tapped the table with his index finger. City Lord, please elaborate on this deal. Seeing that none of them had objections, Harris continued. I found a flowchart for making a high-grade healing potion in an ancient book and I would like Lady Eloise to brew it. The materials are not rare, but a single batch is estimated to cost over 10,000 gold and success is not guaranteed. However, with Lady Eloise here, even if it fails, we can keep refining the process. This is a healing potion. If it succeeds, imagine how much we could earn. Healing-type magic had been wiped out once for unknown reasons, so now the only way to heal wounds on the continent was to rely on alchemists' healing potions. Yet the ingredients for healing potions were hard to find and the brewing was extremely difficult, which was why most healing potions on the market were inferior products that could only treat minor wounds. The most effective potion recognized everywhere was the holy water of healing produced by the saintess of the Holy Kingdom, but even that was something ordinary people could never access, valued beyond price yet utterly unavailable. If they truly could develop a healing potion with powerful restorative effects, even a high production cost would be worthwhile. I bid 2000 gold. Then you'll bid 2000 as well. Seeing the two beside him making offers, Li Ao could only follow suit. I'm a little short on funds, so I'll just put in 1000 gold to take part. Harris rubbed his hands together in excitement. Lady Eloise, everyone at this table is now a shareholder. It shouldn't be a problem to brew it right here, should it? Eloise gave Harris a contemptuous snort. The deep blue ring on her finger glinted and a huge workstation appeared before her. On it were arranged all manner of colorful jars and bottles, a dazzling sight. Li Ao studied her spatial ring closely, feeling that its patterns bore a certain resemblance to the spoils he had seized. Slicing, grinding, dissolving, reacting. Half an hour went by. Eloise worked through the alchemical materials methodically. The intricate procedures had a thin layer of sweat forming on the tip of her nose, but the speed of her hands did not slow in the slightest. Li Ao realized that Eloise's steps with the materials were somewhat similar to the flowchart Samantha had given him. He could even roughly deduce the purpose of each of her moves. Harris and the others had passed their initial novelty and began helping themselves to the meal. Li Ao motioned for Wen Sha to eat as well, while he was unwilling to miss Eloise's little lesson, watching her every action with intense focus. The reactions of everyone present did not escape Eloise's eyes. She cast a somewhat gratified glance at Li Ao and nodded in approval. It seemed not all of these people were mindless monkeys. Another 2 hours passed. The last drop of paler liquid dripped from the condenser and Eloise placed the finished product, about 300 milliliters, on the table. Their drowsiness gone, the others looked over excitedly. Lady Eloise, is it done? Eloise shook her head. I only brewed it according to the flowchart the City Lord gave me. As for its effect, it still needs to be tested. Harris poured out a small cup of the potion and called in a maidservant. With a dinner knife he cut a round of moderate depth into her arm. The maidservant gritted her teeth against the pain, not daring to make a sound. Harris poured the potion down her throat. Before long the wound began to slowly close. It succeeded. The group shouted excitedly. But Harris' face darkened. He poured out another dose, gathered battle chi into the dinner knife and severed the maidservant's right arm with one stroke. Ah! The maidservant cried out in pain, clutching her wound as she collapsed, blood gushing uncontrollably. No one present had expected Harris to do something like this, yet they staggered back toward the door in shock. Harris paid no attention to their reactions. He poured the potion into the maidservant's mouth again, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on her wound. Under the potion's effect, buds of new flesh gradually sprouted on the wound where her arm had been severed, but the rate of recovery clearly could not keep up with the blood streaming out. It would not be long before she stopped breathing. Harris wiped the blood from his face. Holding the blood-stained dinner knife, he grinned at the people by the door. Harris flicked the dining knife hard, spattering a trail of blood from its blade across the floor in front of him. It seems the potion's quality isn't up to par. It can't even save a maid of such a low level. I'm afraid we'll have to cooperate a few more times, gentlemen. Lord City Lord will go back and deliver this batch of gold coins right away. As for our cooperation, let's discuss it in detail next time. With that flustered remark, the other two invited guests hurried out of the City Lord's manor with their people. Leo, however, walked over to Aloy's alchemy bench under Harris's astonished gaze and deftly collected some leftover residue from the test tubes. Then he walked straight to the dining table and picked up the bottle of completed potion. Aloy tried to stop him, but it was already too late. All she could do was watch as Leo sprinkled the powder from his hand into it. Aloy glared at Leo. What are you doing? Alchemical materials require extremely precise dosages. You could ruin this entire bottle of potion. Anyway, the City Lord isn't satisfied with this potion, so what's the harm in letting me give it a try? Leo gave the bottle a vigorous shake and the paler liquid instantly turned dark red. He walked over to the dying maid and poured a huge mouthful of the potion into her mouth. The severed arm, which had been bleeding non-stop, was soon covered with fresh new flesh. The maid's breathing quickly steadied and color returned to her face. Aloy stared in astonishment at the miraculous sight, then snatched the potion from Leo's hand to examine it. Thighs. What exactly did you do? This is already comparable to half the power of healing holy water. Leo shrugged. I just figured that when they brewed potions using the ancient methods, they didn't use so many vessels. Maybe the medicinal residue left on these vessels affects the potion's effect. Of course, it was more than just that. Leo had Samantha's improved process and exact dosage in hand, and with the Holy Lord's mind to draw on, he could easily find the problem. But Aloy's eyes lit up. That's an interesting idea. Have you studied alchemy before? It's just a hobby. I used a little cleverness just now. Leo had spent hours watching Aloy run experiments with rapt attention, leaving her a very good impression. On a whim, she asked, would you like to become my disciple and study alchemy at the White Tower? Sorry, I already have a teacher. From the White Tower? No. Aloy frowned deeply at that. Did this guy have no idea about the White Tower's true worth? He would give up a chance to soar to the heavens for some unaffiliated alchemy teacher. But she had her pride as well. Chasing after a disciple would only lower her standing. From her spatial ring she took out a small ivory white tower and handed it to Leo. If you ever change your mind, bring this to the White Tower. But by then you'll have to pass an examination before you're qualified for my lessons. Thank you, Lady Aloy. Seeing that the two had finished talking, Harris cut in with a smile. Sir, I didn't think you had alchemical talents as well. You've done me a great favor. How should I thank you? Leo said quickly, to be honest, there is a favor I'd like to ask. Harris waved his hand grandly. Speak. Leo pointed at Windsor by the door and smiled sheepishly. Recently my wife's social circle has been into raising half-beast cubs. She keeps whispering in my ear every day and I can hardly stand it anymore. Actually, this trip to Border City was mainly for those cubs. Harris suddenly understood, then looked at Aloy with an awkward expression. Well, it's just that those cubs have already been given to Lady Aloy. Aloy waved her hand dismissively. You two go wait for me at the gate. I'll go back to my room, pack up and bring the 2 cubs to you. Harris was taken aback. Lady Aloy, didn't we agree that you would improve the potion before leaving? This kid's vessel difference theory is very interesting. I can't wait to get back to the White Tower and do research. As for your potion, wait until I'm done. Aloy glanced at Harris nonchalantly. Then her brow suddenly furrowed and her gaze locked onto the shadow beneath her feet. A flicker of panic crossed Harris's face. Lady Aloy, is something wrong? Aloy withdrew the spiritual power she had released and shook her head. I don't know. It felt like something was under my feet just now. Maybe it was my imagination. With that she packed away her alchemy equipment and headed straight to her bedroom. Leo, who had been trying to hide a ninja soldier in Aloy's shadow, broke out in a cold sweat. It seems the shadow concealment ability wasn't very effective in front of a mage with powerful spiritual force. Fortunately, the ninja soldier's self-detonation was fast. A few minutes later, at the gate of the city lord's manor, night surrounded them, a gentle breeze whispered, and the sky was studded with stars. Leo could no longer stand the glances Windsor kept stealing at him, so he said helplessly, "Windsor, just say what you want to say." Windsor gave a start, her voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. It's just. Thank you for doing so much for me. It's just that. I don't actually dislike you. But becoming lovers or something? Well, I may need a little more time. What was this guy muttering about? Leo was about to ask for details when a golden figure riding the wind rushed over. Monica stopped casting her spell and panted as she looked at them. And no, it's bad. Lisa. Lisa is missing. Leo quickly steadied Monica. Don't worry. Catch your breath and tell us clearly. Monica took several deep breaths. Lisa came back to the camp with us, but she didn't come out at dinner. I thought she was worried about you too, so I decided to bring her some food. That was when I found her room completely empty. I searched all around the camp and found no trace of her, so I rushed over to find you. Leo quickly sensed the location of the ninja soldier he had left in Lisa's shadow. Finding that it was still in the city, he felt much more relieved. Windsor, you're more familiar with Lisa's scent. Help Monica search. I can handle things here. Then we'll leave it to you. Windsor had been burning with anxiety. Upon hearing Leo's suggestion, she immediately took Monica and dashed off following the scent. Leo waited alone for half an hour, but Aloy still didn't appear. He was about to go in and look for her when the sound of a girl sobbing suddenly drifted to his ears. The sobbing grew closer, at once plaintive and yearning, like weeping that poured out a sorrowful tale. If this continent had ghosts, it would be at least a top-tier vengeful spirit. Leo swallowed hard and narrowed his eyes in the direction of the crying. A figure was slowly approaching from there. Soon a noble girl with long aqua blue hair appeared in the dim light of the magic lamp. She saw Leo standing at the door as well, hastily wiped the tears from her eyes, choked back her sobs, and moved closer. Sniffle. I want to. Sniffle. Seeing that she was crying so hard she could barely speak, Leo ventured softly, "Has someone been bullying you?" But he would have been better off not asking. At that question, the girl could no longer hold back the grievance in her heart. Her nose stung and she burst into loud sobs. The people in Border City are all so rude, wah? Leo was torn between leaving and staying, momentarily at a loss. Hey, don't cry. I happen to be free right now, why don't you tell me about it? The noble young lady sized up Leo. Seeing that his clothes were ornate, unlike those of the border town folk, she finally sobbed, "I came out with my sister for fun. We'd just entered the city when she abandoned me, handing me a list of errands to run. The list said to buy ice crystal dragon scales, so I went to the auction, only for some detestable weirdo to keep bidding me up and mocking me for being poor. If I didn't still have to pay the dwarf the final installment, how could I possibly have lost to him? That would have been bad enough, but when I found the dwarf's home, it had already been cleaned out. That dwarf must have run off with the spatial ring my sister gave me, wah. I tried to contact my sister through the communication crystal, but I couldn't reach her no matter what. She probably knows I messed everything up and doesn't want me anymore. What am I supposed to do now, wah? Oh. Wait, how is this so closely connected to me? Leo gently patted the young lady on the shoulder. Then what's your sister's name? Let me help you look for her. Sniff. My sister's name is Eloy. Sniff. She's an alchemist at the White Tower. Then don't worry. I've arranged to meet your sister, so she should be out soon. Really? Really? Only then did the young lady gradually calm down. She turned around, used a handkerchief to tidy herself up, and put on a stern expression. Why, you'd better forget what just happened, you hear me? If I ever hear anyone gossiping about my embarrassment, the Ward family will definitely come after you. But if you keep my secret, I'll have my sister reward you. The kingdom of Lorraine was jointly ruled by 6 great magical families, and the Ward family was one of them. So this Tsundere little crybaby actually came from an impressive background. Leo bowed respectfully. So you're the young lady of the Ward family. My deepest respects. I'll keep my lips sealed. The young lady crossed her arms and nodded with satisfaction. You're far more sensible than that creep I met today. I hope I'm not interrupting you too. Harris had appeared at some point leading 2 young werewolf girls who looked only 4 or 5 years old. Heavy shackles hung from their ankles, making them hobble with every step. Harris handed the chains to Leo. Sir, Lady Aloy had urgent business, so I'm delivering these 2 to you on her behalf. Please convey my thanks to Lady Aloy. Leo unlocked the ankle shackles right in front of Harris. The 2 little ones bared their teeth at first, but soon caught a whiff of Wenshaw's scent on Leo and obediently let him tuck them under his arms. City Lord, this young lady claims to be Lady Aloy's sister. Perhaps you should take her along and confirm the family connection. Harris noticed that the young lady did bear some resemblance to Aloy around the eyes and brows, so he nodded and led her into the City Lord's mansion. Leo tucked the 2 little ones under his arms and hurried back to the merchant compound, guarded by only a few sentries. Marcus had already led the others out to search for Leisha. This is Wenshaw and Leisha's room. You can smell it, can't you? The 2 little ones timidly nodded and wagged their tails furiously at Leo. I'm going out to take care of business. You 2 stay hidden under the bed with this food. Don't talk and don't move, understand? Understood. They took the food box from Leo's hand and obediently crawled under the bed. At the City Lord's mansion, Harris carried the unconscious young lady through a secret passage and into the underground workshop he had spent so long building. Several dwarves with vacant eyes were clanging away forging magical artifacts before a furnace, while more than a dozen alchemists nearby were concocting all sorts of potions. Inside an iron cage, Aloy, a magic-suppressing shackle locked around her neck, glared furiously at the approaching Harris. "I Harris, you bastard." Harris expressionlessly fastened shackles onto Aini and tossed her into the iron cage. "I wasn't planning to make a move against you. But who told you to discover the secrets I've hidden underground?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't discover anything." "Then why did you suddenly scan underground with your mental energy?" Aloy let out a helpless laugh. "Because I suddenly sensed something strange lurking in the shadows." "And you expect me to believe that?" Harris sneered and turned away. Aloy glanced at Aini beside her, smiled bitterly, and let her head fall back against the wall behind her. What a total mess. Before long, Aini clutched her head and sat up from the floor. "Sister. Where is this? Why are we locked up? What's going on?" Aloy let out a long sigh. "I told you it was dangerous outside the White Tower, but you insisted on following me." Aye, then what do we do now?" A gaunt alchemist quietly crept closer. "Right above us is where Harris cultivates. He's never letting you out. You'll have to keep working for him down here forever. All of us have gone through the same thing." Aini grabbed the bars in front of her, "Then open this cage for us. My sister is a 6th-rank sorceress. She'll definitely find a way out. I can help you, but I can't do it for nothing. What do you want?" The alchemist grinned, revealing blackened yellow teeth. "You see, I've been trapped down here in this underground den for who knows how many years. It's been ages since I've touched a woman. Just let me use your..." More and more alchemists began closing in. Bang! Aloy kicked the iron cage. "All of you get lost. Ha ha ha. You'll give in sooner or later. We will sleep right beside your chains tonight, rub against you a little, have some fun. I am already getting excited just looking at you. So tender. I could just take a bite." Aimee cowered into Aloy's arms in terror. "Sister, I'm scared." Aloy's face darkened as she held Aimee tightly. Staring back at those lecherous scheming gazes, her arms trembled slightly. Clearly Harris was pressuring her, forcing her to improve the potion formulas. Yet once the modifications were complete, death would probably be the kindest fate she could hope for. At this rate, taking her own life alongside her sister before being humiliated seemed to be the only right choice. Yes, and it was best if their bodies were never found. "Aimee, what flavor of poison do you like?" "Why, sister, I don't want to die. There are still so many things I haven't done. Don't the storybooks say a knight always comes to rescue the princess?" Sob. Someone save me." A pair of scarlet eyes opened in the shadows and Aimee's crying abruptly stopped. Aloy patted Aimee's back. "What's wrong?" "Settled on a flavor." "Sister, there's a ghost." "Sleep. Once you're asleep the hallucinations won't." "Who's there?" Leo, draped in a black robe and flanked by several ninjas, emerged from the shadows. He smiled at Aimee inside the cage. "No knight here, but would you take a demon?" Eloise narrowed her eyes. "So my spiritual sense wasn't wrong. The anomaly in the shadows of the banquet hall earlier had something to do with you, didn't it?" Leo offered an ambiguous smile. "Do you want to get out? Harris is a 7th rank swordsman. Even if we leave this iron cage we won't be able to escape. Go fetch the White Tower to rescue us. Name your price." Aimee pressed against the railing. "Please help us, Mr. Demon." Leo grinned and extended his palm. "No problem, but I'll need a deposit first." Seeing Leo's gaze resting on her fingers, Eloise didn't hesitate and slipped the ring off to hand it to him. Contact with a high-purity water demonic energy vessel, demonic energy 11. An unexpected bonus? Leo immediately tightened his grip around Eloise's retreating hand. "What do you think you're doing?" Eloise tried to pull free, but without mana she was no different from an ordinary person. Forcing herself to remain calm, she said, "If you have an interest in women, there are plenty of maids at my estate no less attractive than me. I'll send them all to you if you wish. Relax, I'm not planning to do anything to you." Leo turned to Aimee and crooked his finger at her. "You stretch out your hand too." Aimee looked at Eloise, then slowly extended her hand. Is this a demonic contract ritual?" "That's right. Contact with a high-purity water demonic energy vessel, demonic energy 11. Holding one slender hand in each of his own, Leo watched the numbers jumping on the system interface, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Eloise fell into thought. How could a contract ritual leave not the slightest fluctuation of magic power? She had long heard that some people harbored very peculiar fetishes. This so-called demon was probably one of those infamous hand fanatics, wasn't he? She could only hope he wouldn't make any more excessive demands. Demonic energy absorption complete. Current demonic energy 15700. The instant the system notification sounded, Leo released their hands and began surveying his surroundings. The alchemists and dwarves showed no intense reaction to his arrival at all, they merely stared over with vacant expressions. A ninja soldier dragged an alchemist and a dwarf before Leo. "What medicine did Harris order you to refine, and what magic tool was he having you forge?" A healing potion. The dragon-slaying sword, Saint's sword." "What did that mean? Was Harris actually a fan of Jello?" Leo glanced at the shattered sword fragments piled in the corner. "You can't even forge one sword of the same design. Harris will wear it out soon enough." Leo pondered for a moment, then looked at the remaining dwarves. "There's a little girl with reddish-brown hair outside named Ruby who seems to be looking for someone." From the corner a bald dwarf immediately charged at Leo, only to be pinned to the ground by several ninja soldiers. "You know Ruby? How is she? Is she doing well?" The dwarf's expression was vivid and animated, a world apart from the vacant look had had moments before. Judging by his clothes, he must have been here for quite some time, so how was he still so spirited? Before Leo could ask, Harris' figure had already appeared at the entrance, staring at the scene before him in shock. He was certain no living creature had passed through the passage. How in the world had these black-clad men slipped in here undetected? Amy stabbed an angry finger at Harris. Mr. Demon. He's the one who knocked me out and locked my sister and me up. Teach him a lesson now? Harris turned his gaze toward Leo, surrounded by the ninja soldiers. There should be no high-rank mage calling himself a demon within the White Tower, which meant there was still room for negotiation. Sir, since you've come as a guest, wouldn't it be proper to inform the host? Leo could tell Harris had no intention of attacking immediately and knew he was being cautious. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, Harris, healing potions and the Sword Saint's blade, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? If you're interested, sir, why not come take a look with me? Don't listen to him. Go notify the White Tower now. Eloise pounded anxiously against the iron cage. Right in front of Harris, Leo ordered several ninja soldiers to melt into the shadows. Don't worry, if anything happens to me, my men will spread word of what happened here without a moment's delay. Harris promptly assured him, Sir, there's no need to be alarmed. I'm willing to share the secret with you. It's the true source of the dragon-slaying Sword Saint's power. Bang! Eloise watched Leo's departing figure and kicked the cage in frustration. Damn it! Sister, why are you so angry? If your demon gentleman is genuinely interested in Harris' secret, then we won't be getting out of here. Amy took a step back, then shook her head firmly. That won't happen. The demon made a contract with us. He's definitely going to save us. Eloise looked helplessly at the naive Amy and smiled bitterly, shaking her head. Leo followed some distance behind Harris through the passage until they reached a hidden chamber above the underground workshop. Magic lamps flickered to life, revealing shelves crammed with bottles and jars of every shape and size. Harris introduced them with fervor. Sir, don't underestimate these seemingly empty glass bottles. They hold something truly precious inside. Leo stared at Harris with an unreadable expression. Are you saying you can't see what's inside the glass bottles? Sir, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Go on. Leo's gaze swept across the bottles. In his eyes, the restless violet-black demonic energy writhing within them was blindingly conspicuous. Harris picked up a glass bottle, uncapped it, and poured the contents into his mouth. Ah! He seemed to be enduring tremendous agony, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, his face twisted into a hideous grimace. A few minutes later his expression eased, and he panted as he looked at Leo. All you have to do is consume the demonic energy inside these bottles, endure the pain, and your combat power will rise. Leo casually picked up a glass bottle. Contact with a demonic energy vessel, demonic energy 10. The demonic energy in the bottle dispersed and Leo curled the corner of his mouth. As if admiring a work of art, he moved now. Demonic energy 1010. So you're saying the dragon slaying, contact with a demonic energy vessel, demonic energy 1010. So you're saying the dragon slaying Sword Saint grew stronger the same way? Exactly. Then why do you also need the Sword Saint's matching sword? Sometimes it can ease the pain. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes. Leo studied the demonic energy linked to different divine relics. Could the sword actually be a divine relic used to suppress the Holy Lord? Was it possible that absorbing different kinds of demonic energy required the corresponding divine relic to effectively suppress it? Then where did you get all these bottles? Harris hesitated for a moment. A few years ago a high priestess of the demon god cult gave them to me. She built this secret chamber, and it was she who told me about the dragon-slaying Sword Saint. So the demon god cult really did possess a method for collecting demonic energy. She just gave them to you for free. She said she'd contact me once I'd absorbed enough. So what do you say? Join me. Let's make those born with silver spoons never dare look down on us again. Harris was about to continue his recruitment pitch when a complex magic circle suddenly blazed to life on the floor of the secret chamber. Light converged and projected the figure of a woman draped in a violet-black priestly robe. Long dark curly hair spilled from beneath her hood, her face impossible to make out. Harris, since the recording formation has been triggered, it means you have basically absorbed all of that demonic energy and you should already stand at the peak of the 8th rank. If you wish to break through to the 9th rank, come to the fairy forest. The figure dissolved. Harris seemed to understand something and he snatched up several of the glass bottles Leo had touched, crushing them in his grip. After a brief silence, Harris' heartrending roar erupted through the chamber. "You little thief! I'll kill you!" Harris raised his longsword and slashed at Liao, but several ninjas stepped forward to take the blows, buying Liao time to transform. The enormous azure dragon body instantly filled nearly half of the secret chamber, yet its drawbacks immediately became apparent. Confined in such a space, Liao found himself hamstrung. "No wonder your methods are so strange, so you're a dragon-blooded beast man. Die!" Harris' battle chi burst forth, blasting the surrounding shelves away, and he rocketed toward Liao like a cannonball. Sonic tenfold slash. The sword light instantly drowned Liao, and a cascade of metallic clashes rang through the secret chamber. The 10 slashes left several harmless wounds on his chest, and they were visibly scabbing over. "Just how pure is your bloodline?" Flustered Harris spun in midair and kicked at Liao with his left foot, but Liao, fully prepared, grabbed his calf directly. "Do you really think you're the dragon-slaying sword saint? Sky-rending might?" Liao sneered, his massive dragon claw clamping down with sudden force. Harris managed to shield his leg with battle chi in time, yet the overwhelming pressure still forced a muffled grunt from him. Blazing dragon breath. Scorching flames gathered in Liao's throat. The battle-hardened Harris knew he absolutely could not take a dragon breath in such a cramped space. He blasted out a surge of battle chi from his leg, broke free of Liao's dragon claw, then gripped his sword with both hands and slashed skyward. Heaven-shattering strike. Boom. The devastating dragon breath shot straight up through the ceiling. Harris had shattered a blazing serpent of fire, rushing into the heavens and illuminating the sky above the City Lord's mansion. The terrifying explosion immediately caught the attention of the border city residents. Many hurried toward the City Lord's mansion, hoping to claim a share of the spoils amid the chaos. Liao exhaled the hot air from his mouth, climbed out through the gaping hole above, and entered the banquet hall of the City Lord's mansion. Harris, having gulped down his last healing potion, smashed the bottle, his eyes bloodshot as he charged at Liao once more. The secret chamber had hindered Liao's movements, but it had also restricted Harris' swordsmanship. After their brief exchange, he had already assessed Liao's strength. A frontal clash would never work. He had to find some way to wear the bastard down. "Damn thief, after I kill you, I'll use your dragon blood to nourish my body." Harris sneered, flitted nimbly around Liao, and retreated the instant he struck, never lingering. Liao finally understood how Shindu must have felt when Jackie Chan toyed with him in the original story. A body this massive was perfectly fine for brawling with a minotaur, but without the rabbit talisman it was too clumsy against highly mobile enemies. More importantly, his transformation consumed demonic chi. He simply could not afford a prolonged fight. Time to gamble? 1,000 transformations. Baron Harris Onslaught. Liao used the monkey talisman's power to alter body structure on Shendu's form. Under Harris' astonished gaze, the massive demonic dragon, originally several meters tall, began to shrink ring by ring, becoming a black-haired man 2 meters tall wearing bizarre dark green attire. It worked. Liao grabbed a silver platter from the dining table and delightedly examined the new form he had sculpted. Though a few azure scales remained on his face, at least he looked human. The sky demon Shiwu could transform into human form, so as expected Shindu could too. To satisfy his perverse sense of fun, Liao even modified Shendu's scales into a green suit identical to Valmont's. "You're not of the Beast clan, you're a dragon-blooded half-beastman whose bloodline has reverted." Seizing the moment Li Ao was distracted, Harris flashed in front of him and slashed his sword across his waist. Clang! The long sword struck the soft-looking suit but gave off a crisp ringing hum. Though the material looked like silk, it was actually dragon scale of extremely high defensive power, and it had become even tougher after refinement. Li Ao felt the terrifying power hidden in his body. He stepped forward with his left foot, twisted his waist, and threw a punch straight at Harris' face. Sky-rending Might 1. A sonic boom exploded and Harris' pupils sharply contracted. With no time to dodge, he could only raise his sword before him, hoping to withstand the punch and borrow its force to escape Liao's attack range. Yet he still underestimated how terrifying Liao's blow was. The sword, a replica of the Sword Saint's blade forged by dwarven master craftsmen, immediately exploded into fragments and Liao's fist smashed solidly into his face. Boom! Harris flew backward, crashed through the city lord's mansion gates, and with undiminished momentum slammed hard onto the main road dozens of meters away. Under the flickering magelight lamp, Harris spat out a mouthful of black blood. Clutching his broken sword, he struggled to rise several times before finally standing hunched and trembling. He reset his dislocated jaw, his head splitting with pain and his mind reeling. What was I just doing? Many hidden onlookers stared at Harris' miserable state in disbelief. This was a 7th-rank swordsman who would be treated as an honored guest in any kingdom. Who on earth could beat him into such a state? Had the dragon-slaying Sword Saint come? Or had the Holy Kingdom's Grand Inquisitor finally decided to take action against Border City? Before the crowd could even react, Li Ao shot out of the city lord's mansion, seized Harris by the throat and slammed him back into the ground like a chicken. Broken stones flew everywhere and everyone held their breath. Such speed, such power, where did this ruthless monster come from? Could he already be close to the 8th rank? It'll give you a chance to live. I heard you have a demon's grimoire, where did you put it? Harris coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. DWA. Dwarf. Talon. Thanks. Crack. Killed a level 73 demon man. Absorbed 1000 points of demonic chi. Current demonic chi 11400. Only 1000 points from a level 73. Could Harris have consumed the demonic chi during the fight just now? Li Ao frowned in thought but faintly heard footsteps approaching from all directions. Despite Liao's stunning display, the land of lawlessness never lacked opportunists. On ordinary days they would never dare to challenge a 7th-rank warrior. But now Li Ao had just fought a major battle. No matter how relaxed he looked, he couldn't possibly still be in peak condition. For all they knew, he was already at the end of his rope. The high-level wanted criminals who had only ever been superficially obedient to Harris began to stir. A swarm of ants can bite an elephant to death. With open blades and hidden arrows flying together, whoever killed Li Ao now would become the new lord of Border City. Kid, don't blame us for being despicable. Who told you to come to Border City alone and stir up trouble? Liao's breath burned and his voice was hoarse. Then what are you waiting for? Come at me together. The moment he finished speaking, dozens of figures, each at least 5th rank, leaped out of the shadows, the cold gleam of their various weapons harsh and glaring. Li Ao found the right angle and unleashed the dragon breath he had already charged, instantly shrouding a vast expanse of the sky. Arg! What in the world is this? Fire magic without an incantation. He's a magic swordsman. That's dragon breath, damn it. He's a dragon-blooded half-beastman. Spare me. Within a few seconds the figures who had leapt out first all died in the sea of fire. Li Ao exhaled a wisp of black smoke. Several ninja soldiers swiftly moved forward, surrounded him, and under the crowd's bewildered gazes vanished into the shadows with him. Though half-beastmen were born with powerful physiques, their ceiling was extremely low. Ever since this race had appeared, no one had ever managed to break through the 5th rank, whether on the path of magic or battle chi. This was the fundamental reason half-beastmen were looked down upon. After a long while a trembling voice spoke. Can a half-beastman really grow to this level? I'm not dreaming, am I? No one answered him. Only the eerie smell of burned flesh gradually spreading through the air proved that what had just happened before them was no dream. Outside Border City another life-or-death battle was unfolding. In the desolate woods outside the city when Shah and Moi Ka gasped for breath surrounded by more than a dozen corpses reeking of decay. With grave expressions they stared at the figure seated before a wooden hut ahead. A man shrouded entirely in a black magic robe sat casually on the steps, his mouth ceaselessly chanting incantations. Click, click. The sound of bones grinding rang out. The mangled corpses that the two had struggled so hard to bring down rose from the ground once again. Roar! They let out a roar, skyward lifted their weapons and staggered toward the two who were already nearly exhausted. Although each corpse was not of a very high level, they could not be stopped. They feared no death and could resurrect infinitely. Truly endless. Moi Ka gritted her teeth, took a magic scroll from behind her waist and after activating it tossed it into the sky. Fourth order magic, holy purification dew. A starlight magic circle took shape as brilliant golden mana droplets fell like rain, striking the puppet corpses charging toward them. The corpses that had just raised their weapons collapsed instantly like puppets with their strings cut, sprawling to the ground without a sound. A hoarse voice rasped from the man's throat. Blonde hair, golden eyes, holy radiance magic. A member of the Holy Kingdom's royal bloodline working as a demon hunter. How interesting. Moi Ka snorted coldly. You should be well aware that your necromancy is useless now. I have no time to deal with you. If you're wise, get out of the way. Ha ha ha, I've been wanting to test the purifying power of the Holy Radiance Goddess. The man rose, tore off his robe in one motion, revealing a tall body that was severely decomposed. Dense white maggots wriggled out from his flesh, writhing and stretching their bodies. Ugh! Overwhelmed by the pungent stench and the nauseating sight, Wen Sha couldn't help covering her mouth and retching. Moi Ka's face turned livid. She took out the last purification scroll and hurled it at the man without hesitation. Fourth order magic, holy purification pillar. A brilliant golden pillar laden with dense purifying power descended from the sky, striking the man squarely and engulfing him. Moi Ka let out a breath. Should be dealt with. Wen Sha, can you still smell your sister's scent? Wen Sha frowned and shook her head, suppressing the churning in her stomach. You should go into the wooden hut and look first. There is no sister of yours in the hut. Those slave traders fled long ago through the tunnel inside. The holy pillar dissipated and the man's figure reappeared in Moi Ka's horrified gaze, radiating dense demonic chi. A mouth devoid of lips stretched into an extremely ugly smile. It seems fourth order holy radiance cannot purify demonic chi. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly displayed terrifying speed, instantly appearing before the two. What? Both Moi Ka and Wen Sha had assumed he was a necromancer unskilled in close combat, so they failed to defend in time. Kick. Heavy punch. The man grinned savagely. First he kicked Wen Sha flying, then slammed his fist into Moi Ka's abdomen. Moi Ka's petite frame was instantly sent flying, her back slamming violently into a tree trunk, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The man casually strolled up to Moi Ka and sneered with contempt. Let me tell you, the corpses you were just fighting were all your demon hunter comrades. Ridiculous holy court demon hunters. You can't even purify demonic chi with holy radiance. Just what are you running around risking your lives for every day? Moi Ka's vision blurred. In her mind echoed Liao's declaration in the Hall of Judgment, and an involuntary smile crept onto her lips. WWE are the wings of the goddess. We fight for the lights of 10,000 homes. Naive. You want to protect others, but who can protect you? The man's tone suddenly turned somewhat angry. If that's the case, they'll take good care of your body and let you witness the arrival of a new world alongside your demon hunter comrades. He reached out his palm toward Mo-Ni-Ka's head as countless mysterious pitch-black runes emerged along his arm with his chanting. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly darted out and knocked the man aside. His magic interrupted unexpectedly. The man angrily seized Wen Sha, who had tackled into him. Do you beastkin truly have no brains at all? I spared your life out of kindness, yet you rushed to throw it away. Wen Sha bared her teeth defiantly and kicked wildly at the man with her legs. Impatient, the man slammed Wen Sha hard into Mo-Ni-Ka, then took a step forward, firmly planting his foot on the two women piled together. Both women cried out in pain, spat blood, and fell unconscious. Very well. Losing one beastkin won't affect the experiment. The man snorted coldly. Just as he was about to cast a spell to turn the two into his puppets, he suddenly felt a chill run through his body and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He whirled around and spotted a beastkin wearing strange dark green clothing standing in the shadows, staring at him expressionlessly. Could it be a beastkin who escaped from the slave traders? At most 5th rank, nothing to worry about. Although the man's experience told him there was no need for concern, his body began to tremble involuntarily and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. What's going on? Is this dead body afraid of him? How can this be? He halted the magic in his hand and carefully sensed the anomaly within his body. The bizarre conclusion he reached made his eyes widen in even greater disbelief. No. It's not the body, it's the demonic chi within him. It is afraid of the beastkin before him. Who exactly are you? Before the man could finish the question, layers of sonic booms exploded. A fierce pressure of wind came rushing. A fist covered in cyan scales swelled to the extreme in his eyes in an instant. The protective layer formed by demonic chi automatically parted, exposing the man's decayed head directly to the fist's wind. Bang! Tissue fluid splattered neatly into the nearby thicket and the headless corpse toppled over in an instant. Defeated. Level 57 Corrupted Corpse. Absorbed 3000 Demonic Chi. Remaining Demonic Chi 9000. Liao had no time to grieve over the demonic chi. He propped the two women against a tree trunk, immediately took out all his healing holy water and poured it into their mouths as if it cost nothing. When he saw the two women's breathing finally steady, Liao let out a long breath, inwardly sighing with relief. It had been close, so close to an irreparable outcome. He was about to hurry off to find Li Sha when unexpectedly Mo-Ni-Ka suddenly grabbed his hand. Liao. Liao's body stiffened. No way, I'm so thoroughly disguised and you can still recognize me. Is there some deep soul bond between us? Mo-Ni-Ka's eyes narrowed into slits, a trace of crystal clear tears clinging to her eyelashes. Taking advantage of the moment, she hugged Liao's arm to her chest, her lips moving weakly, dazed. We're already good friends, aren't we? Liao could tell that Mo-Ni-Ka wasn't fully conscious and he relaxed. That's right, that's right. You. I like you. As a friend. Thanks. How about you let go first? Mo-Ni-Ka pouted and acted coquettishly. I want. You have to promise me one thing first. What is it? Monika's voice grew softer and softer. A dragon scale. Ah. I want one too. Want the ice crystal dragon scale? Isn't that a trivial matter? The dragon scale is only palm-sized and Lucia may not even use all of it. Leo agreed at once. You're so kind. Monika pressed her soft cheek firmly against Leo's arm and before long fainted again. In the dim underground passage, several carriages moved slowly forward. Suddenly an urgent voice rang out from the frontmost carriage. Stop the carriage. The carriage halted. A man draped in a black mage robe leaped down, his legs wobbling, then fell to one knee, clutching his chest. Ugh! He vomited a mouthful of black blood. Fighting back the agony in his body, he drew a scroll covered with intricate runes from his robe and poured mana into it. A coarse-faced slave trader hurried over with an arcane lamp and asked with concern, "My lord, are you all right?" The man tilted his head slightly, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes from beneath the shadow of his hood. He stared warily at the shadows in the prison wagon. "I don't want these halfworks anymore. Good luck to you." Without further explanation, the scroll in the man's hand turned to black ash. A magic circle formed beneath his feet and visible spatial folds appeared around him. After the space compressed to its limit, the man vanished before the slave trader's eyes. The slave trader's underlings crowded around. "Boss, what's going on? He was perfectly fine just now, why did he suddenly not want them?" The slave trader scratched his head in confusion, then gave a lewd chuckle. "Who cares why? The money's already paid. Since he doesn't want them, we brothers might as well enjoy ourselves, then haul them to the kingdom of Lorraine and sell them off." The underlings' eyes gleamed and their mouths went dry. Unable to wait, they pulled the gray cloth off the prison wagon and, like merchants appraising wares, circled it to pick out the halfworks they fancied. Haste makes waste. Wait until the drug takes effect, or these brainless halfworks will bite your dicks off. A burly man imparted this piece of hard-earned wisdom, then made his way to the slave trader with a fawning expression, bowing and scraping. "Boss, the prettiest wolf girl is ready for you. That special medicine from the kingdom of Lorraine won't make her faint, instead shall willingly cater to your every desire. And then good work. On this trip to the kingdom of Lorraine, you'll be sure to find you a mage who can regenerate severed limbs." The burly man was overjoyed. "Thank you, boss." The slave trader waved his hand dismissively and quickly climbed into the carriage. The moment he saw Lisa, his breathing grew rapid. It had been so long since he had seen such top-tier goods. He hurried forward and reached for Lisa's chest, yet instead of the softness he had imagined, what he touched was stiff and ice-cold. He blinked and looked closer, only to discover that a blue-black hand had somehow stretched out from the shadows around Lisa and was now interlocked with his own fingers. He stumbled back in terror. Leo seized the moment, emerged from the shadows, slammed the slave trader to the floor and raised his right arm. The slave trader tried to struggle, only to find that even his level 55 strength could not budge the halfwork before him in the slightest. He was about to cry for help when shouts of alarm erupted outside the carriage, followed by screams rising one after another. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Hero. Sir. I was only following orders. That necromancer from the kingdom of Lorraine told me to capture halfworks. He might even be connected to the demon god cult. We didn't dare refuse." After hearing this, Leo's fist did not relent. It caved in the slave trader's chest with a gruesome hollow. "A necromancer? Marcus once mistook me for a godfather of the demon god cult from the kingdom of Lorraine. Maybe that's the very man we met tonight. What exactly does the demon god cult want with halfworks? Is Jiro really cultivating with demonic chi? Is there any connection between that and the demon god cult's attempt to assassinate me?" Countless questions flooded Leo's mind. Agitated, he kicked the slave trader's corpse out of the carriage, immediately ended his transformation, and slumped back in the carriage, panting for breath. Using 3,000 points of demonic chi to offset the Shadow Kingdom's erosion. Current demonic chi 2,300. He looked at his arm, whose skin had finally returned to normal, and let out a heavy breath. He took out a fresh set of clothes from his space ring and changed into them. He hadn't expected the Shadow Kingdom's erosion to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. It was no exaggeration to say that the demonic chi required to resist the erosion was doubling. Back to square one overnight. What a devastating loss. Lisa, lying on the floor, suddenly let out a strange nasal moan. Her face was flushed, her body drenched in sweat, and her hands restlessly tore at her clothes. Her lovely figure was fully outlined by the soaked, clinging fabric. Leo rubbed his face hard trying to suppress his desire, but the moment he opened his eyes, Lisa had already slipped into his arms on her own. Her body was burning hot, her eyes seductive as silk, her tail brushing lightly across Leo's face and her pink lips breathing out soft warm air. Lord Count. Leo shook his head with a strange expression. He suddenly realized that compared with the blissful dual cultivation that would naturally follow with Lisa, he seemed far more interested in snapping her neck. Affected by the weakness curse, your libido has decreased significantly. Affected by the erosion of fire demonic chi, your bloodlust has increased significantly. Kidney deficiency, it always happens after overusing demonic chi. Fuck. He snapped his fingers. Two ninja soldiers appeared and one on each side seized Lisa from behind, forcibly pulling her away from Leo. Leo jumped down from the carriage and found that the other Halferks did not share Lisa's symptoms. They had already fallen unconscious under the drug's effect. After thinking for a moment, Leo opened the prison wagon, carried Lisa on his back and ran back the way he had come. Lisa, her eyes glazed, wrapped her arms around Leo's neck and pressed herself wantonly against his back. Amid the rustle of clothes as she squirmed, stifled whimpers escaped from deep in her throat. Leo suppressed the unhealthy urge to beat her to death and quickened his pace. Fortunately, before long the figures of Monica and Wensha appeared ahead. Seeing Leo carrying Lisa, the two hurried over to him. Monica looked worried. Leo, why are you here? Is Lisa all right? I'm fine, but Lisa isn't. Wensha, come take your sister away. Wensha, who had already sensed that something was wrong with Lisa, hurried over. Sister, are you all right? Your body is burning hot. Are you sick? She reached out to support Lisa, whose legs were clearly unsteady after being set down, but Lisa dodged aside in a flash. Lisa seized the chance to wrap her arms around Leo's neck, collapsed limply against his shoulder and dragged her wet tongue lightly across his neck. Wensha, huh? Monica, what? Leo took a deep breath and pushed Lisa into Wensha's arms. Lisa was drugged by the slave traders, she's out of her mind. Wensha, quickly help your sister deal with it. Wensha restrained Lisa, who was still trying to lunge at Leo, and pointed at herself in bewilderment. What? Me? What kind of drug was it? How do I help her? Huh? This scent is... Her nostrils flared as she took a serious sniff of the scent radiating from Lisa, and her face instantly turned crimson. Isn't this the very fragrance that only fills the air when the uncles and aunties in the village are making babies? What? What am I supposed to do? I'm the female one. Liao's expression turned serious. We don't know what side effects that drug has, but even if you're female you still have to do it. Lisa's body temperature was indeed climbing steadily, and at this rate she might end up with a scorched mind. Wensha stamped her feet anxiously, looked at Leo and said in a low voice, Actually, my sister and I do look quite similar. What did you say? Wensha closed her eyes and shouted at the top of her lungs, I said you should come help my sister solve it. I'll agree on her behalf. No way. I'll solve it. Leo and Wensha turned their heads simultaneously to look at Monica. Monica took out a bottle of potion, pulled the cork out with her teeth, gulped it down in a few loud swallows, and tossed the empty bottle away. She repeated this several times, extended a sweat-soaked palm, and with determined eyes recited incantations for a good few minutes. O goddess of the sacred radiance, please, you simply must answer me. As the chanting ended, a golden magic circle appeared in Monica's palm just as she hoped. Delighted, she aimed it at Lisa. Fourth dire magic, sacred radiance purification. Warm radiance burst open in the corridor and tiny orbs of light drifted into Lisa's body. Her skin temperature plummeted and her breathing became perfectly calm. Only when Lisa's face had returned completely to normal did Monica lower her hand with a gasp. She had just taken a few steps forward when her legs suddenly trembled and she tipped sideways toward Leo. Leo hastily caught Monica by the shoulders. Are you all right? Monika's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned gently against Li Ao. I drank too much mana-boosting potion and the mana inside me is in a bit of an uproar. I think I've lost some strength. Wen Xia put the unconscious Lisha onto her back and cast a sincere look at Monika. Miss Monika, we only just met yet you were willing to make such a sacrifice for my sister. I'm so grateful to you. Monika turned her head away with a twinge of guilt. No need to thank me. Seeing that Lisha's problem was resolved, Li Ao explained, a dragonkin half-beast came chasing after me. He killed all those slave traders and then left. Monika clearly had no memory of what had happened, nor did she doubt Li Ao's words. She simply lowered her head in thought, dragonkin half-beast. So he must be the one who helped Wen Xia and me deal with that powerful puppet. Lisha suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed Li Ao's arm excitedly. Dragonkin. Lord Count, are you absolutely sure it was a dragonkin half-beast? Noticing the strange looks from the other three, Lisha quickly buried her face into Wen Xia's back. Oh no. I was going to pretend to be unconscious and then fake amnesia after waking up to let this whole thing pass. Why couldn't I control myself and stay quiet? She had incriminated herself. What was she to do now? What if Count and Bayer called her to account? The shameful things she had done to Li Ao flooded back into her mind without warning, and Lisha instantly felt lightheaded. Wen Xia, unaware of Lisha's embarrassment, kept asking on her own, Sister, you're awake. Your face is so hot. Is it because you haven't fully recovered yet? Do you remember what happened before? Wen Xia, you idiot, stop asking. Li Ao was very curious about Lisha's startled reaction, so he pressed on, is there something special about dragonkin half-beasts? Lisha thought Li Ao was changing the subject to help her, and an overwhelming gratitude rose in her heart. Slipping down from Wen Xia's back, she said, Lord Count, this is a prophecy that has been passed down in our village, said to originate from the first elven king. The fire dragon king who fell into darkness left behind an inheritance. The dragonkin half-beast who obtains it will tear apart the barriers between races and ascend to godhood amid the throng of half-beasts. The village chief believes that this dragonkin half-beast will become the king of the half-beast clan and win a peaceful land for them to live on, so she has been waiting for its arrival. The fire dragon king who fell into darkness. Surely that can't be the Holy Lord, can it? Then the dragonkin half-beast who received the inheritance is me. But I have no interest in becoming a god. Once I activate the horse talisman and the dog talisman, I can go back to my territory and lie flat, living a comfortable life, alright? To be safe, I'd better marry a few demonic charge power banks as wives. At the thought of power banks, Li Ao suddenly froze. It seemed he had forgotten to release those 2 water monkey power banks, hadn't he? Nothing bad will happen, right? I just remembered there are still some things I need to do. There are a few drugged half-beasts over there, Monika. When you recover, go and rescue them too. With that, Li Ao hurriedly moved Monika over to Wen Xia's side, then sprinted off toward the border city. Wen Xia had just been about to reach out and support Monika when she noticed that the other woman nearly sighed with a trace of regret and walked steadily in the opposite direction. Lisha quickly followed. I'll lend a hand too. Watching the 2 figures walking away with brisk steps, Wen Xia tilted her head in confusion, her tail swaying back and forth. Do Monika and my sister really recover that quickly? In the border city underneath the city lord's mansion, several bold wanted criminals slipped underground through the huge hole Halisi had blasted open. Passing by alchemists and dwarves who were mechanically churning out potions and magical implements, their gazes instantly locked onto Aimee and Eluoyi, who were suspended in iron chains with magic-suppressing manacles. Boss, high risk truly brings high reward. These 2 broads are really something. How much do you think they'll fetch? One of the burly, fleshy-faced men shouted excitedly. Sister, I'm scared. Eluoyi clutched Aimee to her chest and hastily revealed the emblem on her robe. I am an alchemist from the White Tower, imprisoned here by Halisi. If you let us go, you won't be treated shabbily. You're a mage from the White Tower? It was a mage from your White Tower who put out my eyes. The blind leader at the front revealed a sinister grin. Khaleesi did a good deed before dying. What karma? Brothers, don't sell these two women yet. Let's all have a good taste of the delicious bodies of these high and mighty White Tower mages. When we're bored, we'll dump them into Lower Folk Street in the Llewellyn Kingdom. The boss is brilliant. The underlings cheered, kicked the iron cage open with leering smiles, and reached toward the two in the corner. At that moment a mocking voice came over. Professor Aloy, I've said before that your alchemy circle should just stay huddled in the White Tower brewing potions. TSK, as your colleague I feel ashamed on your behalf. The blind leader whirled around and saw not far behind him a mage clad in a wizard's robe with an ivory-white spire badge pinned to his chest. Who are you? Do you lowly scum deserve to know this professor's name? Just go on with what you were doing. I'd be delighted to watch my colleague get humiliated. Aloy stared at the badge on the mage's chest, her eyes flickering, and said through gritted teeth, Professor Kelisiting, as a five-dire archmage raised by the White Tower, you won't show even a shred of regard for your fellow disciple. A five-dire archmage from the White Tower? The blind leader and his underlings were shocked and went on alert. Their highest levels were not even past 30, so they did not dare to face a five-dire mage in an open fight when distance separated them. Fellowship. Ha! How about this? If you're willing to give yourself to me once, I'll rid you of these irksome flies for you. What do you say? In your dreams. I'd give it to a dog before I'd give it to you. Think it over carefully. What do you think will happen to you and your little sister if you fall into their hands? You're a smart woman, they'll give you 1 minute to think. Seeing that their exchange did not seem like an act, the blind leader immediately evacuated with his men. Lord Kelisiting, we mean you no offense. We're leaving now. Watching them leave, the mage quickly strode into the iron cage. Amy raised her arm to block him, her eyes red and her voice shaking. You shameless creature, don't touch my sister. You, as long as you save us, I'll take my sister's place and keep you company. Leo drew back the hood of his robe. I thought you were just a crybaby, but when it counts you're pretty brave. Amy saw the mask on Leo's face and covered her mouth with both hands in delighted surprise. It's you. The one with manners. As Eloise led Amy out of the iron cage, she probed half idly and half purposefully. So it really is you? That worried about showing your face? What are you, a wanted criminal too? Leo smiled and took off the mask in front of the two sisters, revealing his original face so he would have a natural excuse to approach the Ward family later. Though the talisman had upgraded this body, the various curses still left Leo with heavy dark circles and a face written with exhaustion. Amy blinked. Why do you look as listless as my cousins who always wallow in a pile of maids? Eloise was no longer surprised. Convinced that Leo was a depraved nobleman obsessed with women, she actually felt more relieved. Did Harris really die? Killed by a guy who could skulk in the shadows? I heard he was killed by a dragonblood halfwerk. Dragonblood? Halfwerk? I've only heard of dragonblood beastfolk. I never thought those two words could be combined. Eloise pondered with curiosity. Leo took the chance to scan the room and noticed that the bald dwarf from before was not there. Perhaps he had already escaped to join up with Ruby and the others. He sensed the ninja soldier's position in his mind, yet the distance was already vast and Leo could only sigh helplessly. The dwarf who had rescued Ruby earlier, or the bald dwarf in this workshop, either one could be the Tauren who held the grimoire. But right now his demonic energy was severely lacking and he simply didn't dare use Shadow Stride to chase that far. Amy saw that neither of the other two was speaking and urged timidly. Let's get out of here quickly, okay? Leave. I won't allow you to leave. The three turned toward the voice and saw that the alchemists and dwarves had slowly crowded closer. Their eyes were bloodshot and their faces twisted. We've been tormented for so long, why do you get to leave without a scratch? I want you to stay. One of the alchemists roared, raised a bottle of potion and splashed it at Amy. Luckily Leo reacted in time and pulled the stunned Amy into his arms. Sizzle! The potion flew wide and hit the ground, instantly filling the air with a pungent odor as it ate away a large patch of the floor. Seeing that attack fail, the alchemist took out another bottle and flung it at Leo. Sizzle! The potion flew wide and hit the ground, instantly filling the air with a pungent odor as it ate away a large patch of the floor. Seeing that attack fail, the alchemist took out another bottle. After rolling aside to dodge the potion, he grabbed the Sword Saint's sword in the corner, closed in on the alchemist and swung it cleanly with both arms. Decapitation LV1. A cold glint flashed and the alchemist's head flew skyward as warm blood sprayed from his neck. Killed a level 34 fiend, absorbed 50 demonic energy. Your bloodlust has increased significantly. Please deal with it in time. Wiping the few drops of blood from his face, Leo looked at the remaining fiends excitedly. They all look like poor souls whose minds have been affected by demonic energy. I might as well do a good deed and put them out of their misery. Leo twisted his foot, suddenly pushed off with his right leg and shot forward. With plenty of stamina and swordsmanship, he was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. In a few short minutes he reaped dozens of lives with the casual ease of chopping vegetables. Bloodlust released. If the effect of demonic erosion on you has slightly decreased. Current demonic energy 2790. The sword hilt felt slippery with blood. Leo loosened his hand, a little dazed. Just a few days ago he had been someone whose hands grew weak at killing. Now faced with the horrific scene he had created himself, his heart was utterly still. Demonic erosion? It wasn't all bad. Leo turned to look at the Powerbank sisters. He had thought he would need to spend some time explaining his slaughter, but to his surprise there wasn't a trace of fear on the two sisters' faces. Amy was only a little annoyed by Leo's rough shove. She pouted and gently rubbed the bottom that still hurt from the fall. Eloise cast him an approving look. Good thing your sword skills are decent. Otherwise I don't know what would have done with these people. With that she kicked aside the head at her feet with a look of disgust, stepped around the pile of corpses and walked over to the alchemy table where she used the corrosive liquid to mix 2 fresh potions. Then she carefully poured one of the potions onto the manacles. The magic circuits on the manacles flickered with an intermittent faulty glow like a light bulb with a loose connection. Eloise held her breath. The instant the circuits went dark she finally sensed the magic inside her body again and poured it all into the manacles in one go. Bang! The manacles burst apart. Eloise let out a muffled grunt and a severe ring of burns appeared around her snow-white neck. Without hesitation she downed the other healing potion. Bearing the stinging pain from her wound she turned to Leo. Are you really unwilling to join the White Tower? Next time for sure. What was that supposed to mean? If it's yes, it's yes, if it's no, it's no. Eloise simply took it as a polite refusal and didn't press further. Leave your name and they'll send you a thank you gift. Then you'll gladly accept the offer, Leo Ember. You'll remember it. Amy, let's leave. Eloise walked into the passage without looking back. Amy lingered for a while, looking as if she wanted to speak. Finally she said, "Thank you," in a tiny voice and hurried after Eloise. After the two left, Leo leisurely changed into a fresh set of clothes and only then returned to the Merchant Guild's residence. Inside the room at the residence, Windsor lay limp on her back on the bed, feeling dizzy from watching Lisa pace back and forth. "Sis, what in the world are you doing?" Lisa fidgeted with her fingers hesitantly and sat on the edge of the bed. "I want to go back to the village and bring the chief the news about the dragon blood Halford, but am worried that if I leave you won't be able to take care of yourself and those friends." Windsor pouted in dissatisfaction. "How can I not take care of them? I'm someone who earns money now, a 3000 gold commission." Lisa tapped Windsor's forehead in annoyance. "That 3000 was an advance paid by the Count and you've already used it all up to save the children. In other words, not only are you penniless now, you also owe a huge debt." "What?" Windsor shot upright. am already in debt. Seeing Windsor's expression of complete confusion, Lisa sighed helplessly. Windsor, tell me honestly, do you have any feelings for the Count? Windsor stared at Lisa in shock and started stammering. Sis, you, why are you suddenly asking this? Lisa flushed. I was drugged back then and the Count didn't take the opportunity to do anything strange to me. He should be a good nobleman worth entrusting yourself to. Didn't he say at the auction that he was willing to pay for love? If you make the first move, even if you may not get any title or status, he will definitely treat you well? Windsor was stunned. How do I make the first move? You're not young anymore. It's time you learned a thing or two. Lisa glanced secretively toward the door and window, then leaned close to Windsor's ear and told her some marvelous baby-making techniques passed down from the older generation. Windsor's whole body grew hot from listening. Too embarrassed to show her face, she buried her head in the pillow and said in a muffled voice, "But that might have been meant for you, sis. Besides, you even licked him such a huge lick and he didn't look disgusted at all. It should be you, sis, who makes the first move." Windsor pressed her lips together and felt her tongue tingle. "You don't tell anyone what I said today, got it? Begged me. You little brat." The two started wrestling on the bed in complete abandon. Windsor accidentally rolled off the bed and was about to stand up when she suddenly heard a faint breathing sound that didn't belong to Lisa. "There's someone else in this room?" Her expression tightened. She turned and peeked into the dark space under the bed. Two pairs of glittering golden blue heterochromatic eyes glimmered with curiosity. "Hello, Sister Windsor." "Yeah." When Shaw took a deep breath, reached under the bed and pulled out the two little wolf girls who were clutching a lunchbox. After recognizing them, she hastily patted the dust off their clothes. "Layla. May. Why are you two here?" The two little ones said in unison. "The big brother with the mask told us to hide inside and not come out until he said so. We fell asleep after eating our fill and just woke up." "The masked big brother? That must be the Count, right?" Li Sha thought for a moment and said seriously, "Don't call him masked big brother. When you see him, address him as my lord." Wen Sha frowned. "Why were you captured and brought here? Did you sneak out behind the village chief's back again to play? Do you know what price we paid to rescue you?" The two little ones cowered behind Li Sha, tears welling up in urgency. "We didn't sneak out. The village chief sent us away." "Nonsense. You learned to lie so soon. Why would the village chief send you out of the village?" "It really was the village chief. The other children were secretly sent out of the village and she told us all to come to the holy nation to find you. But on the way we met bad people when asking for directions and we couldn't escape." Li Sha sensed something wrong. Why would she secretly send you out of the village? Did something happen in the village? It seems some guests came to the village. The village chief even made us bring out a lot of food we usually couldn't bear to eat, but we were sent away before we could eat it. The village chief wouldn't send the children away without reason. It must be that it was dangerous for them to stay in the village. What exactly happened? Is the village chief still all right? Where are the other children?" Li Sha looked at Wen Sha with worry. "Wen Sha, you stay here. I must go back to the village to see what's going on." Before Wen Sha could refuse, the two little ones spoke up to stop her. "The village chief said the village's barrier will seal from the inside and no one can enter or leave. She told everyone to wait quietly in the holy city for news." Li Sha sighed helplessly and Wen Sha sat to the side with a worried frown. The two little ones blinked, then suddenly hugged Li Sha's leg and asked curiously, "Sister, Li Sha is licking in one big mouthful the way to make babies." Li Sha's worried expression froze instantly. She stared at the two little ones in disbelief. "Iuihe. Weren't you two just asleep? How much did you hear?" The two little ones then looked at the gleeful Wen Sha. "Sister Wen Sha, do you need us to ask the Count who he truly loves?" Wen Sha shot to her feet, cracking her knuckles. "Don't worry, big sister. It'll make sure they won't want to remember anything from tonight. Help! As if they had planned it, the two little ones dashed over, pushed open the door, and hugged Liao's legs outside. Liao patted the two little ones' heads and said to the sisters inside, "Sorry, I just got back from handling some matters and was about to tell you about these two." Wen Sha and Li Sha lowered their heads as if they had guilty consciences, not daring to meet Liao's eyes, and stammered, It's okay. We already found them. Then you four will stay together tonight. Have a good rest and we'll head back to the holy city early tomorrow morning." The two little ones snuck a glance at Wen Sha's grim face and shivered. "My lord, can may Layla sleep with you tonight?" "Of course you can." Liao could tell the atmosphere among the four was off. Smiling, he lifted the two little ones by their collars, tossed them back into the room, and thoughtfully closed the doors and windows. "Let your big sisters give you a bath first, then come find me." The cries of children being scolded by their parents are the most gratifying symphony for a weary traveler. The sun rose and set. A familiar scent drifted through the air as the carriage came to a steady stop at the manor gate. Liao jumped off the carriage, rolling his neck and twisting his waist. Mo and I blinked and mimicked his movements. Li Liya and Luosi opened the gate and respectfully welcomed Liao. Liao's eyes lit up, curiously examining the maid-outfitted Li Liya. "Does the manor have a maid uniform in your size?" Li Liya shook her head and was about to explain when Eli Nuala, holding a lace-folding fan, covered her lips and walked over gracefully. "I gave it to Li Liya, so don't blame her, Liao. After all, if the noble ladies nearby saw a plainly dressed girl in your manor, all sorts of unpleasant rumors might start." Liao immediately bowed. "Thank you for your trouble, your highness." "You're welcome. Consider it a welcome reception for you and classmate Mo and I Ka." Eli Noala's lively ice blue eyes rested on the two for a moment. "By the way, someone spread the contents of that love letter over the past 2 days, and it's become all the rage at many ladies' tea parties. I heard many beautiful ladies have declared they'd be willing to dine with the author of that love letter and discuss creation." Liao's smile stiffened. "Wasn't that written by Prince Long Di? Why hasn't anyone told them?" Eli Noala narrowed her eyes with a smile like a sly fox. "There was indeed such a claim, but I heard someone asked about it at Her Majesty the Queen's tea party, and the Queen personally denied it. Since it wasn't the fourth prince, who could it be? What do you think? Could it be a friend of the fourth prince?" Mo and I nodded thoughtfully. "Considering Long Di's personality, it's very likely someone new." MMPH. Liao quickly covered Mo and I's mouth. "How can you casually suspect the prince? Perhaps the queen deliberately denied it so the fourth prince wouldn't become proud and complacent." Mo and I blushed and pried Liao's hand away. I understand." Eli Noala observed Mo and I's expression in surprise, feeling that her look was off. She seemed somewhat delighted. Having achieved her goal of teasing Liao, her mood improved slightly. She closed her fan and said seriously, "Liao, regarding that new approach to drawing magic circles, I need to confirm it with you again. Teacher Waluan has applied to the White Tower for an expert review these past 2 days. If it succeeds, the prospects will be limitless." Before she could finish, Liao waved his hand hastily. "Didn't we already discuss this a few days ago? I'm a man of my word. Once I've decided, I won't go back on it. That thing is yours." Eli Noala tightened her grip on the fan, a warm feeling rising in her heart. "Then I will ask my father to give you an answer as soon as possible. But if the result is not what you wish, you can't blame me." Liao thought she wanted to ask for a reward on his behalf and smiled lightly. "Are you kidding? My territory has a gold mine set for retirement. Do I lack your little bit of money? It's fine. No matter what the great emperor's attitude is, knowing you have that intention is enough." Damn it! How can he spout such next-level sweet talk so casually? Then fine. It's getting late. I'll head back first." Eli Noala turned around, clutched her chest and fled in a panic, her heart pounding with unbelievable speed. Your Highness, you, Suofei, who had been waiting at the door, had not even finished her question before she felt an ice blue gust sweep past her and charge into the room with a thump 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 thump. She glanced at Li Ao in the distance, then at Yelenola, who was racing upstairs without stopping, and her brows shot up. She had grown up at Yelenola's side and prided herself on reading the emotions behind every one of Yelenola's actions like the back of her hand. Just now Her Highness had actually been walking at 3 miles per hour, entirely beyond the bounds of Kaisalan's court etiquette. For a highness who had regarded dignity and elegance as the very standard of life since childhood, this was simply inconceivable. That detestable vicious cur must have said something utterly outrageous, or Her Highness would never have acted in such an undignified way. As expected, having talent meant nothing. A vicious cur was still a vicious cur. She shot Li Ao a venomous glare, slammed the door shut, and immediately dashed into Yelenola's bedroom to provide psychological counseling. Your Highness. Yeah. Seeing the ice blue girl hugging a pillow and rolling back and forth on the bed while letting out strange unintelligible shrieks, Suofei fell into a brief silence. From Her Highness's voice there seemed to be 4 parts suppressed delight, 3 parts smug satisfaction, 2 parts nervousness, and 1 part helpless bewilderment. But such exaggerated rolling was a first for Her Highness. What in the world was she trying to express? Ever since Her Highness came into contact with that vicious cur, her inscrutable behavior had only become more frequent. It couldn't be contagious, could it? A personal maid's job truly is not easy. With that thought, Suofei silently walked to the window and drew the curtains tight for Yelenola to keep anyone from peeking in. Whoosh! The curtains were yanked open. The cool morning breeze swept away the room's heat, and faint light fell across Li Ao's eyelids. Lilia nodded in satisfaction, walked to the bed with little steps, took off her shoes, climbed up, and knelt beside Li Ao, nudging him gently. Young Master Li Ao, it's time to get up. Mama sent me to change your clothes. Li Ao forced his bloodshot eyes open, clutched his forehead, and sat up. Affected by demonic chi erosion, your various desires have increased. Please vent appropriately. This is going to cost me a lot of electric shock system. Looking at the little maid who was holding his uniform and staring at him with expectation, Li Ao helplessly ruffled her hair. I'll change myself. Go outside and keep watch for me. But Mama said a personal maid is supposed to. A personal maid of the Enbayer family under the age of 18 has no right to help her master change clothes. All right. Lilia obediently put on her shoes. After trotting a short way, she seemed to think of something, quickly corrected her walking posture, and left with light, careful steps. Li Ao knew that Luosi had always been teaching Lilia etiquette, but such knowledge was clearly not something an ordinary commoner would ever learn. Since Luosi showed no intention of hiding it, Li Ao did not rush to inquire about her origins. Current demonic chi 1790, remaining lifespan 1 day. Looking at that pitiful amount of demonic chi and lifespan, Li Ao let out a soft sigh. Some things were more urgent than others. For now he should focus on going to the academy to obtain some demonic chi. Li Ao had just stripped down to his underpants when a grayish-white figure landed outside the window. Li Ao, I've come to fulfill my promise. The sight before her made Wenxia's voice falter. Her gaze drifted uncontrollably toward a certain part of his body, and her mind instantly recalled certain remarkable techniques Li Xia had described. Her ears and tail shot straight up. You degenerate aristocrat? I'm the one changing clothes, you're the pervert. Why would you pop up outside my window? An assassin. Monica next door heard the commotion and, thinking someone was trying to harm Li Ao, quickly leaped over from her own windowsill and easily pinned the unsuspecting Wenxia beneath her. When she saw Wenxia's face clearly, she hastily pulled back her fist, turned instinctively to Li Ao, and felt her breath catch. The corners of Li Ao's mouth twitched. Still not leaving? Waiting for me to finish undressing? The 2 women scrambled up from the floor in embarrassment and drew the curtains closed for Li Ao. Just tell us when you've changed and we'll come in. Do you 2 absolutely have to come in through the window today? Before long, Lilia, standing guard outside the door like a sentry, watched the three people emerge from the room, her little face filled with disbelief. Young Master Liao, I really didn't let anyone in. It's not your fault. Liao offered a word of comfort and had just led the group to the door when a sudden clamor erupted in the manor's front courtyard. He pushed open the front door and saw an ornate carriage slowly making its way into the courtyard. A banner bearing the emblem of a sword and steel shield hung from its side. The manor's servants whispered to one another and a few footmen cast gloating glances at Liao. Frowning, Liao stepped forward and blocked the carriage's path. But the carriage showed no intention of stopping. The powerfully built steed dragged it straight toward Liao as if to run him down. 3 meters, 2 meters. Just as the horse's forelegs were about to touch Liao, the burly coachman finally pulled the reins. Liao sidestepped, dodging the horse's snorting breath, and looked at the coachman expressionlessly. "Oh, young Master Liao, my apologies, my apologies. This horse is newly bought and has been driven for too long. It's a bit beyond my control. Please punish me, young master." The burly man jumped down from the carriage. His mouth was full of apologies, but his face carried not a trace of remorse. "Tairue, although young Master Liao is magnanimous and won't stoop to your level, you must still be more careful in the future. How about this? I'll dock a week's salary. Any objections?" A sharp-eyed old butler stepped out of the carriage and spoke to the burly man with great earnestness. Tairue immediately bowed and scraped. "Master Zhali is right, I have no objections. I'll be careful next time." The two played off each other in perfect harmony without giving Liao so much as a proper glance. Zhali clasped his hands behind his back and casually surveyed the surroundings. "Young Master Liao, this manor is so luxurious, the rent must be no small sum. You spend so recklessly. Do you know that Lord Waikijuo is still agonizing over the construction of his domain?" With that, his gaze locked onto Wensha and his brows knitted deeply. "Young Master Liao, the master must have told you long ago that half-beasts carry germs. Why do you still put yourself at risk? Hand her over to me in a moment. I'll sell her to a slave trader on the way back, and that will conveniently supplement the funds for the domain's construction." Liao reached out to stop Wensha, who was about to lunge forward and tear Zhali apart. Seizing the moment while Zhali was still off guard, he strode over and yanked open the carriage curtain. 2 disheveled maids looked up from inside the carriage, their eyes dazed. Zhali's face darkened. "Young Master Liao? What is the meaning of this?" Liao let the curtain fall, looked at the chief steward at Waikijuo's side, and demanded in an odd tone, "Didn't my good uncle Waikijuo come with you?" Zhali wore a haughty expression. "Lord Waikijuo is swamped with work. How could he possibly have time to come to the Holy Kingdom? I also..." Before Zhali could finish, Liao had finally run out of patience and kicked him hard. "Then what the hell are you putting on airs for?" Zhali was nothing more than an ordinary man. Knocked to the ground by Liao's kick, he cried out in agony. Tairue hurriedly helped Zhali up. "Master Zhali, are you all right? You should worry about yourself." Without another word, Liao kicked both over and gave them a sound beating in front of everyone. "How dare you? Aren't you afraid they'll say you're jealous again? Wait. Young Master Liao? We are." Liao gave them no chance to explain, mechanically letting the soles of his shoes kiss their body. Having vented most of the violent urges inside him, he asked the two, whose bodies no longer had a single patch of good flesh, while panting, "You must have come for something other than a beating, right?" Zhali could not understand how the young master, usually so weak and easily bullied, had become this cruel after only a few months away. Meeting Liao's indifferent gaze, he shuddered. "We are on Master Victor's orders here to deliver your living expenses." Liao's eyes lit up. It happened that he had squandered nearly all his private savings in the border town, so he quickly said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you'd said that earlier, I wouldn't have beaten you. Where's the money? You didn't give us a chance to speak." Zhali grumbled inwardly and had Tai Rui help carry out a small chest of gold coins. And the rest? Seeing the two not moving, Liao opened his eyes wide. Even if you're pocketing some for yourselves, you can't fob me off with so little, can you? Zhali, afraid Liao might attack without listening to reason, hastily explained. The master said the estate's mines have recently run into trouble and urgently need funds. Your living allowance for this month is only 50 gold pieces. 50 gold was already a considerable amount for an ordinary noble. Only a noble like Liao, whose estate had a gold mine at his disposal, could scatter thousands of gold as if they were beans. The monthly rent of this manor was only a dozen or so gold pieces. Taking daily expenses into account, 50 gold a month was actually enough. But now he planned to intern at the alchemy school, where certain special materials often cost hundreds or even thousands of gold. How could this little money be enough? Besides, every once in a while he had to spend a few gold to buy gifts for that white-haired lowly. Did something really happen to the mines in Enbayer territory? Could Victor have deliberately found an excuse to cut off my allowance? Liao scrutinized Zhali with suspicion. How much allowance did Victor prepare for Carter? 20 gold. Last time it was 50. Last time the original owner had carried several thousand gold on him. It seemed Victor had gone to great lengths to avoid giving others cause for gossip. The very fact that he was willing to let his own son endure hardship showed how deep his schemes were. With financial power now in Victor's hands, Liao had no way to return to the territory to verify, so he could only accept the 50 gold for the time being. After such a ruckus, he was already late for the morning class. Liao simply parted ways with the two girls on the pretext of going to see his mentor, then carried his alchemy materials and strolled leisurely toward the back mountain. Just as he arrived in front of the cabin on the mountaintop, he caught a familiar scent of medicinal herbs, and the sound of argument came from inside. He gently pushed open the wooden door. 4 people turned their heads at once and looked at him. Lucia, looking tense, hurriedly pushed Liao toward the door and urged in a low voice, "Junior Liao, why are you here? Isn't this class time? Hurry back to the classroom." "Wait." 2 teachers from the Academy Assessment Department wearing armbands immediately stopped Lucia with stern expressions. They glanced at Liao's school uniform. "You're a first-year freshman of the Magic Academy? Which class?" "Class B." "It should be class time now. Why are you here? You actually dared to skip class. A first year who dares to skip class will beat up classmates in second year, and by third year might even hit teachers. Deduct points." "Sore." Liao was just about to make a casual apology to brush it off when Samantha suddenly spoke up. "I asked him to buy the materials for me and deliver them quickly." The examiner looked at Samantha with displeasure. "Teacher Samantha, we can let Lucia slide, but you actually went so far as to order a freshman around, causing him to miss class. Well, truthfully note this in your assessment record." "Honored teachers, I volunteered. I want to intern under Teacher Samantha." Safely delivering the alchemy materials to the lab is also part of the internship, isn't it? This student, you don't have to speak up for Samantha. We've just witnessed with our own eyes what her teaching level really is." "Exactly. All the other alchemy teachers successfully produced healing potions, only Teacher Samantha's work was unqualified." Lucia quickly defended Samantha. "No, it was because I didn't operate properly. The flow chart that the teacher improved has no problems." The examiner shook his head impatiently. Allowing a student to make it for her was already us bending the rules. Even if it's your fault, it should still be blamed on Samantha's inadequate teaching. Teacher Samantha, we unanimously believe you are no longer fit to serve as a teacher at the Holy Academy. The assessment department will submit a dismissal proposal to the school board this week." "I see." Samantha wore an indifferent expression with the faintest sigh escaping her nose. Liao looked at the materials on the experimental table, lost in thought. No wonder the smell was so familiar. It was precisely the healing potion from the flowchart. He stopped the 2 examiners. "Wait. I'm also a student of Teacher Samantha. She taught me the flow of making healing potions too. Can I give it a try? The examiners exchanged glances clearly with no intention of indulging Liao's nonsense and shook their heads with smiles. Student, you'd better go back, quickly borrow notes from your classmates and make up this lesson. A weak foundation will make mountains shake and the earth tremble. Liao had no choice but to look at Samantha. Samantha stared blankly into Liao's pleading eyes. Though she didn't believe he could produce anything remarkable, she still called out to stop the examiners. Wait, I request another assessment. The examiner was puzzled. Every retake raises the passing requirement. This is already the 4th time. Unless your student can make an intermediate healing potion, there's no way to pass. Don't waste each other's time. Pack up the remaining materials and take them to the alchemy shop. Perhaps they'll supplement your fare home. Lucia's nose stung and her eyes reddened as she nodded. Liao walked excitedly to the experimental bench and began recalling the understanding of potions he had gained when learning. Lucia's nose stung and her eyes reddened as she nodded. Liao walked excitedly to the experimental bench and began recalling the understanding of potions he had gained when learning the flow chart in the form of the Holy Lord as well as Eloy's techniques for using the instruments. The 2 examiners looked at Liao's bewildered expression and shook their heads with sneers. Sure enough, a guy who didn't even recognize the apparatus. An arrogant freshman who didn't know his place actually dared to belittle the alchemy school. If reading a flow chart and ingredient amounts were enough to succeed, high-level alchemists wouldn't be so rare. Let's hope that this experiment goes wrong and teaches him a lesson. Unaware of what the 2 were thinking, Liao, once his preparations were done, immediately focused on mixing the materials according to his own understanding. With the enhanced agility granted by the monkey talisman, Liao's initially unfamiliar movements quickly became skilled, growing faster and faster until after images appeared. The examiners who had just been mocking Liao simultaneously saw confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Such standard operations. Such agile techniques. This extreme hand speed? What the hell are you telling me? This is a first year. Only when Liao held the bright red potion bottle before them did the 2 examiners finally manage to snap out of their daze. After studying the potion's color, both men's Adam's apples bobbed. Generally speaking, the redder a healing potion, the more potent its healing effect. If Liao's procedure and formula from earlier were completely sound, then judging by the color of the bottle in his hand, it might genuinely have reached high-grade standards. This. Student, are you from an alchemy family? Or have you had prior alchemy-related learning experience? Before I met teacher Samantha, I didn't even know what a flask was. It's all because the teacher teaches so well. I just completed a special assignment she set for me, and that's how I've reached my current level. That was the plain truth. The examiner clicked his tongue, looking awkward. High-grade healing potions are already beyond what we can assess. Next, you'll have to come with us to the alchemy laboratory building and apply for a master appraisal. Then let's go now. I have things to do at noon. Liao followed the examiners out of the wooden cabin. Samantha, arms crossed, leaned against a tree trunk nearby and raised her eyelids with a weary expression. The examiner wore a peculiar expression, as if hesitating to speak. Teacher Samantha, we're taking this student to the alchemy laboratory building. Liao waved. Goodbye, Teacher Samantha. So they were going to the alchemy building to find him a new mentor. Very well. Samantha nodded, said nothing, and walked straight into the wooden cabin. She reached out and took the notebook from Lucia, who was standing nearby in a daze, intending to give Liao's work one last check for anything that needed correcting, only to find it completely blank. Samantha pinched Lucia's cheek, finally making Lucia's gaze refocus. Didn't I tell you to record his mistakes? What do you mean, nothing? Could it be that his mistakes were just too absurd? Lucia grabbed Samantha by the shoulders and shook her excitedly. Teacher Samantha? We've found a treasure. Junior Liao is an alchemy genius. Samantha, already weak from lack of sleep, felt dizzy from being shaken like that. Wait, wait, wait. She quickly stopped Lucius' teacher-muttering behavior and sank weakly into the rocking chair. Tell me in detail. The alchemy laboratory building was a 5-story hollow square building with a vast footprint complete with alchemy rooms, material storage rooms, clinical laboratories, and a full assortment of specialized chambers. The corridors were crowded with senior students from the alchemy school, all in black experimental robes and moving with hurried steps. A senior brother clutching a sound transmission crystal passed Liao. Senior brother, why can't I reproduce your graduation project? What do you mean I have so many senior brothers, so why do I have to cling to you? I want to graduate too, senior brother. Another senior sister brushed past Liao. Senior sister, I've copied your experimental procedure exactly, so why is it still not working? Before brewing the potion you have to strip naked in the dorm and perform the dwarven blessing dance. Fine, you'll go learn it right away. The two examiners, long accustomed to such oddities, led Liao into a lounge without changing their expressions. There are some free alchemy books here with annotations from a few mentors. Look through them to pass the time. Well, go submit the application for you and come find you as soon as the result is out. Liao nodded and casually pulled out a copy of the complete compendium of potion brewing. At his current level he could discern the principles behind any alchemical knowledge concerning potions. An hour later Liao closed the book and walked out of the room feeling somewhat bored. Through the observation window on the door he noticed a second-year student in the neighboring laboratory brewing a potion. Curiosity piqued, he pushed the door open and went over. The student had spread a step-by-step diagram across the table. With a puzzled expression he checked his procedures and scratched his head in distress. Hiss, why doesn't this work at all? Liao glanced over casually and pointed at one spot. If the temperature is too high the camellia snake fruit loses its potency. It should be heated in a water bath. Right? Thanks old. Thanks junior. You're welcome. Liao smiled, left without a backward glance and went to check out the next laboratory. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. A first-year student casually brews an unknown red potion and you dare to file it under the verification procedure for a high-grade healing potion? A middle-aged man with a White Tower 6th rank alchemist badge glared furiously at the two examiners. Professor Byron, after all, he is that teacher Samantha's student. What about Samantha? She's nothing but an incompetent teacher who doesn't even dare touch the equipment. Does that mean her student can't be a fraud? Maybe he's just trying to take this chance to waste Master Liam's time and spite us before he leaves. At that moment a kindly long-bearded old man in a silver-white mage robe walked into the room. Professor Byron, there's no need for such a temper. The others quickly composed themselves and bowed. Master Liam. Liam smiled and nodded. He picked up the healing potion on the table, examined it carefully, then uncorked it and sniffed. A flicker of surprise shone in his eyes. Have you conducted any tests with laboratory mice? The examiner shook his head. Without your instruction we didn't dare experiment on our own. Byron gave a dissatisfied snort. Master Liam, they've simply been cowed by Samantha's reputation. How could a first-year student produce a high-grade potion? Master, you should go back and rest. Just leave this potion to me for inspection. You people put me on a pedestal every day, my bones are rusting from disuse. Liam took off his robe with great enthusiasm. Come bring me a mouse. Before long one of the examiners brought over a white mouse with its limbs restrained. Liam picked up a scalpel with a steady hand and with an almost casual motion made an incision on the mouse's neck. Blood gushed out in spurts. Then without hurrying he drew one drop of the potion into a dropper, yet he did not feed it to the mouse at once. Instead he watched the mouse's condition with rapt attention. Just as the mouse's pupils began to glaze over, a drop of bright red liquid fell from above into its mouth and the wound on its neck quickly scabbed over. I hope this old man's skills haven't declined. Liam smiled and put away the dropper, explaining the mouse's state just now together with the dosage of the potion can simulate the situation of a 5th-rank warrior on the brink of death drinking an entire bottle of the potion. If this mouse's heart can keep beating for 5 minutes, it will prove that this potion truly has high-grade healing effects. At that, the others immediately stared at the white mouse with focused attention. Yet in less than 30 seconds the mouse suddenly let out a shrill scream, its head tilting to one side and limbs stiffening as it hung on the experiment tray. Humph, so they really were scheming against us. That student is in the lounge, isn't he? I'm going to teach him a lesson. Byron angrily flicked his sleeve and stormed out of the room. Both examiners mentally cursed Leo a few times and hastily apologized to Liam. Master Liam, we really didn't mean to waste your precious time. It's fine. I needed something to pass the time anyway. Hurry and stop Professor Byron, I'll deal with the corpse. Liam waved his hand dismissively. After sending the 2 examiners away, he used his scalpel to cut open the mouse's chest with a clean motion. A tiny heart was faintly beating. It seems my craftsmanship hasn't declined after all. He muttered to himself with a beaming smile. I've finally found an apprentice who satisfies me. Surely Professor Byron will understand this old man who's already halfway in the grave. Where is he? Byron stared at the empty lounge, then turned to question the examiner following behind him. Maybe he fled because he was guilty. At least he knows what's good for him. Just as Byron was burning with pent-up fury, he suddenly heard a clamor of cheering from one of the laboratories and immediately strode over. The 2 examiners silently mourned for the students inside the laboratory for a few seconds, then hastily hurried after Byron. Byron stormed into the laboratory and roared at the cluster of students, I could hear your noise from my office. Yours is the loudest room in the entire building. If you're not doing experiments, others are. What the hell are you shouting about? The students instantly turned pale at the sight of Byron and hastily returned to their workstations, revealing Leo, who had been surrounded and watched while doing experiments. A first year. Which class are you in? What's your name? What are you doing sneaking into a second-year lab? Before Leo could answer, the examiner who had followed him and spoke up, Professor Byron, he's teacher Samantha's student. Fine. Not only did you not run away, you even dared to interfere with your classmates' experiments. I'll make sure both you and Samantha get out of here. Several students who had been guided by Leo quickly came to his defense. Professor Byron, the younger classmate, wasn't interfering, he was helping us. Byron laughed in disbelief. If you're going to lie, at least make it convincing. He's been here less than 2 months, what could he possibly help you with? Anyone caught covering for him will be expelled along with him. The other students who had wanted to speak up for Leo were instantly too terrified to utter a word. Just then Liam's figure appeared at the door of the classroom, still wearing a benevolent smile. Professor Byron, please calm down. The students inside the classroom immediately widened their eyes. It's Master Liam, the alchemy master certified by the White Tower. Leo quietly asked the senior student beside him, what rank is an alchemy master? There's no rank for alchemy master. Only a recognized titan in the alchemy world can receive the title of master from the White Tower. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to see the man himself. Seeing Liam, Byron's tone immediately softened. Master, why would you condescend to come here? I guarantee this student will pay for deceiving you. Leo frowned in confusion. What did I deceive him about? Still not owning up. High tier. Liam quickly stepped forward to interrupt Byron, stroking his beard and looking at Leo kindly. I hear from the students that you were just helping them with experiments. What aspects of alchemy do you understand better? I'm not very knowledgeable about most things, but when it comes to potion making and pharmacology I can spot a thing or two. Liam gave a non-committal nod and produced a blueprint from his robe. This is a student's assignment, a flow diagram for an intermediate antidote potion. I'll prepare the materials. How about you brew it right here for me? Leo took out his pocket watch and checked the time. Can't do it. It's almost lunchtime and the Martial Academy training ground is a bit far. They'll have to leave soon. The envious looks around him instantly turned incredulous. He turned him down. Did I hear that right? This was a chance to shine in front of Master Liam. Is this guy even speaking human language? Wait, isn't he from the Magic Academy? Why is he heading to the Martial Academy? Damn, I thought he looked familiar. Could he be that devoted hound? Going to see the young lady of the Grom family? Ah, that explains it. That explains everything. Liam clearly hadn't expected Leo to refuse so bluntly, but as a wily old fox seasoned by many storms, he nodded understandingly. Why don't you take a look at the flow diagram and try pointing out a few mistakes? At least you can prove your competence in front of Professor Byron, and then I can help persuade him. Byron shot Liam a puzzled glance. With your status, isn't protecting someone as simple as a word? Why would you need to persuade me? Leo reluctantly took the flow diagram, scanned it briefly, then quickly picked up a nearby quill and scribbled rapidly. With my current level, this is as far as I can go. If I've missed anything, I can't help it. So fast. Could it be that he truly doesn't understand anything and is just scribbling nonsense? Liam glanced at Leo in surprise, took back the diagram, scanned it, and instantly fell into a serious state. Amazement, doubt, sudden realization. His expression kept shifting, and the admiration in his eyes when he looked at Leo was unmistakable. No longer able to restrain his excitement, he said, "Would you be willing to become my disciple and study at the White Tower?" The laboratory instantly erupted in an uproar. Not only was Master Liam not angry, he was going to accept him as an apprentice. And even send him to the White Tower? By the goddess of holy radiance, this new student is so damn lucky. Damn, looks like I overdid it. If I become the disciple of such a big shot, can I still quietly collect demonic chi in the future? Leo immediately made his decision and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Master Liam. I owe my current achievements to Teacher Samantha's guidance. As the saying goes, one must not forget the teacher of poverty nor abandon the wife of hardship. Teacher Samantha needs me now. I cannot abandon her for the sake of my own future." The laboratory fell into a prolonged silence. Whether studying magic or cultivating battle chi wasn't everyone's ultimate goal to make a name for themselves. Switching allegiances might be unethical, but that was an alchemy master. Wouldn't anyone understand? He actually. One must not forget the teacher of poverty nor abandon the wife of hardship. Truly worthy of the title devoted hound. Such loyalty and righteousness, and he spouts such proverbs at every turn. I actually thought he was stupid just now. I'm a real jerk. Why, if only I could become his wife of hardship. Don't be silly. He's a count. How could he have a wife of hardship? Leo bowed to Liam, then looked at the two examiners. "May I ask if my potion passed?" Before Byron could lose his temper, Liam smiled ruefully. "You little rascal, you've really taught me a lesson. I was too arrogant. Your potion is qualified." Although the examiners didn't understand why Liam declared the potion qualified, they wisely shut their mouths. Byron stared at Liam's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing. Even though Leo knew his technique had no problems, he wasn't certain the potion would pass. Liam's confirmation made him heave a sigh of relief. "So Teacher Samantha won't be expelled, right?" The examiner answered flatly, "As long as she gets through this semester, there shouldn't be any problems." "That's good. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Goodbye, everyone." Leo left the laboratory building in high spirits and jogged to the Martial Academy training ground, but found no sign of Vera and her maidservant. Could they still be eating in the cafeteria because he had arrived early? Leo casually walked to the changing room, tried the doorknob, and unexpectedly pushed the door open. The girl turned her head, her movements of undressing instantly frozen. Her smooth back, glistening with traces of sweat, was even more dazzling under the lights than her fiery red hair. Bang! Out of respect for his own life, Liao suppressed the urge to keep watching and slammed the door shut with lightning speed. He looked around guiltily like a thief and only felt relieved when he saw no sign of Jia Luo. "You come in now?" As Liao was wondering how to face the enraged Wei La, her distinctive voice already drifted out from the room. He had no choice but to muster his courage and step into the changing room. I didn't mean to. I know. It was me who forgot to lock the door." Wei La had already dressed herself again, showing no signs of anger. What an understanding girl, Liao sighed inwardly. "We start the treatment now?" Liao, of course, was all too eager to absorb the demonic energy, so he proceeded with the desensitization therapy, gaining yet another 1,000 points of demonic energy. Current demonic energy 5,400. The treatment session ended. Wei La sat on the bench hugging her knees, her slightly trembling fingers unconsciously tracing the scar on her neck. Liao sat beside her and noticed her movements, so he asked, "Does that scar affect you greatly?" Wei La lowered her head gently, "Not hiding anything. When I see it in the mirror I get scared." "Why not try to remove it?" Wei La looked at Liao in confusion. That kind of medicine long ago was lost. Liao scratched his cheek awkwardly. He really didn't know much about this matter, so he had to continue asking, "Is there really no way at all? Like holy healing water or something?" Wei La shook her head slightly. "Holy healing water won't work, but I've heard there's a kind of magic." Liao's eyes lit up. "What magic?" "Holy radiance baptism." "Holy radiance magic?" It seemed this magic had something special about it, otherwise Jia Luo would have begged the Holy Radiance Church to cast it on Wei La no matter what. "I'll ask Mo and Ka about it when I get the chance." Liao didn't press further. He turned sideways, took out a silk-wrapped object from his chest and handed it to Wei La. "This is for you." A glint of light flashed in Wei La's eyes. She solemnly took the gift from Liao and carefully unwrapped it. When she saw what was inside the silk, the corners of her mouth, which had slightly risen, instantly drooped. Liao said in a relaxed tone, "Luckily the sword saint didn't check last time. Keep this dagger safe from now on. You mustn't give it away casually again." Wei La looked up, her fiery red eyes staring at Liao with grievance. "You don't want to get engaged to me? You hate me?" Liao was taken aback. Seeing her serious expression, he sighed with helplessness. This girl actually took the engagement seriously. Because of Jia Luo's overprotection, Wei La had probably never had normal social interaction during her years of growing up, and her mind was not even mature enough. Unable to obtain emotional communication from the outside world, she would naturally romanticize the childhood companion in her memories, especially since this companion was also bound to her by the natural connection of an engagement. That said, if Hai La hadn't done her utmost to prevent the two from meeting earlier, the original owner might have actually succeeded in assassinating Wei La. Setting aside other factors, Wei La was indeed a good marriage prospect, but unfortunately reality was cruel. If he harbored any improper thoughts toward Wei La, Jia Luo would be the first to object. Looking at the girl before him, who seemed anxious like a prisoner awaiting judgment, Liao had to change the topic. "Wei La, do you really like me?" Wei La's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip and nodded almost imperceptibly. "Then let me ask you, what exactly do you like about me?" Wei La was confused and remained silent for a long time. Liao wore an "I knew it" expression and shook his head with a smile. "You've met too few people, so you've developed a special feeling toward me, and you've mistaken it for love for me. But that is not love. At best it is a longing for the life you had before your trauma. I can't use that to deceive myself into being with you. Tell you what, if you can figure out what true love is before graduation, then consider whether to give me the dagger. How about that?" Wei La tightened her grip on the dagger. "Then you will still come to see me." Seeing that she no longer dwelled on the engagement, Liao let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Of course. Until you're cured, I'll come to see you often. Don't you dare lie to me." Liao suddenly felt like he was coaxing a child. Smiling, he extended his pinky finger. Then let's pinky swear? Pinky swear, what's that? Was entertainment in this world so scarce? They didn't even have pinky swears. Liao had no choice but to give a localized explanation. Pinky swear is a ritual of a legendary demon. Those who break the demonic contract will have their souls devoured by the demon. Wei La blinked, imitating Liao and hooking her pinky around his. Miss your lunch. Ah! How dare you! Hai La, who had returned carrying a lunchbox, widened her eyes in fury and immediately rushed over to push Liao away. You! Didn't I tell you to make an appointment with me beforehand? How could you come when Miss is changing clothes? Miss, he didn't trick you into doing anything improper, did he? Lucia realized her voice was too loud. She hastily smiled apologetically at the students who turned to look, then lowered her voice. Junior, give me some time. I need to have my family send me some money. Wei La glanced sideways at the ground. No. Nothing. Hai La knew at a glance from Wei La's expression that something was off. She took a deep breath in despair and turned to glare at Liao. No matter what happened, you must not breathe a word about it. Otherwise, just wait for the clan head to come for you. Ahem. Today's treatment is complete. I'll be on my way now. Liao seized the opportunity and slipped away quickly. Hai La let out an angry humph and turned her gaze to the dagger in Wei La's hand. At least he had the sense to return the dagger. Miss, such an important item can't be given away casually. Let me keep it safe for you. Wei La drew her hands back and hugged the dagger to her chest. I'll carry it with me. At the library front desk. Seeing Liao walk in, Lucia couldn't wait to ask Junior how did it go. Liao gave her a reassuring smile. Teacher Samantha doesn't need to worry about being driven away this semester. Lucia plopped down onto the chair behind her, covering her face, her body going limp. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Meeting you is truly wonderful. If Teacher Samantha had been dismissed by the academy because of my incompetence, I really wouldn't have known what to do. I happen to have something I want to discuss with you, Senior. Lucia immediately sat up straight. Go ahead, Junior. Did you see the ice crystal dragon scale I bought for you? I saw it. I didn't expect it to be such a big piece. How much did you spend? I'll reimburse you. 3,000 gold. How much? Lucia realized her voice was too loud. She hastily smiled apologetically at the students who turned to look, then lowered her voice. Junior, give me some time. I need to have my family send me some money. Liao raised an eyebrow. Earlier Lucia had said she was neighbors with Lali, so Liao had assumed her family was ordinary commoners as well. He hadn't expected her to be able to produce 3,000 gold coins so readily. As expected, anyone who studies alchemy can't be poor because the poor don't dare touch alchemy. It was my own fault that the price was inflated. Just give me 1,000 gold. How can that be? I also want to ask you to share some of the ice crystal dragon scale with me. Liao remembered that Monai Ka had asked him for dragon scale when she was in a daze. He would need to ask her about the Holy Radiance baptism later, so preparing a small gift was certainly the right thing to do. Of course. I can't use that much anyway. Is half enough for you? You two are so noisy. The blanket had drifted above them at some point without anyone noticing. Beneath the broad wizard hat, only a pair of faintly glowing emerald eyes was visible. Yifulin cast a soundproofing spell around them, scolded the two sharply, and after a brief spark of irritation turned and drifted back to her throne without the slightest hesitation. The two exchanged baffled looks. How could she have heard their conversation when her throne was so far away? This inexplicable behavior suddenly stirred an odd feeling in Liao. Wasn't Yifulin behaving like a child craving a parent's attention but too embarrassed to say so and thus deliberately picking a quarrel? Junior, go straight to the hilltop after class and we'll talk then. Alright, I'll go find Senior Yifulin and apologize. Liao nodded in agreement, then walked toward the throne with quiet steps. A thin slit opened at the top of the magic hat and Yifulin's rather strange voice came through. I don't feel like helping you translate today. Go away. Liao's gaze instantly locked onto the oiled paper on the ground. With a curious expression he crouched down and looked into the eyes through the hat's brim gap. Senior, are you suffering from a toothache? You're the one with a toothache. It seems the mages in this world really were glass cannons, no less plagued by ordinary illnesses than common folk. Liao sighed helplessly. Let me take a look. Yifulin and Liao stared at each other for a long while before she finally poked her head out of the hat as slowly as a turtle. Her right cheek, still soft with baby fat, was clearly swollen. To protect Yifulin's pride, Liao fought down the corners of his mouth. Gently holding her chin, he said seriously, come on Senior, open your mouth. Senior, this is definitely a cavity. Let me take you to the school infirmary to check it, shall we? No infirmary? Yifulin shrank back into her magic hat as if startled. If I don't go to the infirmary, this illness will never heal properly. I'm not sick at all. Fine then, I'm going to class. Senior, just bear the pain. The moment Liao turned around, a hand shot out from the hat and grabbed the hem of his clothes. My tooth hurts. In the end it was candy he had given her, so Liao felt somewhat guilty. He crouched down again and drew a handkerchief from his pocket. Can you create a little ice for me? A halting incantation came from inside the hat. On the palm Yifulin extended, an ice blue magic circle appeared and quickly condensed into rhomboid-shaped ice crystals. Liao unceremoniously lifted up the enormous magic hat and gently pressed the ice-wrapped handkerchief against Yifulin's swollen right cheek. The numbing relief of the cold made Yifulin feel much better. She pressed her cheek against Liao's palm and narrowed her eyes like a kitten. Senior, apply the ice intermittently. If you keep leaning on it, you might freeze your face into paralysis. I'm going back to class now. After leaving those instructions, Liao was about to pull back his hand, which had already grown numb from being pressed, only to discover his sleeve firmly in Yifulin's grasp. Don't go, it still hurts. Then why not let Senior Luxia come and help you? No. If she finds out, she won't give me any more candy. But I have class. Once it doesn't hurt anymore, I'll teach you personally. It will definitely be better than what the academy teachers teach. Seeing that she had clearly set her mind on not letting him leave, Liao had no choice but to pretend to concede. All right then, Senior. Close your eyes and I'll tell you a story called The Ugly Lizard, okay? Okay. Before long, Liao gently pulled back the handkerchief and found that the ice crystals inside showed no sign of melting at all. This showed that the crystals were extremely pure ice element magic crystallization, not ordinary ice. Yifulin's magical attainments were truly remarkable. Liao carefully covered the sleeping Yifulin with her magic hat, and mission accomplished, quietly withdrew. Back in the classroom, Liao quickly pinpointed Ma Ding in the front row. Ma Ding swallowed. What do you want? Seats are first come first served. Seeing Camilla sitting beside Bella in a fairly front position, Liao said nothing further, walked to the back row by himself and took the window seat. Monica immediately got up and sat down beside him. Yelenola, who had originally been Monica's deskmate, followed suit and sat in the same row. The classroom instantly filled with the sound of countless young hearts shattering all over the floor. Liao turned to Monica and asked in a low voice, do you know about the Holy Radiance baptism? Monica glanced at Liao in surprise. Yes, it's not exactly a secret. A 9th rank Holy Radiance spell, the Holy Radiance baptism, is said to cleanse the body and cure all ailments of the soul and flesh. Supposed to. Has no one ever used it? Monica nodded. It's an ultra-high-rank healing spell. Only the saintess who can converse with the goddess of Holy Radiance can successfully cast it. Even His Holiness the Pope admits he can't use it. Then can you arrange a meeting between me and the saintess? Monica lowered her head in shame. Since the previous saintesses were assassinated by the demon god cult, His Holiness the Pope has forbidden the saintess to appear casually in the outside world. Yelenola, who had been eavesdropping with pricked ears, chimed in appropriately, I happen to have an idea. Seeing Liao look at her, Yelenola continued, the Holy Radiance Theocracy and the Kaisalan Empire are scheduled to hold peace negotiations next year. As the symbol of the goddess of Holy Radiance, the saintess will certainly attend. Liao said helplessly, then what does that have to do with me? A smile hung at the corner of Yelenola's lips. If you're willing to lower yourself and become my guardian knight, maybe you can attend with me. Why wouldn't I be willing? Forget guardian knight, even serving as your manservant would be fine. As if a thought suddenly crossed her mind, an unnatural blush spread across Yelenola's cheeks. Then I'll let you know if there's any news. Liao was about to express his gratitude when Professor Wolan appeared at the classroom door. With an unusually stiff expression, he scanned the students in the classroom, then produced a list. Today we are having a practical lesson. Those whose names are called will step out one by one. Monica Shin Yelenola Kaisalan Ma Ding Jeluomo. As the students walked out one after another, Liao was soon the only one left in the classroom. Liao rose on his own. Just as he stepped into the aisle, Wolan suddenly shouted, Lord Enforcer, the one remaining is Liao and Bayer. The instant those words fell, dozens of enforcement officers in uniform and full armament poured into the classroom. Liao instantly felt his entire body locked down by immense battle chi and magic. Any rash move would invite a terrifying combined strike. Yak walked out from the crowd with a smile, drew from his chest an arrest warrant stamped with the tribunal's seal, and said coldly, Liao and Bayer, new evidence pointing to you has been found in the demonic bear case of a few days ago. You are under arrest. Had his identity been exposed? Cold sweat broke out all over Liao's body. Why not transform right now while there were few people around and blow them all sky high? Or summon the ninja soldiers and vanish in stealth? Liao swept his gaze across the enforcers around him and quickly abandoned any thought of escape. Shadow Walk had an unmistakable wind-up. If those enforcers launched an attack, he definitely could not withstand it. Even if he were fortunate enough to slip into the Shadow Kingdom, he would likely have his mind corroded before he could even leave the Holy City, ending up as one of the ninja soldiers. Besides, with only 5400 points of demonic energy in reserve, even if he transformed into the Holy Lord and broke out of the encirclement without a stable supply of demonic energy, it would merely be a lingering death. Therefore, surrendering without resistance was the optimal move for now. Seeing that Liao remained motionless, Ai Ko tossed 2 sets of magic sealing shackles at Liao's feet. Lord Count, do not try to resist. Put the magic sealing shackles on your own hands and feet. Liao picked up the shackles and fit them on himself without hesitation. To him, whose body contained merely 1 point of mana, these shackles were essentially a formality. Enforcer Ai Ko, does Lord Luoyi know that you brought men to arrest me? Don't try to wave his banner here. If I had no evidence, would I dare to seize you so openly? Ai Ko shot a look, and 2 rank 6 enforcers immediately stepped forward, grabbing Liao's arms and shoving him outside. Uncertain of what evidence the man had obtained, Liao could only continue to cooperate. The instant he was pushed out of the classroom, the bewildered students burst into an uproar. Monica hurried forward to block Ai Ko. Why are you arresting him? Ai Ko thrust the arrest warrant in front of Monica. Miss Monica, please step aside. Demon hunters have no right to interfere in the enforcer's internal affairs in the Holy City. Moreover, I hold an arrest warrant personally issued by the tribunal. Monica scanned the warrant quickly and gritted her teeth. The demon bear case? You are arresting a victim. He is no victim. The truth is certain to shock you. Miss Monica, be careful in choosing your friends. Ai Ko cast a meaningful glance at Liao and waved his hand. Dozens of powerful enforcers swiftly formed ranks and escorted Liao toward the tribunal hall. After they left the academy gate, Aiko leaned close to Liao and murmured, "Lord Count, I hear that your estate has a gold mine. What of it? If I gave you gold coins, would you publicly say that this arrest was a misunderstanding?" "Lord Count, you jest. I have already submitted the concrete evidence to the tribunal, otherwise I would not have obtained the warrant. Your guilt is already set in stone. But I could be careless for a moment and let you slip out of the encirclement." Liao fell silent for a moment. "Money is not a problem." A sharp light flashed through Aiko's eyes. "But why would I run? An upright man does not fear a crooked shadow. You had better think about how to deal with the joint litigation brought by the border nobles of Celandia. You cannot tell good from bad." Aiko grinned savagely and deliberately had the enforcers leave gaps in their formation, brazenly displaying the shackled Liao to passers-by. Before long, all kinds of malicious rumors about Liao would sweep through the holy city. In the tribunal hall, demon hunters waiting to settle their mission rewards looked on curiously as the enforcers filed in. What major event has happened in the holy city to have brought out so many high-tier combatants? When they recognized Liao's face, nearly half of the demon hunters shot to their feet at once. "Why are you arresting him?" They loosed their mana and battle aura toward the enforcers without any restraint, causing the entire tribunal building to tremble slightly. Seeing the atmosphere turn explosive, Aiko slammed the arrest warrant down on the table. "Are you trying to rebel?" "Naturally, there is a reason for his arrest. Once the result is out, a notice will be issued." The demon hunters passed the arrest warrant around. Though they withdrew their oppressive auras, the tension remained heavy. Aiko had better have truly committed a serious crime. "Don't worry. You people lose all judgment at a few pleasing words. I guarantee you'll make your eyes pop wide." Completely unperturbed, Aiko led Liao into the underground interrogation room and pushed him into a specially made cage. The instant he entered the cage, Liao suddenly felt his body turn weak and slumped to the ground. "The magic array here will constantly absorb your stamina. In other words, neither mana nor battle aura can be used by you now." Liao struggled to adjust his body and leaned against the bars. "Now can you tell me what crime I have actually committed?" Aiko smiled. "I would love to sentence you to death directly, but I must follow procedure. This is your time for confession." "Time for confession?" "Precisely. Confess your crimes of your own accord to the goddess of holy radiance and beg for her forgiveness, and perhaps you can be spared the death penalty." "I don't think I have anything to confess." "Does beating up an old man today count?" "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Bring him in." The young man who had earlier been suspected by Ai1 of stealing Liao's dagger walked in, no longer wearing an enforcer's uniform. He looked at Liao with some resentment. "The clothes you left at the scene of the demon bear case were not damaged in any way a demon bear could have caused. It was as if something had torn the garment apart from the inside. So it was the clothes that had left a hidden trail after all?" Liao remained composed. "And so, you arrested me on the strength of that guess?" Aiko sneered. "Of course not. I have said all along that I hold conclusive evidence. I am merely giving you the chance to have your sentence mitigated through the proper procedure. If you are unwilling to speak, it does not matter. But I must remind you, the more we say, the heavier your punishment will become." Liao looked at him curiously. "Then why don't you tell me? I quite like listening to stories." Aiko's expression darkened. Not long ago, the dragon-slaying sword saint brought back a piece of news. The Jelluomu family discovered a beast race that could take human form, and while pursuing it they found a demon dragon in the wilderness on the road to Border City. According to their deductions, it was likely the same demon dragon from the demon bear case. Coincidentally, the merchant caravan Lord Count had been accompanying was nearby. You even disappeared for a period of time. What does that prove? I was abducted and hid in a cave until the Sword Saint's battle was over. Aiko snorted coldly. You mean to say that a 9th rank sword saint in the heat of battle did not sense your presence? Who knows? Seeing that Liao was still unwilling to admit it, Aiko had no choice but to continue. A dragon-blooded half-beast showed up in Border City and you just happened to be there as well. Is that so? How coincidental. Up until now the evidence Aiko had raised all seemed speculative. The weight on Liao's chest gradually lifted, yet a faint unease still lingered. Could he really have secured a Count's arrest warrant with only this level of evidence? Sure enough, faced with Liao's unyielding attitude, Aiko merely revealed a contemptuous smile. What you absolutely cannot imagine, Lord Count, is that the intelligence agents of the Rat's Nest are extremely interested in the secret of your narrow escape. Since the Demon Bear case ended, they have been dispatching high-ranking operatives to tail you. Everything about you has been put on record. By my calculation, my witness friend from the Rat's Nest should be arriving soon. Lord Count, enjoy these last moments of solitude while you can. Liao's pupils trembled violently. The door of the interrogation room slammed shut and darkness engulfed the entire chamber. Suafei, quickly bring me the visiting card. Watching Elaine Wola's anxious expression, Suafei handed over the blank card and couldn't help asking, Your Highness, isn't it class time now? How did you come back? Elaine Wola picked up a quill and scribbled rapidly on the visiting card as she gave a brief account of Liao's arrest. Then, Your Highness, what are you going to do now? Without looking up, Elaine Wola said, I'm going to visit those noble ladies and tell them that the author of that love letter is Liao. Perhaps at the public trial they will speak up for him. Don't just stand there in a daze, help me write them. Worry crept onto Suafei's face. Your Highness, have you thought about it? If he really committed some unpardonable crime, how are you the one he wrote love poems to supposed to live in the Holy Kingdom afterward? Elaine Wola's hand paused for a moment, then she wrote even faster. I can't worry about that now. If he has truly done something unforgivable, I'll just pretend to be a victim, he threatened, and shed a few tears in public. But Your Highness, what if those highborn ladies keep the label the beloved of the Holy Kingdom's sinner stuck on you? And if His Majesty learns that you have lost so much face, what punishment will you face? Suafei didn't say the words out loud. She could only sigh helplessly, take half the stack of visiting cards, and help write. Xiao Na burst into the principal's office in a panic, snatched up the communication crystal on the desk and cried, Ai Nizi! Ai Nizi! Ai Nizi! From the crystal came Ai Nizi's slightly breathless voice, Are you trying to summon my soul? I'm in the middle of a battle. Say whatever it is when I get back. The tribunal just slipped into the academy and took Liao away in chains. What did you say? After a brief silence, Xiao Na faintly heard Luo Yi on the other end of the crystal asking in disbelief, as if questioning the meaning of his life. Ai Nizi, are you insane? Why did you hurl that high-level spell you spent so long preparing at me? After the fierce quarrel, Ai Nizi's voice returned, I just asked Luo Yi. He said it wasn't his order. We can't get away for the moment. As long as it isn't the death penalty, don't show yourself rashly. Then what if it is the death penalty? Break him out. In the tribunal hall, a crowd of demon hunters were protesting in unison. Emonika stood at the very front and was the first to challenge Ai when Liao is a victim of the Demon Bear case and also my protected charge. Arresting him is one thing, but why have you still refused to say what crime he actually committed? A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The demon hunters behind her immediately joined in. Is it that you're unwilling to say, or is this simply personal revenge carried out under the cover of official duty? You keep insisting you have conclusive evidence, why don't you produce it? Exactly. Show us the evidence of my junior husband Sinin Lolover's crime. The colorful assortment of titles made Emonika unable to resist glancing back. Seeing the demon hunters all put on innocent expressions, she had no choice but to turn back to Ai Wen. Ai Wen's expression also grew grim. He hadn't expected his younger brother to dare collude behind his back with a judge from the court and directly apply for an arrest warrant. But now he could only choose to trust Aiko's judgment and said firmly, "We have an arrest warrant. Arresting him fully complies with the sacred law. The witness is still on the way. The truth will soon be known. I hope you won't feel ashamed of your actions by then." Monica refused to give up and said through gritted teeth, "I demand to see Liao. He is a prime suspect. No one is allowed to visit him before he appears in court. Everyone, the man is in the underground interrogation room. Nothing will go wrong. Just rest assured and wait." With that, Aiwan walked into his office without looking back. Aiko sat at the desk with a relaxed expression, his legs propped on the tabletop. On the sofa, a solemn-faced judge from the court was resting with his eyes half closed. Aiwan couldn't help pinching the bridge of his nose. "You two are certainly taking it easy. If we've arrested the wrong person, how am I supposed to clean up the mess?" Aiko grinned. "Brother, when I was laying out my deductions to him, danger perception was screaming warnings. I even suspected that if I said another word I might die on the spot. How can a first-year student make me a 7th-rank law enforcement officer feel threatened? Combine that with all the coincidences in the intelligence. If he isn't the demon dragon, he's definitely connected to the demon dragon and in all likelihood a member of the demon god cult. In this world, certain lucky ones awaken skills at birth, and Aiko was one of them. His danger perception could judge the threats his surroundings posed to him, which was why Aiwan and the judge were willing to believe him. He is a noble with the rank of count. You must produce conclusive evidence, understand? When is that friend of yours from the rat's nest coming?" The people from the rat's nest appear and vanish like phantoms. How could I have the skill to make friends with them? Aiwan looked up at him in disbelief. "Are you saying you have no evidence?" "Don't worry, brother. The evidence will soon come knocking on our door. Don't you already know how effective this renovated interrogation room is? Though only a few minutes have passed for him, it feels like several hours. I've tasted that feeling myself. No one can withstand that kind of pressure. No one." Aiko tapped the crystal on the desk and the scene from inside the interrogation room was projected onto the wall. The instant the door closed, Liao felt everything go pitch black before his eyes, and he couldn't even hear a sound in his ears. He tentatively knocked on the shackles around his wrists. He could feel them, but no sound came out. Liao instantly understood Aiko's intention. In such a dark, silent, sealed space, ordinary people would begin to suffer tinnitus, auditory and visual hallucinations, and even cognitive impairment within a few hours. But Liao was someone who frequently traveled in and out of the Shadow Kingdom, where conditions were far worse than this. "Are you going to test the king of the Shadow Kingdom with this?" Aiko's carefully constructed torture environment not only failed to break Liao's mind, but actually calmed his scattered, restless thoughts. "Although I don't know why Aiko is so certain in suspecting me. The deliberate public humiliation of parading me through the streets, luring me with a chance to escape, and laying out the suspicious points right in my face, plus this carefully prepared interrogation room, all point to only one thing. This bastard absolutely has no evidence. That damn bastard is trying to force me to expose myself." Having figured this out, Liao's gaze grew resolute and the corner of his mouth lifted imperceptibly. "Aiko, you want to play, do you? Then I'll play with you properly." He took a deep breath, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Aiko? Anyone there? You've got the wrong person. You really have the wrong person." Perhaps because he received no response, Liao anxiously bent his fingers and kept scratching at his arms. Before long, dense bloody marks had been gouged into his arms. "Is anyone there? Answer me, Aiko. Isn't it money you want? I'll give it to you, I'll give you everything. Let me out. I am a count. I command you to let me out." Bang! 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 Liao began hammering on the iron cage without pause. His knuckles broke open, revealing ghastly white bone. "Let me out! Let me out! Just let me out and I'll tell you everything. In the office AI-1 was about to stand up, but AI-ko held him back with one hand. Not so fast. Soon Leo in the iron cage stopped his frantic behavior. He curled himself into a corner, hugging his body, his bloodshot eyes hanging lifelessly in their sockets, his lips opening and closing without conscious thought. Seeing this, AI-ko finally rose in high spirits. Brother, gather those brainless demon hunters outside. I want him to tell the truth right in front of them. Iko restored the light in the interrogation room and looked down from his elevated position at Leo, who was trembling like a leaf. Count, do you have anything you wish to confess to the goddess? Leo's stagnant eyes stirred slightly. I am the demon dragon. Count, there's no need to rush. Let us go somewhere the goddess can hear you more clearly. A composed smile spread across Iko's face as he ordered the guards to bring the limp and feeble Leo into the great hall. The moment Monica saw the scars on Leo's arm and his haggard face, her eyes instantly reddened. She slammed the table in fury and demanded of Iko, on what authority do you resort to vigilante torture? His gaze sweeping across the witch hunters, all of whom wore expressions of righteous indignation, Iko answered with an exceedingly calm tone, we have used no torture. Those wounds were inflicted by the Count himself to atone for the sins festering in his heart. Nothing to do with me. You're lying. Whether I am lying or not, why not simply listen to what the Count has to say? Iko dismissed the law enforcers escorting Leo and personally seized him by the scruff of his collar, dragging him to the center of the hall. Count, begin confessing your sins. Leo lifted his head in bewilderment, his voice trembling. I am the demon dragon. I killed the demon bear and I deliberately schemed to bring about the deaths of that adventurer squad. Seeing the shock on the witch hunters' faces, Iko straightened his uniform. But before he could savor his triumph, Leo's next words struck like a relentless storm. I killed the Lord of Border City. I promulgated the decrees against the half-bloods. I provoked the conflict between the Kizaran Empire and the Holy Nation. I supplied the beast horde with the provisions they used to raid the borderlands every year. I devised the plot to assassinate the Saintess. The demon god cult was founded for my sake. Then Leo abruptly seized Iko's arm and pleaded, Lord Iko, I have done everything you told me to do. Whatever other sins there are, I will confess them all. Just please stop tormenting me. What on earth are you babbling about? Iko hurriedly shoved Leo away and tried to explain himself, but before he could, Evan standing nearby dealt him a savage slap across the face. The unexpected blow left Iko utterly stunned. Clutching his scorching cheek, he swirled the loosened tooth in his mouth with his tongue and fell into silence. After striking Iko, Evan rushed forward to help the fallen Leo to his feet. Count, I truly never imagined he would resort to torture against you. This is my failure. I swear to you I will give you a satisfactory answer. Monica stepped between the two men, her expression icy. No need. I will have the Grand Inquisitor handle this personally. Miss Monica, Lord Roy is a man of countless responsibilities. Why not let us underlings settle this little misunderstanding ourselves? Monica looked at Leo with deep heartache in her eyes, her tone unyielding. I see no little misunderstanding here. This is a premeditated act of vengeance. While the two were at an impasse, an enforcer rushed down from the second floor waving a portrait. Urgent decree from the Grand Inquisitor. All enforcers and witch hunters within the Holy City are to deploy immediately and search for Caddis, the godfather of the demon god cult. Evan's face lit up. Miss Monica, this is no time for that. The safety of the Holy City takes precedence. Everyone form ranks outside. Within minutes the hall that had been packed with people stood empty. Leo found a seat and sat down, taking small sips of the healing holy water Monica handed him. Monica lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry. I failed to protect you again. It's all right. This was never something you could have resolved. Leo smiled and patted her shoulder to put her at ease. Just then the enforcer who had delivered the orders earlier approached Leo. "Count Lord Roy asked me to tell you that you must not leave the tribunal building until the godfather of the demon god cult is captured." Leo nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "What exactly has happened?" Lord Roy encountered members of the demon god cult committing murder out in the wilderness. Cadis the godfather was gravely wounded and fled toward the holy city. It is highly likely he is hiding somewhere within it. The enforcer answered Leo briefly before turning and leaving. A wounded godfather holed up inside the holy city. Who would he go to? How terribly difficult to guess. Leo let out a muffled groan and clutched his forehead in an expression of agony. Monica asked anxiously, "Leo, are you all right? Are there still wounds that haven't healed?" I feel a little unwell. Could I find a place to be alone for a while?" "All right, they'll take you to the lounge. Can it be a room by the window? I'd like to feel the breeze." "Of course." After entering the lounge as he wished, Leo reached out and stopped Monica at the door. "Let me stay by myself for a while, shall I?" Monica pressed her lips together and nodded reluctantly. "Very well. I'll wait outside. Call me if anything happens." Leo smiled, locked the door behind him and opened the window. That way, even if Monica discovered he was not in the room, she would only think he had slipped out through the window. Glancing down at the dense formation of tribunal troops below, Leo quickly drew the curtains shut. In the shadows, several pairs of scarlet eyes gleamed. "Come take me to Marcus." Inside a decrepit building, Marcus was pacing back and forth with a deeply troubled expression. "The place is crawling with tribunal people. If you ask me to go back to the guild warehouse and retrieve that massive amount of healing potions at a time like this, you'll get me exposed along with you." Before him, Cadis, covered in blood, leaned against the wall, breathing with great difficulty. Seeing that Marcus was still refusing to make a move, Cadis grabbed him by the collar and threatened in a low voice, "Enough of your nonsense. If I get discovered, you'll die together with me. Is that clear?" "See clear." Marcus lowered his head and walked out of the room, his face dark and terrifying. But he did not head for the warehouse immediately. Instead, he walked into another old building nearby and spoke tentatively to his own shadow. "My lord? Are you there, my lord?" Receiving no response, he could only heave a resigned sigh. Just as he was about to go fetch the goods, he turned and collided with a cold and eerie body. Seeing Leo appear suddenly behind him, Marcus was not alarmed but overjoyed. "My lord, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I have grave matters to report to you." "Cactus came to you?" "My lord, your foresight is divine. He is badly wounded and can likely exert only half of his 7th rank strength. This is the perfect chance to kill him and seize the demonic tome for yourself." Leo gave a non-committal smile. "Marcus, keep your little schemes in check. Whether he deserves death, I alone will decide." Marcus fell to his knees in haste. I merely spoke recklessly out of urgency." After a brief discussion, Marcus led Leo into the room where Cactus was staying as Leo had instructed. Cactus eyed Leo warily, then turned a savage glare upon Marcus. "It seems you believe I cannot kill you before I die." Marcus hastily explained, "This is a godfather from the kingdom of Lorraine. He said he wishes to make a deal with you." "The kingdom of Lorraine? That fellow who toys with corpses?" Sensing the deathly cold aura radiating from Leo, Cactus was already half convinced. "What kind of deal do you want to make?" Leo casually pulled out a wooden chair and sat down with unruffled composure. "Lord Curtis, you must be fully aware of your current situation, aren't you? Even if you recovered from your wounds, you could never escape the tribunal's encirclement." Curtis forced himself to remain calm. "As long as I hold out for a while, the other godfathers will naturally come to save me." "Are you sure? I rather think they won't just leave you alone. They might even be discussing right now how to carve up your legacy." Curtis's expression changed exactly as expected. He hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Tell me about your so-called deal. I'll make a disturbance to draw the tribunal's attention and you slip away from the other direction. How about it?" Curtis was full of suspicion. You would risk your life to help me. I don't think I have anything precious enough to buy your life. Why do you think I'm risking my life? Liao smiled, and right before Curtis's eyes sank into the shadows that emerged from another patch of darkness. For me, fleeing is merely a matter of an instant. Curtis's eyes flickered. Though he didn't understand the principle behind Liao's uncanny technique, he could clearly sense that it required a certain amount of preparation time. Having traded blows with Alice not long ago, he knew very well that although this interval was brief, it was enough for that woman to react and unleash a soul-targeting attack spell. The thought of soul magic made a phantom pain throb in Curtis's skull, and his gaze toward Liao now carried a trace of pity. I never imagined your technique would work even in the holy city where teleportation is forbidden. That is truly astonishing. So do you agree to the deal? What do you want? The demon grimoire. Curtis froze, then shot Marcus a displeased look. The demon grimoire was a plot hatched by the godfathers of their holy nation together with the beast race. Godfathers from other nations could not possibly know of it, so the only one who could have leaked it was Marcus. Once this crisis was over, he would send someone to kill him. Having made his decision, Curtis finally looked at Liao. I should warn you in advance, even if the spells on it are translated, they may not necessarily be usable. Whether it can be used is for me to decide. Just hand it over. Curtis licked his lips, cracked from excessive blood loss. I don't have it on me. It's hidden in a secret hideout outside the city. Go lure the tribunal's people away now, and we'll meet at the hideout. I've suddenly lost interest. Go ahead and wait for death. Without any hesitation, Liao turned and left. 1 step, 2 steps. When Liao's leg crossed the threshold, Curtis finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Wait. Liao stopped and turned his head, looking at Curtis with a faint mocking smile. Curtis sullenly slit open the lining of his clothes and took out a piece of parchment densely inscribed with incantations. What if you don't keep your promise? How am I supposed to trust you? The demon god cult never deceives the demon god cult. Liao suppressed the excitement inside him, stretched out his hand, and wore an expression of, take it or leave it. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Knowing that Liao was his only lifeline at the moment, Curtis handed the parchment straight to him. Having learned from last time, the moment Liao received the parchment, he stuffed it into his bosom, thereby hiding the secret that he could instantly refine and absorb the grimoire. You came into contact with the fire grimoire fragment and absorbed 10000 points of demonic chi. You have gained the corresponding magical knowledge. Shadow summoning has been upgraded to LV2. Shadow summoning LV2. For every 100 ordinary shadow soldiers summoned, 1 elite shadow soldier, level 50, will appear. It seems the grimoire that Sinister Baboon stole is a continuous set, all of it is connected to the Shadow Legion. You have obtained the alchemy formula for the Lei Su mask. Lei Su mask, the symbol of Lei Su, the Shadow General. Combined with the skill Shadow Summoning, it can summon the Aberrant Legion from the Shadow Legion. Aberrant Legion. That Shadow Legion which was the only one to reveal itself in the original story, the one with the Cthulhu-like appearance. Its attacks were tentacles, weren't they? Choosing the School of Alchemy was indeed the most correct decision. From now on I can openly gather materials to refine the mask. Seeing Liao's expression shifting constantly, Curtis's heart began to pound nervously. When does Your Excellency intend to act? Now. Boom. The soaring flames blasted apart the entire building, immediately drawing the attention of Roy and the others. Killed a level 71 demon man. Absorbed 1000 points of demonic chi. In his dragon-human form, Liao kicked with full force at Doran, who had rushed into the sea of fire. Doran raised his greatsword to block, but underestimated Liao's strength and was sent flying straight out. Having disposed of Doran, who had been pressing at close quarters, Liao then hurled Curtis's charred corpse at Roy. As Roy flashed into view, "You distinguished sirs, I've killed Curtis for you, don't be polite." Roy raised his hand to summon a light shield, retreating as he received the corpse carrying terrifying momentum, and shouted toward the sky, "Alice." Leave him. Alice, floating in midair, moved her lips and spoke the incantation in an instant, then pointed a finger at Liao, half of whose body had already sunk into the shadows. A purple magic circle rapidly took shape beneath Liao's feet. Soul shock. Without any warning, Liao's brain felt as if someone had brutally shoved a wooden stick into it and churned it around 360 turns. He collapsed to his knees in agony, finally understanding why the Minotaur hit by the abyssal tentacles had looked so unbearably blissful and tormented at the same time. This was true damage that ignored all defenses, damn it. Doran came rushing back and asked urgently, "Did you catch him? He can't even speak a single incantation now. There's no way he can flee." No sooner had Alice, now inside the room, finished speaking than dozens of pairs of greenish-black hands burst out of the walls and dragged Liao into the shadows right before her eyes. Alice awkwardly took a puff of her long pipe. "Forget I said anything. Keep searching. Watch out for a dragonkin half-beast with cyan scales." Roy gave orders through a sound-transmitting crystal, then threw Curtis's corpse to the ground. "See if it's Curtis." Alice nodded, recited a spell toward the corpse, and attempted to summon the soul within to observe its features. A few minutes later she exhaled. "The soul of this corpse is gone." Doran was incredulous. "Gone? Could that half-beast also know soul magic?" Alice frowned and shook her head. "Whether he knows soul magic doesn't matter. What matters is whether this corpse really is Curtis." Doran turned over the corpse and examined it carefully with an expressionless face. "These wounds were caused by my martial arts. It should be Curtis. What's the problem?" "The problem is enormous. Although I don't know the reason, every godfather we killed in the past had his soul stained with demonic chi. Even a soul-extinguishing spell couldn't have made it vanish so completely." Alice raised her chin slightly and continued, "Suppose the demon god cult also has a means of transferring demonic chi." Roy and Doran realized the severity of the problem. "We must find a way to talk to that dragonkin half-beast." Ugh! Liao appeared on his knees from the shadows in the lounge. The violent dizziness caused by soul shock made him cover his mouth and retch uncontrollably. After a long while he forced himself to his feet. Just as he was about to open the curtains and breathe in some fresh air, a voice came from behind him. "You truly have secrets we know nothing about." Liao's heart abruptly stopped and he staggered around. In his blurring vision he could only see a vague silhouette. Leo steadied himself against the windowsill with one hand, forcing his swaying frame to stabilize as his pupils gradually focused, finally making out the figure seated calmly within the room. It was the judge who had been following beside Echo. The judge sat there in an utterly composed manner, legs crossed, quietly observing Leo's every move. "Next time I'll have the ninja soldiers scout the surroundings first." Leo reflected with a flash of annoyance, then tugged the corners of his mouth into a wry smile. "Your Honor, are you interested in my Ember family's ancestral teleportation magic?" The judge paid no heed to Leo's explanation and rose of his own accord. "Since you can speak normally now, it's my turn to conduct the interrogation. What do you want to ask?" Before he could finish, the judge's figure abruptly flickered before Leo, delivering a fierce knee strike to his abdomen. Leo clenched his jaw and let out a muffled grunt. Before he could react, the judge seized him by the neck and slammed him against the wall. "Your physical resilience is already close to rank 2. Tell me, what method did you use to bypass the curse and restore your body to normal?" Leo's eyes widened. What curse?" The judge regarded him with contempt. "You mean to say you still don't know that you've been under a frailty curse and a spell-sealing curse all this time?" As if suddenly struck by some revelation, Leo's expression twisted with fury. It was you who cursed me, giving me this broken body and making me the laughingstock of everyone. Why would you do such a thing?" The judge let out a derisive laugh, his grip on Leo's neck tightening slightly. "A mere cardinal like me doesn't possess such power. This was the doing of the high priest. So these really were the demon god cult's people. This power was on par with Harris, if I don't transform into the Holy Lord there's no way I'll escape. But if I transform into the Holy Lord right now, unless I take down the judge immediately, Roy and the others will surround me before long. I'm confident I could flee, but if the judge gets captured alive by them, my disguised identity would be exposed. Well, I might as well try to probe him for information and figure out why the original owner was cursed. Leo's mind raced as he continued to play his part. Could it be that all those previous assassination attempts were you? The judge suddenly tightened his grip on Leo's neck. Enough nonsense. The high priest had me risk exposure to kill you. But if you tell me how to dispel the curse, I'll spare your life. Leo's face flushed crimson as he struggled to draw in breaths, then sneered, "It seems you've been placed under some deadly curse yourself, haven't you?" The muscles in the judge's face twitched incessantly as his grip grew tighter. "I'll warn you one last time, the next words you speak had better be what I want to hear." Just then a shout rang out from below the courthouse. "Tatis has been captured." Lifting the lockdown, all relevant personnel prepare for interrogation. Useless fool. Not only did he fail to buy us much time, he let himself be taken alive. Fine. I'll kill you now and try my luck at the graveyard on the outskirts. The judge cursed loudly, hesitated no longer, and raised an arm wreathed in surging battle aura toward Leo's head. Sensing the unbridled killing intent in the judge's eyes, Leo's expression turned cold and sharp. Just as he was about to unleash the Blaze Demon Golem for a swift kill, a blindingly brilliant bolt of lightning pierced through the curtains. Neither Leo nor the judge had time to react before the high-tier formation outside the courthouse activated on its own. The 5 layers of protective barriers had barely taken shape when the twisted serpent of lightning coming from nowhere tore through them like paper. Crack! 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 Amid the crisp symphony of shattering barriers, the lightning serpent blasted through the outer wall of the lounge with devastating, irresistible momentum. The swift serpentine lightning precisely arced around Leo, lunging unerringly at the judge as he scrambled backward. Crackle! The instant it touched him, the true terror contained within the lightning serpent erupted. A violent storm of magical energy exploded outward from the judge at its center, engulfing his body in a cataclysm of thunder in an instant. Guided by the caster's deliberate will, the raging arcane force that had eliminated its target surged heavenward, tearing off the building's roof. Leo, standing a mere 2 meters from the judge, was completely unharmed aside from a slight upheaval of his worldview. There's another hidden expert. Judging by the power of that lightning serpent, even my current Holy Lord form would have a tough time tanking it. Outside the door, Monica, startled by the commotion, kicked open the locked door. She stared at the dazed Leo and the mysteriously vanished half of the wall, sinking into thought. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The courthouse members outside began shouting at the top of their lungs, but were quickly drowned out by Roy's voice. Don't panic, this is a drill. Roy and the others instantly appeared within the wreckage-strewn room, exchanging bewildered glances. Alice noticed the livid handprint on Leo's neck and asked with concern, "You were attacked. Where's the attacker?" Leo took several deep breaths, feigning lingering terror. It was a judge of the tribunal. He claimed to be a cardinal of the demon god cult and said had been paid handsomely, even if it meant exposing his identity. He had to kill me. The tribunal actually has a mole from the demon god cult. Roy's eyes bulged. Then where is he now? Leo pointed at the not a distant pile of ashes, the implication unmistakable. Without hesitation, Alice spoke an incantation over the ashes, her violet eyes gleaming faintly. In Leo's sight, a figure outlined by demonic energy gradually solidified from the ashes. He quickly retreated a few steps to keep the system from acting up and siphoning away the demonic energy in front of these heavyweights. Slightly puzzled by Leo's reaction, Alice looked at him expectantly and asked, "What did you see?" "Nothing. I just felt like some strange presence appeared." Alice asked no further questions, but the faint smile tugging at her lips showed she was very pleased with Leo's answer. After carefully examining the soul before her, Alice said to Roy, "He really is a tribunal judge, the very one who gave us the lead on Caddis movements." Roy fell into thought. So he deliberately betrayed Caddis to send us away, then took the chance to assassinate Leo? Leo seized the moment to add, he was most likely the one who signed the arrest warrant too. He probably planned to use the enforcers to deal with me without revealing his identity. When that failed, he had to do it himself. Alice shot Roy a displeased glare. Roy quickly assured Leo, "Count Leo, rest assured. I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness and give you a satisfactory resolution. Monica, escort Count Leo to another lounge." Monica had been longing to inspect Leo's injuries up close. At Roy's words, she closed the distance in 2 or 3 eager strides. Before leaving, Leo hastened to thank Alice. "Dean Alice, I'm deeply grateful for your life-saving grace." Alice arched an eyebrow and pointed a finger. "I wasn't the one who saved you just now. If you want to give thanks, go thank that little ancestor outside who's busy peeking." "Little ancestor?" Leo froze, following the direction of Alice's finger. Half a head poking out from beyond the wall quickly withdrew, leaving behind a tuft of bright white hair. Leo called tentatively toward the other side of the wall, "Is that senior sister Evelyn?" A flying carpet draped with an enormous magic hat floated into the room from beyond the wall. Through the gap under the hat brim a pair of emerald glows could be seen. "I was just out for a stroll. I didn't actively come looking for you." Alice looked puzzled. "Little ancestor, never mind why you've suddenly become diligent enough to go for a walk. Why does your voice sound so strange?" "Can't be bothered to explain. I'm taking Leo with me." Evelyn floated over to Leo, grabbed his arm and quickly chanted a few incantations. Then in a flash of light the two vanished from everyone's sight. "What?" Monica snapped back to her senses and asked urgently, "Sister Alice, who is she?" "Leo is the demon god cult's target right now. Where is she taking him?" Alice smiled with a trace of amusement. "Evelyn is your senior schoolmate. She's probably taken him back to the academy library, right? Don't worry, with that little ancestor around, Leo is perfectly safe." "Then I'll go along and see too." Roy keenly sensed something amiss. His precious granddaughter's expression seemed a little odd. When had he ever seen her so invested in a protection target? Could that silly girl be developing feelings for Leo? He had made Monica the guard just to coax her into school and let her grow up healthy, not to marry her off so hastily. Roy hurriedly stopped Monica, who was about to jump straight out through the broken wall. "The tribunal is in complete chaos now. Why not stay and help Grandpa?" Monica shook her head firmly. "I'd rather keep carrying out my protection mission." Roy narrowed his eyes. "I was actually thinking of letting you help interrogate the law enforcer who arrested Leo without authorization." Monica stopped in her tracks, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then fine. I'll go find Leo after the interrogation." Although he had managed to keep Monica there, Roy's wrinkles seemed to have gained a few extra lines out of thin air. "Oh no. Oh no 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 no." This was the first time Leo had truly experienced teleportation magic in this world, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought there would be side effects like dizziness, but to his surprise his vision only blurred for an instant and he was already back beside the throne in the library with Evelyn. Evelyn floated back to the throne. Without a word she flung off her magic hat and tossed the ice crystal-filled handkerchief to Leo. "I'll protect you and you'll cure my toothache." Having watched a 7th-rank warrior be blasted to ashes by Evelyn's lightning, how could Leo dare utter a single no? He immediately laid the handkerchief gently over her face. Seeing her squint with comfort, Leo asked cautiously, "Senior sister, what rank was that spell you just used? Can I learn it?" 9th rank lightning magic. If you want to learn it, you'll at least need to raise your level to 80. 9th rank magic. Didn't that mean the white-haired girl in front of him was at least rank 8? On par with Principal Alice. No wonder Principal Alice called her a little ancestor. When a school produces such a prodigy, who wouldn't revere her like an ancestor? Liao was filled with newfound respect. He carefully adjusted the handkerchief so the ice crystals inside wouldn't poke the little girl. As if recalling something, Evelyn opened her eyes and asked what happened to the ugly little lizard in the end. Did she win the approval of the other lizards? Liao was stunned for a moment, then remembered that at noon, to lull Evelyn to sleep, he had told her a twisted version of the ugly duckling. He thought for a moment and replied she grew up tenaciously amid the mockery and discovered that she was not the ugly, terrifying mutant white lizard others claimed her to be, but a noble and beautiful white dragon. Her king found her and together used dragon breath to avenge her, destroying every lizard that had bullied her. That's wonderful. I like this story. Tell it to me again. No problem. Amid the gentle cadence of the story, the white-haired girl instinctively curled up. Forgetting the pain in her body, she once again allowed an unfamiliar presence near her nest, and accompanied by that presence fell into a profoundly peaceful sleep. When Liao stepped out of the courtyard gate rubbing his numb hand, the moon was already high. The humming of the magic street lamp's circuits was the only sound in the silent night. The judge couldn't have said go try your luck in the graveyard for no reason after learning of Cadis's death. It was possible Cadis had hidden his fortune in the graveyard. Liao still remembered what Cadis had said when he gave him the magic tome. Even if the spells in it were deciphered, it might not be usable. This implied that Cadis might have already deciphered it, or even prepared the alchemical materials for the Lesu mask. Some of those materials seemed expensive to Liao just from their names. Given his current finances, he naturally wanted to save as much as he could. Walking into an empty alley, Liao quickly dispatched his ninja soldiers. After raising Shadow Summoning to level 2, he could now summon 99 ordinary soldiers at once, including one rank 5 elite soldier. Such an assassin force was enough to sweep the vicinity for suspicious figures in an instant. After confirming no one was around, he used Shadow Stealth and emerged amid the shadows of the suburban graveyard. The dispersed ninja soldiers confirmed the area was safe once more, and only then did Liao step out of the shadows. Still looking at the vast graveyard, he truly didn't know where to start searching. Just then a faint glimmer of light from the rundown gravedigger's hut in the distance caught his attention. Liao immediately used myriad transformations to change his appearance, draped himself in a black robe, and walked over with a let's try our luck attitude. A dense chorus of insects chirped outside the hut. The night wind rustled the leaves, occasionally carrying the calls of birds near and far. In front of a tombstone not far away, several portraits of the deceased faced the small window. This scene was enough to send chills down even a robust adult's spine, yet the girl in the wooden hut seemed completely accustomed to it. The kerosene lamp's flame wavered. The girl pressed her face close to the page with intense focus, softly reciting in the dim light. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she snapped the book shut and quietly tightened her right hand around the magic scroll beside her feet. Seeing that she had already noticed something, Liao simply pushed open the wooden door with a swagger and leaned against the doorframe. How did you notice someone approaching? Camilla's pink eyes glowed faintly behind her hair. She stared blankly at Liao and stammered, "The insects outside stopped calling." Liao hadn't expected to meet Camilla here either. He drew a silver coin from his robe and tossed it onto the table. "Don't be afraid. I just want to ask you a few questions. Answer honestly and this silver coin is yours." Camilla stood up a little nervously. "No need. You can just ask directly. Has anything strange happened in the graveyard? For instance, someone digging graves in the middle of the night at 2 or 3. I don't know." Liao hadn't expected much anyway, so he said casually, "Think harder. Unusual sounds, unusual people, things like that." Camilla lowered her head and thought. "Mr. Katie, who was supposed to come for the shift an hour ago, never showed up. Does that count?" "Katie? Cadis?" Liao's eyes lit up. He pressed the silver coin into Camilla's hand. You can go home now. But, Liao snapped harshly, get lost right now? Don't ever let me see you here again or I'll take your life. Yes. Camilla nodded, quickly hugged her notebook and ran home through the darkness. It wasn't that Liao intended to scare her. It was just that other godfathers might come looking for Cadis's legacy later, and it truly was dangerous for Camilla to remain there. After arranging for a ninja soldier to escort her secretly, Liao gazed at the cramped little hut before him and grinned. Search it. Hundreds of scarlet eyes wove through the shadows, combing every corner until nothing remained unchecked. Before ninja soldiers specialized in reconnaissance, this little hut held no secrets. In less than a minute, a ninja soldier reverently presented to Liao a wooden box that had been buried deep in the ground. Liao opened the box with one hand, only for a pitch-black object to shoot out of it and fly straight toward his face. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the 5th-rank elite ninja soldier hurled a throwing dart, striking the dark figure lunging at Liao with unerring accuracy. A dull thud, the dart had pinned the shadow to the wooden wall on one side. Liao retreated behind the elite ninja soldier and focused his gaze. It was actually a pitch-black viscous liquid the size of a thumb. After being briefly pinned by the dart, the liquid quickly slid off the blade. Its severed body rejoined and it lunged at Liao once again. At Liao's signal, the ninja soldier reached out and caught the black viscous liquid directly in his palm. Squelch! The slime let out an eerie sound, squirmed out through the soldier's fingers and extended several slender tendrils, relentlessly reaching for Liao. Liao pondered for a moment, then extended his index finger and touched the slime's tendril. Special Elemental Sprite Demonic Chi Slime, a level 1 wishes to form a master-servant contract with you. Do you accept? So it's just a slime, I thought it was venom, Liao grumbled inwardly, quickly recalling what he had read about elemental sprites. These creatures are born in environments suffused with a particular element, lack a fixed form, and generally keep close to the elves. After signing a soul contract with an elemental sprite, one's affinity for a specific element could be greatly enhanced. Some elemental sprites could even serve as remarkable combat power in their own right, but the price was that their fates were bound together for good or ill. The elves had even developed a mage profession from this, called the Sprite Tamer. But why would this demonic chi slime take the initiative to form a contract with me? I'm not in my sacred lord form right now, so there shouldn't be any demonic chi leaking out. Liao rubbed his chin, lost in thought. The master-servant contract was by its very nature an extremely unequal soul contract. Even if Liao was dissatisfied and killed the demonic chi slime outright, he would suffer no punishment. Since this slime is so cooperative, I'll give it a chance. System accept. The moment the words left his mouth, a small intricate pitch-black contract array appeared on the back of Liao's hand. The slime bounced excitedly onto the back of his hand and dived straight into the array. The master-servant contract has been successfully signed. Demonic Chi Slime Servant. Race Elemental Sprite. Level 1 can be raised using magic power. Constitution 1. Magic power 10 shareable. Skill shaping. Although this slime was even weaker than Liao had anticipated, the word shareable in the magic power column made his eyes light up. Activation talismans could bypass the weakening curse and help improve his constitution, but he had still found no solution to the magic ceiling curse. Magic crystals were barely usable, but there was a risk of magic going berserk. Converting the life-sustaining demonic chi into magic power, on the other hand, felt a bit too extravagant. Liao couldn't wait to summon the slime, testing it by feeding it 10 points of demonic chi. Although its body grew somewhat larger, no level up notification appeared. Oh well, you can't catch a wolf without staking the bait. Liao kept 10,000 points of demonic chi for himself and dumped the remaining several thousand into the slime all at once. The next moment the slime quickly swelled to the size of a fist. Its already pitch-black color became even deeper and eerier, like an abyss. Your compatibility with the demonic chi slime is extremely high. It has automatically evolved into a familiar. Please name your familiar. Liao studied the black herbal jelly that was affectionately squirming in his hand with the utmost seriousness, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Dark Shadow Soul Devouring Nether Void Demon Suppressing Lord. The name cannot be changed once confirmed. Not one word will change. Dark Shadow Soul Devouring Nether Void Demon Suppressing Lord Familiar. Race Elemental Sprite. Level 17 Capped. Constitution 10. Magic Power 300 Shareable. Skills Shaping Mimicry Proliferation. Shaping grants the body extremely powerful plasticity. Mimicry devour materials to simulate the corresponding physical properties. Proliferation consume demonic chi to multiply. Liao stared at the slime's level column and twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling rather disgruntled. This slime could very likely continue leveling up. It was just that because Liao was only level 17 now, it could not surpass that level. He had probably wasted a great deal of demonic chi just now. Dark Shadow Soul Devouring Nether Void Demon Suppressing Lord doesn't want to let you down. In the torrent of demonic chi, it successfully learned the skill Demonic Chi Generation LV. 1. Demonic Chi Generation LV. 1. Consume 1 point of magic power to generate 1 point of demonic chi. In other words, from now on he was guaranteed at least 300 demonic chi coming in every so often. If he raised its level later and managed to produce 1000 demonic chi a day, wouldn't he be able to return to his territory ahead of schedule and live a life of ease? Liao excitedly kissed the slime. You've done me so proud. From today on you're my second lifeline. Daddy. The sudden childish voice in his mind made Liao freeze for a moment, then he immediately realized it was the slime in his hand transmitting its thoughts with mental power. Who's your daddy? Call me Master. Daddy Master. It seemed this little fellow's intelligence wasn't very high. Liao stopped worrying about what the slime called him and turned his gaze to the other skills. Use Proliferation. At the command, the slime's smooth surface instantly resembled a lake struck by a pebble, rippling in layer after layer. Before long, a much smaller black slime emerged from its body. The slime that split off did not have much self-awareness. It could only carry out the simple orders Liao gave, and its skill list did not include demonic chi generation. His chicken and egg idea had come to nothing, but Liao wasn't too surprised. He gave the next order. Shaping. The generated slime rapidly deflated and flattened, becoming a glossy black plastic sheet. Liao picked up the sticky sheet, kneaded it a few times, then cut a piece of fabric from his black robe and fed it to the sheet. Mimicry. The sticky texture of the sheet changed in an instant, visually, tactilely, and in weight it was exactly identical to the cloth it had just devoured. Proliferate in large numbers. Eat the clothes on my body and perform wanton shaping mimicry. A few minutes later, Liao felt the slime garments on his body, indistinguishable from normal clothes, and grinned. Looks like I won't have to worry about having no clothes after transforming into the Sacred Lord anymore. He then formed a demonic chi storage organ inside the slime, ensuring that the demonic chi it produced would not leak out. Only after that did Liao feel reassured and withdraw the slime into the contract space. With that done, he turned his gaze back to the wooden box. Inside, besides a few precious mask materials, there was also a diamond-shaped communication crystal. Communication technology in this world was not advanced. Transmission crystals of this kind generally had a limited range, so long-distance messaging between cities still relied on sending letters. And at this moment, the communication crystal that should have been under Cadis's authority was emitting an extremely regular rhythmic flashing. Who could be contacting Cadis at this hour? Could it be another godfather? Liao quickly used the myriad transformations to mimic Cadis' voice and connected the sound-transmitting crystal. Before the other end of the crystal could speak, Liao struck first. Damn it! I swear I didn't slip up at all. Which bastard gave away my whereabouts? After a brief silence, a voice somewhat familiar to Li Ao came through the crystal. Caddis, you really escaped. No shit. Otherwise, are you hearing from the one who killed me? Don't think I wouldn't dare curse you just because you're the high priestess. Calm down, Caddis. I understand how you feel. It's just that the other godfathers reported to me that the tribunal claims to have captured you alive. Li Ao sneered. Do you expect the tribunal to admit they let a gravely wounded godfather slip away? Caddis, I hope you understand, I'm not doubting you. I'm merely curious about how exactly you managed to escape from the holy city. Why don't you send a godfather to pick me up first? I'll explain slowly once I'm back. Caddis, the followers of the demon god will forever remember the contribution you have made. A long sigh came from the crystal, and faintly the sound of a string of obscure incantations could be heard. Li Ao fell silent for a few seconds, then urged, somewhat baffled, don't rush to pray to the demon god. I'm badly wounded, are you sending someone over or not? The high priestess voice clearly broke, you're still alive. Sensing the shift in her tone, Li Ao immediately recalled the judge's desperate eagerness to remove the curse and pursed his lips awkwardly. So the high priestess hadn't been praying just now, she was trying to trigger the curse inside Caddis. Actually, I found a way to break the curse. You're not Caddis at all. The connection was severed and the sound transmitting crystal heated up at a terrifying speed. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Ao hurled the crystal into the sky. Boom! The gravedigger's hut was instantly obliterated by the blast wave. On the outskirts of the holy city in the commoner's quarter, Camilla was shoved hard by the thin-faced woman and staggered backward out of the door. What do you mean you won't go to the graveyard anymore? You eat my food and drink my water, how can you say such a thing without shame? Camilla lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, someone told me not to go. If you want to slack off, at least think of a better excuse. You're just asking for a beating. The thin-faced woman raised her hand toward Camilla, and Camilla immediately closed her eyes out of habit and tensed her body. Just as the hand was about to land on Camilla's face, an arm suddenly shot out and grabbed it, halting the movement. A middle-aged man stepped out from behind the woman and looked at her in disapproval. How many times have I told you, don't hit her face? We still need her to charm the rich young men of the Holy Academy. The thin-faced woman said tartly, keep on dreaming then. Your precious daughter has been attending classes for over a month now, has she charmed anyone yet? The man refused to be proven wrong and defended himself. Didn't she bring us a few premium steaks last time? Camilla, how has the person who gave you those steaks treated you these past few days? Camilla stammered, fine. The thin-faced woman cut in with displeasure, fine my foot. He's probably just after a bit of novelty. I told you long ago, those noble young lords would never take a commoner seriously. A girl like her with all that time spent on schooling would be better off working an honest job to help support the family. Does she really think she's some young miss? The man quickly tried to smooth things over, but that mage in charge of admissions gave Camilla free enrollment. I asked around. A regular student's tuition for one semester costs over a dozen gold coins. It costs us nothing, so why not take advantage of it? With that he said to Camilla in an earnest tone, remember what I taught you. Don't agree to his conditions too readily. Before you give him your body, squeeze as many benefits out of him as you can. Understand? Seeing that the man had made up his mind, the thin-faced woman could only pull a basket of tattered clothes from the house and fling it in front of Camilla as if venting her frustration. You don't sleep until you've finished mending them. Got it? Yes, mother. Camilla dragged the heavy basket to a street lamp 100 meters away. Squinting, she tried for a long time before finally getting the thread through the eye of the needle. She let out a relieved sigh, sat down on a stone by the roadside and began to sew with quick, nimble hands. As her body swayed slightly, a gleaming silver coin slipped out of her pocket. Only then did Camilla remember she had forgotten to hand over the silver coin. She hurriedly stood up and picked it up, but after taking only a few steps toward home she stopped as if driven by some invisible force. She silently retreated to her little workspace and clenched the silver coin tightly in her palm. Dawn broke and the Holy Academy was once again filled with the youthful vitality of young men and women. While Yifulin was still asleep, Liao stretched lazily and slipped out of the library, planning to stop by Samantia's wooden cabin before class to fetch some ice crystal dragon scales. After all, Monica had rallied the demon hunters yesterday to speak up for him. It would be unthinkable not to return the favor. But he had only walked a short way when he noticed that the number of people turning to look at him was unusually high. Didn't the dean say he cleared up the misunderstanding overnight? Then why are these people still looking at me with such complicated expressions? Just as Liao was full of doubt, a figure swiftly brushed past him. At a moment when the other students kept glancing back at him, the figure sprinting head down was especially conspicuous. Without hesitation, Liao turned and reached out to grab Landy by the shoulder. "Prince Landy, long time no see. Don't you recognize me?" Landy instinctively rubbed his backside and gave Liao an awkward smile. "Brother Liao, how could I not recognize you? I just have something urgent to take care of." His extremely unnatural expression only made Liao more uneasy. Liao put both hands on Landy's shoulders and asked seriously, "Brother Landy, everyone has been looking at me strangely. Do you have any idea why?" Landy gave a smile that looked worse than tears. "Well, a brother sometimes faces a difficulty he can't get out of, and he might do something not quite honorable to keep his life. You understand, right?" "Sure. Necessity, right? Safety first." Landy immediately relaxed. Yes, exactly. Necessity. Since you understand, I can rest easy. So hurry up and tell me, why are they looking at me like that?" Landy lowered his head and coughed lightly. "Well, a few days ago Yelenola brought that love letter to my mother the queen." Liao's heart gave a violent jolt. "You confessed." "I had no choice, brother. If I didn't, I'd be in pain. The queen has such a temper, she beat my backside black and blue. I simply couldn't hold out. No wonder Yelenola had been bringing up the love letter these past 2 days, so she was hinting at me." Liao drew in a sharp breath. "I don't think she means to make a huge scene. How many gold coins should I give her as an apology?" Landy looked at him with profound pity. "Brother, someone let the news slip. Now the entire noble circle of the holy city knows that the profoundly heartfelt, peerless love poem was written by you for Yelenola." A shudder ran through Liao. "Who in the world is trying to ruin me?" Landy patted Liao's shoulder as if consoling him. "Brother, look on the bright side. Anyway, your engagement to Weila is already as good as void. Why not take this chance to win her over?" Yelenola stood with graceful poise, an unfathomable smile on her face. "Win over whom?" Both of them turned around stiffly, their Adam's apples bobbing in uncanny unison. Leo firmly gripped Randy's shoulder to stop him from slipping away, then performed a flawless bow of salutation to Eleonora. "Good morning, Your Highness. Beside your beauty, even the rising sun seems to lose its luster." At Leo's words of praise, the corners of Eleonora's mouth curved up despite herself, though a trace of discontent still flickered beneath her eyes. That despicable man? He had been cleared of all charges long ago, yet he never sent anyone to inform me. Because of him, I had to write invitations, pay personal calls, and run around at the risk of being implicated. I nearly wore out my legs. With that thought, Eleonora fixed Leo with an ambiguous smile. "You certainly keep your cards close, my Lord Count. Since that love letter was written by you." With that thought, Eleonora fixed Leo with an ambiguous smile. "You certainly keep your cards close, my Lord Count. Since that love letter was written by you, you should have told me earlier. Or does my Lord Count actually relish being praised to his face by his beloved?" Leo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, dared not pick up Eleonora's thread, and full of apology bowed once more with Randy. "Your Highness, I truly apologize. Prince Randy and I, overwhelmed by your beauty, composed that love poem together. If we have been discourteous, please forgive us. Prince Randy is also willing to make a public apology alongside me. Randy's face fell. If they apologized publicly, he would have to endure another beating from his father. Eleonora retained her noble, graceful demeanor, merely giving a light laugh behind her hand. It is hardly pleasant to be pointed at and whispered about along the way, but I am not the kind of petty person who holds grudges. For both of you to admire my looks brings me great honor. Why would I ever ask you to apologize? Randy's eyes bulged, his face written all over with incredulity. This doesn't make sense. That day when the Empress thrashed me, weren't you sitting right there drinking tea? Why didn't you say that then? Leo let out a relieved sigh. Just as one would expect of the Empire's princess. Since your highness is not upset, then let this matter fade with time and become a sweet, wistful campus memory. Eleonora gave a soft snort inwardly and put on a most innocent expression. I am perfectly fine with it. It's just that my Lord Count's reputation in your domain is already rather poor. If my father learns that you have stirred up another public scandal, he may very well declare war on the Enbul territory. Leo's eyelid twitched. Not good, my happy home. The Enbul territory lay at the easternmost edge of Cyrodiil, bordering the Beast domain and separated from the Kaiserland Empire by 10,000 miles. If another country declared war on Enbul, it might be mere intimidation. But Caesar the Great, the War Emperor, might very well dispatch troops to press across the border. Over a decade ago, that emperor had led his army around the Holy Kingdom, crossing mountains and rivers to wipe out a magical noble family hidden in the far south of the continent. Because the Holy Kingdom had refused his request to pass through its territory, border clashes between the two nations continued to this day. If he truly provoked this man, could he still enjoy his lavish aristocratic life in peace? Watching Leo's stifled, aggrieved expression, Eleonora felt her resentment finally dissolve. She smiled and reminded them. You two don't be late for class. With that she walked lightly toward the Magic Academy. In the moment Leo was caught off guard, Randy had already broken free. Seeing Randy about to flee, Leo quickly called out. Brother Randy, I'll compose a few love poems that fit your style. Give them to Eleonora and help draw some fire away from me. Randy shook his head violently, the flesh on his face jiggling. Brother, I think the Empress was right. Eleonora and I are really not suited. I've already let her go. You can definitely win her over. After leaving that blessing, he activated the magical device under his feet and vanished in a streak of light. The strange glances from the surrounding students looked to Leo like so many death warrants. He had no choice but to quicken his steps to the mountaintop and temporarily escape reality. The cabin door was open and from within came snatches of conversation. You gave that healing potion flow chart to no one but him, and it was because of that chart that I went to Border City. In less than a single day I was ambushed twice. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Come back to the White Tower with me and testify for me. Couldn't it have been leaked while the letter was being delivered? That child would never do such a thing. Just how naive can you be? Who's outside? Leo made no attempt to conceal his footsteps. He walked in generously and bowed to each in turn. Lady Eloy, Teacher Samantha. Eloy frowned as she sized up Leo. Why are you a student of the Holy Academy? Samantha was a little surprised. You know each other? He's the promising young man I told you about, the one I met in Border City. Samantha suddenly understood. No wonder Leo had managed to brew a high-level healing potion. He must have received special guidance from Eloy in Border City. Though that too was astonishing, it was more acceptable than a complete novice somehow brewing a high-level healing potion. Leo, you didn't get hurt yesterday, did you? Lucia was very worried about you. Remember to let her know you're safe. Thank you for your concern, teacher. My senior and I just met in the library. Then Leo turned curiously to the other side. Why hasn't Lady Eloy returned to the White Tower? We were ambushed by the demon god cult on the way. Fortunately, the Holy Kingdom came to the rescue in time. So Carda's target was you. First a kidnapping, then an ambush. That's terribly bad luck. Is Miss Amy all right? She was frightened and she's still in the hospital. Samantha glanced at Eloy's complicated expression and could easily guess what was on her mind. After a brief hesitation, she spoke up to persuade him. Eloy is my friend. Go to the White Tower with her. Their talent is everything. With your abilities you'll receive abundant resources and achieve far greater things. Eloy hadn't expected Samantha to speak on her behalf. She shot her a grateful look, then awaited Leo's answer expectantly. In her eyes, since his mentor had spoken, Leo would have no choice but to follow her. Yet Leo refused with righteous conviction. Teacher Samantha, the Enbel family is a knightly house, and above all we honor our word. Since I vowed to follow you, I will never abandon you for any benefit. I know you mean well for me, but this also insults my integrity. Never mention it again. Eloy gave a dejected sigh. His character is far better than those disciples of yours in the White Tower. Indeed, even if one knows oneself to be inferior, who wouldn't want to be chosen with such unwavering devotion? Samantha maintained her calm, nonchalant expression, but her slightly stooped back had quietly straightened. Lucia divided the ice crystal dragon scale into pieces last night. Take as many as you need. Following Samantha's direction, Leo found the chest holding the dragon scale fragments, but his eyes were suddenly drawn to a gleaming light nearby. Leo reached into the wooden box, took out a round glass lens of moderate size, and held it before his eye. He found that the objects in his view were greatly magnified. Eloy added, making convex glass in every possible curvature wasted a great deal of Samantha's time. In the end, she found it more convenient to just take a sip of a vision enhancement potion. Eloy added, making convex glass in every possible curvature wasted a great deal of Samantha's time. In the end, she found it more convenient to just take a sip of a vision enhancement potion. Leo naturally knew exactly what this was. A convex surface could serve as a magnifying glass, while a concave surface would be a pair of nearsighted glasses. Remembering Camilla's vision problem, Leo quickly asked instructor Samantha, may I try making some concave glass pieces? A concave surface only makes the field of vision smaller, yet has no special use. I'm just curious and want to try it with my own hands. Samantha scratched her cheek awkwardly, took the spatial ring from her finger and handed it to Eloy. Help him take out the magic tools. I'll go and wait outside for now. With that, Samantha grabbed a small stool and hurried out of the wooden cabin. Eloy took out the polishing magic tools with a displeased expression. The mainstream of the alchemy school right now is still refining potions. You'd better not get too caught up in these offshoot crafts. Don't worry, Lady Eloy. I'm just curious. After a brief lesson, Leo began trying his hand at polishing. But such fine work was truly beyond a newcomer like Leo. He either shattered the glass or left its surface pitted and uneven. Now I believe that you really are a beginner in alchemy. Seeing Leo fail repeatedly, Eloy could no longer stand it. She stepped forward, snatched the tool from his hand, and took over herself. Her slender fingers moved the glass with agility, each polishing stroke controlled to perfection. Before long, she handed Leo a smooth, transparent piece of glass. What we are doing now belongs to the forging branch of the alchemy school, and this branch demands an extremely strict sense of degree. Just as you would use magic power to construct circuits, you must learn to use your mental power to control your movements with fine precision. Understand? Leo, who had only learned some basic magic knowledge, showed that he did not understand in the least. Looking at his bewildered eyes, Eloy helplessly pressed her forehead. What exactly has Samantha been teaching you? Don't resist. She extended her index finger and pressed it to Leo's forehead. Warm, gentle magic power flowed through her finger and into his mind. Touched a high-purity water magic chi carrier. Magic chi 11. Receiving skill spiritual supersense water magic codex. After a moment, Eloy was breathing a little heavily. She took out a handkerchief and dabbed the fine sweat from her face. This is the Ward family's hereditary magic, a reward of sorts for choosing Samantha. Magic Chi absorption complete. Current Magic Chi 12,000. Skill acquired Spiritual Super Sense LV. 1. Spiritual Super Sense LV. 1. Consumes magic power to resonate with water magic power or magic chi in the surrounding space, greatly enhancing spiritual perception. Thank you very much, Lady Eloy. Liao thanked her sincerely. In just a few minutes, magic chi had been credited to his account. He had a lead on the Water Magic Codex, and he had picked up a practical skill for free. Could this be the legendary feeling of being a kept man? Don't rush to thank me. This spell is quite difficult. Though you probably can't learn it now, even a rough understanding will be enough for you. I've already learned it. Was he hearing things? It seems the pressure of these past few days outside the tower had indeed become too heavy for him. Eloy put away her handkerchief. Seeing Liao with an expression waiting for her response, her face suddenly changed. Did you just say that you've learned it? Liao took out a glass lens in front of her and used the slime's magic power to activate spiritual supersense. In an instant he felt everything around him slow down. Eloy's breathing, her contracted pupils, the hum of the magic tool circuits, the touch of the glass in his hand, the tiny undulations on the glass surface. Details that were ordinarily impossible to perceive were all infinitely magnified at that moment. Calling to mind Eloy's lens polishing movements and relying on the physical dexterity granted by the monkey talisman, Liao polished the lens in his hand with incredible speed. To be on the safe side, he deliberately left a few flaws. Eloy took the lens Liao handed her in a daze. Without even a close look, she could tell from its feel alone how fine its workmanship was. Without learning spiritual supersense, it would have been impossible to reach such a level. Fortunately, some flaws remained, showing that he had not completely mastered it, but that was enough to prove his terrifying theoretical talent in magic. Did this also mean he was capable of learning the family's other hereditary magic? Eloy licked her lips and gripped Liao's arm tightly as if afraid he would run away. What do you think of Amy? As long as you agree to marry her and marry into the Ward family from now on, you'll have all the gold resources and maids you need. Liao had indeed planned to use his magic talent to astonish Eloy, preparing to fleece the Ward family in the future. But he had not expected Eloy to state her terms so bluntly. The temptation of a fragrant, well-fed, kept man life was a little too strong, wasn't it? Fortunately, Liao still held fast to his principles at the crucial moment. Why give up his perfectly respectable position as a Count Lord to live under someone else's roof and risk humiliation? Even if he truly intended to be a kept man, he should at least first scout out the Ward family inside and out. Lady Eloy, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Besides, I'm already betrothed. Eloy refused to give up and pressed further. Which family's young lady are you betrothed to? I can speak with her on behalf of the Ward family. It's the eldest daughter of the Grom family. Why did it have to be the Grom family, the very one his family had repeatedly warned him never to provoke? Eloy dejectedly released Liao's hand. You probably won't need my help anymore. They'll go to the hospital to see Amy. Take care, Lady Eloy. Since Liao had no idea how nearsighted Camilla was and did not quite dare face Eleonora, he simply spent the whole morning polishing concave lenses of various curvatures. Taking advantage of the morning classes not having ended yet, Liao carried the prepared items toward the cafeteria and ran straight into Hella, who was holding a lunchbox. He did not need to think twice. Liao knew he was about to be scolded. Sure enough, Hella caught sight of Liao and immediately came over to stand up for Vera. Weren't you the one who swore over and over that you would stay with the young lady even at the end of the world? Then how could you write that kind of love poem for that so-called princess? Liao tried to explain it really was just an accident. What accident? Then why don't you have an accident with every pretty girl in the academy? A flash of inspiration struck Liao and he excitedly grabbed Hella's shoulders. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Hella, you're a genius. Quick, let go. Just then a tall female student from the Martial Academy rushed over and slapped Li Ao's arm away. I know you. You're the mad dog, aren't you? Don't think everyone is afraid of you. If I see you bullying the weak again, watch out for my fists. Li Ao looked the girl over and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I just lost my composure. Fortunately, senior sister reminded me in time, so I didn't do anything more impolite. To thank you, senior sister, would you allow me to give you a gift? Seeing Li Ao admit his mistake so earnestly, the girl's expression softened considerably and she asked curiously, what gift? A poem. Li Ao casually plucked a white rose from the flower bed and handed it to the girl. I saw your passionate heart, and within it lies the gentle tenderness that savors a rose. Though flowers may eventually wither, your unique soft beauty has already taken root in my heart. The girl managed to stay composed at first, but she soon realized that it was a love poem and abruptly stepped back several steps. You. May my gift accompany you through a wonderful lunchtime. Li Ao swept his gaze around and without the slightest hesitation hurried toward the next target. Holy Academy, welcome your king of love poems. The farthest distance in the world is not between life and death, it is that I stand right before you, yet you do not know that I love you. Would you live with me in some obscure little town amid an endless twilight and the unbroken chime of bells? I shall forever treasure this beautiful instant, for you appeared before me, lovely as a flower that blooms but for a moment, a dreamlike spirit of grace. Leo had publicly gifted love verses to nearly every comely young woman he encountered, not even sparing the female instructors. Watching each blushing girl hurry away in embarrassment, a sly satisfied grin spread across his face, as if to say, just as planned. Before long, word that he enjoyed composing love poems for pretty classmates would sweep the entire Holy Academy. Rumors as damaging as, a mere cur from the borderlands dares to covet the Empire's princess, would be buried once and for all. Surely the War Emperor would not bother taking issue with a frivolous young rake whose only vice was composing love verses to lovely maidens. Besides, none of these were salacious verses unfit for the light of day. They were adapted from famous poems of his past life imbued with considerable artistic merit. Would this harm his image as a devoted lover? His earlier pretense of unwavering devotion had merely been a shield for self-preservation. Now that he had secured Jiro's promise in exchange for treatment, that carefully crafted persona no longer mattered. Moreover, Jiro would likely be pleased to see him casting his gaze upon women other than Vera. Checking the time, Leo abandoned any thought of lunch. The moment he stepped into the classroom, every pair of eyes unconsciously drifted between Leo and Eleonora. They had witnessed Randy's confession firsthand and been stunned by the love poem, never imagining it had been penned by the so-called cur. Paying no heed to their stares, Leo casually wrote a string of magic runes on the blackboard, then walked over to Camilla. Walk backwards slowly until the words on the board become unclear. Murmurs immediately rippled through the room. So higher learning doesn't guarantee higher character. Why is he picking on Camilla again? And right in front of the princess. Does he have no regard at all for how she sees? Seeing Martin's gaze slide toward them, Bella at Camilla's side pressed a hand on her arm. Camilla, if you keep enduring it, he'll only keep bullying you. But before Leo could explain, Camilla had already slipped free of Bella's grasp and retreated several paces back on her own. Leo promptly opened the wooden box, revealing rows upon rows of lenses inside. Help me finish an alchemy assignment. Look through each lens at the words on the board and find the one that forms the clearest image. Camilla did as instructed and completed the test in no time. That's enough. You can go back now. Leo marked the selected lens, then sat down behind Monica and reached a hand toward her. Monica curiously pinched the thumb-sized crystalline dragon scale in his palm. What is this? A frost crystal dragon scale. A frost crystal dragon scale? Monica's voice rose unintentionally, drawing the glances of her classmates. Flustered, she lowered her head, her pupils trembling as a storm of thoughts churned through her mind. Wasn't this the thing he bought for love? Why on earth would he give it to me? Could he be dropping some kind of hint? It's a gift to thank you for having my back yesterday. Is that all? Then you'll keep it. Monica's nearly overloaded mind finally rebooted. Her fingertips traced the faintly cool dragon scale and somehow she found herself feeling strangely disappointed. Beside her having waited in vain for a gift of her own, Eleonora could no longer hold back. Does the Earl not plan to give me something as well? Leo froze for a moment, then broke into a confident smile. Rest assured, Your Highness. Tomorrow I shall present you with a grand surprise. Is that so? If it pleases me, I may put in a good word for you before my father. Just then the bell rang and a figure in violet appeared abruptly at the podium, prompting every student to snap upright in their seats. Why is the dean here? Alice smiled warmly at the room below. Students, Professor Warren has been dismissed from the academy for bringing outsiders to seize a Saint Academy student without permission. Until your new instructor arrives, I shall temporarily serve as your teacher for magical theory. No one would pass up a chance to learn from an 8th order archmage. Every student immediately assumed an expression of rapt attention, terrified of missing even a single detail. Alice turned with satisfaction, about to write on the blackboard, when her gaze was drawn to the magic script Leo had left behind. Curious, she pointed at it. Did Jonah write this morning? Has she already taught you something like this? Dean, Leo wrote that just now. Alice's eyes lit up as she looked at Leo. Leo, are you studying soul contracts on your own? Feel free to ask if there's anything you don't understand. Wait. Her expression abruptly tensed as she blurred to Leo's side. How do you already have a contract established on you? Could that judge really have done something to you before he died? If even this could be spotted, could he not keep even a shred of privacy? Leo had no choice but to let the contract formation on the back of his hand materialize. Dean, Alice, an elemental fairy, voluntarily formed a contract with me. Remembering Leo's exceptionally pure soul, Alice quickly accepted the notion of an elemental fairy binding itself to him on its own initiative, though a sliver of concern still lingered in her heart. This was the only successor in soul magic she had found in all these years. She absolutely could not risk an accident born of her own negligence. Summon it out and it'll take a look for you. With a mere thought from Leo, a fist-sized pitch-black slime bounded out from the formation on the back of his hand. Gloopy. The instant it landed on the desk, it locked onto Eleonora, bouncing excitedly in place before leaping straight at her. Mommy. The moment he heard the slime's message echoing in his mind, Leo turned pale with fright. Fortunately, the slime did not do anything strange as he had feared. It simply landed steadily in Eleonora's palm, nuzzling eagerly against her fingers. Seeing Eleonora's questioning gaze, Leo quickly waved his hands in denial. I swear I didn't command it. It went to you all by itself. Violet light flickered in Alice's eyes and her tone finally lightened. It is indeed an elemental fairy. While it possesses no particularly outstanding elemental affinity, these beings usually only contract with elves of their own accord. You are quite fortunate. She turned to the other students and began to teach them related knowledge on the spot. Meanwhile, Eleonora and Monica curiously fiddled with the slime. Such a good little thing. What's its name? Gloopy. Naturally, they understood nothing and could only blink at Leo. Naming it was one matter, but saying the name aloud was entirely another. Did such a grand and exalted name deserve to be known by just anyone? Leo awkwardly curled his toes, thinking hard for a long moment. It says its name is Little Coal Ball. Gloopy. Such an adorable name. All right. Let's focus on the lesson. Little Coal Ball, come back now. Reluctantly, Little Coal Ball left Eleonora's palm and slipped back into the formation. The shadow-devouring abyssal void demon-suppressing lord has brought you 50 points of demonic chi. So that was it, you were after the demonic chi clinging to Eleonora this whole time? Father misjudged you. Leo called Little Coal Ball out once more. Kind and beautiful princess, this little one seems unable to bear parting from you. Eleonora raised an eyebrow, gracefully retrieving the slime into her palm and stroking it gently, much to Monica's envy. Liao swept his gaze across the enforcers around him and quickly abandoned any thought of escape. Shadow Walk had an unmistakable wind-up. If those enforcers launched an attack, he definitely could not withstand it. Lily Ao, are you alright? Maybe I should drop my martial academy classes from now on and just stay by your side. Wenxia's hands fidgeted uneasily on the windowsill, revealing only half of her slightly nervous face. She had taken a hefty commission, and yet yesterday she only learned from others after class that Liao had been taken into custody. By the time she rushed to the tribunal, everything had long since been settled. She had been utterly derelict in her duty. Liao guessed what she was thinking and consoled her. Don't blame yourself. Just attend your classes. The whole thing happened suddenly, and even if you had been there, nothing would have changed. Seeing that Liao was not angrily demanding she repay the money right away, Wenxia's drooping ears perked up slightly. One more thing, didn't you say before that you wanted me to help hire the other companions? They've arranged to meet you at the candy house. Originally he had wanted to hire beast folk because he had no one else to rely on. But now, with the far more loyal Shadow Corps at hand, there was no need to waste gold coins. No need. I have no plans to hire any more beast folk for now. Sister was right, he really did seem to be after me. Wenxia's face sank a little, leaving only her wavering eyes visible. Fine, then I'll go notify them first, then come find you at the estate. Just as Liao was about to nod, Luxia popped out from the side. Junior Liao, great, you haven't left yet. Do you have time to come with me to the shopping street? I'll get the gold for buying the materials and give it to you. Yelenola unconsciously kneaded little coal ball harder. Aren't there a bit too many girls around this guy? Liao did not notice the dangerous look in Yelenola's eyes and simply said to Wenxia, since we're going to the shopping street anyway, I might as well take this chance to explain in person to your companions. Although Yelenola very much wanted to go along, the thought of the calling cards from noble ladies piled up at home made her give up helplessly. In the past she could still use excuses to refuse them, but since she had personally visited each one just yesterday, it would hardly be right to turn them away now. At that thought, Yelenola tossed little coal ball back into Liao's arms with evident displeasure. I hope the Lord Earl has a pleasant date. Watching Yelenola's retreating figure, Luxia gave Liao a mischievous smile. Junior Liao, your sweetheart seems angry. If you don't chase after her now, you'll regret it later, won't you? Liao said helplessly. Senior, why are you joking around like that too? Luxia looked puzzled. But that love poem you wrote is really wonderful. Among the novels I've read, I mean among the classics I've read, it's first rate. If you weren't truly in love, you couldn't have written it, right? Seeing the three girls staring fixedly at him, waiting for an explanation, Liao couldn't help cursing Landy inwardly. Actually, I sincerely like every pretty girl. If none of you mind, I could write one for each of you right now. What utterly outrageous, shameless scumbag talk. Luxia awkwardly turned her head away. Junior, you really are blunt. It's getting late. Let's go. The four boarded the carriage, and little coal ball survived the mauling of the three girls all the way to the candy house. The already small room was now crowded with beast folk. The beast folk rescued in the border city had also been taken in by Lisha. Most of them looked at Liao with markedly hostile eyes. So you're the Earl of Enbayer? Your territory issued a kill order and you still dream of hiring us? Aren't you afraid we'll bite through your throat in the middle of the night? Lisha hurriedly shot a glare at the beast folk who had spoken and stepped forward to smooth things over. Lord Earl, we've discussed it. The commission you gave Wenxia is far too high. We're willing to serve as your guards for a year without pay as long as you provide food and lodging. After that you can hire us at the normal market rate, all right? No. Before Liao could explain, the barriered beast folk who had issued the earlier provocation rose to his feet, and dozens of beast folk in Holy Academy uniforms behind him stood up as well. Li Sha looked at them in confusion. Tail, didn't we agree on things just fine yesterday? What are you trying to do? Li Sha, you are simply too stupid. Tail looked down at Li Sha with contempt. Think about it, he is the great Earl of Anbayer. Why would he insist on hiring beast folk as guards? Obviously because he's at the end of his rope and has no one else he can trust. We don't need to please him at all. On the contrary. Tail jabbed ruthlessly at Liao's sore spot, swaggered up to him and grinned, showing his fangs. Now you have to beg us for protection, don't you? Wen Sha stepped between the two and looked up at Tail without fear. Tail, mind your attitude. Count Liao saved the children of the village, he is our friend. Ha, you're as foolish as your sister. If he didn't need us, he wouldn't care whether beast folk lived or died. Liao gently pushed Wen Sha aside and faced Tail directly. State your terms. Tail wore a smug expression, as if he had expected this. My brothers and I are the strongest fighters here. If you want to hire us, it's 3,000 gold, not a single coin less, and you absolutely may not interfere with our personal lives. The 3,000 promised to Wen Sha had been an early investment. These guys wanted another 3,000. And no interference with their personal lives. Did they really think they were some high and mighty big shots? Besides, that 3,000 had gone into the ice crystal dragon scale. Saving those two little wolf cubs had basically cost nothing. Even though he knew that not all beast folk shared Tail's extortionate attitude, Liao completely dropped the idea of doing charity. I'll think it over. Go back and wait for notice. Tail smiled as though victory was already assured and left the candy house with his men. Seeing Li Sha so ashamed that she did not dare raise her head, Liao quickly explained, Miss Li Sha, there is no need for that. Actually, I already told Wen Sha when I came that I didn't plan to hire any more beast folk anyway. Only then did Li Sha lift her head. Are you sure I haven't caused you any trouble? Of course not. Now then, could you weigh out 2 bags of candy for me? The usual, a bit of everything. One moment please. While Li Sha was busy, little coal ball, which had been quietly lying in Monica's arms, suddenly jumped up and darted into the storeroom behind the counter. Before anyone could react, it had already hopped onto the counter with a mouse held in one of its tentacles and offered it to Liao as though seeking credit. Li Sha apologized with a panicked expression. Sorry. I usually keep this place clean. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Liao easily tore the mouse apart. This is just a gummy candy shaped like a mouse. Destroyed gummy puppet. Absorbed 10 demonic energy. Rat talisman activation progress 0. 01. You acquired the innate skill animating all creation 0. 01. Animating all creation consumes a large amount of demonic energy to grant a certain degree of sentience to inanimate objects. Demonic energy consumption depends on the talisman's activation level. Your soul was nourished by the rat talisman. Mental strength increased slightly. Magic 1. Gurgle. Before Liao could clearly examine the skill, little coal ball suddenly extended a tentacle and pointed toward a certain direction. Following the tentacle, Liao saw a hurried figure vanish around a corner. Could that be the holder of the rat talisman's ability? Wait for me here. Liao gave chase without hesitation. Before long he cornered the owner of that figure in a dead end. When he could clearly see the person's face, Liao frowned deeply. What are you doing here? Leo, what exactly are you doing mingling with those half-breeds? Don't you find them filthy? Leo stared at Carter, who was accusing him first, and said with a strange expression, "You're one to talk trying to do indecent things to a half-beast classmate." Carter sneered, "How you actually think I grabbed that wolf girl because..." Carter, didn't we agree to have lunch together? Why are you here? Martin's figure appeared at the entrance of the alley, cutting Carter off. Leo glanced at him, then pressed on, "So why did you grab her?" "It's none of your business." After saying that, he walked past Leo and followed Martin out of the dead end. Monica and Windsor jumped down from the rooftop together. "Should we arrest them? Weren't you told to wait for me at the candy shop?" Seeing their unmoved expressions, Leo knew they were worried that he might get into trouble again, so he gave up on taking action for now. "It's fine. The matter is settled. Let's head back." After getting the candy, Leo and the others were led by Lucia into an elegantly decorated bookstore. The store was packed with customers, most of them dressed as maids, each clutching what appeared to be the same book. The bookstore owner beamed as soon as he saw Lucia and hurried over. "Miss Lucia, you've come at just the right time. The Nightingale lady sent over new books yesterday and we rushed out the first batch overnight. As you instructed, I kept a copy for you." Lucia was startled and tried to stop him, but the owner had already swiftly pulled out a novel with gold-embossed lettering from behind the counter. On the cover, a delicate-looking aristocrat in light armor was gently lifting the chin of a beautiful young girl. The title read, "After being exiled to the frontier, I was targeted by the sinister Count, by Nightingale in a cage." Lucia took a small step back. When did I ever instruct such a thing? You must have misremembered." Before the owner could react, a maid who hadn't managed to buy a copy reached out. "Miss, if you don't want it, could I buy it?" Lucia reluctantly glanced at the cover, then cast a sideway look at Leo and the others behind her, her voice growing softer. Of course, ha ha ha. I usually read continental epics." The owner looked puzzled. "Miss, since when did you start reading things like that?" "Wonderful. You're truly kind. Now I won't be scolded by my young lady." The maid quickly tossed down 3 gold coins, afraid Lucia would change her mind, and squeezed out of the bookstore clutching the novel. Leo was stunned and looked at the owner. "Wait, this book sells for 3 gold. Is the paper made of gold, or is the ink made of gold?" The owner immediately went into explanation mode. "Young master, you may not know this, but ordinary novels naturally can't fetch such a price. However, the one just now was a work by Lady Nightingale. It's extremely popular among noble ladies and is only sold in the Holy City. In short, her readers don't lack money." The owner showed great respect. "Young master, you've hit the nail on the head. They say that at tea parties, if you don't know the story, other ladies might laugh at you. What do you think? Interested in buying a few volumes for the ladies in your household?" Leo smiled. "I'd rather write a few volumes myself. Just give me one, any one." Lucia looked up in surprise. "Junior, you also are you interested in this kind of novel?" "I want to understand the content." If he could find a stable way to earn money, he wouldn't have to worry about Victor deliberately cutting his allowance, and he could also subsidize the cost of alchemy materials. "Wanting to understand the content. That means you're interested." A strange gleam appeared in Lucia's eyes. "Wonderful. Maybe in the future, when pulling all-nighters in the lab, she could chat about the plot with her junior and never be bored. Junior, I'll pay you back 2,000 gold later and we can share the materials. This bookstore is run by my family. Just mention my name if you want to buy any book and you'll get a discount." The lasso mask still lacked one main ingredient, which would likely require a large sum of gold, so Leo didn't refuse. "Then thank you very much, senior." Back at the manor, Hank, who had just been discharged from the hospital, was already standing guard at the door voluntarily, while Rose stood respectfully beside him with Lily. "Young Master Leo?" Seeing Leo step down from the carriage, Hank clumsily bowed to him. Leo nodded casually and gave his orders. "Hank, I hereby appoint you as the head of the manor's guards. Arrange the servants as you see fit. If any of them disobey, throw them out. Rose, go arrange a room for Miss Windsor." "As you command, young Master Leo." After making the arrangements, he carried a bag of candy to Eleanora's doorway. Before the guard could announce his arrival, Eleanora, looking somewhat weary, walked out with Sophie. "You seem very tired, Princess. You try socializing with those gossip-loving ladies and see Eleonora took a deep breath, maintaining her standard smile. What can I do for you, Earl? Didn't you send maid outfits to Lily and the others before? This is a return gift between friendly neighbors. Eleonora took the bag of candy blankly. Friendly neighbors. Exactly. We're not just neighbors, we're also classmates, and even the contracted elemental fairies like to get close to you. This is a tremendous stroke of fate. Please take good care of me in the future. Eleonora's expression softened. Holding the candy, she turned and walked back inside. I look forward to Leo's surprise tomorrow. That tone should mean she's not angry anymore, right? Please do say some good words for me to the War Emperor. Leo offered a silent prayer and returned to his manor. In the quiet dead of night, the silver moon hung high. In the same dead-end alley where Carter had been cornered, a tiny humanoid creature barely squeezed out of an inconspicuous oil paper bag in the corner. He, lucky for me, am one step ahead. I diverted the trouble and even stayed hidden until now. The miniature half-beast girl with mouse ears on her head patted her chest, a relieved smile on her small face after surviving the ordeal, then rubbed her growling stomach. Time to reward myself with a feast. Even though the streets were deserted, she nimbly darted through every crack and shadow with practiced ease. Before long she followed the scent to the gilded banquet hall. Its back door. The tiny mouse girl struggled to climb onto the trash bin and peered at the dazzling array of premium ingredients inside, her eyes sparkling. Choose this paradise? This is way too extravagant. She excitedly leaped forward. Just as her body was about to embrace paradise, a dark green palm reached out from her shadow. The hand pinched the back of the mouse girl's collar between its thumb and index finger, lifting her up before Leo, who had stepped out of the shadow. Realizing she had been caught, the mouse girl sniffled. Won't tell you anything. Part of Leo's black robe slithered into his hand, transforming into an pitch-black dining knife that scraped against the wall, sending out blinding sparks. The mouse girl trembled all over. What is that? Leo used the knife to lift her drooping tail, his eyes cold. This is a wonderful little tool we're going to use next. Feeling the sharpness of the blade and the sudden urge to urinate, the mouse girl instinctively squeezed her thighs together as large teardrops rolled down her cheeks. He'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Please just don't use those magical mystery tools on me. Asking her directly about the puppets might expose his identity, so Leo simply let her speak freely. Go on. Tell me everything you think is important. The mouse girl wiped her tears. My name is Linda. I just came of age this year and am not married. My parents are dead and I have no one to rely on. I usually scavenge rotten vegetable leaves in the countryside just to get by. Today is my first day working in the Holy City and my monthly wage is 1 silver coin. Stop. Who do you work for? I think it was called Rat Nest. The name sounded kind of warm to me, so I joined. The boss said people of my race were born for this kind of work and immediately assigned me a probationary mission. Leo withdrew the dinner knife. What mission? Linda's expression relaxed a little. She said that recently large numbers of half-beasts have been disappearing all over the region, and she told me to keep an eye on the half-beasts at the Holy City's candy house to see if I could spot anything unusual. So it really was related to the half-beasts. Leo thought of Marcus' mission to search for the half-beast village and his heart turned cold. He had a premonition that the mass disappearances of half-beasts were definitely connected to the demon god cult. With your abilities you probably couldn't even get close to those sharp-sensed half-beasts, could you? How were you supposed to watch them? Linda nervously glanced at the dinner knife swaying between Leo's fingers. The boss told me to keep it a secret. If I tell you, you absolutely can't tell anyone else. Cut the nonsense. Talk. Linda was so frightened her whole body went stiff. It's a puppet. The boss said there's a rat puppet in the candy house that can speak the rat language. If I get information out of its mouth, I can get my wages early. If I take it out of the Holy City, she'll give me a bonus. But the puppet was already damaged and I almost got caught on the spot. Leo pressed quickly, "Are you saying your boss is waiting outside the city for you to deliver the puppet?" Linda nodded hurriedly. Yes. She said she would only wait for me for one night. If I didn't report to her before 2 a.m. she'd assume I died on the mission. Leo glanced at the distant clock tower. There's still time. Take me to your boss. Linda hesitated. You look extremely dangerous. Shouldn't I be taking you there? Leo directly flashed 2 silver coins. 1 silver coin a month and you're risking your life for her. Take me there and these 2 silver coins are yours. But silver coins or the magical mystery tools, take your pick. This way. In the desolate woods outside the holy city, Linda moved through them timidly. Boss, where are you? Soon a thin figure draped in a black robe leaped down from a tree branch and blocked Linda's path. Done already? Linda didn't dare look her in the eye. Boss, I'm sorry. What do you? A familiar binding sensation coiled around her body before the black-robed figure could even finish wondering what was happening. One ninja wrapped his arms around her from behind while another pulled off her cloak and mask. Under the bright moonlight, Ruby looked at the familiar face before her, an expression of utter frustration spreading across her features. What bad luck! Why is it you again? Leo leaned against a nearby tree trunk studying the brown-haired wheat-skinned girl with great interest. She was the little thief who had stolen gold coins in the border town before. So you're the one from Rat Nest? Ruby forced a smile. That's right. If you don't want my companions to make your secrets public, you'd better let me go right now. Then why don't you tell me what shameful secrets I have? Ruba's eyes darted around. Dragon-blooded half-beast chantless teleportation. What? Want me to say more? Linda gasped and covered her mouth. What? You're the legendary dragon-blooded half-beast. Leo ignored Linda and stared at Ruby with a frown. Anyone who survived outside the Lord's mansion that day should know about that, right? That little secret probably isn't enough to make me let you go. There's more. Count N. And Bell. In an instant, from the shadows unseen by Ruby and Linda, 100 ninja soldiers fanned out and sealed the area tight. Leo's expression stayed unchanged. Continue. Ruby licked her lips. Why, you don't want the people of the Holy City to know that Leo Inbel is connected to a vicious half-beast thug like you, do you? Leo let out a heavy breath. The elite ninja holding Ruby didn't hesitate, hoisting her up by the neck. Ruby grabbed the ninja's arm, struggling to breathe. Don't you fear my companions? Leo said calmly, it doesn't matter. They'll kill every last one of them. Starting with Torin. W8. Two still have something to say. Ruba's struggles grew weaker, and when her eyes began to glaze over, the ninja suddenly released his grip. She crashed to the ground with a thud, gasping for air between coughs. You should have felt how precious life is. Tell me where the rest of your rat nest companions are. Having narrowly escaped death, Ruby knelt on the ground, gasping as she looked up at Leo, not daring to hide anything anymore. I am not from Rat Nest. Really am not lying this time. Seeing Leo's eyes grow even colder, Ruby hurriedly pulled a notebook from her bosom, stamped with a simple black rat head symbol. On the night of your big battle with Harris, I noticed someone recording information about you in a corner. Out of curiosity, I used my skill to steal the notebook from him. He should be the one from Rat Nest. Everything I just said was a wild guess. A ninja soldier took the notebook, examined it carefully, and then handed it to Leo. Leo flipped through it quickly, his turbulent emotions settling considerably. The notebook's owner had connected all sorts of coincidences and suspicious details, trying to find a link between the dragon-blooded half-beast and Leo Inbel. Although judging by the contents, the notebook's owner hadn't found anything suspicious so far, the behavior alone was enough to make Leo deeply uneasy. So someone wanted to dig into his identity. Didn't they know that exposing a man's identity was extremely rude? What did this person look like? Where are they now? Ruby shook her head honestly. No idea. Rat nest people are famous for being elusive. It might be hard to find. Leo took a deep breath, his gaze coming to rest on a red underlined entry in the notebook. The Kaiserun Empire tried to bypass Rat Nest and plant an intelligence agency in the Holy City. I've personally eliminated them to ensure the Holy City's intelligence remains solely in Rat Nest's hands. Perhaps luring this rat out would actually be quite simple. Leo put the notebook away with a grim expression, a plan already forming in his mind. Two ninja soldiers seized Ruba's arms from both sides and hoisted her back up. One last question: where is Torin? Ruba's chest heaved and she gasped at Leo. You don't know? Wait. Don't touch me. I really don't know. Torin went to the border city to look for my missing father. He owed Harris a gambling debt, so he could only repay it by forging magic tools for him for free. I only happened to meet him by chance. After Harris died, I learned from my escaped father that he had been imprisoned underground by Harris. I like a carefree life. Once I was sure my father was safe, I left them on my own. I really don't know where they are now. Leo stared at Ruby, silent for a long while before asking, Can you forge magic tools? Ruby nodded desperately, as if clutching a lifeline. I may only be a half-dwarf, but I grew up in the dwarf kingdom, so I do have a certain amount of forging skill. The elite ninja soldier tore off a branch as thick as a forearm and tossed it in front of Ruby. Leo then handed her a pitch-black carving knife that mimicked a slime. Carve a mouse for me to see. Ruby did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Taking the carving knife, she immediately set to work. Within 10 minutes, a small, exquisite wooden mouse was delivered into Leo's hand. Leo nodded with satisfaction. Alchemists focused more on studying the properties of materials. When it came to making magic tools, they were indeed inferior to dwarves who specialized in forging. Although teacher Samantha wouldn't watch him as he did his experiments crafting the lasso mask under the nose of a high-rank alchemist, still carried a certain risk of exposure. It would be better to take advantage of Ruba's forging skills for free and at the same time use her as bait to try to lure out Torin and recover the demonic tome. With the matter of Ruby settled in his mind, Leo shifted his gaze to Linda at his feet and found the tiny mouse girl staring up at him without blinking. Seeing Leo look over, Linda became so agitated that she babbled incoherently, just like a fangirl meeting her idol. This humble one pays respects to the Dragon King. Leo said nothing more, he simply raised a hand. The ninja soldiers immediately understood and knocked out both women. After handing them over to Marcus, Leo returned to the manor and picked out a mouse-shaped gummy candy from the sweets he had bought. Spend 10 points of demonic energy to cast all things living on this object. The mouse gummy size instantly became lively, but its shriveled body kept it from moving. Squeak, squeak. Noticing Leo's figure, it let out a terrified cry just like an ordinary mouse. Leo struck out again and tore it apart in one motion. Recover 5 points of demonic energy. Nearly half the demonic energy lost. That was not unacceptable. Next he took out the wooden mouse Ruby had carved. Spend 100 points of demonic energy to cast all things living on this object. The demonic energy cost had increased by that much. Although it hurt a little, in order to thoroughly understand the rat talisman's ability, Leo could only continue experimenting. Under the rat talisman's effect, the wooden mouse suddenly darted out of Leo's hand and quickly scurried under the bed. Although its movements looked no different from those of an ordinary mouse, it gave off a crisp woody sound when it landed. This meant that the material of its body had not changed. An ordinary wooden mouse alone cost 100 points of demonic energy, and it seemed that the strength of the body was also closely tied to the material. Leo silently cancelled his plan to mass-produce puppets of various powerful figures. After destroying the wooden mouse puppet, he flipped open a novel he had bought from the bookstore and quickly scanned through it. It seems these noble young ladies are still obsessed with the classic love stories of princesses and brave knights. How about I try a bizarre sensational style to test the waters? Leo's mischievous spirit arose and all sleepiness vanished. It perfectly illustrated the saying one never gets tired when doing bad things. When the first light of dawn streamed through the window onto the desk, Leo, whose dark circles had deepened by another shade, finally completed his masterpiece. "I'm already pregnant with the evil dragon's third child, Sir Knight, why have you only come now?" Written by Evil Tomato. Carefully putting away the manuscript, Leo entered the academy under the escort of Windsor and Monica. After fermenting through the whole afternoon yesterday the news that Leo had written love poems to hundreds of beautiful female classmates in a single day had spread completely. Many male classmates who learned of this were righteous with indignation and declared that they would denounce Leo on behalf of their goddesses, only to be collectively declined by the victims. Leo just failed to restrain his heart that admires beauty for a moment, so let's not make a fuss, shall we? You ask what heart that admires beauty means? It's a line from the love poem Leo wrote me. Here, let me give you a copy of the full version. Leo had originally intended only to increase the number of victims so as to weaken the false rumor that he coveted Eleanor. But what he hadn't expected was, because those words of praise were indeed elegantly written, the girls who received the love poems did not feel offended at all. Instead, they regarded them as a token worth boasting about. Do you even understand the gold standard of being recognized by a fierce dog? Leo had barely stepped into the school gate when many elaborately dressed female classmates brushed past him multiple times in a perfectly casual manner, attempting to trigger a confession scene. Monica and Windsor looked serious. "Leo, be careful. I feel like many eyes are on you today." Leo nodded, told the two to go to class first, and quickened his pace toward the hilltop cabin. Samantha looked at Leo with some helplessness. "No more skipping classes. You still need to attend the basic lessons." Leo squatted beside the rocking chair, trying to please her. "Teacher Samantha, I just wanted to ask you about a material." "What material?" "The tentacle of an octopus sea beast." Samantha pointed to the material chest. "I happen to have a few pieces. If you want to use them, go find them yourself." "Teacher, what I actually want is a Tier 9 sea beast's tentacle." Samantha sat up from the rocking chair, looking puzzled. "What do you need such a high-tier material for?" Leo certainly couldn't say that it was the last main ingredient for the lasso mask. "I just want to study it." Samantha looked at Leo's evasive manner and understood everything. She had gone through this stage when she first learned alchemy too. She thought that if she melted all kinds of rare materials into one furnace, she could secretly create a miraculous high-tier magic potion and then shock the world. Indeed, even if one had extraordinary talent, in the end he was still just a child who didn't know any better. Although she was convinced that Leo was fooling around, Samantha had no intention of stifling her disciples' creative drive. "I have a friend in the Duchy of Yalon. They'll write a letter to ask for you later, perhaps they have some in stock." The Duchy of Yalon was a small undersea nation founded by the merfolk, located in the southwest coastal area of the continent and renowned for its rare marine products. "Thank you, teacher." Samantha involuntarily raised her hand and patted Leo's shoulder. "What's there to thank? You are my disciple now. If anything comes up, just tell me. No matter how hard, it'll help." A warm current surged in Leo's heart and gratitude filled his face. "Teacher, I do have to trouble you once more." "Just say it." "I want to borrow the forging table." Samantha got up from the rocking chair, with difficulty took the initiative to pick up a small stool, and ran out of the cabin, leaving the space for Leo. Leo toiled at the forging bench for quite a while before finally crafting a pair of glasses he found reasonably satisfactory. Seizing the moment before class began, he hurriedly bade Samantha farewell and dashed into the classroom. Under Eleanora's profoundly resentful gaze, Leo walked straight over to Camila and set the glasses down on the table. "Come, let us continue yesterday's alchemy experiment." Put this magic tool on your ears. Camila picked up the glasses clumsily, not knowing where to begin, and stood there flustered and embarrassed. Never mind, it'll help you. Liao could not bear to watch. He stepped forward, lifted Camila's bangs, and put the glasses on her. The world suddenly became clear and Camila widened her eyes in astonishment, looking around curiously. The other students' faces showed no less astonishment than Camila's. With her bangs lifted, Camila's delicate, slightly timid face was fully revealed. Her slightly tousled pale hair did not make her look slovenly at all, instead it gave her the easygoing, approachable charm of the girl next door. Her hazy pale pink eyes darted about uncertainly. Framed by the round glasses, Camila, who had always had the air of a pushover, stirred an irresistible protectiveness in everyone who saw her. Wait, has Camila always been this pretty? Could it be that Liao's strange magic tool has an illusion array? Liao was very satisfied with himself for having created the first glasses girl in the other world. After a moment's thought, he handed Camila a handkerchief. These are called glasses. You should have felt their effect by now. They might be a little uncomfortable at first and will require some time to get used to. I ask that you record your experience wearing them every day during this period. When cleaning them, use the handkerchief I gave you. Rough cloth will scratch the lenses. The lens material is very fragile, so you must protect it carefully. This is my alchemy project. If you damage it, it'll have your head. Liao made a show of issuing a few fierce threats, then sat down behind Eleonora with complete confidence. Your Highness, are you satisfied with the gift I gave you? Eleonora's expression softened slightly. Where is the gift you gave me? Liao raised an eyebrow. Haven't you heard the rumors about me from yesterday, Your Highness? Eleonora bit her silver teeth. Fine, how dare he bring it up first? Count, don't you think it is rather frivolous to write love poems to so many girls at once? Monica, standing nearby, also gave a slight pout and looked over. That's not the point. What matters is that you no longer have to worry about that love letter, Your Highness. Isn't that right? This gift of mine, are you satisfied, Your Highness? So this was the gift you mentioned yesterday? Satisfied? As if. Damn it. How could he give away such an important feeling as a love poem so casually? Even the most fickle bard in the imperial capital would not write love poems to two women on the same day. If Father Emperor agrees to our marriage, how many years will the young ladies of the imperial capital mock me for this? Eleonora struggled to keep her expression under perfect control, and for the first time in her life she wanted to learn how to curse like a street thug. Overwhelmed by emotion, she suddenly felt a sharp, piercing pain in her heart. At the same time, a system window popped up before Liao. Absorbing overflowing thunder, demonic chi. Demonic chi 1-1. Huh. Could being too happy also cause the demonic chi inside the body to leak out? Before Liao could react, Eleonora quickly poured a bunch of white pills from her pill case and swallowed them with a pained expression. Your Highness. Are you all right? Eleonora struggled to calm her breathing, enduring the unspeakable bitterness in her mouth. It's none of your business. Previously, regardless of whether Eleonora was angry, she would always maintain proper conversational etiquette. A remark as rude as this was enough to show that something was wrong with her. Could it be that Eleonora, like Vera, was also affected by demonic chi under certain circumstances? Liao thought for a moment, then summoned Little Coal Ball. Your Highness, if you are dissatisfied with my way of handling this, allow me to apologize first. For now you may treat Little Coal Ball as me and give it a sound thrashing. Eleonora gave Liao a cold look, snatched Little Coal Ball away, and kneaded it viciously under the desk. How dare you have connections with so many girls? How dare you write love poems to just anyone? It's not as if Father Emperor's reply hasn't arrived yet. You're not completely out of chances. Couldn't the two of us try to get along properly before the answer arrives? And you even caused me to have an episode which has shortened my lifespan yet again. If I die on my wedding day, you'll be the one crying. Eleonora vented her grievances on little Cold Ball without mercy and felt the sharp pain in her body miraculously recede with astonishing speed. Ordinarily the pain would have lasted for several more hours. Could it be that this bizarre method could actually alleviate her illness? Eleonora stared at little Cold Ball, which had been squeezed into an indescribable shape, and fell into deep thought. After a day of classes, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the manor. Only then did Eleonora return little Cold Ball to Liao reluctantly. The shadow soul-devouring nether void demon-suppressing lord has brought you 3000 points of demonic chi. Liao's eyes lit up. Your Highness, whenever you have need again, little Cold Ball will be on standby. He actually wants to anger me again. Eleonora stepped down from the carriage in a huff, only to be astonished to find the entrance to her manor surrounded by magnificently dressed ladies and young misses. She frowned slightly and was about to ask Liao to shoo the crowd away when her gaze suddenly locked onto a tall, slender figure in the middle of the group. That elegantly mannered young man also noticed Eleonora's gaze. He smiled apologetically at the women around him and asked them to make way. The young man walked with a light step, a very warm smile on his face. Eleonora, you've been gone from the imperial capital for months. Why haven't you written to me? Seeing him, Eleonora trembled slightly and instinctively stepped back half a step. But she quickly put on a smile and went over. Brother Severus, did you come all the way here especially to see me? No, I came this time mainly to deliver someone. Severus smiled and pointed to another tall young man beside him, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted with a robust frame. The tall young man stepped forward with a gentle smile. I am Taf Winston. Eleonora's curtsy was somewhat stiff. So you are General Winston's legitimate son. I have long heard of your reputation. Severus' gaze lingered on Liao for a long while. Eleonora, your imperial brother has arranged a dinner. Why don't you first say goodbye to your friends? Eleonora paused for an instant, then turned to Liao and the others with a smile. Everyone, my imperial brother has invited me, so I shall take my leave first. Eleonora's mastery of her expressions was impeccable. No one could detect the slightest hint of anything amiss. But to Liao, the demonic chi spilling out from her body again did not lie. We already agreed to have dinner together tonight. Surely the dignified princess of the empire isn't going to break her word. A fleeting surprise and joy flashed in Eleonora's eyes. She looked at Severus with a troubled expression. But Severus waved his hand dismissively. Since my imperial sister already has an engagement, we can meet another time. Just as Liao and the others were about to enter the manor gate, Taft's brows suddenly furrowed. He took a step forward with his right foot and instantly flashed in front of Liao. Monica and Windsor reacted, stepping in front of Leo. But Taft's gaze lingered on Leo only a moment before his hand reached toward Rose, who stood with lowered head to welcome Leo. He grabbed Rose by the chin and forced her head up. Ugh! The rough motion brought a few tears of pain to Rose's eyes. My lord, what are you doing? She is my wife. Hank hurried forward, but before he could finish, a swift kick landed on his chest. Kick! Hank went flying backward. The sternum that had just healed broke again and he fell into a dead faint. Taft then struck out with another palm, knocking Rose to the ground. Before Leo could call him to account, Taft had already bowed to him. Forgive me, Your Excellency. I did not expect this guard to be so weak. I am willing to bear all your losses. Leo looked at Lilia, who stood frozen in fear in the distance, and sneered. Let us set the losses aside for now. I wonder what the son of an imperial general intends to do to my head maid. May I ask Your Excellency's name? Leo Enbel. At the name, Taft was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Rose, who was kneeling on the ground, and frowned slightly. Count Enbel, you may not know, but she was originally my father's personal maid. More than a decade ago she stole property from the ducal mansion and fled. My father regards her betrayal as a great humiliation and has placed a bounty on her across the entire empire. If the Count is willing to execute her, you will not only receive the 100,000 gold coins promised on the wanted poster, but will also be granted a barony. More importantly, you will gain the friendship of the Winston ducal mansion. Duke Winston was known as the Sword of the Empire, the War Emperor's most trusted right-hand man. In the Empire he stood below only one man and his power was overwhelming. Setting aside the generous bounty and the imperial title, exchanging a maid who had committed theft for the friendship of a pillar of the state required absolutely no hesitation. The breathing of the noble ladies around them grew heavier and they wished they could immediately answer in Leo's place. Even Eleonora's eyes widened slightly. If Leo could gain Duke Winston's favor, there would be considerable room to maneuver in his marriage to her. A conflicted look appeared on Leo's face. He asked Rose, who had remained silent. Is everything he said true? Rose kept her head bent extremely low. Count, I am willing to bear the price of the mistake I committed. Since Rose had resigned herself to her fate, Leo had no compelling reason to protect her. If he wanted to control Hank, having Lilia alone was already enough. He stepped back a few paces to make room, the meaning unmistakable. You will not regret today's choice. Taff had drawn his long sword halfway from his waist when Lilia rushed forward and hugged Rose. Rose was the only maid in the estate and she had been the one taking care of Monica these past days. Although only a few short days had passed, Monica had a very good impression. Rose was the only maid in the estate and she had been the one taking care of Monica these past days. Although only a few short days had passed, Monica had a very good impression of Rose's meticulous care. The scene stirred her compassion. She quietly tugged at Leo's sleeve, a pleading look on her face. Leo. Leo was not a cold-blooded man, so he tentatively asked. May I ask how much property Rose stole? If I repay it on her behalf, can you spare her life? Without pausing, Taff unhesitatingly drew the rest of the sword from his waist, his expression stern. I hope the Count understands that this is not a question of property but of the ducal mansion's honor. I will kill her offspring as well and give you double the bounty. The moment he finished speaking, Taff thrust out his long sword, intending to run mother and daughter through together. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce Lilia's back, Taff's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately withdrew his sword, turned and slashed horizontally, knocking down the pitch-black tentacles coming at him. What is the meaning of this? Taff retreated several meters, staring at Leo with considerable wariness. Those tentacles just now had actually made him feel his life was under threat. Leo, who had been reluctant in his heart and now had a perfect excuse, said, I should ask you what you mean. Why would you kill even an innocent child? Taff answered matter-of-factly. To cut the weeds and dig up the roots, of course, so no bloodline of the guilty remains. Would the Count offend the Winston family for the sake of a commoner child? A few impatient noble ladies could not help but urge. Count Enmo, it truly isn't worth it. Hurry and apologize to Lord Winston and let this matter be over. Leo stepped in front of Rose and her daughter, his expression icy. Taff Winston, from the very start you severely wounded my guard, molested my head maid, and even tried to slaughter an innocent child of the Holy Kingdom in front of all these ladies and misses. Does the Winston family really take the Holy Kingdom's tribunal so lightly? Seeing that Leo was about to hang the heavy charge of harming relations between two nations on him, Taff hastily tried to patch things up. It was indeed my fault for not communicating with the Count beforehand. I apologize for my earlier reckless behavior. What I hate most is an apology after the fact. Seeing Leo pressing his advantage and refusing to let the matter drop, Taff could only threaten with a cold face. Even the Holy Kingdom cannot interfere when the Winston family settles its own accounts. Count, you had better carefully weigh your own abilities. What does your family's settling accounts have to do with my head maid? How can you prove that Rose is the criminal you are looking for? Taff could not possibly carry the wanted poster on him, and after so many years the picture on it might not match anyway. He exhaled a heavy breath. She admitted it herself just now. That was because I was momentarily seduced by the bounty and forced her to admit it. The ladies who had witnessed everything looked at one another in bewilderment. He was actually going to use such an excuse to weasel out. Did this vicious cur really not want even a shred of a good reputation? A strange glint flickered in some of the young ladies' eyes. If he would go this far for a servant in his household, he would surely be a considerate husband in the future. The atmosphere between the two grew more and more inflamed. Siveth, who loved nothing more than watching a good show, came forward with a smile. Count whether your head maid is the little thief Taff is looking for can be found out with a little time. Why be so stubborn? Although our Kaiserland does not have laws as just as the Holy Kingdoms, we do have a convenient way to resolve conflicts. Leo also knew that Rose's identity could not withstand investigation. Seeing Siveth step forward voluntarily, he asked curiously, "What way?" "Man vs. Beast deathmatch." Leo's expression turned strange. "Why does this solution of yours sound like something from the fetish section of some adult website?" Eleonora endured the body-rending pain and walked over to Leo, warning in a low voice, "Don't agree." Taking advantage of the moment, Leo